Volume 14 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Pet Dog. TL Notes, I made a small edit to the previous chapter. The skill slots for Rackard's bloodsucking skill increased to 2, not by 2. Also, for those who don't know what chaebol is when it is mentioned in this chapter. It is like a family lead huge corporations commonly found in South Korea. If you want more information, then you can look it up in Google. Shortly after Caracal met his end. According to the rules of a vampire's duel, Rackard inherited all of Caracal's possessions. It meant that Caracal's territory, castle and the bloody subordinates all belonged to Rackard. The bloody swiftly changed their attitude after the duel finished. Oh, the shining charisma, it is wonderful. As expected, the people who make their own fortunes are different. It will be a great honor to serve such a fine lord. I thought it would be like from the beginning. I'll offer my whole body to our lord, but... The bloody prostrated themselves on the ground and shook their tail. They didn't seem like subordinates who had served Caracal for 100 years. Well, the bloody and Caracal's relationship wasn't one of loyalty but was more like a forced blood contract. Earl Rackard. Rackard looked like it still hadn't sunk in. But after a moment, his face brightened as the bloody continued praising him. Earl, yes, I am now an earl. Ha, this castle is also mine. Everything is mine. Ha ha ha. Eh? What's that nasty stuff? Why is it in my room? Rackard looked around the room and frowned as he saw a black lump. Then one of the bloody twisted its hand and replied. Yes, that is Caracal, who was the previous lord. Caracal had been a powerful vampire who controlled portions of the dark earth. However, the triple combo of the cross, garlic smell and illumination had turned him into unrecognizable ashes. Rackard farted at the bloody's answer and muttered. Bah, what are you guys doing? This is my room. Quickly remove the mess. Clean up the room. Yes, I understand. I'll remove this messy thing. The competent bloody was also a professional maid, so the room was quickly cleaned up. The broken household goods were removed while the various blood spots were neatly polished. Then the strong vampire Caracal was separated into non-flammable trash and dragged out. It was a world where losing was truly disastrous. Hoo, I'm an earl, should I talk like an earl? Rackard sat down in the chair used by Caracal and laughed. Then he spoke to Ark and the Woolrang. Ah, did you see? Did you see? I'm now an earl. But there's no need for you to be tense. I'm not an authoritarian vampire. In addition, I'm thankful to the Woolrang who helped me. So you can live comfortably. Ha ha ha. However, Ark didn't feel like laughing. Damn, this is bad. Ark sighed with a mixed expression. Of course, Rackard's evolution was an inspiring event for Arkansas. 170 total stats were added when Rackard evolved. It was like he gained 17 levels at once. However, the important thing for summons wasn't the level but the ranking. Recently he learned that the ranking that appeared in a summons' information window wasn't simply a classification. The combatability of monsters wasn't just determined by their level or stats. A user's skill was affected by the ranking of the skill. This was also applied to the monster rating system. A monster's skills, agility and ability to cope with different situations would depend on the ranking. That's why a level 80 user could fight against a level 100 monster without difficulty. However, it wouldn't be that easy for the user if they were dealing with a level 100 intermediate monster. If the monster was in the advanced ranking, then its power would increase by approximately 20 levels and a party might be required to hunt it. It was one of the reasons why Ark used Rackard's satellite surveillance mode in battles. Most of the monsters Ark was currently dealing with were intermediate ranked. Because Razak also involved, he now had 2 intermediate ranked summons. But he wasn't entirely happy about Rackard evolving to an intermediate rank. If Ark attacked an intermediate ranked monster, the damage wouldn't be applied or not all of it will be applied. On the other hand, there was a possibility of receiving additional damage if he was in a critical condition. The rankings of the monsters would also increase in the higher level regions. It would be impossible to exert his full power no matter how much he raised his stats through food. In the end, the evolution of his pets was necessary if he wanted to use them in higher level regions. It was the reason Ark chose evolution even though he could raise their stats through food. Anyway, Rackard has an intermediate ranking now. There will be no penalties applied if we face an intermediate monster, but it meant that he could use Rackard more aggressively in fights. There is also an additional skill slot in bloodsucking. Until now, there had only been one skill slot for bloodsucking, so it was very inconvenient. If he wanted to preserve the skill saved in the slot, then he couldn't use bloodsucking. Now that there were 2 slots, he could divide it into 1 slot to use and 1 to save. It also had a 10% probability of blocking a random skill. Ark had experienced the effect of blocking skills through Caracal, so he was aware of its power. Although it blocked a random skill so luck was needed, it could be used to properly neutralize the enemy. Blood Lane is also a wide area curse magic. The evolution was undoubtedly successful. Okay. Caracal is defeated and my pet evolved into Rackard, everything is good. But... Ark released a sigh and looked at Rackard absent-mindedly. No, he looked at Rackard, who was now wearing a red tuxedo. The reason Ark was dissatisfied was because of the tuxedo. Blood red tuxedo, rare. Armor type, special costume. Durability, 23/60. Defense, 30. Weight, 15. User restriction, vampires only. A vampire's tuxedo dyed in his favorite color, blood red. It appears to be clothes that Caracal, who possessed great power, preferred, and is a luxury clothing using the finest fabrics. There aren't many vampires who wear such luxury tuxedos in Dark Earth. The dignity of the vampire will increase just by wearing this. Option, stamina +5, wisdom +10. Special options, dignity of a vampire increases by 30%. A vampire's dignity has an influence on the effect and success rate of vampire-exclusive skills. The effective and success rate of blood-sucking and blood lane will increase by 15%. The rare item I got was exclusively for vampires. The vampire wasn't a race that users can select. In addition, Ark was the only user who can summon vampires. In other words, the vampire-only items were created exclusively for Rackard. Of course, Ark was also intending to gather equipment for his summons. But why did a boss monster drop a rare item for my pets? He would be able to receive hundreds of gold from rare items if it wasn't a vampire-exclusive item. Now he had to equip all of them on Rackard. Ark felt anger well up as he saw Rackard wearing the tuxedo. First I had to spend 700 gold on a summoning port and now I have to give a rare item to my pet? Am I a chable? What the hell? Why was there suddenly so many maintenance costs on my pets? On the other hand, Rackard has become a lord. In this situation, it was impossible for Ark not to consider profit. Ark bit his lips before a brilliant idea popped into his head. Wait, this castle? Aha, I see. Ark's eyes shone brightly as he looked around the room. Caracal was quite a well-off vampire in Dark Earth. Like most vampires, he had a lot of items that appealed to his vanity. There were quite a few unnecessary paintings and statues. And the current owner of those decorations was Rackard. Ark thought of an idea and smiled wickedly at Rackard. In the meantime, Rackard had lost his sassiness and became more arrogant. Ah, that's right. I'm already an earl. Diedrich used to only live in a small hideout and now I am an earl. Oh, look at me now. Diedrich, who had abruptly risen in the hierarchy, seemed to think he had become the founder of a new religion. It was so absurd that he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, hooray, Earl Rackard. We swear allegiance to the new lord. We've never mentioned it, but we never liked Earl Caracal. Diedrich became even more arrogant after hearing the bloodies' reactions. Ho-hoo-hoo, lower your heads even more. Hey Rackard. Then Ark approached. What? What bastard dared call my name so informally? Hick, M-Master. Oh, aren't you arrogant? Have you become so big that I can't say your name anymore? No, that's not it, dot. Despite being an earl, Rackard was still Ark's summon. The suffering that Rackard received after evolving into Diedrich and becoming cocky had been carved into his bones. Rackard thought that Ark was going to beat him up again and stuttered while shrinking back. I didn't know it was Master. Really? Yes, the mental training I gave before is still working. Ark liked Rackard's expression. I was looking for signs that he had become cocky again after evolving, but now's not the time for that. Well, okay. You went through some trouble this time, so I won't find faults in such a trivial thing. Rackard gave a relieved sigh at Ark's words. Then Ark muttered something. Anyway, I feel good that you've been promoted. By the way, who was it thanks to? That. Thank you very much. Is that so? You're grateful? Ark smiled and put his arms over Rackard's shoulders. Then I'll just say something comfortably. Ha? What are you saying? What? I'll sum up the situation. You're thankful to me. You have hundreds of subordinates and this nice castle because of me. But what about all the trouble I went through? I got nothing. Don't you think it is too terrible? It is troublesome getting nothing after going through all of that. Eek? But. It's okay, it's okay. You don't have to give me any money. Ark looked around the area and spoke in a coy voice. Just a few souvenirs from your castle will do. As souvenirs? A few of the paintings hanging here and some sculptures. Anyway, you have no interest in such things. You'll just leave it to rot, so I'll take it as a commemoration. How about it? Is that okay? Your castle will be clean and I'll receive some nice souvenirs. Anyway, you should do something for me or else you'll start to feel troubled. Isn't that right? In other words, it was a subtle threat. That's right. This was Ark's ulterior motive. The pictures and sculptures inside the castle were just decorations. However, decorations like these could be traded as goods to merchants. In other words, decorations could also be sold as goods despite having no additional effects. Ark's ulterior motive was to pack the decorations away and sell them. Rackard finally noticed Ark's motive and jumped with surprise. But master. What? Don't tell me it's really valuable? No, rather than it being valuable. It's still. Okay. If you behave like this, then I have no choice but to act dirty too. The smile had disappeared from Ark's face. Okay. Let's do some calculations. Do you know the expenses? The expenses? Let me explain it to you. Do you know how much money I spent on you? How much food have you eaten from me? But there's even more? Do you know how much money went into the summoning port? How much money was needed for the support tools to defeat Caracal? Whose pocket do you think it came out of? That. Until now I've never even said a word about it. But you're behaving so dirty just for a few decorations? Then clearly I have to receive the necessary expenses from you. Should I calculate how long you should be beaten up? Do you want me to become a person who collects your debt? I'll use whatever it takes to receive it. The blood drained from Rackard's face as Ark continued speaking. Rackard was well aware of how petty and vicious Ark could be in regards to money. Ark would think of it as being robbed of the decorations. It would be impossible to withstand him. Rackard was a vampire, so he also wanted the decorations, but his many experiences eventually made him lift the white flag. Okay, I understand. Take it, just take it. Ho, I thought you would follow me advice. Thus the ownership of the castle's decor was transferred to Arkansas. First NPCs and users, now Ark was at the level of robbing his summons. Considering everything I spent on this battle, I won't earn that much even after selling all the decorations. A few hundred gold at most? But it still won't compensate for everything that I spent. If I lack money in the future, then I'll have to control Rackard even more. Ark finally finished threatening his summon. The Wolrang Elder watched him blankly before speaking in an impatient voice. Ark, is now the time to be doing this? Ah, that's right. Ark finally remembered his purpose. The real reason he defeated Caracal wasn't Rackard's evolution. His purpose was to reclaim the Wolrang's fragment of the three marvels, the moon piece. Obviously the moon piece is hidden somewhere in this castle. I already know where the moon piece is. The moon rock had managed to absorb the moon's power despite no moonlight being able to penetrate the dark earth. So the moon piece must be hidden in the underground workplace. At that time, the magic of the moon rock ran out and the Wolrang changed back to people. Despite the Wolrang changing back to humans, Rackard was now the lord, so there was no problems with the bloody. Ark, Rackard and the Wolrang walked through the castle and arrived at the underground slave pens. Now, where is the moon piece hidden? Ark surveyed the labor area with expectant eyes. The underground area was very wide. Caracal was also never hide the treasure in a place it could easily be found. It wasn't easy to find the moon rocks when his skills had been sealed by Chain of Blood, but now he could use magic detection. The three marvels was an object filled with a lot of magic. It wouldn't be a problem to find it even if it was buried in the ground. The ground was also filled with moon rocks, so he could utilize the Wolrang to find the three marvels. I can kill two birds with one stone and collect the moon piece and moon rock at the same time, but the moon rocks weren't worth that much money, but 1 copper was still money. Money was strewn all over the ground, so Ark couldn't just leave it alone. Just as Ark was about to use magic detection. Hook, that guy is. Suddenly the elder's nose twitched before he turned around and saw something. The bloody had a guard post where they monitored the slaves. Yet one guy was shoveling like crazy at the guard's post. The Wolrang confirmed his face and raised their voice. He is Albert. Ark turned around at the Wolrang's voice. It was the young man who was the traitor of the Wolrang family, Albert. Albert focused his attention on Ark and the Wolrang before muttering. Sheesh, they're already here. The clan's traitor, you were hiding in a place like this? Catch him. We can never forgive him. The Woolrang yelled with excited voices and started running. But Albert didn't run away. 10 Woolrang were heading towards him. Although he was about to be caught by them, why did he have no intention of escaping and just continued shoveling? What is it? That Albert. Shouldn't he know that Caracal died? Then why didn't he run away immediately? And why is he shoveling? Ark belatedly realized the reason after looking at Albert. Wait, that guy is... We got you. Pay the price for disgracing the clan's honor. Meanwhile, the Woolrang had ran several hundred meters and tackled Albert. It was at that time. A dim light appeared in the center of the pile of Woolrang before the 10 Woolrang were thrown back in different directions. Then a shadow shot out like an arrow and instantly moved dozens of meters. The identity of the shadow that had hit the Woolrang was Albert. But he wasn't the previous Albert. Just like the Woolrang, his form was that of a huge wolf with his silvery mane fluttering behind him. The Woolrang clan looked at the stone Albert was holding in his hand before screaming. Moon rock? No, that's the moon piece. As expected, it was hidden in that place? In fact, Ark had already guessed the location of the moon piece before arriving there. It had to be buried in a safe place where the slaves wouldn't find it. There was only one such place. Wasn't it the place monitored by the Bloody? That was the reason why Albert hadn't ran away and instead started digging in the underground workplace. Anyway, he couldn't run far away while in the form of a human. If so, Albert would rather take a risk and find the moon piece, which would make him more powerful. That guy. The clan's treasure is in the hands of the traitor. Kayakyakia, foolish bastards. You thought I would just take it lying down? Albert bared his sharp fangs. The Woolrang looked fearful, but Ark just scratched his head. What? Is this guy stupid? Of course, Albert was a lot stronger when transformed into a silver wolf than when he was a human. And transforming with the moon piece was a lot different than transforming with the less powerful moon rock. Thanks to the influence of the moon piece, the Woolrang were able to fight evenly with Caracal despite the effects of dark blood. But the Woolrang clan also transformed into wolves when the moon piece appeared. In addition, there was only one exit from the underground workplace. No matter how strong Albert was, how would he manage to defeat the other Woolrang who also transformed into wolves to escape? It would be the same even if the Woolrang wasn't there. All the Bloody inside the castle was already Rackard's subordinates. Ark was also blocking the exit. The likelihood of Albert escaping safely was only 0.0001%. In other words, Albert had caused his own loss. Well, you should be grateful for surviving this long. This wolf bastard has no manners. Having difficulty because of you. I'll make you into finely minced pork. Ark took one step forward with the intention of breaking Albert's bones. Then Albert opened his mouth and muttered. Stop. If anyone takes one more step, then I'll swallow the moon piece. This is completely tiring. Is that what you call a threat? Do you have that much confidence in your digestion ability? Would you like to try it? I'll split you in half before you can digest the moon piece. Wait a minute. The elder suddenly interrupted Arkansas. Albert. No, it will be a serious problem if any of the Woolrang swallows the moon piece. He really can digest the moon piece in seconds? The Woolrang receives their power from the moon, so if a Woolrang swallows the moon piece, then he will overflow with magic and transform into a difficult monster. He will turn into the god Fenrir. We can't afford to have Albert transform into Fenrir. The elder broke into a cold sweat as he spoke and shook his head. But that is not the only problem. It's not. If the moon piece runs out of power, then it will turn into an ordinary stone. Of course, it is the clan's treasure, so it will recover if it receives moonlight, but it might take 10 or 20 years to recover. That Albert, I never thought he would use this method. The elder muttered. Now Ark's face became serious. In fact, he didn't feel it was that serious if Albert transformed into Fenrir. He might be a god, but he was still a monster. There were hundreds of Woolrang and Bloody present. No matter how great the monster, it couldn't deal with all those troops alone. However, it would be a huge problem if the three marvels lost its power. It'll take 10-20 years to regain its power? Then even if I obtain the moon piece, I can't receive my bonus abilities or find a clue to change to my second stage profession? Kayakyakia, now do you understand the situation? You bastard. Ark stepped towards Albert, who moved the moon piece to his mouth. Didn't I tell you? I'll swallow it if you take even one step. If you swallow the moon piece, then you'll become an irrational monster. Bah, I have no other choice now that Caracal has been defeated. This is my plan of desperation. If I turn into Fenrir, then I'll pull you all to hell. Of course, the moon piece will also become an ordinary stone as a result. That bastard. Elder Nim, don't listen to him. We have to tear that kind of fellow to pieces. The Woolrang shouted with agitated voices. At that moment, Ark sighed and took out a thin piece of paper. What do you want? Kayakyakia, I knew you would agree. As expected from humans. It is different from the foolish wolves who would risk their limbs for honor. I understand your intentions. Albert laughed and stated his requirements. I know that Sutandal has rose to Middle-earth. In that case, there is no reason to stay in a place like this. First of all, I'll request some security. I don't want anyone to follow me when I leave Dark-earth for Middle-earth. And money. I'll need money if I'm expected to live as a human on Middle-earth. 5,000 gold. Prepare 5,000 gold right now. Albert talked like a terrorist holding hostages captive. In fact, Albert actually had a hostage in the form of the moon piece. Wait, what about the moon piece? Make one of the children of the Woolrang accompany me. Once I've safely migrated to Middle-earth with money, I'll give the moon piece to the child. Because there is no need for the moon piece once I leave Dark-earth. How do I know you'll keep your promise? Whether you believe me or not is fine. But do you have any other choice? Albert opened his mouth and threateningly moved the moon piece in and out. Why did he have to be threatened by a wolf who sold himself as a salve to Caracal? It felt like his blood pressure was rising to 300 every time Albert threatened to swallow the moon piece. But he didn't know what would happen to his second-class change. However, I can't just accept that guy's request. 5,000 gold. He had to give 5,000 gold to that bastard? Currently Ark didn't have that kind of money. Even if he did, he had no intention of giving it to the wolf. If he accepted the terms, then what reason would Albert have to keep his promise? No, he was 100% certain that Albert wouldn't keep his promise. This brat, does he think I'm stupid? If Ark was thinking from Albert's point of view, there was absolutely no way he would give back the moon piece. Albert had said that the moon piece would be unnecessary when he crossed into Middle-earth. But they were unexpected words. Of course the moon piece wasn't necessary to transform. However, it was the only weapon he had to protect himself from Ark and the Woolrang chasing him. Who would give such a weapon away so easily? I can't just let him swallow it. Okay. I'm also going to use a desperate plan, Ark sighed with a gloomy expression while communicating with Rackard. Rackard. I'll attract his attention, so hide yourself and approach from behind. That guy will only pay attention to me and the Woolrang. You won't be noticed if you turn into a bat and sneak up from behind. Seize the moon piece when he is caught off guard. Rackard had a worried expression after Ark finished talking. Although he managed to defeat Caracal and became an earl, he had no confidence against Albert, who had turned into a wolf. There's no need to worry. This is the Dark Earth. If the situation deteriorates, he won't dare kill you in case he enrages the Lord. Rackard's expression became relieved. After a brief moment, he smiled and spoke. I understand. As long as you decide not to take all my decorations. What? Ark frowned as he heard Rackard's voice in his ear. However, Rackard pretended to know nothing as he looked into the distance and whistled. He was trying to profit from his master's crisis? A pet trying to rob its owner. Anyway, Ark wanted to use Dark Blade on Rackard but couldn't in this situation. If Albert swallowed the moon piece, then the decorations would be the least of his problems. Okay. But you definitely need to get it. Okay. Rackard enthusiastically answered, turned into a bat and approached Albert from behind. Meanwhile, Ark used various excuses to attract his attention and waste time. It can't be helped. I accept your requirements. But I don't have 5,000 gold right now. If you don't have the money, then there will be no negotiations. Wait a minute. I can save up the money. But I need some time. 5 days. 5,000 gold isn't a small amount of money. I'll have to exit Dark-earth and gather that much money. You want me to wait 5 days for you? Is it impossible? Then how about 50 gold? I can give you that amount right now. What? This guy. You're the truth seeker, yet you're trying to bargain for the moon piece? In addition, only 50 gold? That's 1/100 of what I asked. Then what should I do? I have no money right now. This guy. Albert muttered before his nose suddenly twitched and he flinched. Then he suddenly turned around while a choke scream could be heard in the darkness. Hick! It was Rackard who had been creeping closer. Albert frowned and stared at Arkansas. This fool, you really are stupid. Damn, I forgot that he is a wolf. He hadn't taken into account a wolf's sense of smell. Ark waved his hands and quickly gave excuses. No, I didn't know what that guy was planning to do. What nonsense, these negotiations are now failed. Sheesh, stop him. Rackard. Do whatever it takes to get the moon piece. You understood. Rackard shot forward like an arrow at Ark's words. Ark also used sprint to dash towards Albert. However, Rackard was still 50 meters away from Albert. Ark was several hundred meters away. There was no way that Ark or Rackard could stop Albert from swallowing the stone in time. Damn! Is this really the end of the moon piece? Ark moaned desperately as he saw the moon piece about to enter Albert's mouth. Ding Kong! It was at that time. There was a sudden sound and Albert stumbled. At the same time, the moon piece fell from his hands. Ark couldn't fathom what had happened, but there was no time to worry about it. The shaky Albert was reaching towards the moon piece with his hands. Dark Blade! Just before it landed in his hands, Ark used Dark Blade on the moon piece. Rackard, now! I know! I'll catch it! Rackard snatched the moon piece from the sky. After Rackard snatched the moon piece, the Woolrang just gaped as they couldn't understand the situation. Then dozens of the Woolrang ran up and caught Albert, who was trying to escape. Ugh, this, unbelievable. In just a few seconds, the moon piece's kidnapping incident was solved. A mysterious stone fragment filled with ancient power. It is a mysterious stone with a dark aura on its surface. 50 points in knowledge of ancient relics is required to confirm this. Before checking this item, a minus 50% penalty to all stats will be applied to the owner. Ark finally obtained the moon piece after Rackard passed it to him. And Albert was pinned to the floor by the Woolrang. Phew, fortunately it didn't turn out badly. But who attacked Albert? It was me. Then something popped up from Albert's back. You are. Ark's eyes widened as he muttered. The person holding the shovel and approached was the slave monster Flip. Ark had forgotten, but there were dozens of slaves caught in the underground jail. The shackles of pain was released, so they knew that Caracal was dead. But they couldn't grasp how the situation had changed, so they hid in the dungeon before overhearing Ark's conversation with Albert. I explained the general situation. Although the shackles were unlocked, we were still slaves. That did not change. And the person who will decide our treatment. Your summon, no. It'll be you. So I thought I should help you. But how did you approach without Albert noticing you? Towards guys with a lot of fur. I will never be caught. Ark immediately understood the meaning of Flip's words. Once again, Flip was a flea-type monster. Albert and the Woolrang were wolves. Of course he would be insensitive to the smell of fleas in his fur. Thank you very much. No, thank you. Flip muttered before looking slightly fearful as Rackard approached. It had lived for decades as a slave to Caracal, but now Ark's summoned Rackard was the new lord. The slaves hesitantly exited the jails before there was a sudden shout of anger. You bastard! Ark, the Woolrang, and Flip turned their heads at the same time. One monster was running at a pace towards Arkansas. It had sunken eyes and a blackened and gloomy face, with the entire body wrapped in rags. It was a dreadful monster that looked like it had starved for hundreds of years. What's with this guy? Was there such a monster among the slaves? The Woolrang and Bloody thought the situation was finished and had become careless. The thing ran up to Ark and swung a pickaxe. No, it tried to swing it. Ark automatically withdrew his sword. Duck, Quaton, de-gull. The monster had stepped on one of its ragged hems and fell down. Ark forgot about counter-attacking and stared at the monster blankly. What the hell? Did this guy suddenly appear just to do a body gag? Ugh. The monster who had fallen to the ground suddenly moved its shoulders and sobbed. Crying? Hey, Flip. Who is he? That. Flip scratched its head and was about to talk. However, the monster had winced at Ark's words. Then it raised its head and tried to swing the pickaxe again. What? What did you say? What type of man are you? Pakak. Ark kicked the monster's jaw when it sprang at him, making it collapse again. But that only lasted for a brief moment. The monster raised its body like a zombie and shrieked before running up to him. "Hook, you hit me? You dared hit me? Okay, then I'll kill you. What is with this guy? Huh? Wait, this voice is..." Ark felt something strange and looked at the monster with eyes of the cat. Ark screamed after seeing the information window floating on top of the monster's head. Eek? Be Buxel? To his surprise, the identity of the monster was Buxel. Buxel's face contorted at Ark's scream. "Ugh, you really didn't recognize me? No, what on earth is with that shabby form? How dare you ask that question?" Buxel ground his teeth together and yelled. "Why am I like this? Digging all day and sleep deprivation. In addition, during the evenings I had to provide the blood of 2 people by himself. Because you deserted me and left." Caracal had been deeply offended when Ark escaped. But Ark had already left his sphere of influence, so he turned all his fury towards Buxel. The crime of attempting to escape with Ark, of hitting him with the pig missile etc. made Buxel's prison life extremely different and more difficult than before. Although Ark had kind of expected it when he left Buxel behind. But I never thought he would change like this. It had only been 3 days since Ark escaped. However, it looked like those 3 days were a lot more difficult than the 8 previous days. Once again, the decisive moment for such a hellish experience was when Ark used Buxel as a pig missile. But there was no reason to talk about it now. He felt a bit sorry when thinking about it, but it had already happened. And hadn't he managed to save Buxel and defeat Caracal because he was successful in escaping? That is. Anyway, I'm sorry, Dot. What? You think everything will be cleared up with an apology? This brat, why are you questioning it so closely? Anyway, it's already been settled, so why don't we forget it? Ark grinned awkwardly towards Buxel. Then something unimaginable happened. All of a sudden, one of Buxel's eyeballs popped out. Buxel hurriedly fumbled with along the ground and picked up the eyeball before putting it back in. Hick, my eyes. My eyes. What the? What happened to your eyes? Do you need to ask? This is your fault. What are you talking about? How can you blame me for your eyes popping out? I don't know. Everything is your fault. Corrosion, that's what it is called. Flip scratched its head and interrupted. Here was a summary of the absurd situation. After Ark had escaped, Caracal drank portions for 2 people from Buxel. But even if Buxel had the nutrition of a pig, it was impossible for him to recover enough blood every day. Therefore all the blood in Buxel's body became depleted in a matter of days. However, Caracal was still angry and sucked the last drop of blood from Buxel. And at this point, something happened to Buxel that even Caracal didn't expect. Buxel's boy, which had been completely depleted of blood, acted like a vacuum and sucked in some of Caracal's blood. If Caracal had strong magic like the highest-ranking nobles who lived in the immortal castle, Buxel would be turned into a vampire. However, Caracal's blood only had enough magic to turn him into a monster. But a foreigner cannot change into a bloody. Caracal knew that sometimes the blood would flow backwards. So he hadn't paid that much attention. Caracal never expected that the unexpected skill he used on Buxel would react with the blood transfusion. Caracal's skill was normally used on vampire babies. In the old days, the skill Caracal used to watch things using his eyeballs was normally used to watch the children. However, he had used this skill on Buxel, so it turned him into a strange creature. Anyway, that guy is really unlucky. But he still received a plausible skill. Couldn't he use that remove eyeball skill to get himself out of trouble? Ark laughed with an amazed expression. Then Buxel, who had been rubbing his eyes, angrily grabbed Arkansas. Laugh? Were you laughing just now? So what? Ark raised his chin and spoke in an impudent voice. It couldn't be helped at that time. No? Even if it meant I would be captured again? If I hadn't done it, then wouldn't you and I still be digging in the dungeon? But Caracal was defeating thanks to me escaping. You got to be freed as well. So why are you complaining? On the contrary, shouldn't you thank me? Talking like that. Buxel licked his lips and stuttered. Well, Ark felt sorry when looking at that shabby form. But it was just like he said. Even though he was sorry, Buxel didn't seem to be accepting it. If that's the case. Ark leaned down and grabbed Buxel's collar. Are you still mad? Shouldn't you be thankful that I came to help you? Are you still a person? Ha! The villain had resorted to threats. Buxel's face turned red. He opened his mouth and was going to speak. Then Ark smiled and spoke in a low voice. Well, I do understand your feelings. I'm not that heartless. But is it really smart to attack me? What the? I won't be affected by your threats anymore. I've already gone to the depths of hell. Then would you like to enter the bottom of hell again? What? Buxel flinched and looked at Arkansas. Ark smiled and spoke in a quiet tone. Think about it. Weren't you caught by Caracal and trapped in the underground dungeon? However, Caracal has died and my pet is the new lord. In other words, it is possible to lock someone up in the underground jail again. Do you understand? Buxel started sweating as his hands gripped the pickaxe tightly. Why are you shaking? Relax. That was just a scenario I mentioned. Ark wiped Buxel's sweat and continued in a soft voice. Well, is the problem settled? The problem was that I left you while escaping, but wouldn't you prefer to thank me for rescuing you? There was the hidden threat of being locked in the jail again. Buxel's face was dyed with fear. Buxel knew. Ark was a person who wouldn't blink while doing such dreadful actions. Although Buxel accepted it, he still dragged his feet. Finally, he had no choice but to tearfully succumb to Ark's threat. However, Buxel wasn't able to leave it like that. I understand. Instead, there is one condition. Condition? I need a subordinate. What? I actually wanted to tell you before. Do you know how much work is needed? Foraging ingredients, filming the video, and even running Arknim's errands. Even your summons are ignoring me these days. I used to have my brothers, but now. A subordinate is needed to improve my motivation and workload. Damn, is this my fault? Ark scratched his head with an astounded expression. In fact, previously he would have just ignored it. However, it was now necessary for Buxel to accompany Arkansas. And Buxel was a user, not a NPC. There was a limit to how much he could be pulled along using intimidation. He also felt sorry about abandoning him before, so Ark wanted to help. But a subordinate. In other words, he wanted one of Ark's summons as a subordinate? Of course, it wasn't that difficult. But Rackard had picked on Buxel so far, and he would not listen obediently to anyone besides Arkansas. The same was also true for Raiden and Razak. Rackard had just become an earl, so it'll be troublesome if I tell him to serve Buxel. Besides, isn't the point of a subordinate to relieve Buxel's stress? No matter how much I tell them to treat Buxel like a hyung, neither Rackard or Razak would listen obediently to Buxel. But it's not possible to completely reject it. If Buxel refused to film the videos, then Ark would have a serious problem. He was obedient now under the threat of being trapped in the dungeon again, but he didn't know how Buxel would react after they left Dark Earth. The best way is to buy a pet. In New World, pets other than summons existed. However, a pet like a squirrel cost several hundred gold. In addition, Buxel didn't want a simple pet but a subordinate he could control. Wait, a subordinate? Then Ark suddenly had a brilliant idea. Okay. You wanted a subordinate to relieve your workload? Ark smiled and went to where the Woolrang were gathered. Let's show him the price of betrayal and rip him apart. Yes, we can never forgive his humiliation. The Woolrang were gathered around Albert and talking violently. Ark stealthily intruded between the Woolrang and spoke to the elder. Elder Nim. Could you possibly entrust this guy to me? Entrust him to you? Surely you don't intend to help him. It's because of Albert that I was caught as a slave for Caracal. My mind also wants to kill him immediately. However, Albert is still a descendant of the Woolrang who fought with Hero Mabon against the Dark Forces. Killing Albert will now wash away the disgrace he dealt against your honor. In addition, killing him is too generous a punishment for a traitor. I guess so. The elder sighed and nodded. In that case, how about I take Albert with me? The Woolrang was a clan that followed Hero Mabon. If I take Albert, then there will be no stain to the Woolrang's honor. While following me around as punishment, Albert might even think about the honor of the Woolrang clan again. That's right. Although he was making up plausible reasons, the real reason Ark wanted Albert was as a subordinate for Buxel. But the elder had a dissatisfied expression. I understand your intention. If he accompanies the descendant of Hero Mabon, then he might be rehabilitated. But that child's sin is so immense. Will serving you be a suitable punishment? Moreover, he might not listen to you. You don't have to worry about that, and I'll prove it to you. Ark approached Albert, who was gasping on the floor. Hey, Albert. Did you hear me words? What do you think about it? Ugh. I will never serve you. Although I am like this, I am still a woolrang. I would rather die. I knew you would say that. Raiden, shackles of pain. Ark received the shackles of pain from Raiden. It was the shackles used on Ark when he had previously been captured. After escaping Caracal's territory, it had fallen up, but Ark had packed it just in case it was needed. Ark whistled and locked Albert into the shackles. You know how this word's right? This is. You bastard. Doing this kind of thing. That's the wrong answer. W8. Key King. Then Ark started stepping on Albert. Caracal was died, but the shackles of pain was an item. The effect applied to the item would be unchanged. And the effects of shackles of pain amplified the pain by 10 times. Ark had trained in Taekwondo for a long time and he knew how to inflict pain. Ark utilized that knowledge to only hit a vital spot. Under the shackles of pain, that suffering was amplified by 10 times. The woolrang became startled at Albert's loud scream. You bastard. Quack. How are you a human? You must be disguised as one. I don't want to hear that from a wolf. Stop. Help me. No. I would rather die. You don't like it? Key King. Ark laughed and continued stepping on Albert. Such cruel violence. The slave monsters, woolrang, and even the bloody turned pale with fear. How much time had passed? Every time Ark would use his hands or feet, Albert would roll on the ground until he eventually grabbed Ark's hem. I'll do it. Whatever it takes. No, please let me do it. Just please don't hit me. Ark then smiled and went to the elder. You heard his words. What does Elder Nim think? Maybe accompanying you will be a more serious punishment than dying. The elder swallowed his saliva and nodded. The other woolrang also agreed. It was to the extent that they looked at Albert with pity. Buxel? What do you think about this guy as a subordinate? Yes. When Ark suddenly spoke to him, Buxel nodded his head with surprise. Then the elder who had been watching sighed. Albert, do you really believe that you will reflect on your bad deeds with him as your master? Yes. Good. Although you are a traitor, you are still a part of the woolrang clan. I don't need to explain that the woolrang's purpose is to serve. You have to be really prepared and swear obedience according to the custom of the woolrang. Albert flinched at the elder's words but listened with his head raised. Then he stared at Ark before approaching Buxel. After hesitating for a moment, he fell down next to the group and exposed his stomach. That's right. Revealing the stomach was a sign of obedience in animals. Now, please stroke his stomach. An oath of obedience will be formed. Buxel rubbed the stomach with trembling hands and Albert instantly panted with his tongue hanging out. The elder and the woolrang wore serious expressions like they were conducting a sacred rite. Thus, Albert became Buxel's pet dog. Since the problem regarding Albert was settled, Ark went to Rackard. Rackard, our talk earlier. You said that you wanted to keep the decorations if you snatched the moonpiece from Albert. Did I say that? Ha. I don't remember that? Even if I did say that, it's not like I got the moonpiece back for you. As expected, you also thought like that? So I can take the decorations as promised? Of course. Take it. I have no interest in such things in the first place. Rackard laughed awkwardly with a frozen face. The effects of violence wasn't only applied to Buxel. Rackard had become cocky after evolving into an earl, but seeing Albert being beaten up reminded him of his own experiences. Thus he didn't have to use violence on Buxel or Rackard. Then it is a happy ending. Ark laughed and murmured brightly. No one else laughed along with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 2. ACT2 Change Profession Quest. Important translator's note. So I finally received confirmation in this chapter that Jewel was a male all along. Therefore I will keep his name as Jewel but will be referring to him as male starting from this chapter. Previous chapters will be edited to reflect this. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Another change I've made is King Set to Animal King Set. Hey, Bekku, Be Bekku? Who is that? Albert, who was lying on the ground, looked up and asked. Ark replied with a shrewd expression. That is your name from now on. But I am called Albert. Oh, you don't like the name I gave you? Albert flinched and retreated as Ark's face tightened. He was still trying to keep his rebellious spirit? It didn't seem like it at the moment, with his ears and tail drooping while the body was trembling. Albert entreated in a quivering voice. Yes, I understand. Call me Beku or whatever you want. I'll come whenever you call. Seems like my discipline was effective. Ark nodded with a pleased face. In fact, there was a reason he had beaten up Albert so intensely. In order to raise a pet dog, the relationship between master and servant had to be made clear from the beginning. If he went easy on a wild animal in the beginning, then it would become more difficult to tame later on. Albert was a member of the wolf species. Ark had no guarantee that he wouldn't become rebellious later on. That was also the reason why he changed Albert's name into one commonly used for dogs. Now Albert would remember today's pain every time he was called Beku. Okay, Beku. I don't need to say it again, but from today onwards you will be Buxel's pet dog. Do you understand? Your rank in the group is at the very bottom. Naturally, Buxel and my summons are your superiors. Understood? Buxel. Albert, no, Beku growled Buxel's name in a low voice. Although he had submitted to Ark, Beku was still a member of the wolf species. It would be fine if he was serving Ark, who was the descendant of Hero Mabon, but being the subordinate of a pig injured his pride. What's with that look? Do you have a complaint? No, it's fine. However, he immediately became a pet dog again as soon as Ark frowned. Ark stroked Beku's head a little bit before looking at Buxel. Okay. That's a good dog. Hey Buxel. Do you have a problem with your subordinate? You'll take care of Beku from now on. Me? Of course. You're the one who wanted some help. Although Beku was a servant, it would still cost money to feed him. The reason Ark wanted Buxel to raise Beku was so that all the expenses would go to Buxel. Buxel felt like crying after having the food expenses of Beku shoved on him, but he didn't dare complain after seeing Ark's previous violence. Damn, as expected I couldn't oppose Arknim. In the end Buxel was just left with regrets. In order to change the atmosphere, Ark clapped his hands. Now, let's start working earnestly. Working? What do you have left to do? Well, there is one more important thing. Ark nodded with a serious face. Now comes the happy epilogue after the happy ending. Yes, the really important information in fairy tales wasn't the body. The part that always wowed the readers was what came after the happy ending. Did the nice and hardworking protagonist become rich? However, the world isn't as insignificant as portrayed in the stories. In reality, the hero would die after suffering miserably. It wasn't possible to end a story with this, as it would crush a child's hopes and dreams. In the end, the only thing that gave hopes and dreams to children was a capitalist ideology. That was what Ark believed. Therefore he sought as much compensation as possible without any hesitation. Beku, have you lived in this castle for a long time? Show me every corner of this castle. Of course, his intention wasn't to look around a vampire's castle. It was in order to recoup some of the expenses he wasted on making Rackard evolve. This is a guest room. Wait a minute. Oh, there are quite a few decorations here? Ark made Beku go around and place a red tag on many items. Then Buxel would pack anything with the red tag into his bags. In fact, Ark had a good eye after working part-time in an antique store. It helped him grasp which items were worth money. If Ark was alone, then he would carefully choose the items worth the most money. But now there was Buxel. Buxel had emptied all his bags before leaving Sutandal. Furthermore, as an NPC, Beku also had a small backpack. I don't need to worry about bag space. So Ark attached the red tags to items that were even worth 1 copper. Therefore Ark even took the forks, plates, and knives. This is a lot more than I thought it would be. Ark was especially impressed with the warehouse. In Dark Earth, it was difficult to find items other than decor. He only knew this later, but the Bloody didn't use weapons or armors. The Bloody was a monster that used their claws or thick leather as equipment. Therefore a Bloody would also drop claws or leather when they died. However, there was a considerable number of moon rocks and general items in the warehouse. Caracal used to collect some of these items from the coast. That was the Bloody's explanation. Caracal is making me happy even after he died. Naturally Ark packed all the items stored in the warehouse. Sheesh, there are no magic items. But I should get 600-700 gold if I dispose of all these items. That barely covers the cost of 1 summoning port, but the income was better than I expected. Oh, my castle, my castle. Rackard whimpered with tears in his eyes. Who would come to the house of their summons and then deprive it of all the household furniture? The Woolrang watched Rackard with pity and muttered. This is the descendant of Hero Mabon that Elder Nim has been waiting for? Isn't he different from what we heard? Well, I haven't met Hero Mabon either. The elder scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Ark heard their voices, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. He didn't know what illusions the Woolrang possessed about Hero Mabon, but didn't a legendary hero also need to eat? In order to kill the devil, travel expenses were necessary. And this was a gain which reflected reality. When a hero enters a house and breaks the jars to look for treasure, why wouldn't the NPC become angry? There was only one reason why they would tolerate it. Ho ho ho, it's okay because I am a hero. Yes, heroes with the occupation of a legendary hero would get a free pass. In addition, Ark had an urgent reason that matched a hero. Even the descendant of a hero has to save for the rental cost. Of course, he had money from selling the items from Magaro's laboratory in his booming stores, so he wasn't worried about the rental cost. But his assets would reset back to zero once the house was paid off. I have to continue saving even 1 copper, but... Wasn't Ark the descendant of one of the most legendary heroes in the game? Yet he still couldn't forget about the quest compensation. Therefore Ark finished going through the vampire castle and found the Woolrang Elder. Elder Nim, soon you'll be away from the rule of the vampires and can recover your lost glory. Ah, it is all thanks to you. On behalf of the clan, thank you. Yes, the Woolrang family can now regain their former glory. Ark smiled while muttering the same thing. Why is he repeating it? Then the elder coughed like he remembered something and spoke. Cough, I remember that I still need to give you a reward. But as you know, we've lived under Caracal's rule for 100 years, so we don't have that much. So will this item be okay? The elder reached into his backpack and pulled out shoes made from silver leather. Wolf's feet, rare. Armor type, leather shoes. Defense, 60. Durability, 60/60ths. Weight, 15. User restriction, level 200. These boots belong to the legendary wolf warriors who fought with Hero Mabon hundreds of years ago. When these boots are used, it is possible to dash just like a wolf. Option, immunity to fear, movement speed plus 40%, attack speed plus 10%. Special option, the jump skill is available. You can jump up to 10 meters when using this skill. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Mana consumption, 50. The quest Woolrang's Revenge has been completed. Oh, it's a rare item. Ark's mouth opened absent-mindedly. As expected, when the quest difficulty was B+, he received a rare item. Although why is it footwear of all things? It wasn't that he didn't like it. Currently Ark was wearing the Wind Spirit's boots. When considering the level restriction, Wolf's feet had better defense and options. However, the additional effects weren't that much larger than what he was currently wearing. Besides, the Wind Spirit's boots had the slight skill attached, so he could utilize it better. The Wolf's feet has the skill jump? I can jump up to 10 meters? It isn't something that I can utilize in battle. The cooldown time is also 5 minutes. Well, it's not possible for me to use the Wind Spirit's boots forever, but I don't know if I should change it yet. I'll decide once I try it out in battle. Therefore Ark switched footwear for the moment. Suddenly there was a dinging sound and the information window appeared. The set items effect has been applied. You have equipped a new item in the set. It is a special set of items that craftsmen created for an ancient hero. Naturally, the effects will become more powerful when the number of equipped set items increases. If you obtain all the items in a set, then the effects will be beyond compare. Asterisk currently equipped set items: Animal King. Raccoon's Pith, Cat Paws, Guardian Armor of the Merpeople, Wolf's Feet. You have equipped 4 items in the Animal King set and an additional effect will be applied. Wild ability, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, stamina plus 10, defense plus 10, plus 10. Set item. If this happens, then there is no choice. Although Cat Paws was a rare item and Raccoon's Pith had the transformation ability, its defense was a lot lower compared to armor around level 200-300. There was also the effect which ignored the underwater penalty, but he hadn't been near water for a while. So there was a lot of times when he wanted to buy new leather armor from the auction site. The reason he hadn't changed the armor was because they were set items. He thought the set item bonus was too valuable to change. However, as my level increased, then the defense from changing armor was higher than the set bonus, so I was quite worried. He never thought he would find a set item in a place like this. Thanks to that, his strength, agility, stamina and defense had increased from 10 to 20, so there was no need to worry about changing armors for the moment. Yes, this is the additional effect with only 4 items. If he completed the set, then he would probably receive a huge effect. However, finding the set item was more difficult than he thought. Every day thousands of people connected to the information site looking for information about set items. Although they found 1 or 2 directly, the remaining items were bought at auction. Therefore Ark had half given up. Wait, haven't I received all the set items from the beast species? In addition, the name of the set was Animal King. Then wouldn't the remaining set item be related to a beast clan? Hazen from the Meow said that there were quite a few beast species apart from the mermaids and raccoons. I'll have to ask Yggdrasil if he knows the location of any other beast clans. Anyway, now I've found 4 items. There is a high likelihood that I'll complete it. Thank you. I will use it well. I'm glad that you like it. The elder had been worried that Ark wouldn't like the item. However, those feelings disappeared at the sight of the childlike Arkansas. Ark fidgeted with the boots before he suddenly asked, "What will the Woolrang do now?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Will you leave the Dark Earth?" "Of course. After a long time, no, for some of the clan this is the first time they've transformed into their original form. This is the true form of the Woolrang. The moon piece also belongs to the descendant of Hero Mabon. If we remain in Dark Earth, then we'll be forced into that miserable human form again." The elder shook his head violently at the thought of living like they had previously. Luckily, the Dark Earth is no longer an isolated place, so we can go to the outside world. Of course it won't be that easy. There are many among the Woolrang who have not experienced the outside world. Then shall I introduce you to a suitable village? Ark asked with eager eyes. A suitable village. Yes, there is a village that I know very well on the continent. It is originally a human village, but now the raccoons and Meow live there as well. If the Woolrang don't know the continent, then it will be a good place to live. Of course, the village Ark was talking about was Lancel. Not long ago, the Baron evacuated from Citandel had sought refuge in Lancel, and the Find the Settlers quest had been completed. Unfortunately, some of the immigrants left and the achievement was stopped at 98%. If the Woolrang moved there, then his quest would finally be completed. However, the elder shook his head after thinking for a moment. No, it is a good suggestion, but I'll have to decline. Huh? How come? Ark became confused as he thought they would accept. The Woolrang is a beast clan descended from wolves. After being trapped here by Caracal for 100 years, we realized the type of life we desire. To dash freely in an unknown world is in our instincts. We want to run around the continent that our ancestors protected and revitalize those wild instincts. That would be a problem. Huh? What do you mean? Are you in trouble? No, I mean... Ark scratched his head with an irritated expression before sighing. Damn, what is this? If I can make the Woolrang migrate, then wouldn't be long quest end? No, I have to do whatever it takes to make them move. A quest is a quest, but I received a huge benefit when I made the Meow and raccoons move to the village. If the number of beast species in Lancel village rose, then Ark's influence would also increase. But was that all? Once they moved to the village, he could use them or the Meow as troops. Wasn't the Woolrang's combat power a lot stronger than the Meow? I need to convince them somehow. But the Woolrang are wolves. Furthermore, they don't desire anything except, honor? Ark thought for a while and came up with a plausible excuse. Ark summarized his idea in a firm voice. There is a reason for the Woolrang to go to the village. Although I haven't said anything because I didn't want to worry the Woolrang, the continent is not as peaceful as it used to be. It's not peaceful? Yes, this is information I learned while followed Hero Mabon's footprints. Several hundred years ago, the Dark Lord was defeated thanks to the 7 heroes. Unfortunately, he hadn't completely disappeared. The Dark Lord is still hiding somewhere, and there are several wicked villains trying to resurrect the Dark Lord through evil schemes. What? The Dark Lord? That's correct. It is the reason why I've been frantically looking for Hero Mabon's legacy. As a descendant of Hero Mabon, my fate is to stop those trying to resurrect the Dark Lord. But it is impossible with the power of one person. This is still a secret. I've gathered several beast clans in Lancel village in case of a crisis. Won't the warrior beast clan help the descendant of Hero Mabon? Oh, you really are Hero Mabon's descendant. The elder spoke in a voice filled with admiration at Ark's words. Honestly, I thought you weren't really reliable after seeing your actions after Caracal died, but you truly are Hero Mabon's descendant. Yes, so you did have a deep meaning. If you weren't resolute, then it would be impossible to defeat evil. A true hero wouldn't worry about what other people think. Yes. I'll put up with the reputation of a stingy person in order to make preparations to save the world, ugh. Ark wiped at his tears with an angry expression. Although Buxel and Rackard looked like they were going to throw up, the elders started patting Ark's shoulder with sympathy. It's okay, it's okay. You don't have to say anything. The road of a hero is very lonely. You understand? I know. We fought in the front lines against the darkness, yet we ended up being captured by a vampire. Why wouldn't we recognize your noble intentions? Thank you. Then moving to the village. Well, the Wolrang can't really refuse if that is your intention. But after living peacefully in a village, will we truly be able to help like our ancestors? Honestly, our strength right now might be more of a hindrance than a help. That. Why are you thinking about so many things? Angry welled up inside Ark at the elder's response. But the elder isn't wrong, it would be better for the Wolrang to become stronger. But my settlers quest, wait, settlers. Don't I just have to increase the number of residents registered to Lancel Village? Then perhaps. Ark thought for a moment before immediately talking. Elder Nim is correct. But won't it be a problem if I can't contact the Wolrang after they find their wild instincts? So how about we do this? What is it? I'll take the Wolrang back to Lancel Village for the moment. After you become a resident of Lancel Village, you can travel the continent. If you do this, wouldn't it be easier for me to find you if there is a situation? It was like a false address registration. That's right. There is such that method. Indeed, we were born in the Dark Earth, so we haven't seen any other beast clans. We also know nothing about the continent. Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll become residents of Lancel Village when we head to the continent. In the end, Ark received the elder's permission. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Find new settlers quest has been updated. You have received the promise of the Wolrang clan who live in the Dark Earth to become residents of Lancel Village. The quest will be completed when the Wolrang arrives in Lancel Village. New settlers found, 98% plus 15% complete. It is possible to receive the compensation promised from Lancel Village when the achievement exceeds 100%. I did it. Now it is like the quest has already finished. Then we will go back. We need to be prepared to leave for the continent. The elder led the Wolrang and returned to the village near the coast. Meanwhile, Rackard started to organize the place. The first thing Rackard did was gather all the bloody scattered in the castle and was inaugurated as the Lord. Although there were only 300-400 bloody in the castle, others were dispatched to prevent the intrusion of other vampires, so he actually had 800 bloody. With this many bloody, there should be no need to worry about other vampires invading. In fact, that was the main thing Ark was worried about. Rackard had defeated Caracal, who monopolized this area of the Dark Earth. In reality, Rackard didn't have the ability to defeat other vampires. If that fact was revealed, then the other vampires wouldn't leave Rackard alone. After Ark left, if other vampires asked for a duel, then Rackard would be beaten to death. The only lucky thing was the rule set by the Lord. Before applying for a duel, the other vampire had to defeat all the bloody and make his way up to the castle. However, Caracal had 800 bloody. That was a lot more than the surrounding vampires had. In addition, Rackard also had dozens of slave monsters. In fact, the most unexpected thing was the reaction of the slave monsters. We will continue to work at the underground area, if possible. When the inauguration ended, Flip spoke as the representative of the slaves. Ark had learnt this while he was a slave, but the slaves had been there for at least 10 years, while some of them had been trapped for 23 years. After more than 10 years in prison, they were more afraid of the outside world than the jail. This applied to all the monsters. Anyway, this place was Dark Earth. If they went outside, then it was likely that another vampire would capture them in order to suck their blood. Of course, Rackard was a vampire, so he also had a thirst for blood. But as Ark's pet, most of his meals were taken outside. Therefore they thought that Rackard was better than other vampires. Now that the moon piece was gone, no more moon rocks would appear. But small miscellaneous items and jewels still appeared in the ground, so there was no reason to stop the monsters. Hoo, I might come back to the Dark Earth later. Then I'll take all of the items that the monsters had gathered. Okay, it's fine if you truly want to work in this environment. We will work harder from now on. Ah, master, always doing as you please. Rackard complained while rolling his eyeballs, but he settled down after one stare. Now there was only one minor thing left to do. Ark moved the registration place of the summoning port while Rackard sent for the 3 baby bat siblings who had been waiting at the old place. Wow. This is now our Lord's place? Hovovo, Caracal was nothing compared to our lord, But Caracal seemed to have a surprisingly frugal nature. The castle is so big and wonderful, but it has no decor. Yes, he was like that. Rackard scowled at Ark before replying. However, it was impossible for the baby bats to understand the circumstances behind Rackard's voice. Our lord doesn't have to worry anymore. Yes, we'll defend the castle even if our lord is summoned outside. Newbie, watch over our lord well. You should serve him better in the future. Lord, please take care. However, Ark was already ignoring the nonsense from the baby bats. Ark had finally taken out the moon piece. Okay, shall I begin now that everything is settled? How long did it take him to find the three marvels? It had been 1 year since he received the star fragment in the underwater city. He had finally found the last piece of the three marvels. Extravagant bonuses and skills are always given whenever he found a new fragment. However, the moon piece was different. He would receive extra abilities, but it was also an item closely related to the Dark Walker's second-class change. No, it is obvious. The three marvels is an item for the second-class change. That was the reason why Ark had waited before pulling out the moon piece. He didn't want to treat something so important as a chore. Ark took a deep breath and grabbed the moon piece firmly. There was a small vibration and the information window appeared. Your knowledge of ancient relics has confirmed the fragment of stone filled with an ancient power. Fragment of stone filled with ancient power, moon piece. A stone filled with mysterious and frightening powers. This was made using darkness, but it has taken on the attribute of light. Using knowledge of ancient relics, you have confirmed that it is one of the three marvels that Hero Mabon used in the Dark Century. Hero Mabon has left his power inside the three marvels for his descendant. Only the Truthseeker can obtain the knowledge that Hero Mabon left behind. Asterisk, the owner of the moon piece can use Hero Mabon's techniques. Experience plus 30,000, knowledge of ancient relics plus 15, intelligence plus 10, fame increased by 20. New profession-specific skill. Gift of Darkness 3, passive. A Dark Walker's abilities will increase significantly in the dark. Stats will be increased by 50%. The duration of stealth will increase to 30 minutes. However, this skill cannot be raised. New profession-specific skill. Moonlight Shadow, beginner, active. By releasing the power of Hero Mabon and the moon, you can create 3 shadows with 30% of your maximum health and defense. Your alter ego will be unable to move, but it will release a hostile energy to lure the surrounding monsters. When surrounded by monsters, this skill can be used to escape the crisis. However, this Dark Walker skill requires the power of the moon, so it is needed to charge in the moonlight first. Mana consumption, 500. Oh, Gift of Darkness 3. Ark was in such a good mood he felt like screaming. As expected, the moon piece gave a tremendous bonus. The one Ark hoped for the most was Gift of Darkness 3. So far it had increased every time he found a fragment, so he had been hoping for an upgrade this time. As expected, the three marvels didn't disappoint him. Now his dark attribute bonus was 50% to all stats. If he was a level 300 Dark Walker, then he would gain 150 levels if he fought in the darkness. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ark clung to the three marvels because of the Gift of Darkness. But that wasn't all. The Star Piece gave him Blade Storm, he learnt Dark Dance from the Dark Piece, and now it was possible to learn Moonlight Shadow from the Moon Piece. The skill isn't that bad. Ark nodded with a satisfied expression after reading the information window. Moonlight Shadow was a skill which created a dummy. Ark had no area of effect attacks, so he had only been able to fight a lot of monsters because of his pets. However, it became quite difficult when the numbers exceeded 10. If he faced them one-on-one, then it was easy to take care of 20-30 monsters, but it was harder when he was surrounded. Then wouldn't I be able to escape when the monster's attention is attracted to the dummy? Well, it only has 30% of my health, so it would be smashed in an instant after being surrounded by enemies. But it should become useful when combined with Dark Dance. He was quite satisfied with the abilities received from the moon piece. There was just one problem. What the? Is that it? Ark muttered while staring blankly at the moon piece. Three marvels, the characters literally spelt are three marvelous treasures. Therefore, wasn't it impossible for there to be 4 or 5 fragments? Then why hadn't information about the profession change appeared yet? What is going on? Don't tell me that the three marvels is unrelated to a class change and this is the end? And, of course, the idea that the three marvels was related to the second class change was only Ark's guess. In fact, none of the meow, mermaids or raccoons had spoken one word about a class change. They only said that Hero Mabon's power was hidden in the three marvels. No. No way, it is impossible. No, this must be it. Raiden, spit out the other pieces of the three marvels. Sack sack? Sack 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 sack. Raiden spat out the other two pieces at Ark's command. It happened when Ark held all three pieces of the three marvels in his hand. An intense light emerged from the three marvels and the pieces combined into one. Thus the three marvels which had changed into one disc returned to Ark's hand again. This disc must be the original form of the three marvels. Then a dim light shot upwards from the center of the disc. The light turned into a strange shape. What the? This shape? Where have I seen it before? Ark went through his memories before he remembered. It was the magic eye. Although it seemed strange at first, after adjusting his eyes the light actually looked like a 3D image where a strange figure was floating. Then the original disc contained information about Hero Mabon's legacy like he expected? Ark had an idea and changed his focus. Like he thought, three-dimensional forms started appearing. However, the colors were so tangled up like in a color blindness test that it was impossible to figure out what the shapes were. Damn, what is this? How about I supposed to look at these forms? Ah. Eyes of the cat. Ark instantly used eyes of the cat. Yes, Hero Mabon was a meow. If he created something only the truth seeker could skill, then the key would lie with the meow. It was the meow technique related to the eyes. The environment changed to green while the various colors mixed together to form vivid letters. I am Hero Mabon of the Meow Clan. A long time ago, I fought with my colleagues against the dark existence trying to destroy the world. And we defeated him, is what I want to say, but it is not the truth. The dark existence was a lot stronger than we thought, so all that we could do was use all our power to seal it. Although it is frightening, we guessed that the dark existence would be resurrected one day. That's why I scattered the pieces of the three marvels all over the world. For the person who found this, you will have to face the fearful darkness and confront the harsh edge, but I will give you the power to face the darkness. Although I'm leaving this message, I realize that it is difficult to face the dark existence with your current strength. Darkness is needed to confront the dark. Rather than the darkness of anger and insanity, this is the true power of darkness. But there isn't that much time for me to explain your destiny. That's why I entrusted my powers to a friend who will live for eternity. You'll understand why you have to go there when you meet him. If you are ready to accept that destiny, you will find power when you understand the meaning of true darkness. After the message ended, the colors mixed together and a new message formed. Heaven and earth, life and death, find the place where they are reversed and follow the hero's star path. Look for the forgotten battlefield and let the scattered pieces of the moon from the top of the best seat lead you to the resting place. The person who has forgotten the time and the true darkness will welcome you. Then the writing changed again and a three-dimensional map appeared. The recognizable terrain, it was a 3D image of Sutandal. One part of the map indicated the place where the first clue would be found. Surprisingly, Ark knew the place that was indicated. It was the territory of the undead where the city of the dead was located. The last three marvels was in vampire territory and now I need to go to the land of the undead? Is this a coincidence? Or is it based on probabilities? No matter how realistic it was, New World is still a game. So the events that happened were arranged artificially. From his experience, unexpected incidents that took place in other games didn't appear in New World. In order for an incident to spread, a certain event must have happened. The reason Hero Mabon's legacy is hidden in the undead territory, what is it? Ark remained confused. Then there was a dinging sound and the quest information window appeared. Profession change quest, Great Legacy. You have obtained all the pieces of the three marvels left behind by Hero Mabon. As the Truth Seeker, you have chased after the footprints of Hero Mabon and finally gathered all of the three marvels. That journey wasn't just to obtain the three marvels. The true meaning of the journey was to understand and befriend the mermaids, the Raccoon Clan and the Wolf Clan, and now you are finally ready to inherit Hero Mabon's true legacy. Solve the clues left behind in the three marvels to find Hero Mabon's legacy. Difficulty? Quest restriction, Dark Walker, Star Fragment, Dark Piece, Moon Piece. Quest to change profession. Finally, he received the quest to change to the Dark Walker's second stage profession. Ark thought that he would change professions after finding the three marvels. He hadn't expected to receive a class change quest. He had already read all the notes regarding the quests that the people who had changed to their second profession posted. In fact, changing to the second stage profession was a lot harder in New World compared to other online games because a prerequisite was required to trigger the quest. However, Ark had finally met the prerequisite and received the quest. The compensation for changing to his second profession would be huge. It doesn't matter if I change it today or tomorrow as long as it is resolved. Besides, I don't understand the reason why it is in the undead territory. Let's go! Rackard, Raiden, Buxel, and Beku. Ark set off at a lively pace. His next goal was Razak and his second stage profession. Dash. Damn, nothing is going my way. Recently Jewel had become quite dissatisfied with his life. Jewel's daily life had become really stressful after the failure of the Sutandal mission. If Jewel had managed to occupy Sutandal, then the Hermes Guild would have enormous potential. And that huge mission had been appointed to a high-ranking officer, Jewel. However, the results were different from the expected jackpot. Before the reinforcements that they spent 30 million on arrived, Jewel's army had already been smashed to pieces. Who wouldn't be mad after wasting 30 million won? But that wasn't the only reason for Jewel's anger. It had been over a month since Sutandal rose. But the Hermes Guild was unable to enter Sutandal openly. Of course, the Hermes Guild wasn't officially banned from Sutandal. However, Haemon Fortress was the center of Sutandal and it was currently in the control of the autonomous group led by Justice Man and the Dark Brothers. They knew about the Hermes Guild, so it was difficult to step foot on Sutandal. Therefore the Hermes members had a lot of complaints. And their dissatisfaction was focused on Jewel, who was in charge of the Sutandal mission. Therefore, Jewel's status as the top 2 of the Hermes Guild fell to the very bottom. It's all because of that bastard Ark. Jewel ground his teeth together and kicked a stone. Ark, why did someone so annoying exist in the world? It wasn't necessary to explain the reason why. In the old days, Jewel had failed to win the evil Silrian, the siege on Sylvana failed, and the conquest of Sutandal also failed because of Arkansas. That's not all. I broke up with my girlfriend a month ago, I lost my wallet a month ago, and my mother started lecturing me yesterday. Everything is because of that bastard. Jewel paranoia had reached the stage where he might be recommended to undergo psychiatric treatment. Anyway, I will never forgive him. Unfortunately, Jewel had no room for revenge at the moment. Although Nagarin had been quiet for a while because of the 5 coalitions, the clouds of war had started circling again. Thus Raiden had convened an emergency meeting of the alliances to deal with the situation. There was no room for Jewel to roam around looking for revenge. In addition, I hate to admit it, he wasn't a match for Ark anymore. In order to catch Ark, he needed a minimum of 10 people and a maximum of 15 people to do it. However, it was impossible for Jewel to take that many people away in this war situation. However, while I'm stuck here, isn't that Ark bastard carelessly running around? The thought was enough to make him bristle. Bang, 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 bang. Jewel had been thinking furiously when something suddenly happened. A roaring sound echoed through the whole castle. What is that? Jewel Lim, it is serious. A guild member ran in and shouted at Jewel. There are people attacking the gate. The gate? Somebody has invaded without declaring war? No, there is only 2 people attacking. 2? Only 2 people? 2 people are attacking the gate? Then this sound is caused by only 2 people? Geez, what are the guard NPCs doing? I only heard the NPCs, so I don't know either. This is? Jewel opened his mouth after running towards the gate. There really was only 2 people attacking the gate. It was a barbarian wearing leather armor and an elf magician wearing silver armor. However, their behavior exceeded Jewel's common sense. Even time the barbarian swung his weapon, the gate's endurance would fall like it had been hit by a catapult. Of course, there were also guard NPCs near the gate. Although they didn't participate in the sieges, the guard NPCs were given along with the servants. And the guards' mission was to prevent trespassers. However, the guards couldn't get near the barbarian. It's really annoying. The elf magician sitting behind the barbarian waved her hand while yawning. Every time she did that, the guards would be thrown back dozens of meters. Redian, don't kill them. It will become annoying if we kill NPCs in Nagarin. Why is this stonehead giving me advice? I know already. Well, you're always so fickle. Oh my god, these people are. Jewel watched the 2 people conversing with wide eyes. Why are those people here? No, now is not the time to be doing this. Wait a minute. Bread Hyung Nim, Ready and Nuna, please stop. That is? The barbarian stopped swinging his sword as Jewel came running. Yes, the barbarian warrior and elf magician was Bread and Redian. They were hiding after killing dozens of tourists in Sutandal. How does he know us? Bread scratched his head while Redian poked out her tongue and replied. Have you already forgotten? This is Jewel, who followed us around for a while in the old days. That's right. That guy was here? Well, originally he was quite close to Raiden. His habit of following other people around hasn't changed. While Brett and Redian were flirting, Jewel gasped and said, Hyungnim, Nuna, long time no see. But what are you doing here? No, why are you attacking the gate? Are you in a bad mood or something? No, well, it's not really a bad mood, Brett scratched his head while Redian bluntly replied. The guard said we had to go through all these formalities to get permission to enter from the Hermes Guild. We became annoyed, so Brett decided to just knock. Knock? That was a knock? Jewel looked at the gate with a bemused look. Although the gates could endure the catapults for hours, its durability had already been decreased by 10%. Damn it, repairing the gate is expensive. Anger welled up inside Jewel, but he didn't dare show it to the two in front of him. But Redian and Brett had no interest anyway. You came out anyway. Where is Raiden? There is something we wanted to discuss with him. He is the castle's lord. What did you need? Do you want us to explain it again to each of you? No. Then follow me. Jewel flinched and guided them through the castle. Finally they entered the office where Raiden spoke in an annoyed tone. What the hell, Jewel? Why was it so noisy? Yo, Raiden. It's been a while. Raiden raised his head with surprise at Brett's voice. Brett? Redian? How are you? Have you made up your minds already? Our minds? What are you talking about? I remember. He's talking about how he asked us to join the guild. What, he did? Brett replied in a confused tone before Redian spoke. I told you that we have no interest. I would give you guys the best treatment. Shut up. Don't say the same thing several times. We're not interested. Brett banged his bayonet into the ground and shouted. We wanted to talk to you about something. Didn't you mention a guy to us? A guy I mentioned? You know, the fellow you wanted us to handle. That fellow who could turn himself into a black wolf. Do you know what that guy is now? Black wolf, you mean Ark? Raiden stuttered after searching through his memory. After Jewel suffered from Ark's attacks in Citandel, Raiden judged that he had become too difficult for Jewel and Duke to handle. Therefore he had asked some people he was acquaintanced with to kill Arkansas. The people who he first contacted was Brett and Redian. However, both of them had been busy with Asiabel's quest, so they rejected it. Redian nodded at Raiden's words. His name is Ark? That reminds me, I've heard that name mentioned a lot by the NPCs in Haemon Fortress. But why do you want to find Ark? It'll take a while to explain. Brett and Redian sighed before talking. After struggling with Asiabel's quest for a few months, they had failed thanks to some tourists, so they swore revenge. But no matter how hard they tried to collect information, nobody would tell them his name. That's because Ark had firmly told the NPCs in Citandel not to leak any information about him. It was only after they destroyed the sightseeing office in Haemon Fortress that they realized their target had already left Citandel. Therefore they chased their target to the continent. However, the continent was huge compared to Citandel, so finding one user was like finding a needle in the desert. While wandering around, we saw the video about Citandel on the TV. It was the video that Buxel had sold to the broadcasting station. The user who made Citandel rise was a black wolf. They remembered Raiden's commission after watching the video. Raiden smiled and nodded after their explanation. So that's what happened. Now it's your turn. Do you know where he is? I do not know the details. But I do know his approximate location. You said that you chased him to the continent? But he has already returned to Citandel a fortnight ago. What the? Are you sure about that information? Yes, an informant in Haemon Fortress confirmed his face. Informant? You still play the game using such boring methods. That is my style. Raiden grinned and replied. In fact, Raiden hadn't completely abandoned Citandel. Although the situation in Nagarin meant he had to withdraw for a while, he still maintained the alliance with the Nakujuk and was waiting for a chance. Even though the Baron clan was occupying Haemon Fortress, that situation could change at any time. Therefore Raiden had sneaked in information into Haemon Fortress and used the Nakujuk to disrupt their trade. It is not too late yet. Even though the Baron is currently occupying Citandel, the Nakujuk are still powerful. If I hinder their trade and increase the lawlessness around the harbor, there is a chance to reverse the situation. The problem is Arkansas. He might interfere again. Raiden was worried about Ark's presence. Of course, Raiden didn't think that Ark could challenge the entire Hermes alliance. But Ark had a strange way of complicating the situation. Anyway, I have to hide the information about Ark from the Hermes Alliance. But now that these two also have a grudge against Ark, it is a chance, but... Raiden organized his thoughts and spoke again. Did you want to join forces? What? Presently Ark is somewhere in Sutandal. As you know, we also have a grudge against Arkansas. If you want, then I will help you sneak into Sutandal. Don't worry, no other conditions are required. All I want is for you to kill Arkansas. That's all. It is hard to know what you are thinking. How about it? Will you accept? Yes, although I don't trust your intentions, there is no need to waste your resources. Okay, then I'll message my lawless contacts. Ah, okay, then we'll be going. Brett and Redian headed back towards Sutandal. Jewel followed them to the gate and smiled at their backs. Ho ho ho, now that Ark is ruined. But even Jewel-Nim and Duke-Nim couldn't deal with Arkansas. Would those two be able to handle him? Are the two of them that strong? A guild member watching from nearby asked with concern, and Jewel laughed. Do you know about pioneers? Yes, aren't they users like Jewel-Nim who participated in the beta test? Thanks to the previous knowledge, they managed to raise their characters more quickly. Yes, I'm a pioneer. But those two are on a different level. They are the last pioneers. Last pioneers? Hoo, it is a legend among pioneers. Jewel was like an old magician talking to his students about the past. A few months before the beta test ended, there was a public announcement and every user gathered on an island in Bristania. There was no time to gather information about levels or skills in PvP. After a few days of preparing their skills and equipment, a battle royale began. Battle royale? Yes, an infinite killing competition. Jewel said and laughed. Even the NPCs that the users saw were killed. The battle royale started one day before the beta test ended. Users who died couldn't be resurrected for 24 hours, so it was the end. It was a really intense contest. Over 1,000 people were gathered on the island and started killing each other. No matter how hard me and Duke fought, we only managed to endure for 2 hours. Raiden Hyungnim lasted 7 hours. And the people who survived until the end of the beta test was only 2 people. They were Brett and Redian. That's why they are called the last pioneers. That's right. That most surprising thing was that Redian and Brett weren't teamed up at the time. The 2 people remaining simply couldn't defeat each other. It lasted until the test finished. Well, now they seem quite friendly with each other. Then it is possible to put an end to Arkansas. An end? No, this is just the beginning. Jewel gave an evil grin and muttered. In fact, users could be killed several times in the game. That's why Ark had built up a strong support base of users. I will tear down his support base. Jewel had realized that Ark had 2 support bases. One was the Baron clan in the eastern nation of Sutandal. The second was Lancel village in the Argus Mountains. During the decisive battle in Sutandal, the residents of Lancel village had appeared through the dimensional gate. After investigating the village, he saw that Ark had a store there. The Hermes Alliance will eventually take back Sutandal. All that will remain is his support base in Lancel village, and that will be settled once Nagarin quiets down. Jewel had been worried that Ark might interfere. However, Ark would be no problem if he had already been battered by Redian and Bread. Then I will deal the final blow to Ark. Haha, I can't wait to see his expression when he encounters Bread and Redian, and then when he loses his support base. I'll make him regret messing with me, haha. Jewel laughed crazily as he looked at the sky. He was like the evil magicians who appeared in old stories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Mother. How is it? Do you like it? Hyunwoo looked at his mother's expression and laughed. Her expression indicated that his mother still couldn't understand the situation. She stared blankly at the house for a while before speaking in a hesitant voice. You really rented this house? How many times have I said it? It is just like I said. But the money required to rent this place. Mother, a son should have this much capabilities. But the rental deposit for a house near the hospital, you didn't have to go through all that trouble. I never dared imagine a house like this. Mother doesn't have to worry about unnecessary things like that. This much is nothing. Hyunwoo spoke with a proud expression and stared at the house. The rented house was a 3-story house with a small garden. I was worried at first, but I somehow managed to make it, but... Over the past 2 months, Hyunwoo had almost gone insane with worry. The deposit fee for the rented house was 80 million won. Excluding the contract signing deposit, that was 60 million won. Thus Hyunwoo had spent the last 2 months running after money. What will I do if I don't have the money after 2 months? What if something unexpected happens? The thought of having no money to pay the deposit filled Hyunwoo with extreme anxiety. In addition, 60 million won wasn't the type of money that Hyunwoo, who only graduated from high school, would have. After paying the hospital bills and the cost of living, he had a few million won at most. He had lived without making a deposit account in his bank book. So naturally money was main thing on Hyunwoo's mind. He was unsure if he could gather the rest of the rental deposit money in the 2 months, so he had been quite restless. In the end he worried for nothing. After converting his gold to money, Hyunwoo's assets was a lot more than expected. And he was able to have that type of gold because of ARC. Aside from ARC, Hyunwoo also had the rehabilitation members, Roko, Sid, the 3 baby pig brothers and Lariat to help. After all, ARC had Sid and the 3 pig brothers in his group, so that was 4 merchants. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Hyunwoo was in charge of asset management after investing in various projects. It was thanks to those investments that he could settle the rent balance. Hyunwoo now summarized the order that the money was deposited in his bank book. First, from Buxel. Buxel had sold the items obtained in Magaro's laboratory for 10% more than he expected, so Hyunwoo received 3,200 gold. Then there was Sid, who sold the 16,000 ores ARC received in Sutandal. In fact, Hyunwoo had intended to sell the raccoons living in Lansel village the ore. But no matter how much the raccoons liked the ore, it was impossible to sell all of the 16,000 ores. And according to the law of supply and demand, the price would go down the more available the item was. That was when Sid heard the news and appeared like the wind. Sid used the information of the Continental Commerce firm to check the ore price in Schudenberg Kingdom, then he used Sapjil and Olmiak to increase the price. Thanks to that, ARC was able to dispose of all the ore and the profits was 30% more than he expected. So he earned 2,400 gold from that. During the several months Roko managed the store, she earned around 1,000 gold. Just those 3 alone was 6,600 gold. That amount had exceeded his target goal. Ho, I also can't forget about Alan's help. Hyunwoo smiled and remembered the 9 million won that had been deposited in his bank book a few days ago. It was the price Hyunwoo received for selling the steel shield of hatred and despair he received from Wigurima in Age Iron. Hyunwoo had been disappointed after confirming the performance of the item. Although it was a level 300 boss, all Wigurima dropped was a rare shield which wouldn't sell for that much. The most he would gain for it was 3 million won. But he received an instant purchase request the moment he sold it on the auction site. Surprisingly, the person who requested it was Charming Man, Alan's ID. Hyunwoo checked that it was the same ID who bought the gloves and his hypothesis was confirmed. There's no doubt. Alan also previously bought the plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred, which had a skill related to the hatred stat. The steel shield of hatred and despair is also the same. The only reason he would buy such items is because of the hatred stat. Alan is collecting set items. If this was true, then the situation was different. People would normally look at the market price of the item before deciding how much they would spend on it. But Alan was rich. If he wasn't after set items, then he wouldn't give up no matter the price. Thus Hyunwoo raised the price to triple the amount and managed to sell it for 9 million won. Alan might be a surprisingly good guy. Thus Alan's intimacy with Hyunwoo increased quickly without him even knowing. Of course, Alan would never wish for that to happen. Anyway, thanks to Alan, ARC had 15 million won left in his account after paying off the rent deposit. But it wasn't all good. Hyunwoo's wallet thickening meant that ARC's wallet had thinned. Thus he was once again saving 1 copper every day. Although he was attempting to save every copper he could, he wasn't worried about starving to death. And accomplishing that goal is not for me alone. Hyunwoo looked proudly at his mother. Hyunwoo's goal over the last 2 months had been to live together with his mother, and that was his mother's goal as well. Physical therapy and rehabilitation was essential. So she put in a lot of effort and moved her body whenever possible. What is that? Of course, someone sick would try to get better. There might be people who thought like that. However, those who have stayed for a long time in the hospital or who had family there knew that it wasn't an easy task. Hyunwoo had watched his mother struggle for 6 years, so he knew all too well. At first, all patients admitted to the hospital would try to get better. But after 1 month passed and then 1 year, most people would have misgivings. There would be a feeling of helplessness from living so many years with medical treatment, and it was easy to give up. It was natural. Therefore they accepted that they couldn't be completely cured. The patient will have to cross the most difficult mountain to receive a complete cure. That was something a doctor had said 1 year after his mother had been hospitalized. It was natural. Sometimes it was difficult for the sick person to endure the pain that came with the treatment. That's why doctors would say that the patient's will is the most important. It was one of their favorite phrases when treating people. But his mother endured it. I can get better. No, she never lost her commitment, and she improved so much that the doctors were surprised and discharged her from the ICU. I wanted to tell you this. Patient Park Somi really is like a honor roll student. Her figures have all improved so much compared to 2 months ago. The hospital treats people with the idea that the patient's motivation is the most important, but I never thought it would be so effective. She must really want to live with Hyunwoo SSI. Although she should still be careful, a complete recovery in the future doesn't seem that distant. The doctor in charge explained how eagerly his mother had been receiving treatment. My troubles are nothing compared to my mother's suffering. After 6 years apart, Hyunwoo and his mother were really eager to live together. Fortunately, that dream could now be achieved. Yes, now his mother was healthy enough to be an outpatient, and she was rewarded with a lovely house with a garden. But his mother looked at Hyunwoo with worried eyes and said, "Hyunwoo, your mother can't live here if you've obtained it through bad acts." Why were all mothers the same in this situation? Hyunwoo pouted and whined like a child. Why doesn't mother believe in her son? I've received a lot of education from mother, so I know what bad acts are. Look at these clear eyes. They are innocent. They're gentle like the eyes of a newborn baby. They might be gentle and innocent, but they are still impudent. It is genetic. Anyway, I have done nothing that I am ashamed of. In addition, you don't have to be concerned because Waranga Joshi looked after me while you were in hospital. Oh, it's been a couple of days since I've seen Detective Gwon. What has he been doing? His mother suddenly spoke in a concerned tone. Then a smirk appeared on Hyunwoo's face. Aha, the reason you've been looking around restlessly is because of Waranga Joshi. Ho, he's the first thing you looked for when I started talking. Is that how it is? When did your relationship progress so much? What are you saying? What's wrong? I am turning 24 this year. 24 years old, that's right. You were 18, now you're already 24 years old, 6 years. His mother's face instantly darkened at Hyunwoo's words. Ah, I made a mistake. Hyunwoo belatedly realized. In fact, his mother always became melancholy whenever Hyunwoo's age was mentioned. She seemed to be thinking about how long she had been a heavy baggage for her son. Hyunwoo started talking in order to change the atmosphere. Waranga Joshi and the Hyuns are waiting at the house. At the house? Yes, this is the first time I'm seeing the house after all my things were moved. I've been busy the last few days. So Waranga Joshi and the Hyuns entered the house first to organize the baggage. In fact, Hyunwoo had paid off the deposit just before the battle with Caracal began. So while the game unit and internet had been installed at the new house, he had been playing at the game arcades. He was seeing the new house for the first time with his mother, so he felt anticipation and excitement. Come on, let's enter. Hyunwoo pushed her wheelchair energetically and finally entered their new home. There was the noisy sound of firecrackers as they walked through the front door. Surprise! Noonim, formal way of saying older sister for males, congratulations on your discharge. Gwon Warang and the rehabilitation members were all gathered near the front door. Hyunwoo realized how comfortable his new residence was after seeing them gathered in one spot. The rehabilitation members were so huge that there was no space to move or breathe in his old place. But the living room in their new place was so large that it felt like the rehabilitation members could play soccer in it. Noonim, you have come. The rehabilitation members flocked around them. Thank you. You didn't need to come. Why are you talking like that? We are men. Hyunwoo is our younger brother. So Noonim is like a mother to us. Oh, that reminds me? Should we call you mother? Then Gwon Warang's face hardened. Hey you. Don't say something so disgusting. Parknim is different from you guys who have the DNA of animals. And who would want to have a child your age? Sheesh, why are you mentioning our age? Anyway, I was just joking. DNA? Why is Hyungnim mentioning DNA in this situation? We've endured it until now, but Hyungnim is like a wolf drooling over Noonim, who is Little Red Riding Hood. It's true. Noonim, it's not too late. He is like the wolf who disguised as the grandmother. You should escape before he eats you. We'll risk our lives to help you escape. These guys? Ho. Thank you. But Detective Guan seems more like a bear than a wolf to me. His mother burst out laughing as she stared at the quarreling Guan Warang and rehabilitation members. Guan Warang, who had been grabbing Jack Tung's collar, awkwardly laughed and blushed. Ha ha, yes, I am a bear. I'm not a wolf. Sheesh, suddenly a bear is really good. TSK, this old bachelor, get out of the way. Jack Tung and Tassa kicked Guan Warang and pushed him into a corner. Then they lowered their heads and smiled. Now, let's forget about the animal who doesn't know whether he is a wolf or a bear. Anyway, we are Hyunwoo's older brothers, so we've prepared a small gift to congratulate Noonim on your discharge. When his words finished, a bouquet and cake suddenly appeared in their two hands. Then clapped her hands like a young girl and asked with startled eyes. Omo, it is amazing. Are you two magicians? Heh, there is nothing we can't do. They were an ex-con man and gambler, so such tricks were easy for them. Anyway, then came the really amazing part. Shut up. All you could come up with was a bouquet and cake? That's right, now it's our turn. Bulkun and the other rehabilitation members lined up in front of his mother. Then the love of the rehabilitation members game began. We've prepared a gift for Noonim. Now, please look over here. The living room window is protected by the elegant windows. I know a merchant who specifically makes high-end curtains. The 100% feel of silk when touching. It also has antibacterial and fungal control and is good for your health. Yapsab explained the curtains with a rapt expression. Then Bu Dongsan stuck out his tongue and interrupted. Bah, you foolish fellow. How will curtain be useful for her health? This fellow doesn't understand houses. Noonim, please look down at the floor. Do you see the flooring? Ah, that's right. This is called jade flooring. Indeed, isn't this the best material for the floor? Then it was Hey Jiolese's turn. Heh, short, too short. These fellows are thinking in such a short-sighted manner. Are they only seeing the bottom? Who cares about the flooring? Look a little higher. The most important thing is lighting. Don't you see the TV? Doesn't the mood of the interior depend on the lighting? Noonim, I've prepared for you a lighting system with 3 wavelengths and matching wallpaper. Ah, what silly people, dot. At that time, audible laughter was heard which shook the living room. He turned around and saw that Bulkun and Diakde were laughing. Curtains? Flooring? Lighting? Wallpaper? This is why you guys are only capable of cheap tricks. Isn't health the most important thing? If you eat well, then you will become healthier. That's why I prepared this. A high-end kitchen and refrigerator set. And I've prepared a profession exercise set for your rehabilitation. I'll like to see any of you beat this. Our eye level is different from you. Ha ha ha. Bulkun and Diakde indicated towards the flashy kitchen and exercise equipment. Then the remaining rehabilitation members sank to the ground and murmured with sad faces. Ugh, how regrettable. The most important thing is definitely food and exercise. I only though to buy kitchenware. Guan Warang finally noticed a change and quickly interrupted. Parknim, I've prepared something as well. I've prepared a first-class bed. It has a 3-fold spring structure and is very good for your back. Furthermore, it is so robust that you can use it for 10 years. However, all he got in return was the teasing of the rehabilitation members. As expected from an old bachelor. Disguising something blatant as a present. In addition, 10 years? Isn't he intending to secretly prepare items for marriage? How sneaky. Oh, please return to your zoo. You unscrupulous old man. What are these brats talking about? Guan Warang's face quickly turned red. Then Hyunwoo looked around the house with surprised eyes and asked the Guan Warang and the rehabilitation members. Ajushi, Hyung Nims, this is the reason why you asked me for the key? Well, it's like we said. We wanted to prepare it beforehand. Did you think you were alone? Guan Warang and the rehabilitation members studied Hyunwoo's face before talking. Hyunwoo was the type who didn't like receiving one-sided help. Therefore Guan Warang and the rehabilitation members had prepared the gifts for Hyunwoo secretly. In fact, Hyunwoo had expected it to some extent. When considering their close relationship, he had expected 1 or 2 gifts. But Hyunwoo thought it would just be a few pots or pans. He never imagined that he would receive such large gifts. However, Hyunwoo's reaction was different from what the rehabilitation members expected, and he was just deeply moved. Hyunwoo wasn't moved by the value of the gifts. It was because he could feel the thought and regard put into each gift. It was also for the sake of his mother. Yes, Hyunwoo didn't like receiving things one-sidedly. But if it was for his mother. Thank you. Ajushi, Hyungnims, thank you very much. Hyunwoo was moved to tears and bowed. When was it? When was the last time he felt this much gratitude towards someone? And the last time he sincerely thanked someone? What the? What's with this guy? So, isn't this much expected? The rehabilitation members blushed and scratched their heads at the unexpected response. Gwon Warang and the rehabilitation members looked at Hyunwoo awkwardly while his mother wore a soft smile. There was a subtle silence. Suddenly the front door slammed open and young Hae-sun came in whining. Hook, I've arrived. Huh? What's wrong with everyone? Young Hae-sun asked after belatedly noticing the awkward atmosphere. Hyunwoo just tilted his head to one side. Hae-sun, you have today off? Ah, what are you saying? The day your mother is discharged from hospital is a national holiday. National holiday? Today is a holiday? Isn't it a weekday? Hyunwoo asked, but young Hae-sun just ignored him and approached his mother. Mother, I've arrived. Thank you for coming. What do you mean? Of course I'm going to come. Today is the happiest day for me apart from Independence Day. Furthermore, I can't leave mother alone with these oversized brothers. Ho, it is good that you're so bright. How are you? Young Hae-sun had visited the hospital several times, so she had become quite close to his mother. Yes, but the original person concerned had no idea young Hae-sun considered her a mother-in-law. The strategy to win him over had already begun a long time ago. Hyunwoo looked at the exchange with confusion and asked. But what is that huge backpack? Did you have some business? Oh, this? I can't just let this day pass without celebrating. So I made a few things. Who's going to eat all of that? Hyunwoo doesn't know about the eating habits of the others. This much might not be enough. Young Hae-sun just shrugged. The rehabilitation members nodded with serious faces. Hoo, as expected from our little cutie. She knows us too well. Now let's eat and drink. Hey, landlord. What are you looking at? Order snacks and drinks. Then young Hae-sun, who had been taking out the food, raised her eyebrows and said. What? I said there would be no drinking. What are you talking about? How can we eat all that food without any alcohol? Yes, you know. Alcohol is like a digestive for us. Oh, it's a tyranny. They were acting like they wanted to run onto the streets and give a candlelight protest. Noisy. However, they immediately quieted and lowered their tails like a dog when young Hae-sun shouted. Their year of experience with young Hae-sun meant they knew when not to push the line. In the past, the rehabilitation members had experienced all sorts of hardships, like being threatened with knives in alleys. They never lost their courage, but now their lips protruded and they whined like children. We can't eat our meals without some alcohol. Were they truly gangsters in the past? Anyway, their protest worked. His mother looked at young Hae-sun with a charming smile. Isn't a little bit of alcohol okay? But mother, they turn into animals when they get drunk. That's okay. All men get a little noisy when they're drunk. A woman only needs to worry when a man is too quiet. Hyunwoo, you go and buy it. Oh, as expected of Noonim. I'll swear allegiance to you. The rehabilitation members voluntarily swore their support after her decision. So at his neat new house, just by looking at the prepared food, a party of an extravagant scale had begun. The rehabilitation members ravenously ate their food and drank alcohol while teasing Gwon Warang about his mother, forcing him to drink. But Hyunwoo was actually confused about young Hae-sun. We've just moved downstairs. Nice to meet you. While the food was being unpacked, young Hae-sun greeted the second and third floor residents and even the next door neighbors. After she returned, she attached herself to his mother's side and chattered tirelessly. Hyunwoo had no experience with dating or a sense of strategy, so he couldn't understand that Hae-sun was trying to get close to his mother. Although it was difficult to form a conclusion yet, the strategy was getting good results. Why is she so friendly? Young Hae-sun seemed different to Hyunwoo for some reason. Around that time, an enormous hindrance to young Hae-sun's plan appeared. Ding dong, ding dong. While they were all getting suitably drunk, the sound of the doorbell was heard. Who is it? There should be no more people, Hyunwoo's mouth dropped with surprise when he opened the front door. A person he never imagined in this place had visited. Hello? Hasn't it been a long time since I've seen you in real life? Misu SSI? Amazingly, the person who arrived was Lariat or Kong Misu. They met often in New World, but it had been 1 year since they've seen each other in reality. Why is Misu SSI here? Misu SSI? Ah, Lariat Nim? We invited her. Bulkun heard Hyunwoo's question and replied. Hyun Nim invited her? Yes, Lariat Nim has spent quite a lot of time with us. This is the long-awaited chance to say hello properly, so we invited her. By the way, you truly are a beauty. Bulkun looked at Kong Misu's face while chewing on a piece of squid. Hyunwoo also agreed on that point. Just like Ark's face resembled Hyunwoo, Lariat also resembled Kong Misu. Because Lariat and Hyunwoo had spent a lot of time together, he had been slightly desensitized to her face. However, after meeting her again in reality, his heart started thumping like it was their first meeting. No matter how realistic the virtual reality character, it couldn't outperform the original. She seems to have become prettier than before. Come in. Everybody has been waiting for Lariat Nim. Thank you. Kong Misu smiled and entered the living room. When Kong Misu entered the living room, Hyunwoo and Bulkun weren't the only people affected by her. The moment she entered, the once boisterous atmosphere became quiet. The rehabilitation members had spent a lot of time with Lariat, but this was the first time they've actually seen Kong Misu. Diakde, Hey Jayalise, Jaktung, Tazat and Yapsab all opened their mouths absent-mindedly and stared at Kong Misu. Kong Misu hesitated before handing a bouquet of flowers and a toilet paper set to Hyunwoo's mother. I heard from Appa. Congratulations on your discharge. This is a small housewarming gift. Thank you. But how do you know Hyunwoo? I've received a lot of help from him in various ways. Kong Misu attempted to read Hyunwoo's face before answering. Anyway, all the interest focuses on one topic after she appeared. Hyunwoo had previously mentioned that she had a rich boyfriend. Therefore the rehabilitation members hadn't made any moves on her, but who wouldn't be tempted when a pretty girl was seated with them? They were also tipsy thanks to all the alcohol. Now all the leaders of the autonomous group in Satandal have been gathered. I'm Bulkun. I'll get you a glass. Get out of the way. He, I am Yapsab. You're an elf even in reality. Have you ever heard that you resemble a celebrity? The rehabilitation members enthusiastically welcomed Kong Misu and blatantly competed for a seat next to her. However, they forgot about one person until they needed her. Hey, hi son. This dish is empty. Get us a little more. And this one as well. Young Hai-sun immediately started to feel displeased. Bah, what the? Why was this woman invited? Young Hai-sun lips tightened and she glared at Kong Misu. She had learnt Lariat's name from the recordings. When Hyunwoo had dropped by Lancel village to obtain the sacred soil, Lariat was also with him. Then she heard Jana the Miao shaman talk about the other woman with Arkansas. Thus young Hai-sun questioned the rehabilitation members about Kong Misu. The rehabilitation members said that Hyunwoo mentioned Lariat had a boyfriend, so she stopped paying attention. But this time she saw her directly. Her woman's instinct warned her that Kong Misu was a shrewd fox. No, it wasn't just a simple feeling. After Kong Misu appeared, Hyunwoo's attitude began to feel uncomfortable somehow. He made an uneasy face every time the rehabilitation members rushed to her. Young Hai-sun was definitely disturbed by Hyunwoo's restless movements. Therefore young Hai-sun turned her misgivings into hostility towards Kong Misu. Deception is overflowing from that woman. I heard she has a boyfriend, but I can't be careless. Hyunwoo Appa is clearly wonderful. I don't know what, but that fox might have an ulterior motive. This was clearly a misunderstanding. No, was it really a misunderstanding? Anyway, young Hai-sun felt an impending sense of crisis and approached Hyunwoo with a pleasant smile. Appa, what are you doing? Lariat Nim should help me get the glasses for everyone. By the way, Unis, female term for older female, true personality is different from how you look. Ha? Me? Yes. I've only seen you a few times in the game, but Uni seems really sly. I guess the trend in games these days is to reel in a man with a smile. Isn't it easy to receive the help of a knight when you're so pretty? Ah, I'm envious. Kong Misu's face seemed slightly frozen by the end of her words. Hi son, those words are. Appa, can't you see that I'm trying to talk to Uni? Young Hai-sun immediately glared at Bulkun, who was sitting on the sidelines. Then Kong Misu smiled pleasantly at young Hai-sun and replied. Thanks for the compliment. But Hai-sun SSI also seems like an sly person. Although everybody is casually sitting with each other, you've stuck yourself to Hyunwoo's side. Usually women who act like that are difficult to deal with. Honestly, I don't know whether they're sly or insensitive. What? Omo, did I make you feel bad? Kang Misu covered her mouth with her hand and deliberately acted like she was sorry for young Hai-sun. In fact, young Hai-sun had received the impression that Kang Misu was the beloved daughter of a rich family. She thought that stabbing her once would take care of it. Her impression was that Kang Misu had a careful personality. However, her personality wasn't as nice as young Hai-sun thought. She worked at the reception desk of Global Exos where she had to deal with various guests who were spiteful or nasty. A sweet character wouldn't be able to endure working there. In the game, she was also a leader of the autonomous group in Sutandal, but she tended to be in the background compared to the rehabilitation members. She wasn't the type that would not retaliate after being blatantly attacked. Anyway, young Hai-sun's mouth dropped from the unexpected counterattack. However, she just laughed after a brief moment. Anger was building up inside her. Ho, I'm finally able to see your true personality. But I've known Hyunwoo Appa for a very long time. I'm in charge of Hyunwoo Appa's store in Lancel Village. Isn't that enough intimacy? Well, I've also known Hyunwoo SSI for 1 year. And we also traveled together in Sutandal. At that time, Hyunwoo SSI taught me how to cook and fight. If it's that much, then shouldn't I be able to visit his house and celebrate? That, he taught you to fight? Cook? Young Hai-sun turned around and stared at Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo just looked back with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why the two females were acting like this. But the only thing more unbearable than the two females was the rehabilitation members. While young Hai-sun and Kang Misu were engaged in a psychological war over Hyunwoo, the rehabilitation members just continued eating while glaring at Hyunwoo. Bah, shouldn't an older female match better with an older man? Meanwhile, the atmosphere was becoming more serious as the two females' psychological warfare started deteriorating into personal attacks. Then a vein started popping on Kang Misu's forehead when she heard that. Older woman? Omo, I didn't know. Hai-sun SSI is younger than me? I thought you were older than me judging by your skin. Hai-sun SSI should go to a skin care place to take care of it. Should I introduce you to a good place I know? What? Did you really say that? What did I do? Kang Misu tilted her head to one side while pretending to be confused. Then young Hai-sun clenched her teeth and extended a wineglass to Hyunwoo. Appa, drink this glass of wine. Huh? What? Why? Hyunwoo SSI, wouldn't you prefer to drink from my glass instead? But... Hyunwoo became upset as he was attacked by wineglasses from both sides. Hyunwoo wasn't so foolish that he couldn't grasp the general atmosphere. The two women extending a wineglass at the same time was blatantly asking him, which one of us do you prefer? But young Hai-sun was a younger sister who took good care of his mother. Meanwhile, Kang Misu was a woman who made his chest tremble. No, what type of man would be able to choose in this situation? How could he handle this? Why are they fighting? And why am I involved? Hyunwoo looked at the rehabilitation members with eyes begging for help. However, the rehabilitation members just looked at him with cold eyes. In this situation, not even the rehabilitation members or their grandfathers would be able to make this dreadful situation cool down. It can't be helped. Just as Hyunwoo was in a desperate situation, his mother pushed her wheelchair over and poked young Hai-sun and Kang Misu on their forehead. When the two of them looked puzzled, his mother smiled gently and said, "A woman shouldn't make things so difficult for men." To his surprise, his mother was an amazing magician. That was all she said. The two women's spirits, which was about to go crazy, calmed down. He didn't know what type of magic was used. But young Hai-sun and Kang Misu scratched their heads before blushing and withdrawing. I'm sorry. We unconsciously. It's nothing. You reminded me of my childish past. His mother smiled and stroked both of their heads. Just like that, the two quarreling cats sheathed their claws. Young Hai-sun and Kang Misu had no resistance against his mother. It was a powerful magic. His mother truly was amazing. However, Hyunwoo's crisis wasn't over. Damn, so envious. Even having such a wonderful mother, so jealous, I can't allow it. The rehabilitation members rushed towards Hyunwoo and forcibly made him drink. Hyunwoo sensed the critical situation and once again looked at his mother to request help. However, his mother, young Hai-sun and Kang Misu were talking with each other and were in their own female world. Hyunwoo eventually received the critical hit from the chain of alcohol and beer. How much time had passed from when the tragic incident caused by jealousy and misunderstandings started? Hyunwoo suddenly felt a soft hand on his head. He had collapsed from the combined attack of the rehabilitation members. When he looked around the room, he couldn't see young Hai-san or Kong Mi-soo. In the living room, there were the corpses of the rehabilitation members strewn all over the place. I ended up drinking so much. Then. Hyunwoo sighed and listened. After feeling the soft touch and the familiar smell, Hyunwoo realized that he was on his mother's knee. Then the voice of Gwon Warang was audible from the side. Pass him to me. I'll take him. No, leave him here a little bit longer. His mother replied as she continued stroking his hair. But this house, did Detective Gwon help obtain it? Hyunwoo won't talk about it. No. I honestly wanted to help, but Hyunwoo refused. Although he is concerned about his mother, he doesn't like receiving help. Hyunwoo gathered all the funds for the rental deposit by himself. Isn't it really admirable? It is uncommon for an adult of his age. Please don't say that. Hyunwoo doesn't have a lot in common with adults his age? Yes, that's right. But it's not like that. The Hyunwoo I knew originally wasn't an adult. 6 years ago he was a spoiled child who didn't understand the world. I wanted the period where he could be a child to last longer. Did you know? I woke up in the ICU and heard your speech to Hyunwoo. I knew at that time. The spoiled Hyunwoo was gone and he was going to be an adult. Because of me he has to become an adult, I knew. My heart was pained. Even now my heart is still hurting. Hyunwoo shouldn't have to be an adult. He should have matured at his own rate instead of being forced into it. Suddenly, something fell on Hyunwoo's head. It was his mother's tears. His mother silently shed tears while firmly holding Hyunwoo's hand. How much? All his troubles in the meantime. How much? His mother's voice gradually became quieter. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. The hot feeling seemed to be welling up from his heart. However, Hyunwoo closed his eyes tightly and held back the tears. He swore, that day, when his mother opened her eyes for the first time in the ICU, he would not cry in front of his mother again. He would only show a smiling expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 4. ACT-4 Land of the Dead. Pa. Raiden shook his bum as he ran across the field. The weather was good and no troublesome monsters could be seen. However, Ark's expression while riding Raiden wasn't that bright. Ugh, I still feel sick. Ark frowned and shook his head. The effects of the nightmarish alcohol bombs caused by the jealousy of the rehabilitation members was still affecting him. In fact, Ark wasn't the type to become drunk easily. It was the first time the morning after had been a little difficult, but it seemed tolerable after going for a light jog and sweating it off. Therefore Ark enthusiastically tried to start a new adventure. Damn those dolphins! The dolphins he summoned at the Dark Earth was the problem. He had already experienced it when heading to Dark Earth, but riding the dolphins was the worst. Aside from that, it took an incredible amount of skill to stay on every time the waves surged. Every time that happened, Ark's stomach, which he barely soothed, would jump upwards. Although he didn't get seasick, he had to endure the motion sickness from the dolphins. There was also the throbbing pain in his lower back. No matter how free it is, I'll be worried if I have to ride the dolphins regularly. So Ark showed his superhuman patience and endured for 4 hours. Of course, there was the possibility of a land route after he left Dark Earth. However, the land route was surrounded by mountains, so it would take him many times longer to get back to Sutandal. He would rather suffer from motion sickness. Anyway, I'm also affected by the alcohol. If I go on a drinking spree with expensive alcohol, then of course it won't be good for my body. Plus. His face became hot as he thought of the psychological warfare between Roko and Lariat. Ark wasn't stupid. At the time he had been puzzled, but he understood the situation after the alcohol wore off. It was caused by Roko's misunderstanding. That Roko, what were you thinking? Ark mistakenly thought that Alan was Lariat's boyfriend. Although it would be difficult to understand when looking through Ark's eyes, no men would look at it objectively. No, these days Ark unexpectedly thought of Alan as a decent guy. He never asked directly, but Ark was under the impression that Alan was Lariat's boyfriend. Naturally, Lariat would have a handsome boyfriend with lots of money. Why would she be interested in Ark? Roko hadn't known the situation and unreservedly exposed her jealousy. But Ark was really puzzled by the situation that unfolded from her jealousy. Just thinking about that incident caused his face to become hot. I should avoid Roko and Lariat Nim for the moment.
He didn't have the courage to face them. I don't like it.
Then Rackard's voice was heard from Ark's shoulder.
Huh? What?
I don't like seeing that pig's face.
That stupid pig.
Rackard stared at Buxel and murmured with dissatisfaction. Buxel turned his head and smirked at Rackard. The reason Buxel was making that expression was because of his pet dog, Beku.
It is a really surprising combination.
In fact, Buxel had initially disliked it when Beku was made into his pet dog.
Having a dog 2 times bigger than him?
Even if he was tamed by violence, that was only relevant to Arkansas. He might have sworn an oath of obedience to Buxel, but it wasn't enforceable.
Buxel wasn't assured by Ark's words.
No, it was a wolf and a pig. He was lucky if the wolf didn't eat him. However, Ark had a very strong reason for making Buxel Beku's owner. Now they have fulfilled his current wish for a subordinate, he won't ask for another one in the future.
I can also reduce the money spent by 50% after giving Beku to Buxel.
Although they were traveling together again, Ark and Buxel's relationship was different than before. Even though Ark had previously been unpleasant to Buxel, this time it was necessary that he hire Buxel. It could be said that Buxel had been promoted from a slave to a free person. As the exclusive cameraman, Buxel had made a request.
I won't do any labor.
What does that mean?
I'm giving you a monthly salary.
Yes, obviously I would film the video if I receive a monthly salary. But I refuse to do any other type of labor.
You'll have to pay me the same amount if you want other types of labor.
Buxel's request was natural in a capitalistic society. Of course, Ark was angry about paying for a position he normally got for free, but he had no choice. He could threaten him, but he had no way of knowing if it would keep working. At the end of their negotiations, Ark and Buxel managed to agree on a reasonable price for Buxel's work in gathering ingredients. Ark agreed to pay him 15 silvers within the normal asking price of the store for the ingredients after 30 days. That was an expense of approximately 1 gold per day in Ark's budget. Of course he had to pay for the labor, but thinking about buying the ingredients that he previously got for free made him upset. But the ingredients that Buxel gathered were necessary.
Ark had to feed Buxel, Rackard and Raiden, who needed an enormous amount of food after transforming.
Thanks to that, it was easy to start lacking ingredients. When that happened, Ark's travel speed would decrease by half.
Isn't there a method in which I can save money?
Then Ark subsequently made Beku Buxel's pet dog. If you're my employee, then why do I have to feed your pet for free? That was the reason why Ark put Buxel in charge of the expenses for Beku's meals. The situation had completely reversed. Ark charged 50 silver per day for Beku's regular 3 meals. In other words, Buxel ended up only receiving 50 silver for gathering the ingredients.
The meal expenses matched the price of Ark buying the ingredients. I was tricked again. Damn, this is a lump, not a pet dog.
It was natural that Buxel thought like that. But after traveling with Ark, Buxel's thoughts changed by 180 degrees. In fact, Buxel had been most worried about whether Beku would listen to him. Unlike his worries, Beku obediently followed Buxel's commands. He thought that Buxel was better than Ark, who would randomly hit him. In addition, Beku was quite useful. As a Wolrang, he had some degree of fighting ability, so he could be used as Buxel's bodyguard during fights. In addition, his keen sense of smell helped find ingredients. So even with Beku's meal expenses settled, they found so many ingredients that they could receive 1 gold for it. But it was the riding function that was Buxel's favorite. Just like Raiden, Beku could be used as a mount.
Pa-pa-pa-pat, pa-pa-pa-pat.
Now Buxel could ride Beku instead of Raiden. Ark hadn't expected it, but having Beku as another mount was good. Thanks to Raiden not having to carry Buxel, their travel speed became 30% faster. The result of entrusting Beku to Buxel is quite good.
That's strange. Buxel is a nice fellow?
Why does anger well up whenever I see his face? Rackard tilted his head like he couldn't understand. He agreed. In fact, Ark also didn't like it. He couldn't understand why, but it felt like Ark would be disadvantaged when Buxel was happy.
What are you doing right now?
Ark asked with uncomfortable eyes. Then Buxel laughed and raised the memory crystal.
Ho-hoo-hoo, do you want to see?
The memory crystal? Is there something unusual about it?
Nothing like that.
Just take a look at it.
Buxel activated the memory crystal and played the footage that was stored. The scene showed when they were riding the dolphins.
What is this?
Just wait and see.
Oh, it starts now. Ark turned his head at Buxel's words, but there was no special change.
What was he meant to see?
Ark made an uncertain expression until he noticed something strange. It wasn't necessary to say again, but Buxel took the video using the magic projector. Of course, most of the footage was taken from behind Arkansas. But this video was different. There were also situations where the scene was filmed from in front, behind, or on his left and right.
How is it? Doesn't it feel completely different? What on earth is going on?
You were behind me when riding the dolphins. I applied the vampire's eye.
Vampire's eye?
It is the skill I learnt after Caracal sucked my blood.
Of course, Ark also knew that.
It was a skill which could use the eyeball to scout the area.
I don't understand what it has to do with filming the video. I thought it was a skill that might be useful, so I've been testing its various uses. Then I accidentally found a new use for it. New use? This is it.
When Buxel smiled and tapped the back of his head, one eyeball popped out. No matter how many times he saw it, it really was an uncomfortable scene. However, Buxel was already accustomed to it, so it wasn't strange for him anymore. Then he took out a memory crystal the size of a finger and inserted it into the back of the eyeball.
Ugh, that was slightly painful.
Anyway, now the eyeball will act like a magic projector and anything it sees will be preserved in the memory crystal.
Isn't it awesome? It was amazing.
The idea of embedding the memory crystals on the eyeball was really great. Thanks to the vampire's eye, the video filming ability was really amazing. Buxel popped out his remaining eyeball and embedded it with a crystal. Then the two eyeballs with crystals in them circled around Arkansas. When the eyeballs were collected and the video played, the scene which showed looked like it had been filmed from a helicopter. So I can also edit the scenes taken earlier.
Not only that,
I can use the eyeballs to film battle situations taking place somewhere else at the same time to give a sense of urgency.
But how can you see when your eyes are removed? The magic projector. Buxel laughed and took out the magic projector.
Then he extracted the plug and inserted it into the back of his head. This allows me to see all the scenes shot. With the magic projector attached to him, Buxel laughed as he spoke. The eyeballs floating on either side of him also seemed to laugh.
However, Ark didn't feel like laughing.
Not a cyborg, little by little he was becoming a strange monster.
It is wonderful. Isn't it? Isn't it? Having my blood sucked turned out to be a benefit. Beckgoose snorted at Buxel's exclamation. This will revolutionize game videos. The broadcasting stations will drool over this.
That was the reason for Buxel's excessive excitement. Buxel had already earned a good amount of money from selling the rights to a game video. Although it was eventually discovered by Ark and they made a contract for him to receive 50% of the video income from now on. Now the possibility of an exclusive contract with the broadcasting station isn't a dream. Arknim, please show me some good situations.
Buxel did a thumbs up and laughed.
Buxel had been forcibly compelled to become Ark's exclusive cameraman and he had been seriously worried about his future in Dark Earth. He had contemplated if he should continue traveling with Ark in New World. But after thinking about it, he realized that it wasn't so bad to stay with Arkansas. Anyway, he had raised his level quite a lot by conducting the sales for the items Ark sold. And he now received money for the ingredients he gathered and a pet that he normally would have never received. Plus, in fact, Buxel had a simple dream. It was to become the cameraman of a broadcasting station. That was why Buxel had been carrying around an expensive magic projector which he used to shoot videos of Arkansas. And he was one step closer to his dream after seeing his video appear on the TV. The broadcasting station is interested in videos of Arkansas. If I become his exclusive cameraman, then my videos can appear on TV again. In addition, he would receive 50% of all fees. It was an opportunity to earn money and accomplish his dreams. Although it was sometimes an unfair and regretful experience, Buxel was also a little thankful to Arkansas. Thanks to that idea, Buxel changed his mind and started to earnestly fulfill his obligations. But no matter how happy the pig was, the scene with the missing eyeballs still seemed like something from a horror movie. The person appears satisfied by himself.
Ark scratched his head and clicked his tongue. If the video sold well, then Ark also received something, so it was good. But why?
Seeing extracted eyeballs with crystals embedded and a magic projector attached to the head of a pig like a cyborg made his eyes water. Rackard looked at it with upset eyes and muttered.
Master, I can't stand looking at that guy.
Yes.
Dash. You have entered the land of the dead. Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden Area Discovery Bonus, Skill Points, 10. You have entered a special area and the environmental effect is applied. Natural resilience minus 50%, fatigue increases 20% faster.
If fatigue reaches 70%, you will be afflicted with loss of motivation to live and your attack, defense and movement speed will be decreased by 50%. This will be cancelled when fatigue is relieved. This is the undead territory. Ark confirmed the information window as he looked at the expanse of swamp stretched out in front of him. If it was the land of the dead, then it should be infested with undead. There was still a considerable distance to travel before he reached the city of the dead. Perhaps the undead only infested the city and not the areas surrounding it. Well, I don't have to worry about the special area environmental effect. In New World, special environmental effects were applied depending on the region. The first time he experienced it was the cold wave effect when he entered the snowy mountains of Sutandal. Then there was the heat wave effect that was previously applied in the lava cave. However, it wasn't simply a penalty. Although Dark Blood would apply enormous penalties to general users, it was actually a bonus to Arkansas. If he explained it more deeply, the impact of environmental effects could be divided into two types. First, it was based on attributes or skills. For example, if someone with an ice attribute or a user who learnt ice magic was in the snowy mountains, their attack power or magic would become stronger. On the other hand, that skill or magic wouldn't be able to exert its full power in an area with a heat wave. And the second type was based on species. In a dense forest, general characters might have a bonus of natural resilience increased by 20%, but the forest elves would receive an effect like having their magic increased by 30%. On the other hand, dwarves would receive bonuses in underground areas such as dungeons. In the past, the rehabilitation members had spent several months in the underground labyrinth and received penalties such as depression. If a dwarf like Buxel had spent that time in the underground labyrinth, they would receive a bonus instead. Thus the combat power of a user would change depending on the area they were in. That was the reason why Ark chose a human when he first started. Generally, humans weren't significantly affected by environmental changes. Humans might receive a bonus depending on the area, but there was no significant penalty applied. They weren't particularly resistant or vulnerable to certain states. So it was possible for stable play. Of course, there were also areas where the environmental effect had nothing to do with species such as the land of the dead. This standard is nothing to worry about, but natural resilience affected the rate at which his health recovers without the use of potions or magic. The 50% reduction was impractical but nothing to worry about since he could use food at the end of each battle for recovery. The same thing applied for fatigue. He actually had a separate worry. Baku, you stepped on some poo. Where? Ugh. Baku let out a cry of distress and retreated at Ark's words. Then his foot entered the swamp and his health quickly decreased. As I guessed. Ark grinned and nodded. In fact, Ark had been to a similar area before. It was a black swamp surrounded by dead trees with a nasty smell coming from it. In an area like this, the thing he had to pay the most attention to wasn't monsters but the swamp. If he fell into the swamp, then he would instantly be affected by deadly poison. I'm sorry. I thought it was poo, but it was actually just mud. Arknim. Heek, be Baku. What are you doing? Detoxify him quickly. Don't you know? A herbal antidote costs 70 silver. Ark held the antidote and laughed. Damn, give it to me. Buxel snatched the potion and poured it over Baku. Thankfully, Baku was cured of the poison and he stared tearfully at Arkansas. Hook, I'm alive. Phew, Master Nim. Yes. I know. As expected, I only have one master. The friendship between the wolf and the pig was deepening every day thanks to Arkansas. Anyway, Ark was able to determine that the swamp was poisonous from that small incident. However, the entire area wasn't covered by swamp. There were fields between the swamp that 3 or 4 people could navigate through. But the path through the swamp is too complicated. If there are no monsters, then I should ride on Raiden. It was natural since Raiden had a high immunity for poison. Buxel could also ride Baku, so it wasn't a problem. Although he had no tolerance against poison, he could jump dozens of meters. Therefore the length of the swamp wouldn't be a problem. No, it was actually faster thanks riding Raiden. How long had passed since entering the swamp? Then Baku, who was ahead of him, stopped moving and twitched his nose. Baku, what is it? No, I smell rotting corpses all of a sudden. Rotting corpses? Ark looked around the area warily. This was the land of the dead. If there was the smell of rotting corpses, then wouldn't there be undead monsters nearby? Indeed, they were already deep into the swamp. It would be around this time that any monsters would appear. However, Rackard, who had been scouting, returned and shook his head.
I went and looked but I can't see anything.
Then the monster is not visible.
Once Bekku reacted to it.
Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him.
Sack? Sack, 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 sack.
All of a sudden Raiden screamed and fell into the swamp. Ark instinctively jumped off Raiden and landed on the ground. He was able to grasp the situation after turning around. A rotten arm sticking out of the swamp had pulled Raiden's leg.
The monsters were hiding in the swamp? Raiden, release transformation. Dark Blade.
Ark swung his sword and cut off the arm that was holding onto Raiden.
Meanwhile, Raiden returned to his snake form and slipped around Ark's waist.
However, Raiden was barely able to sigh with relief before Rackard screamed.
Master, the swamp. Ark's face stiffened as he turned his head.
Bugle, 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 bugle.
It wasn't just one area.
All around the swamp, bubbles started appearing and some dark forms started rising one after the other. The stench of rotten flesh traveled over the distance as the shapes revealed the exposed bones, with maggots and leeches attached to their remaining skin. It was like the disgusting sight of food left to rot for 3 years.
However, Ark wasn't horrified by the monsters. Oh my god, this is...
The number of monsters that rose from the swamp was 100. Using Eyes of the Cat, he confirmed that the name of the monsters was Mold Zombie and they were level 300.
Damn, how am I supposed to fight 100 of them in such an inconvenient terrain?
But the situation wouldn't improve if he complained. He had to fight if monsters appeared. No, it was impossible not to fight.
Quah!
It was the amazing sight of mold zombies heading towards him.
Ark quickly attacked using Dark Blade.
But once the battle started, he realized the mold zombies weren't as strong as he thought. They were level 300, so why did their health decrease by 10% every time he attacked them?
What the? These guys are weak compared to their level?
Ark thought about it and realized the reason why.
That's right, my dark attribute bonus is now 50%.
Thanks to the moon piece, his gift of darkness had upgraded. The effect increased all his stats by 50%.
After completing the Wolrang's Revenge quest, Ark's current level was 325.
With the 50% bonus applied, his current level was 487. Of course the level 300 mold zombies wouldn't be a match.
Okay, then the zombies' large numbers won't be a problem.
He was now overflowing with confidence after realizing the situation.
In addition, zombies were weak compared to other monsters.
It was difficult for thoughts to process in their brain.
So unlike other monsters, zombies just used their superior numbers for straightforward attacks.
In addition, their movement was slow, so he wouldn't be hit even if he was careless. Ah, these guys are so slow, catch them. Rackard was puzzled at first but quickly grasped the situation and became lively. Slow-moving monsters were the easiest for Rackard to deal with since he could fly in the sky. The reason users avoided zombies was because of their terrible appearance. However, Ark had seen movies about a murderer eating minced raw flesh, so his nerves was stronger than that.
The zombies weren't a problem. Okay, let's sweep them all up. Dark Blade. Ark blindly used the skill and rampaged among the zombies.
However, there was something Ark had failed to notice. There was a reason the zombies in the swamp were called mold zombies. Ark only realized the meaning when one was defeated. When the mold zombie died, its stomach started swelling up before suddenly exploding. The maggots and leeches attached to the rotten flesh of the mold zombie flew towards Arkansas. Sheesh, I feel dirty, spirit of the cat. Ark shouted and the form of a huge cat appeared above his head.
The maggots and leeches collapsed after hearing the piercing scream.
It wasn't just the ones on Arkansas. It was an advanced skill, so all the leeches attached to the zombies that were in range collapsed. But it wasn't the leeches who only sucked 1-2 health that Ark had to pay attention to.
He wasn't aware of it thanks to the maggots and leeches.
When the mold zombie had exploded, a gray powder had scattered in every direction. The white mold of the mold zombies has encroached into the interior of your body. You will be affected by the abnormal state of the mold for 10 minutes.
Hook, what is this?
A baffling message had surfaced in front of Arkansas.
Why was it suddenly a situation where he couldn't touch the mold zombies? What on earth is going on? Skill penetration. Ark used skill penetration with a puzzled expression.
It was an extra effect that he received when Eyes of the Cat advanced to the master level. Eyes of the Cat, high grade, active. You have observed numerous enemies using the eye technique. Thanks to the accumulated experience, you can know more information about your opponent. In addition, you can use your sharp intuition to figure out the opponent's skills. Thanks to the bonus of reaching the master rank, you can see details of the opponent's skills. For 10 minutes plus night vision, plus life detection, plus weak point discovery, plus double critical chance.
Mana consumption, 100.
Skill penetration, you can confirm the details of the skill the opponent used. If you use it continuously, then you can also determine the timing of the skills. Once activated, it will consume 5 mana every 10 seconds until cancelled or mana runs out. In the past, he had no problems without this effect. In low-level areas, the skills of a monster or chaotic player was obvious, so he had no need to check the information window. However, high-level monsters would often use strange or unique skills. In that case, skill penetration was an extremely useful skill as it allowed him to figure out the information quickly. Once he used skill penetration, it instantly showed him information about the mold. Mold zombie racial skill, mold spore scattering. There are various parasitic molds present in the interior of the mold zombie. When the host is injured, the parasitic mold will escape from the interior and propagate outside. Of course, the mold would also escape to the outside when the mold zombie dies. The mold spores have several different colors and can have different deadly poisons. If something living breathes in the spores, then it would be a dangerous situation. White mold, the mold with the weakest toxins. It will increase symptoms of hallucinations for 10 minutes.
Green mold, a mold you should pay attention to. It will increase numbness for 10 minutes. Purple mold, a lethal mold.
It will give the symptoms of a zombie. The moment it is inhaled, the flesh will rot and you will die. Asterisk, it is impossible to treat using the common remedy treatments.
What is this? Mold spores? Damn, the mold zombies have parasitic fungi? They raise the mold inside their bodies? Then just breathing it in would cause an abnormal state? How can I avoid it? Isn't it like I have a 100% chance of dying if I inhale the mold? Wait. Didn't I breathe in the gray mold before? Isn't gray mold hallucinations? But nothing seems to have changed. Master, what are you doing? Back.
Then Rackard shouted from behind him. Ark instinctively halted his sword movement.
Lariat Nim, how? Surprisingly, it was Lariat smiling behind him. What are you saying, Master? Are you blind? Steady yourself. What? Qua?
Ark asked with a befuddled look.
Then Lariat winked, ran up to Ark and bit his throat.
It was a critical hit and his health drained away.
Ark gasped with surprise and pushed Lariat away. This is, Heek. Justice Manajushi, Rehabilitation Hyungnims, Shambhala. It wasn't just them.
All the users and NPCs become acquainted with while playing the game appeared. After seeing their forms, Ark realized that he had been caught in an abnormal state.
This is the hallucinations? Ark looked around with a stunned expression. It was an absurd technique.
Of course, the hallucinations weren't a big problem for Ark now that he noticed. It might have been a serious problem if Ark was in a party, but he was fighting alone. Therefore, the only presences that approached him were those trying to kill him. But among the 3 mold types, there was one that would rot his flesh and cause death. If he inhaled it, then it was a 100% fatal poison. Then Lariat's body, which he injured a while ago, swelled up and exploded. Ark rushed to cover his mouth, but it was too late. The green mold of the mold zombies has encroached into the interior of your body. You will be affected by the abnormal state of the mold for 10 minutes. It wasn't necessary to search for more information about this state. His body trembled and wouldn't move properly. Damn, I made a mistake. If I get affected every time I kill one, then how will I keep 100 of them? I should retreat for now. Buxel, Bekku, retreat. Escape outside the swamp. Hick, understood. Bekku, let's go. Buxel instinctively perceived that the situation was serious and hurriedly exclaimed. Bekku could jump several meters with one breath and escape to the swamp outside. However, they were already surrounded by 100 mold zombies, so it wasn't easy to escape. Just as Bekku was jumping, one of the mold zombie jumped and grabbed his leg. This caused Buxel to fall off. Master. Aok, Bekku, Ark Nim, help me. Buxel fell into the swamp and turned pale as he was immediately poisoned. The panicked Buxel was like a gift for the mold zombies who converged on him. But Buxel was already halfway to being a corpse after being trapped at the vampire's estate. Buxel frantically jumped out of the swamp and ran around randomly. Bekku followed after Buxel and muttered. Master, please hold still for a bit. I don't know. Just help me. Damn it, Buxel will revive if he dies, but Bekku won't. Although Bekku was a pet dog, he wasn't a summon. He was a regular NPC who would stay dead if he died. but there was no way for Ark to help. He was still under the effects of hallucinations, so he couldn't even tell Buxel apart from the mold zombies. It would be different if he hadn't caught the hallucinations. Honestly, Ark wasn't even sure if he could shake off the 100 mold zombies to escape. Huck, red mold. One of the mold zombies Ark attacked died and scattered red spores. He was screwed if he inhaled it. Ark quickly tried to withdraw from it. He was so surprised by the red mold that he stepped into the swamp and the mold zombies swarmed. Ark hurriedly left the swamp and drank the antidote, but his health had already dropped from 70% to 40%. There's no choice. I'll have to leave Buxel with Beku and try to survive myself. Riposte. Ark pushed back the mold zombies with riposte and ran. Since they scattered the mold spores every time they died, it was best to use riposte to push the zombies back. But it wasn't easy while Ark was still affected by numbness. He felt terrible every time he moved his body. It felt heavy every time he used his skills. Ark couldn't even move 100 meters before he was surrounded by the mold zombies again. Damn, it can't be helped. I have to reduce the number of zombies somehow. Rackard, return to my side and use Blood Lane. Ah, yes. Blood Lane. At that moment, Rackard's eyes turned red and blood gushed out from his mouth. It flowed up and covered a range of 10 meters like a rain shower. It was the descent of the cursed blood which caused a large number of abnormal states. That's it, now I've got you guys, eh? Ark was delighted, but then his eyes suddenly widened. Why was an immune message flashing over all the mold zombies when he confirmed it with Eyes of the Cat? Ark swore after confirming the information. Ah damn, I was too careless. Blood Lane was a skill which caused abnormal states associated with the mind. But the opponents were zombies. They were also filled with mold. It was impossible for a mental attack to affect them. The use of Blood Lane put Ark into an even more serious situation. Oh, I'm dizzy. BB, I need blood. The penalty of using Blood Lane was that his movements and abilities would fall by 50% until Rackard recovered the blood. Therefore Rackard couldn't fly and collapsed on the ground. Then a mold zombie grabbed Rackard. Then Rackard drooled while looking at the hand and bit it. Oh, B blood. However, Rackard only rejoiced for a moment before falling to the ground with nausea. Eh? You, disgusting. That damn blood has passed its expiration date. Naturally, the blood of an undead wouldn't be fresh. What are you doing in this situation? Just eat, you useless bat. What did you say? Master was the one who told me to use Blood Lane, ouch. Rackard had been stepped on by a zombie. Despite his evolution, the mold zombies were still 50 levels higher than Rackard. In addition, his stats had fallen by 50% and he couldn't fly, so he was no match for the zombies. The mold zombies firmly stepped on Rackard and he quickly fell into a critical condition. Why aren't you different even after evolving? Riposte. Ark pushed the zombies back with riposte and picked up Rackard. The situation was still serious even after rescuing Rackard. Damn, what now? There is still a long distance before I can escape outside the swamp and I can't even move 100 meters, using sprint in the swamp is also difficult. However, I can't fight earnestly against the mold zombies. It would be dangerous if he was affected by the white mold or green mold again. And the red mold guaranteed a 100% chance of death. Then he suddenly heard Buxel's voice out of nowhere. Arknim, this way. He turned around and saw that Buxel and Beku were jumping around and shouting in a cemetery. In fact, tombstones had sometimes appeared in the swamp. Most of those tombstones were on the plains, not the swamp. The place where Buxel had fled to was a place with tombstones gathered. But the atmosphere of the tombstone that Buxel was standing next to was slightly odd. It was 3 or 4 times larger than the other tombstones and a pale light was surrounding it. The most surprising part was the mold zombies who chased after Buxel and Beku couldn't enter the area and were just circling it. What's going on? I'm not sure either. I accidentally ran to this place and then the zombies couldn't enter. A safe zone inside the swamp? He didn't know the reason, but it was fortunate that Buxel had found the place. He only had 200 health left. In this situation, it was impossible to avoid the mold zombies in order to escape the swamp. On the other hand, the tombstones were only 100 meters away. The problem is how to get there. It wasn't that easy to reach the tombstone. The swamp filled with poison was between Ark and the tombstone. Although there were stepping stones in the middle that he could use to move through the swamp, the dozens of mold zombies made a wall blocking him. I only have 200 health left, so if I fall into the swamp and become poisoned then it'll be dangerous. In addition, I have to avoid the attacks of the mold zombies. But there is no room to go back. Ark pushed the zombies surrounding him back with riposte and clenched his teeth tightly.
Okay, this is an risky venture. Moonlight Shadow.
A ring of blue light scanned Ark's body up and down after he used the skill. Then the ring of light warped like pasta dough and changed into a person. Ark's body had been scanned and a replica produced. Then the mold zombies suddenly flocked to the copy of Arkansas.
Oh, this has quite a nice effect?
Ark instantly made 2 more dummies and ran to the stepping stones. Most of the zombies had gathered around the dummies, so only a few were blocking him. Ark pushed them back using riposte and jumped across the stepping stones.
Then one of the dummies which was being attacked couldn't endure anymore and disappeared in a flash of light. Grr. Go.
The mold zombies shrieked as they realized they had been deceived and rushed towards Arkansas.
Damn, it was faster than I expected.
Ark quickly jumped along the stepping stones.
Arknim, hurry, hurry. I know. Calm down and stop shouting wildly. That's it, I'm almost there, hook.
Ark only had a few stepping stones left. However, 10 mold zombies suddenly jumped into the swamp in front of him.
That wasn't all.
The mold zombies pursuing him from behind was rapidly closing the distance. Damn it, there's no point dying here.
If this happens, then I must rely on a plan of desperation.
Ark threw his body and shouted.
Jump.
It was the jump skill attached to his item Wolf's Feet. Ark had only intended to use jump to leap over the zombies.
But was it because he made a mistake with the weight distribution the moment he jumped?
When he used the skill, his thigh muscles momentarily swelled and he shot forward like a cannon. At the same time, the 10 zombies quickly surged forward. Ark reflexively swung his sword.
Peep-pepping. Something unthinkable occurred.
The addition of his enormous speed increased his attack power tremendously and a few of the zombies were sent flying. Thus Ark managed to cross the swamp and arrived at the tombstone.
Whoa! Be brilliant! Buxel's mouth dropped as he exclaimed excitedly.
However, Ark was even more surprised than Buxel.
What the? This is no joke. I thought it could only be used to jump, but it could be used in such a method? No, now's not the time.
Ark turned his body and confirmed the mold zombies had followed.
They really can't come here. The distance of that light is approximately a 10-meter radius? But why is this tombstone different? After verifying his safety, Ark examined the tombstone. Although it was bigger in size, he couldn't see anything different between this tombstone and the others. But Ark could guess the reason after reading the writing on the tombstone. The Saint Beetlejuice lies here. A saint? Then the zombies can't approach because of the power of the saint who lies here? But why was there a saint's tombstone at all? He had those types of doubts, but now wasn't the time to think about it. Although the crisis is resolved for the moment, the situation still isn't good. They could rest and recover for the moment thanks to the tombstone's power. However, Ark and Buxel were still surrounded by 100 mold zombies. Although previously they had been slightly scattered, now the mold zombies had completely surrounded the tombstone where Ark and Buxel were resting. I have to look for a way to escape while my health recovers. He couldn't stay here forever. Ark's destination was the City of the Dead, which was just beyond the swamp. I'll have to experience this situation many more times while crossing the swamp. If his opponent was an ordinary zombie, then he could somehow deal with the unfavorable terrain. However, he had to find some method to take care of the spore attacks from the mold zombies. If I'm affected by hallucinations again, then I can just close my eyes and use mind's eye. Although the numbness is troublesome, I can somehow handle it if I stay near the tombstone. The problem was the red mold. Before he escaped just then, one of the zombies he knocked down had scattered a red mold. It was fortunate that the zombie had been blown away thanks to riposte, but it would be impossible to avoid being poisoned if it happened right in front of him. And the result was a 100% chance of death. Although it is okay while I'm near the tombstone, I need some countermeasures if I want to move ahead through the swamp. But it can't be recovered using a general remedy. Ark sighed before he had a sudden flash of an idea. Wait. Do I have to use a general remedy? What did the information window say again? It couldn't be recovered using general remedies. In other words, he could treat it using special remedies. And what was a special remedy? Ark considered with a smile before getting up. Why didn't I think of that before? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 5. ACT 5 Along the Path of Stars. TL notes, in the last chapter, there was an information window which was about the colors of the molds.
The last color was purple in the raw, but that was the only time it was mentioned, so I thought it was a mistake by the author and changed it to red. However, purple is mentioned in the chapter, but it is a little confusing because it seems to be the same as the red mold. So I changed information in the previous chapter to purple and just kinda thought of red and purple molds as the same thing.
Dash. Bang, bang, dot. Awwa, awwa. Buxel and Bekku jumped around while yelling. Noisy, please do it quietly. Dark blade. But we're bored because there is nothing to do. Bored? You dare say such a thing in front of me? Repost. Ark rotated his sword and pushed back 10 mold zombies. Arknim, the mold zombie on that side, is about to explode. Buxel exclaimed while filming the battle with the eyeball. When he turned around, the mold zombie who had lost all its health was swelling up like a balloon. The mold zombie was about to use its worst attack, spore scattering. Ark had been having a hard time against the mold zombies because of this attack. In fact, the slow-moving zombies weren't a big threat to Arkansas. However, he became defenseless while avoiding the spore attacks. The location was also in a poisonous swamp. The places where he could run away were limited. If he tried to avoid the mold attack, then he would be attacked by the other mold zombies. However, having my health decreased is better than being poisoned by the mold. If he was affected by the mold's abnormal states, then the situation would become even worse. Furthermore, the zombie that was swelling up had a red aura around it. The red mold was the most dangerous one. Once inhaled, the poison would give him the symptoms of a zombie and there was a 100% chance that he would die. However, now Ark just smiled. Before I would do everything to avoid it, even if I had to plunge into the swamp. Peep pepping. The mold zombie finally exploded and red powder was scattered everywhere. Then the message window that appeared in front of him wasn't red, which indicated a crisis, but was instead blue. The red mold of the mold zombies has encroached into the interior of your body. However, the toxin has died thanks to the powerful immune components before it could spread. Ha ha ha. Look at this, you damn zombies. This is the power of medicine, dot. Ark gave an elated laugh and looked at the mold zombies. Yes, this was what Ark had spent the last couple of days and nights studying. Although he had managed to protect himself thanks to the Saint's tombstone, Ark had been in a gloomy mood. He hadn't figured out a way to deal with the spore attack. Fortunately, the Saint's tombstone was a safety zone, so he would somehow be able to handle the mold zombies. However, Ark's purpose wasn't hunting. It was to reach the city of the dead through the swamp. I can't be driven into such a situation again in a place with no safe zones. No, it was still dangerous even with the safe zone. If it was other molds, then he could avoid it using the Saint's tombstone. But it was the end if he was poisoned by the red mold. It doesn't depend on level or ability. If my stamina and mental strength is high, my resistance to the other states would increase. But that doesn't matter if I'm affected by the red mold. Even if I manage to get away from here, if the mold is found elsewhere, then there is no way I can pass. But the mold can't be cured using general treatment pills the way a common illness or poison can. Ark was contemplating this when he recalled a similar situation. An illness which general remedies and even holy magic couldn't cure. Yes, he remembered the Galjan clan who received mass food poisoning in the Forest of Life and had been on the verge of death. And hadn't Ark been the one to settle the problem? Can I possibly solve it like that incident? Even poisonous pills were legal depending on the way it was used. Thus couldn't even dog poo be used as medicine? Oh, was that a bit different? Anyway, Ark had learned the method to cure the Galjan's food poisoning. Thanks to his food worshipper, he was able to determine the hidden effects of ingredients. So Ark then began his earnest study of molds. There are many experimental ingredients around. Ark started to hunt the mold zombies close to the tombstones. At this point, Ark still didn't know what kind of mold would appear after the zombie exploded. Whether it was gray, white or red, Ark took measures to ensure his safety. After reducing the zombies' health to 90%, Ark would withdraw and finish them off with arrows. Of course, the mold zombies couldn't approach the tombstone, so the safest way would be to just shoot arrows at them. However, Ark was still a beginner in archery. It would take forever to kill a level 300 monster. In addition, the arrows were for emergencies, so he didn't carry a lot around with him. But he got what he needed. Brown mold spores pocket, poisonous herb. The only place where the mold is able to propagate. Usually in dead animals or the undead, the parasites would develop within the thin pockets. If the pocket receives an impact when the undead dies, then it would break and the spores would scatter. Mold spores are extremely dangerous to living things, but the mold would die very quickly without pockets like these.
Advanced ingredient identification. Additional information: a processing method can extract ingredients with immunity against the molds.
As expected,
Ark's eyes lit up at the sight of the information window. Thanks to his advanced ingredient identification, he knew there was a possibility of creating a treatment against the molds.
So Ark spent one day finding the mold spore pockets.
In the past, he had used various methods of extracting ingredients to create the treatment for the Galgin. However, medicine wasn't that superficial.
Let's try drying it. Ugh.
The spore pocket was similar to a directionless germ weapon. If he touched it or dropped it onto the ground a little bit too hard, then it would explode.
So Ark had to kill countless numbers of mold zombies over and over.
Ark used trial and error and gradually figured out the method of dealing with the spore pockets. The spore pockets won't explode when soaked in water.
They are dangerous ingredients, so I should soak everything and keep it in water for the moment.
Ark experimented on the spore pockets using various methods and recorded everything meticulously. But his mold research ran into a wall on his second day. He had tried steaming, boiling, drying, soaking, and other methods, but he still couldn't extract the required material.
Ark felt the same feeling of frustration as scientists who failed in their research. Surely there has to be a way to create a medicine against molds? It happened when Ark was engulfed with disappointment and despair. A lot of amazing discoveries in science or medicine were found by coincidence. Nitroglycerin was accidentally stabilized when the boat shook, and a researcher created dynamite by accidentally mixing together a few chemicals.
The miracle that occurred was also a similar coincidence.
Yawn, can you really make a remedy? The methods you're trying, eh?
Buxel had been yawning because he stayed up all night as the assistant, but he suddenly became startled. While in a half-asleep state, he had mixed different experimental ingredients together.
What are you doing? Don't you know we only have a few left? I'm sorry. Wait, bring that over here.
Ark checked the bottle that Buxel was holding in his hands and felt a sudden flash. The mixed liquid that Buxel prepared had dissolved the white and purple mold. But when the two liquids mixed together, the purple lightened and became indigo. Well, it was obvious when considering the normal color associations. The problem was that the toxic element also changed color. There is also the method of mixing the molds to change their nature. The accident had showed Ark other areas of study. Thus Ark concentrated on mixing the liquidized molds.
Oh my god, it is so easy to separate them.
He spent so long searching for answers, and it was right in front of his eyes. In fact, the answer was there when he saw the information window for the first time. He could make a final color using purple, green, and white. Mixing purple and white was indigo, green and white was teal, and mixing teal with indigo made blue, and the colors of immune messages was blue. Yes, the correct answer was blue. When Ark mixed the teal and indigo liquid together, an information window instantly appeared.
You have made the blue mold disinfectant.
By combining the ingredients and extracting it, you have successfully created something to kill the mold. When this disinfectant is sprayed, you can stop the propagation of mold. If you take the medicine, then the mold can't occupy your body for a certain period of time. However, the toxin isn't neutralized, so if you take a large dose in a short period of time, it can be fatal. Immunity to molds plus 100% for 1 hour. The medicine can't be taken more than 3 times a day. A new information window also appeared after he made the mold disinfectant. You have learnt the food worshipper's skilled knowledge of poison. Knowledge of poison, beginner, passive. In ancient times, the most effective method of curing poison was to use other poison.
In addition, the snake's venom is also used as an antidote when bitten by a snake.
You have studied the molds and produced a disinfectant using this knowledge. The probability of obtaining a venom pouch from a monster has increased. By refining the poison within the pouch, it is possible to produce an antidote or immunity medicine. The success rate depends on the skill level, and there is a 30% chance of being poisoned if the refining of poison fails.
A new food worshipper skill.
Ark's mouth dropped at the sight of the information window. In fact, being poisoned was one of the most troublesome things for users like Ark, who wandered around without settling down. In New World, there wasn't just one type of poison.
The antidotes sold in stores could easily get rid of beginner's venom.
But when the poison reaches intermediate or advanced level, users would have to try hundreds of different antidotes depending on the monster or area.
That's why most users investigated what poison antidote was needed before they went to a new area.
If there were a lot of poisonous monsters in the area, then sometimes the users would abandon the new area. Antidotes were relatively cheap, but if they drank it like water, then the cost would pile on. The only profession that could solve the problem without wasting a lot of money were thieves.
Since they also had poison skills, they obtained an antidote manufacturing skill at the beginning.
Although thieves were sometimes unpopular, they were one of the first targets when composing a party.
And now Ark could create antidotes thanks to his knowledge of poison skill. But it isn't that easy to make antidotes using knowledge of poisons.
The medicines only made him immune to the poison for a certain period of time. He also had to obtain the poison pouches from the monsters, so mass production wasn't easy.
But wasn't there a chance of turning it into a lucrative business?
After he succeeded in creating the mold disinfectant, the situation went through a 180-degree change.
The combat strength of the mold zombies was very low compared to their level.
There was no reason to be afraid of them without the molds. No, he was actually rather thankful.
Arknim, another 4 have appeared behind you.
When he turned around, he saw that some more mold zombies had crawled out from the swamp. He only discovered this later, but a fixed number of mold zombies would appear after a certain amount of time passed. If he couldn't deal with them in the time limit, then the number of mold zombies would increase. They were constantly respawning zombies. Even though it was just like a fearful scene in a zombie movie, Ark only saw the zombies as experience. They are easy to deal with, but it will become more difficult if the numbers keep on increasing.
Buxel, how many zombies are there now?
50 zombies have appeared this time. Buxel examined the zombies with his floating eyeballs and replied.
The number has increased quite a bit. Shall I reduce it?
Ark avoided the mold zombies and shouted. Rackard, lure them all to one place.
This way, you stupid stiff zombies.
Rackard gathered the mold zombies together like a dog herding sheep. Once all the zombies were in one place, Ark held his sword tightly.
Demonic opening, elemental sword fire attribute. Guizel's sword vibrated intensely and flames appeared around it.
Ark lifted his sword, leaned his body at an angle and shouted.
Okay, jump. Dark blade.
Ark's inner thigh muscles seemed to expand a few times before he was propelled forwards. Ark literally tore through the zombies as he used Dark Blade. Ark had developed a new method of dealing with the zombies. In fact, it would have been better to use Flash when they were all gathered, but this place was a swamp. It wasn't the type of terrain that he could carelessly flash around 20 meters. Even if he had an antidote for the poison, the skill would be cancelled if he fell into the swamp. So he came up with combining the skills Jump and Dark Blade. Although it was difficult when he first used Jump, through trial and error he had discovered the correct method. Jump was a skill that would move Ark 10 meters. It was his posture that determined which way the skill would send him. If he lowered his body, then he would jump vertically. Ark expanded on his previous attack of jumping upwards and swinging down. Thanks to the tremendous speed and height, his power increased enormously. And the probability of drastic measures also increased by a lot. Once he didn't have to worry about the molds, Ark swept through the mold zombies and experience came pouring out.
How is it?
This is the Adel technique. Thanks to the absurd attack which increased the chance of drastic measures, the amount of experience and items he was able to obtain would increase even more. Unfortunately, Jump was a skill attached to an item, so he couldn't register it as a chain skill with drastic measures. However, the effect was so wonderful that Ark called it Adel. Apart from Flash, it was the birth of his second ranged attack skill. Ark was different from before and wiped out almost all the mold zombies. But Ark's attacks had a time limit. There is 59 seconds left for the effect of the mold disinfectant.
Sheesh, only this much?
Rackard, I'll have to clean up the situation.
Gather them again.
Okay. Hey, why are you so stupid?
Come over here.
Rackard lured all the mold zombies who followed with a stupid expression.
Ark used his remaining mana to continuously use Adel and sliced the remaining mold zombies to pieces.
All the dead bodies exploded and scattered molds of various colors everywhere, but it seemed more like a congratulatory fireworks of spores. If he killed all the mold zombies, then more wouldn't respawn for a while.
Your level has risen.
After killing almost 100 zombies during the 1 hour, he had risen 1 level. Ark returned to the tombstone and confirmed the outcome of his battles.
Character information window. Character name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 450. Fame 11,725, plus 500, level 334. Profession Dark Walker.
Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the World Tree, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sutandal's Hero. Health 5,255, plus 150, Mana 5,295. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 652, plus 28. Agility 829, plus 55, Stamina 1002, plus 20. Wisdom 118, plus 10, Intelligence 1031. Luck 112, plus 60, Flexibility 136. Art of Communication 66, Affection 62, plus 10.
Resilience 421. Special stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mere People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Defense plus 40. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 40%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Jump is available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Wisdom plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. The hunting ground is not that bad. Ark looked at the information window and sighed. After developing the disinfectant, he had spent 10 days hunting at the Saint's tombstone. He was level 325 when he entered the swamp and he had gained 9 levels by the 10th day. If I could use the disinfectant continuously. That was why Ark felt regret. The poison disinfectant could only be used 3 times a day. Since the disinfectant only lasted 1 hour, that was 3 hours in total. There were 8 hours in a day, so he would be defenseless for the remaining 5 hours. It was actually amazing that he managed to gain 9 levels in 10 days. Once he started hunting, he managed to eliminate all of the mold zombies. But without the disinfectant he would have managed to gain 20, number 30 levels. Isn't it impossible to grind more levels as long as there is mold here? When considering the amount of experience earned per hour, it was a viable hunting ground. However, that value fell when he took into account the fact that he had to take the disinfectant. In addition, the items that the zombies dropped were also bad. In other words, the experience and items wasn't worth the level. Yet there was a reason Ark had stayed there for 10 days. Buxel, you collect the items with Raiden while Bekku will collect the corpses of the zombies. Yes. Sack. While hunting against a time limit, Ark had no room to pay attention to items. So he left the gathering of items to Buxel and Raiden. Buxel would collect the items on the plains while Raiden looked for the ones in the swamp. Ark lifted one of the mold zombies' corpses from Bekku's back and took out his dismantling knife. Bekku's body trembled and he hurriedly avoided the place. The ensuing scene was the reason his back became chilled. Ark used his knife to peel off the flesh from the zombie's corpse. You have succeeded in gathering Skin of the Dead using leather extraction. You have succeeded in gathering Heart of the Dead using butchery. This was the reason why Ark stayed at the Saint's tombstone. It was in order to extract the items from the undead. They were necessary ingredients he needed to complete his necromancer's immortality pill recipe. But the areas where the undead appeared in Sutandal and the continent were limited. Then he had completely forgotten about it during the Nakujuk's invasion. This is one of the best places to obtain the necessary ingredients for the necromancer's immortality pill. That was Ark's first thought when he saw the zombies. Of course, it wasn't that easy to collect the ingredients even with a lot of zombies. His leather extraction and butchery skill was still low, so he could only get 1 item for every 3 or 4 he killed. Ark had to collect 2,000 of the skin and heart, so gathering 4,000 items in total meant he had to kill approximately 12,000 zombies. It sounds like a joke after calculating the numbers. But I can't give up the chance to make a greater recipe. I have to complete it even if it takes a lot of time. I can't miss this chance since I don't know where else I can encounter a large number of undead. Thus Ark spent 10 days in the gloomy swamp thanks to this resolution. But now it had reached the limit. Arknim, it has already been 10 days. How long are we going to be stuck here? Buxel said with a sigh.
Rackard and Betku also made pained faces and complained.
All I can see is swamp and zombies. This bad smell, my nose is so numb and my head hurts. Same with me, master. This damp humidity is really difficult to handle. Sack sack? Sack 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 sack?
Raiden looked like he couldn't understand the words coming from Buxel's mouth.
But Ark also felt the same.
Normally he roamed around everywhere or was in a dungeon.
But Ark had spent the last 10 days hunting at the Saint's tombstone.
Although it ensured a safe haven, his breath clogged up every time he logged into the game to see the same scenery.
I've gathered 1,200 skins and 1,300 hearts. I've finally collected more than half. But this is the entrance of the swamp. Won't I have to continue hunting zombies while passing through the swamp? In addition, I can always stop and come back. It's not necessary to stay here much longer. I've also stocked up on many antidotes and disinfectants, so I should leave soon. Ark checked his bag with a nod before standing up. Okay, the reapplication time of the disinfectant has also ended, so let's leave. Huh? We're leaving now? Buxel happily got up. Ark's party finally left the Saint's tombstone they spent 10 days resting at and continued into the swamp. Let's keep an even pace.
I'll go to the front. Buxel hummed at the thought of leaving the swamp after 10 days. Naturally, the mold zombies sometimes appeared and interrupted the party. However, Ark had already mastered the battle techniques against them and they just submerged into the swamp again. He discovered that the molds wouldn't spread if the mold zombies sunk into the swamp after dying. In fact, that was the reason Ark finally left the Saint's tombstone. The duration of the disinfectant was 1 hour. If he ate it continuously, then 3 hours was the limit. Then he would be defenseless for the remaining 5 hours. But considering the sheer size of the swamp, it would take more than 3 hours to find the city of the dead. So after various experiments, he had figured out a way to kill the mold zombies without making them spread their spores. However, he wasn't 100% confident when applying this method. So he had to move forward before the number of zombies in the swamp increased and overwhelmed him. But when had things ever progressed as planned? Sometimes there were circumstances when the mold ended up spreading and he was forced to use the disinfectant. Damn, I thought it wouldn't be a problem, but it's harder than I thought. I've already used 2 disinfectants. There's still 3 hours left until morning, so I'll be defenseless for 2 hours if I eat one more. It was only possible to use one more disinfectant in the 3 hours. Ark started to feel uneasy. They'd been wandering in the swamp for 5 hours and he still hadn't found the city of the dead. In a situation like this, Buxel also started to feel some misgivings. Arknim, what will we do if we can't find the city of the dead before you have to use the disinfectant again? It can't be helped. We'll just have to exit the game and return when the time is over if that happens. That was the last method Ark thought of. In a situation where he couldn't use the disinfectants, he couldn't take the risk. However, this plan had a fatal problem. Then what about Betku? He could cancel Rackard's summons, but Betku would be left in the swamp by himself. If we die, then the results will still be the same. I just have to find a way before that happens. Ark sighed and replied. Then Betku looked at Buxel and spoke in a tearful voice. Master. I hate molds and I don't want to be left alone. Don't worry. If he can't find a way, then I won't leave you alone. Oh, search eyeballs. Betku, you use your sense of smell to search as well. Buxel shouted with a desperate expression and used his eyeballs. Ark looked at Buxel and Betku and had a thought. It's strange, didn't the swamp seem smaller when I looked at it on the map? If I moved in a straight line from the tombstones, then we should have already exited the swamp and reached the city of the dead. Ah, Arknim. There's another glowing tombstone in front of me. Buxel exclaimed after scouting the area with his eyeballs. When he moved in the area Buxel indicated, a saint's tombstone soon appeared. Another saint's tombstone? Then there is one saint's tombstone at every fixed distance? Anyway, it's lucky. We can rest here until morning and then move on. I'm glad, Betku. Yes, master. Hook, it really is fortunate. Betku replied in a tearful tone and ran to the saint's tombstone. However, Betku tilted his head to the side with a puzzled expression when he arrived. This is... What's this? Fire and stripped down Japtum? Who was camping here? Has someone else come here? Buxel muttered while exploring. However, Betku shook his head. No, our smell is the one left behind. What? Hick, come to think of it. Buxel touched the tombstone with surprise. A graffiti that said Buxel was here was recorded on the tombstone. although it was shameful writing on a tombstone. That concept wasn't a problem for Buxel. Anyway, the situation became clearer thanks to Buxel's scribble. Get out of the way. Ark arrived after Buxel and checked the tombstone. The Saint Beetlejuice lies here. Beetlejuice, it's definitely the previous tombstone. What on earth is going on? Ark opened the map with a puzzled expression. Ark's group had headed straight to the east after leaving the tombstone. He had checked the map while walking, yet they had ended up in a circle. After checking the map again, the unconfirmed area was still obscured. Then somehow they had got their directions mixed up and was walking backwards? Arknim, what is going on? Well, damn, I want to ask that too. Ark worried about it for a while before standing up again. Rackard, fly as high as possible and pay attention. If something changes, then tell me immediately. This time Ark ran across the swamp in the opposite direction. After running for 4 hours, the tombstone once again appeared in front of them. Again. Beetlejuice's tombstone. Rackard. I don't know, there were no changes. The direction also didn't seem to change. Ark's face became even more serious at Rackard's answer. He moved in 2 different directions yet ended up at the same spot. This couldn't be a coincidence. We're stuck in the swamp. Oh my god, I only became aware of it after 10 days. The swamp located in the land of the dead was one giant labyrinth. Now the mold zombies wasn't the problem. He was stuck in a labyrinth without any markers or clues. The only way to escape this place was to die and resurrect in another location. Wait? Markers or clues? Ark considered something and looked at the tombstone. It was the only glowing tombstone in a dark swamp. And he always ended up back here despite the direction he moved in. Then wasn't the tombstone itself a clue for escaping? No, it definitely was. In fact, Ark had been doubtful from the moment he saw the tombstone. He wondered why there were tombstones in a swamp. But if somebody made this tombstone as a marker to escape the swamp? There's no doubt about it. This tombstone is the only thing without an explanation. Obviously, this tombstone is a reference point. The problem is what the reference point means. Ark went over the tombstone carefully. However, he couldn't find anything no matter how hard he looked. Ark had thought it was strange, so he checked the tombstone when he first found it. But he never found a secret passage or item. Damn, does that mean I can't reach the city of the dead if I don't solve the tombstone's secret? The key to entering the city of the dead is the tombstone. But what type of hint is it? This ridiculous trap appearing out of nowhere. Huh? Wait, hint? Something flashed through Ark's head. Heaven and earth, life and death, find the place where they are reversed and follow the hero's star path. It was one of the phrases he heard when he received his class change quest. And the place to complete the quest was the city of the dead. Then wouldn't this phrase be a clue to reach the city? A big problem could be solved if he thought carefully. The place where life and death is reversed was clearly about people changing to the undead. Yes, then I have to follow the hero's star path to escape from this place. The hero's star path? Did that mean follow the constellation? But he couldn't even see the sky while in the gloomy swamp. Thanks to that, his dark attribute bonus was applied even in the daytime. Heaven and earth is reversed, hero's star, what does that mean? Wait? Don't tell me. Ark had a flash of inspiration after thinking for a while. Buxel, do you know anything about constellations? Huh? No. Sheesh, do some studying. Ark declared coldly and exited the game unit. Then he sat down in front of his computer and accessed the internet. There's no doubt about it. Saint Beetlejuice, I heard about it when I was a child. If I remember correctly. Ark searched the internet for the name Beetlejuice. He confirmed that his guess was correct when he saw the information. Betelgeuse, Alpha Orionis, a red variable star that can be easily seen. Yes, Betelgeuse was the name of a star in the Orion constellation. All of Ark's questions were answered with that information. That's it. The saint's tombstone contains the name of an Orion star. Then the meaning of the rest of the phrase is automatically solved. The hero mentioned in the class change profession quest was Orion, son of Poseidon and the one who drove the monster away from Chaos Island. If he swapped the sky and earth around, then the tombstone would act like a star on the ground and the mystery would be solved. Now the only thing left was following the hero's star path. However, that was also solved after reading the rest of the information on Betelgeuse. The first tombstone that Ark had found in the swamp was Betelgeuse's. Then that was the starting point. And Betelgeuse was the brightest star in the Orion constellation.
If so, then the next saint's tombstone Ark had to find was the other bright Beta Orionis star, Rigel. But Ark immediately searched for information on Rigel. Rigel was located in Orion's left foot. If he applied Orion's constellation to the swamp using Betelgeuse as a marker, he would have to head in the direction of Rigel. That's it, I found it. Hero Mabon's puzzle has been solved. At first, he had been quite puzzled, but now he felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the reason why people enjoyed brain puzzle games. Hyunwoo, have you finished for today? While Ark was skipping around his room, his mother's voice could be heard outside the door. His mother was living with him, so he couldn't lie to her anymore about making money from the game. Well, luckily his mother seemed to have received a hint from Guan Warang, so she didn't protest. She was just worried when he played the game for an excessively long time. Ark opened the door quickly and grinned at his mother. Not yet. I need to go back to do something important. But it will take quite a bit of time, Please don't go overboard. Yes, don't worry. I'll still exercise every morning. Ark replied before entering the game unit again. Hohoo, Hero Mabon, you can't catch me with this degree of riddle. I'll solve the rest of your puzzle and seize your legacy. Ark's eyes brightened as he entered New World. The person who entered the unit wasn't Hyunwoo but Arkansas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 6. ACT 6 City of the Dead. A village. 2 days passed before Ark managed to leave the swamp. After using the disinfectant at the appropriate time and sweeping through the zombies, Ark finally arrived at his destination. It was safe to say that Ark had come to the right conclusion. By applying the Orion constellation to the swamp, he moved from Betelgeuse to Rigel to Bellatrix and so on. The names on the tombstone appeared in the order of brightness. It took an average of 2 hours to travel between tombstones, so the threat of the mold zombies wasn't a problem. Then Ark finally landed on the last area, which corresponded with Orion's sword. When looking at Orion, there is a nebula which includes hundreds of irregular stars. This dark area was where his final destination, the City of the Dead, was located. Unfortunately, I couldn't gather all of the necessary ingredients from the swamp. But the immortality pill wasn't urgent at the moment. He wanted to find Razak and complete his profession change quest. He could return to the swamp after completing the quest and slowly gather what he needed from the mold zombies. Anyway, an information window appeared after he saw the village. City of the Dead. You have located a suspicious place where darkness and death spreads over the land. The place you have found in the swamp or ruins where ancient secrets have been kept for hundreds of years. There is an astonishing number of undead resting here. They are different from the frozen undead that are frequently seen in Sutandal. Why the undead are living together is still unknown. Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden City Discovery Bonus, Skill Points, 20. 20 skills points were given after his difficulty finding it. Just like the information window described, the City of the Dead was actually ruins. There was the wreckage of ancient castle walls scattered everywhere. The residents? Monsters? At any rate, the majority of the NPCs were dead, but some of them were skeletons or zombies. To be precise, zombies and skeletons are different from the dead. They literally had the impression of someone who just died. How will I enter? Ark hid in a suitable place while looking through the city using Buxel's vampire's eyes. The information window regarding the residents wasn't red, so they weren't hostile. But it wasn't blue, which indicated a favorable relationship. It was gray, which meant the NPCs could take both sides. They are gray, so they won't be excessively aggressive. He had learned from his troubled experience in Dark Earth. What guarantee did he have that he wouldn't experience hostility in this village? Of course, there was the method of using stealth. However, Ark's purpose wasn't simply sneaking around. He needed to find Razak, renew the resurrection point, and look for Hero Mabon's hidden legacy. It wasn't possible to do that while limited by stealth. I need a method which won't be suspected by the residents. Ah, that's right. Ark deliberated for a short moment before asking Buxel. Buxel, have you learnt the sewing skill? What does Arknim think of me? What does that mean? Sewing is a basic skill for merchants. A merchant's first step is cutting fabric and selling it as clothes to make a profit. Stop talking about trivial things and just tell me if you can do it. My level is advanced. Buxel arrogantly stuck his stomach out. Okay, then please make me some clothes out of this. Arknim, you had fabrics? What at this? Buxel panicked and withdrew. Ark had taken some leather out of his bag. However, this wasn't ordinary leather obtained from animals. It was the leather of the mold zombies. Yes, the greatest difference between Ark and the residents was their appearance. Ark's group had a good complexion compared to the tattered and rotten bodies of the residents. Then the method was simple. Wouldn't he become similar if he wore clothes made out of the leather of the mold zombies? However, Buxel just shook his head. You want me to make clothes out of this? You can't do it? No, I can, but... Shut up and just do it. Buxel started tearing up at Ark's growl and started stitching the leather together. Although Buxel wanted to die, the skin of the dead was still leather. Anyway, he used his sewing skill to make some clothes. These trivial clothes were made with advanced sewing skills. It is humiliating. The dead's leather clothes. Armor type, general leather. Defense. Durability, 10 out of 10. Weight, 2. User restriction. It was a costume which made the wearer look like a zombie. A rotten smell drifted from the ragged clothes. It would be easy for him to be mistaken as an undead wearing these clothes. No, before that anyone who wore these clothes would be considered insane. It certainly wasn't clothes that sane people would wear. Since the leather was skinned from a corpse, the leather drooped in several places. In addition, there were poisonous molds stuck on several places. The thought of wearing such terrible leather clothes was enough to cause goosebumps. This looks a little intense even for me. However, he had wasted 30 skin of the dead making the clothes. Ark swallowed down his nausea and wore the clothes over his armor. Soon a plausible undead was created. Ugh, why does this uncomfortable feeling seem to pierce through to my skin? Although I feel dirty, this will definitely fool the undead. Okay, create 3 more identical clothes. Hick, do I have to wear one of those 3? Ha! Why else would I waste valuable leather on creating 3 more sets of clothes? You are the cameraman. See, can't I just stay here? The village isn't far, so using my eyeballs to take the video won't be a problem, even with the zombies around. Then Bekku can also stay here. Buxel said with a stutter. He had a good point. In the old days, Caracal was able to use his eyeballs for surveillance, so it wouldn't be a problem if Buxel was separated from his. So there was no reason for Buxel to come alone. If the situation worsened and they had to run away, he would have to laboriously collect the skin of the dead again in order to make another set of clothes to enter. If he didn't have to create it for Buxel and Bekku, then Ark would save 60 leathers. Okay, if there are any problems, then you can contact me with the eyeball. When Vampire's Eye rose to an intermediate level, it gained a communication function. Well, it already wasn't normal with the video shooting method attached to it. Gaining an additional communication ability wasn't that big a surprise. Therefore it was convenient even if Buxel was far away. Ark nodded and Rackard quickly interrupted. Master, do I have to go too? Do you want to fight? They were expected words. So Ark, who was wearing the leather clothes, and Rackard headed towards the city. Won't I see as soon as I enter? Whether they are tricked or not, I'll have to look carefully at the atmosphere. But Ark quickened his pace as he approached the entrance of the village. Although it was difficult to tell the entrance thanks to the ruins, there were dead soldiers standing guard like in most villages. If the guard showed a hostile reaction, then he would quickly flee. Was he lucky? Although they lingered a bit, the guards didn't show any hostile reactions. No, it was like they had no interest from the beginning. The guards just opened their mouths and stared into the sky absent-mindedly. What is this? Then these disgusting clothes weren't necessary? He wore those clothes for that exact purpose, but now he felt annoyed after he was ignored. But he still wasn't careless. There was no evidence that the guards were affected by the clothes, but there was also no evidence that the guards weren't affected by the clothes. There was no guarantee how they would react if he took off the clothes. Well, the first checkpoint has been passed. Ark sighed with relief after entering the village. Just like the guards, the residents didn't pay any attention to Ark and Rackard. However, Ark felt a different type of tension. It was natural since there was no feelings of life in the city. Although there were many dead people wandering among the debris, it was so quiet that he would be able to hear a needle drop. They seemed more like dolls made of paper or wood. Once again he realized that it was truly the city of the dead. The dead just continued whatever they were doing in silence. Some of them were clearing the wreckage in order to write something on the ground, while others were repeatedly piling up logs. Some souls continuously bumped their head against a wall and muttered something. It was like a documentary of psychiatric patients. These guys? They're strangely terrifying. Rackard grasped the hem of Ark's clothes like a young child and muttered. They were even causing fear in a vampire. How will I find Razak and Hero Mabin's legacy? Ark explored the city while looking through the rubble at each corner.
During his walk, he found many skeletons with a neutral alignment but no Razak. After 2 hours, Ark arrived at a shattered building in the center of the village.
I can't get a sense of where to look. My pet won't move from his summoning location without a good reason. Razak is definitely somewhere in this place. Then should I look for Hero Mabin's legacy first? Look for the forgotten battlefield and let the scattered pieces of the moon from the top of the best seat lead you to the resting place.
That was the second clue that he received.
There was no reason to think about it.
The forgotten battlefield was obviously these ruins.
And obviously the best seat was the highest building in the ruins, so didn't he have to climb it in order to look for the moon markings? Is the tallest building the tower? Ark had occasionally seen a tower while wandering around the place.
There was no doubt that the tower was the highest place in the village. Since it was in a broken state, it wasn't an easy task to climb the tower. The stairs had large gaps in them, so he was forced to just climbing gear to scale the wall.
After an hour, Ark finally reached the top of the tower. Now, shall I look for the scattered pieces of the moon? After climbing the tower, he could see the city by looking down.
But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see anything related to the moon.
What the? Shouldn't I find it here?
Ark started to feel annoyance as he looked around. He had finally reached the city of the dead after much suffering. He couldn't find any signs of Razak, and a seemingly easy clue regarding his profession change quest had once again turned into a maze. Razak and his class change quest was definitely here, but he wasn't able to find any clues after hours of searching.
Do I have to keep roaming around the village until I find something? Ark climbed down the tower inside.
After walking towards an emptier part of the city, he suddenly saw the dead lining up on a street.
What's this? Those dead people? Ark became curious and headed towards them.
The dead were gathered in front of a pile of trash.
Fossilized bone.
The unearthed bones of an ancient monster.
The intended use is unknown.
Old and rusty shield. Armor type, steel shield.
Defense, 30. Durability, 7/10. Weight, 30. User restriction, level 150 warriors.
It is impossible to guess what this shield is made out of. The overall shape and embossed patterns on the surface seem to indicate that it was a high-quality item. However, even an excellent blacksmith can't get rid of the products of time. It has been neglected for so long that the iron has oxidized.
No warriors would entrust their lives to this shield.
They're similar to the items that the zombies in the swamp dropped. He had collected 70 such items from the mold zombies.
But he honestly didn't know if they would be bought at any stores.
If he calculated it by the scrap iron, then he would be lucky to receive 1 silver per kilogram. There was no space in his bag, so he just kept the ones worth 1 silver.
But why were the dead lining up for such items?
Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him.
Going to buy, are you going to buy?
The dead stall owner spoke in a testy voice.
Eek? What the? This was a business? No, the dead are able to talk?
Ark was unable to understand the sudden situation. After Ark was quiet for a while, the dead person immediately spoke in an irritated voice.
You're buying. If you don't buy, then can you leave? Oh, no, you can talk? What just now, are you making fun of me? Of course not. Ark hurriedly shook his head.
The city was so quiet he never imagined the dead could talk. He also had preconceived ideas from the dead people he saw in Sutandal. If the dead could talk, then the situation was different.
Wouldn't it be easier to find clues regarding Razak and his quest?
Therefore, it was necessary for the dead to have a good impression of him.
If you're not going to buy, then get lost,
the dead store owner said as he raised his hand.
Ark thought for a moment before speaking. Everything that you're selling looks incredible. My mind didn't know what it wanted, so I unknowingly just stared at it. Hoo, you have a good eye. If the items are such good quality, that wouldn't they be expensive? But I don't have enough right now. Boo, for a poor person, I have no business.
The attitude of the dead person changed 180 degrees when Ark said he had no money.
So a poor person was even ignored by the dead? Apart from that, the dead was lined up to buy miscellaneous items? What good was this stuff to the dead? No, hadn't he seen in movies that the dead was buried with riches because they would use it in the afterlife?
Probably the most engaged people in this city were the dead who engaged in trade. Ark muttered to himself before he suddenly heard Buxel's voice coming from the eyeball.
What are you saying? I'll run a business even after I die. That is the nature of merchants. Oh, we're really seeing the ultimate merchant. How wonderful. I respect, ouch. What the noisy, an eyeball. The dead merchant coldly stared at the eyeball after it spoke. The atmosphere became hard to figure out. Ark kicked the eyeball and started talking again. Please don't pay attention to it. Anyway, I heard that someone I know is in this city. Have you ever heard the name Razak? Razak. I've never heard that name before. So have you seen anything that resembles fragments of the moon? Do you live in this area? My memory, I don't have any regarding that.
The dead person shook his head at Ark's questions. Ark was unable to find a clue again inside before turning around. Then he suddenly heard a thud, thus sound coming from his foot. The dead merchant frowned and spat out curses.
Damn it! Again!
That bastard, if he doesn't stop then I'll kill him. Everybody was already dead but the merchant had a really serious expression.
Ark stopped and turned back around. What's wrong?
This noise, I keep on hearing this noise, I'm going crazy because of it.
Who is making this noise? I don't know.
It seems to be the one stuck in the underground prison. He was silent until a few months ago, then all of a sudden he started making these noises.
Thanks to that, I'm about to go crazy.
The dead merchant yanked at the hair on his head and looked at Arkansas.
Ah, that's right. Didn't you say you liked my goods? How about this? The person making the noise, can you make him stop? If you do, my collection containing the best items, I'll give you one. I'm really going crazy because of this noise.
Because of that noise, guests won't come here.
Huh?
Ark asked with a befuddled look.
There was a ringing sound and the information window appeared.
The noise coming from underground. For the last few months, a merchant operating in the city of the dead has been hearing a noise and it is causing him enormous stress. If you remove the source of the noise then the merchant has promised to give you one of his goods.
Difficulty?
What the, I can get a quest from the dead as well.
Ark read the information window with an absurd expression.
Honestly, he didn't care about the miscellaneous items he would get as a reward.
Still, the quest doesn't seem that hard to settle? If I complete the quest then I might be able to get more information. If he gives me the best item from his collection then I might even receive an item for my summons.
Anyway, Ark had nothing to do except searching the city so he accepted the quest.
I understand. Oh, thank you. This is a key I previously found. It is probably used to open the door to the prison. Quickly go and hit that guy.
The dead merchant said as he handed Ark a rusty key.
Ark received the key and went underground to the basement.
Although some of the place had collapsed, he was able to pass through. He followed the underground passage down for a short time before some prison bars appeared. The sound was clearly audible as the key opened the prison doors. The sound rang through the whole dungeon.
Ark became a little tense at the noise. The fellow making this noise for several months, is he an undead?
Ark pulled out his sword and entered the prison.
How far did he proceed?
Ark was just walking past a jail cell when he felt something suddenly come to the bars. There was a crunching sound as something grabbed the iron windows and shaking it.
Look, what the? How surprising.
That is the cause of the noise. Ark withdrew and raised his sword. All of a sudden, Raiden became astounded and crawled up Ark's arm to listen to the noise.
Sack sack? Sack 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 sack. What the? Raiden, what is it? Sack sack sack? Sack sack sack? Sack 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 sack? Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack.
There was a familiar sound coming from the cell Raiden was examining.
This sound.
Ark winced and focused his attention on the prison.
Surprisingly, the skeleton shaking the iron window was Razak. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak's face was thrilled as he saw them. But that impression immediately disappeared because of the insincere interpreter. I believed that master would come. Rackard picked his nose and murmured.
If he was here then it would be impossible to find him by searching the village. Ark met Razak and listened to the summary of his situation. The identity of the noise annoying the dead merchant for the last few months was Razak. Thanks to the special familiars contract, the summon couldn't leave the place they were bound to. The place Razak was summoned from was the underground dungeon. After Ark used Pledge of Death, Razak had been forcefully recalled. From then on, Razak had waited in this dark and lonely place for Arks to come. However, after a few months, that's right, it had already been a month since he parted from Razak. And 1 month in reality corresponded to 3 months in New World.
Razak felt increasingly uneasy as time passed. Was he abandoned? No, would Ark even be able to find him? Razak was unable to sit there quietly after feeling so uneasy. Although he knew it was impossible, Razak used his whole body to try to escape.
That noise reached the merchant, who started feeling hysterical.
This guy.
Unlike Ark, his summons felt 100% of the physical pain.
But despite that, did he keep on running his body into the wall to return to Ark?
In addition, it was also because Ark died and Razak shared his health that Razak was forcibly recalled. But it took 1 month for them to finally reunite.
He felt sorry towards Razak when he thought about it.
Then Rackard snorted and muttered.
Hyung, are you normal? Why would you crash into the wall?
And Master shouldn't praise him.
He's living in a place like this. I always knew he had a dark side. So you were in this cell when the contract initiated? But why a prison cell? Well, let's see. He died in prison. No doubt he was an incredibly bad person.
Clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Razak glared at Rackard and protested. After a moment, Razak started looking gloomy inside. According to Rackard's interpretation, even Razak didn't know why he was an undead in this place.
He lost all memories of his past once resurrected as an undead. He had a few fragments of memories, but they were vague like a dream.
As expected, you are a bad guy. Didn't you die in prison? You're probably not even a former knight.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Are you completely sure about your memory of being a knight? Don't make me laugh. Why should I believe it? Clack clack clack, tatadak? Noisy, are you just remembering the positive things about yourself? You should address me with honorifics in the future.
Hoo, the quality of my body is different from yours who lived in a prison.
It doesn't matter if I believe your words about being a knight. Now I am an earl.
Earl Rackard.
Ha, come and show respect. I am, ouch. What the? You just hit my head. Then don't act like that. Do you want me to hit you? Damn, you only hate me. That's because only you behave hatefully. Is that any way to treat a colleague you haven't seen for several months? I don't care. If you say one more word, then you'll earn the whip. Ouch. Okay, don't hit my head again. Ark hit Rackard's head before approaching Razak. Anyway, it is lucky that I found you. Now we have to register you. He used the keys received from the dead merchant to open the door, but Razak couldn't leave. Ark had to install the summoning port and registration in the prison cell. So one thing has finished.
Now the only thing left was to look for clues regarding his profession change quest. But he had one thing to do before that. Although it is a simple one, a quest was still a quest. He neatly resolved it, so shouldn't he receive compensation? Ark left the dungeon and went back to the dead merchant. Then he experienced something truly absurd. What are you saying? I requested something? The dead merchant asked with a puzzled look. No, you asked for my help a short while ago. The noise from underground was driving you crazy. Weren't you going to give me something from your collection if I stopped the noise? I don't know anything about that. You're interfering with my business, get lost. What about my reward? You're really loud. The noise you're making. How many times do I have to say it? I have no such memories. So I shouldn't have to pay you and become a beggar. You don't like it? Are you done speaking? Ark grabbed the dead merchant's collar. Ark was kind to NPCs. It was the same even if the NPC was an undead. However, the reason Ark was friendly to NPCs was because it was profitable. If the quest NPC was trying to get out of giving him compensation, then he had no problem stabbing them. The merchant became puzzled by Ark's bloody attitude. What are you doing? Understood. I understand. Okay. Although the noise is unpleasant, this is still a business, take this. Don't bother me anymore or else I won't stay calm. The dead merchant looked through his pockets and threw a small coin. Dead coin. A copper coin made hundreds of years ago. But these coins weren't used as money. In other words, they're commemorative coins made in honor of the dead. It appears to have no value as money in modern times. The quest noise coming from the underground has been completed. The quest instantly completed with the dead merchant threw him the coin. He completed a quest yet he received no experience and not even one copper coin? Is he treating me like a beggar?
Nim. Behind you, behind.
Buxel suddenly burst out as his eyeballs had been scanning the area. When he turned around, he saw that some guards were approaching.
Son of a bitch.
Ark ground his teeth together and pushed the dead merchant away.
Of course he didn't forget to collect the dead coin which fell to the floor. It was still a reward no matter how trivial it was. Who wouldn't become angry? Let's leave, that damn bastard.
Although he avoided the shop because of the guards, his anger wasn't easily soothed.
A NPC trying to get out of giving a quest reward? What kind of nonsense was that?
Then Rackard, who had been talking to Razak, sighed and approached.
Clack clack? Clack 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 clack? Clack 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 clack. Ark felt like he had been slapped on the head at Rackard's ensuing interpretation. Master, Razak said that the dead merchant wasn't trying to trick you. Wasn't trying to trick me? Didn't you see it? He definitely asked me for help. The merchant really didn't remember the deal. He couldn't remember something that happened only 10 minutes before? Razak sighed at Ark's words and explained. When someone died, they would go to heaven. Well, he actually didn't know what the heavens was like in New World.
However, those with a strong lingering regret when dying would be unable to go to heaven and become an undead. And the dead living in this city had significant regrets. That's why the merchant continued to sell Japtum and the guards defended the city for hundreds of years. In Razak's case, his regret was losing the target of his loyalty. That's why Skull swore his allegiance to Ark the first time he was summoned. If Ark hadn't summoned Razak, then he would probably still be stuck in the underground prison with his regrets. The dead currently exist here, but they've repeating their lives for hundreds of years.
Yes, that was the problem.
The dead were an existence of the past. Ark might share the same space, but he was a living human being of another time. So while the dead remembered the other existences from the same time as them, they couldn't remember Ark, who was from a different time. It was the boundaries between the living and the dead. The only exception to this was Ark and Razak due to their bond.
Ark felt empty after hearing the explanation. What the?
Then accepting the quests means nothing? It was fortunate that he even received the coin from it. Anyway, he had no intention of staying here long.
Sheesh, I found Razak, so I should quickly complete my profession quest. Ark complained and stood up. However, the dead merchant's quest actually gave surprising benefits to Arkansas.
The first one was that he found Razak in the underground dungeon. The second benefit was that he figured out a way to complete his profession change quest.
I was wrong. The best seat didn't mean the highest place.
Ark had thought that the city of the dead was merely ruins. However, he heard from the dead merchant that an ancient king used to rule here.
The dungeon and castle were located in the city center. Yes, the best seat wasn't the tower but the symbolic king's throne. Ark stood up and immediately went to the castle.
Unlike the underground dungeon, the upper levels had a lot of guards gathered. These soldiers were there to prevent the intrusion of outsiders. Ark was able to understand these soldiers after listening to Razak.
The guards outside were to prevent outsiders entering the city.
Meanwhile, the soldiers lingered in order to protect the closest thing to their king.
Ark used stealth to break into the upper levels.
When he reached the top floor, the hall where the king's throne was located appeared. On the throne, the king was sitting blankly with a crown on his head.
Even the king has lingered here? What is the place he is staring at? Does that place have anything to do with the king's lingering spirit? What is the king's regret that is keeping him on earth? That is? Ark followed the king's gaze with curiosity and his eyes widened.
The place the king was staring at was the front balcony. From that angle, he could see the top of the tower and a panoramic view of the city with a lot of debris.
If that building wasn't broken. The moon.
While debris was scattered all over the place, a building shaped like a crescent moon was visible.
Perhaps the building would form a full moon if it was intact.
And the shape could only be seen if looked from above this building. This is why the clue said to look for the scattered moon at the best seat. Ark opened his mouth, checked the location of the building and sneaked out. When he checked his mouth and visited the place, the building seemed to be a temple. It wasn't that big, but a strange object occupied the middle of the temple. It was a huge sarcophagus with a dead warrior holding a sword carved into it.
Sarcophagus. This is slightly unexpected? Didn't the clue say to find the resting place after following the scattered pieces of the moon?
If so, then I have to search this place for another clue, but the only thing here is the sarcophagus.
He. Arknim, look at this.
Ark had been scratching his head with confusion. Then he turned around as he heard Buxel's voice. There were 3 holes present on the warrior carved into the sarcophagus, one on the 2 eyes and one on the mouth.
Buxel's 2 eyeballs were hovering over the warrior's eyes and turning around. The sight of the eyeballs on the warrior's solemn face was quite funny. "Please stop that. I'm trying to search,"
Ark muttered before he realized something strange.
"Wait. That is a sarcophagus. If this temple was built to house the sarcophagus, then why would there be holes in the eyes and mouth?"
Perhaps a scene he had previously seen in a movie about the Middle Ages appeared in his head. He couldn't remember exactly, but the movie was about the ancient Greeks or Romans. In the movie, 3 coins would be placed on the eyes and mouth of a warrior who died in battle before he was placed into the sarcophagus. During those times, the people believed that the dead needed to pay 3 coins to cross the river and enter the other world.
Oh, that's why a person should study these things. "Hey Buxel, come out of there." "Ugh, you don't have to grip so hard. Those are my eyeballs." Ark pulled the eyeballs from the sarcophagus and tried to insert a coin.
But the hole was too small for his coin to be inserted.
"Eh? What the? These coins don't work?" Then
Ark retrieved the small coin he received from the dead merchant earlier.
Didn't it make perfect sense? Ark once again viewed the information window regarding the dead coin.
The dead coin was a commemorative coin for the dead. The problem was that he needed 3 dead coins to unravel the sarcophagus mystery.
However, that problem was easily solved by Arkansas. Hoo, this is a chance to get revenge on the merchant. Thump, 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 thump. Ah. Again, it is starting again, that stupid noise.
The dead merchant yanked at his hair furiously as the floor started ringing with the noise.
Then Ark approached and asked quickly, "Shall I settle the problem?" "Ha? You, who are you?" As expected, the dead merchant hadn't remembered his earlier argument with Arkansas. "You don't need to know that. Do you want me to solve this problem?" "Oh, really? Then I'll ask you. Get rid of that noise, I'll give you an item from my best collection." "Oh, you'll need this key to get there." "Ha? I clearly left that key here." "The key is not needed." Ark accepted the quest and quickly headed to the dungeon. Yes, Ark was planning to trick the dead merchant who had short-term amnesia. The merchant couldn't remember anything related to Arkansas. In other words, he couldn't remember that Ark had solved the noise problem. So he made Razak go back to the dungeon to make noise while he went and accepted the quest from the merchant. Of course, the merchant also forgot that he had given the quest in the first place. Therefore, wouldn't it be better if he grabbed the merchant's collar and threatened him from the beginning? Thus Ark continuously threatened the dead merchant. However, he wouldn't receive the quest if he used the intimidation skill. Ark started to understand that the merchant's reactions was a part of the system. Although he originally thought he wouldn't receive a quest reward, this quest reward was designed to be received when Ark treated the merchant in a horrible manner. If the merchant refused, then he would just have Razak make noise again. If he wasn't threatened using intimidation, then he would throw something. "This, you really seem like a beggar, how pitiful, take this and get lost." This time the dead merchant threw a bone. He had repeated the quest many times as the merchant threw random items. Skin of the dead, a broken jug, a lost shield, they were all items that had been thrown. After Ark repeated it 10 times, he finally collected 3 dead coins. Phew, the repetitive quest in order to receive goods has finished. Now I've collected all 3. I can insert the coins like a vending machine and find a clue. Coo. After inserting the 3 coins into the warrior, there was a mechanical sound and the sarcophagus started vibrating. Then it moved sideways as a dark space appeared. Suddenly a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. The underground crypt. You found the underground crypt hidden in the city of the dead. The residents here feared death and worshipped it since ancient times. Everybody was equal despite good or bad, wrong or right, or status. So this temple was created in the heart of the city as a refuge. Once again, this is a resting place for the dead. If a person with greedy desires steps foot in here, then they'll have to pay the price. Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden Dungeon Bonus, Skill Points, 10. Seek the scattered pieces of the moon and find the resting place. That was when his second clue for his profession change quest was solved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Rhapsody Melody. That is everything. Thank you. Rocco handed a cup of water to the sweating Sid and laughed. Sid drank as he looked at the front of the store and muttered, "By the way, 1 gold is typical for Arknim. It is surprisingly popular.
While Ark was elsewhere, they were in charge of the store's operations. And the store did a monthly exhibition.
This time it was a 1 gold sale.
All the merchandise spread on the low bench was 1 gold.
Items with low durability that can't be used for long. Sid turned pale and shook his head. The items Ark was selling for 1 gold was fairly amazing.
Although a lot of the items' original prices were under 1 gold, they were magic items that could be used for 50 levels. The reason he could sell it for 1 gold was because of the durability.
The repair skill that people initially learned sometimes failed.
When that happened, the maximum durability of the items would fall. In addition, people also learned techniques to strengthen the rating of the item, which would also decrease durability if failed.
Those were the items that Ark aimed at.
If they constantly failed with repairing or upgrading, the durability would fall to 1/5. Ark had Sid go and buy those items which were being sold as scrap metal in Nagarin.
Sid frankly couldn't see a way to sell those items.
However, there was one thing Sid hadn't considered. Of course, it wasn't possible to use such equipment in battles. But no matter how much durability was left, they still had the appearance of a perfect magic item.
They could be worn as costumes. Users were willing to spend 1 gold on deluxe costumes that they could wear. Baby, do you want me to buy you this wonderful magic armor?
I'll be proud to buy it for my girlfriend.
But aren't you lacking money at the moment?
Ho ho ho, Ark's store is only selling it for 1 gold.
Ah, you can buy the magic armor for 1 gold at Ark's store.
Everybody, Ark's store is selling items for 1 gold.
Jana was also advertising at the entrance of the village.
Therefore, the store was booming and its contribution to the village quickly increased every day. While Ark was wandering around the city of the dead, his assets were steadily recovering. Arknim always sees everything he starts through to the end.
I've become very successful as a merchant.
While Sid was thinking this, Roko counted the box and tilted her head as she asked.
The amount of resources this time is slightly less than the previous trade. That's because the situation in Nagarin is quite a mess these days.
Every guild is buying weapons and consumables in bulk, so the prices have jumped. If I purchase goods at this time and sell it in Sutandal, then we'll only receive a loss.
The atmosphere in Nagarin isn't good? The explanation is a little long. It's okay.
I need to know in case I have to go to Nagarin. As Rokonim knows, Nagarin has been quiet because the 5 coalitions that occupy it, including the Hermes Guild, are very powerful. If one of them moves, then the other lords would all act to stop them.
Then what is happening now? Roko asked with a curious look.
Although several exhibitions were held in the store, Ark's plan was to organize a trade route between his businesses on the continent and Sutandal.
And he left that work to Sid. Sid ran the continental commerce firm in Nagarin.
It was a battlefield where a lot of users always gathered. The characteristic of high-level users was that they lost all their starting naivety. Most users when they started the game would treasure even 1 copper. If they could receive a few more silvers, then they wouldn't hesitate to carry their heavy bags to the next village. But at the late level, users tended to ignore silver and focused on gold. If their bags were heavy with Japtum only worth a few silvers, they wouldn't care about market price and would just sell it at the nearest store.
To Ark it wasn't any different from throwing money on the side of a road.
This tendency was particularly strong in Nagarin. So Sid received the special mission to buy such items cheaply, and then he would hand it to Ark's store when the quantity was sufficient. Those goods would then flow onto Sutandal and so on. It was the trade route linking Nagarin, Lancel, and Sutandal. The triangular route envisioned by Ark was being put into motion. However, the triangular trade route still wasn't firmly established. That's why they planned the exhibitions just in case.
Anyway, now the situation in Nagarin couldn't be separated from Ark's store anymore.
So it was natural that Roko as the store manager would pay attention to Nagarin. It started to crumble when the Hermes Alliance hired mercenaries to conquer Sutandal and failed.
The former balance was broken.
So I don't know what will happen in the future, as all the coalitions have made moves to expand their military armaments.
But is the Hermes Alliance very large? The Alliance lost 3,000 gold, so wouldn't that affect them? That's a little complicated. Sid explained. In fact, that is equivalent to the profit the Hermes Guild receives from Sylvana. 3,000 gold is a lot of money, but it isn't that much to the Alliance. But the problem is Jewel and Duke.
It was determined that the failure to conquer Sutandal was Jewel and Duke's fault. If Jewel hadn't been so greedy and asked for help immediately, then the situation would be different. Therefore, the guilds belonging to the Alliance requested the 2 of them to withdraw from the guild.
However, Raiden was a pioneer and just ignored the Alliance's request.
But Hermes was an alliance, not a guild anymore.
Currently 8 guilds belonged to the Hermes Alliance. When the Alliance's leader ignored their request to kick out Jewel and Duke, their dissatisfaction accumulated. In the end, some guilds withdrew from the Alliance and even joined up with other coalitions. Since the scale had grown so large, management had become difficult. A lot of the regular customers at the Continental Commerce firm are members of the Hermes Alliance. That's how I learned this information. Although the information was hidden, a person with knowledge will know all of it. Sid gave a creepy laugh. Anyway, the 5 coalitions in Nagarin are secretly preparing for war. Although I don't know when it will start, the sieges between established lords is different from before. If the conditions are met, the war can begin without the lord's permission. That's why the prices of equipment and consumables in Nagarin were inflating. However, Sid just spoke like he didn't care. Well, whatever. The prices of various precious metals have gone down instead. That's because each coalition are selling their precious metals in order to buy war supplies. So most of the resources this time are precious metals. You can sell it to users who have learnt the engraving or enchantment skill, or you can sell it in Sutandal for a profit. You must have gone through a lot. Gone through a lot. Sid scratched his head as he recalled the past before saying. In fact, I thought it was slightly unfair when I first received the job at the Continental Commerce firm. But it was actually quite okay after I've experienced it. I can use the public funds from the Continental Commerce firm to buy the safe travel scroll, and I'm also safe from chaotic users. On the surface, the Hermes Alliance was the one who received the tax from the Continental Commerce firm. Therefore, the Hermes Alliance was obligated to protect the firm. Since Sid was trading under the flag of the Hermes Alliance, chaotic users wouldn't dare recklessly attack him. But in fact, more than half of Sid's travels were under Ark's directions. The Hermes Alliance was only helping Ark's businesses. If Raiden was aware of this, then he might just end up fainting. Anyway, thanks to that, Sid was able to focus on business for the last few months. Fortunately I've reached level 300. Level 300? Sid was the foreign division manager of the Continental Commerce firm, which was growing larger every year. He gained 2-3 levels with every difficult, successful deal, so it was natural. Sid then indicated a horse and cart with a satisfied look. And I bought a carriage a short time ago. Isn't this a carriage given to the Continental Commerce firm? I used all my money to buy it. The most expected thing for a merchant is a carriage. If I use the carriage, then the maintenance costs would be paid for by the Continental Commerce firm. I'll save the pennies for my own store in the future. Sid only held a handful of acorns, but he had strong aspirations. Then I'll give this to you and go. I have a lot of places to visit before returning. Ah! Sid suddenly remembered something and rummaged through a bag in his carriage. The item that appeared from the bag was an old harp. I accidentally received this harp during a trade a short time ago. Rokonem, aren't you a minstrel? It didn't know if you would need it, so I just brought it. How is it? I don't know that much about music instruments. Antique harp. It appears to have been neglected for a long time, and using it in this state will just cause it to be broken. But a person with its discerning eyes will be able to see its true value. It has an elegant streamlined body and the optimal placement for a beautiful tune. It must be the musical instrument which a great commander has poured his heart and soul into it. If the harp is used by ignorant people, then it would be a waste of this masterpiece. Just like described, the harp was very old. But Roko's heart was captured with one glance at the harp. When she changed to a minstrel, the harp was given as a quest reward, so she had handled it for a short while. Compared to other musical instruments, it was quite heavy and expensive, so she had changed to a different instrument. But there was a type of quaint charm to it, just like its name. She was particularly impressed with the image of a woman carved onto the handle part. This appeals to me. I knew it. Sid grinned and nodded. I bought it for 5 gold and was planning to sell it for 6 gold. But I'll give it to Rokonim for 5 gold. Eh? That's so expensive. You want 5 gold for a worn-out and broken harp? I'll give you 2 gold for it. I won't go below 3 gold. Why are you doing this? You said you bought it for 5 gold, but weren't you somewhat cheated? Don't you think it is worth more of a discount? No free gifts existed in Ark's group. They followed the example of their leader Ark, in which they would even pick up a stone and sell it. That was the motto of the group. However, Roko and Sid saw each other every week, so a heartwarming bargaining scene occurred. Phew, I understand. I'll give you a discount. Rokonem is now formidable. 2 gold 40 silver. I won't reduce it anymore. Okay. The harp's price was knocked down to 2 gold and 40 silver. Sapjil, Olmiak, put these goods into the warehouse and figure out the price for it. Yes, store manager. Roko directed the store assistants and went up to the second floor.
There is no important work to do these days, so it has been quite boring. In recent times, Roko had quite a lot of free time. She had only been busy when Ark was trying to reach his rental house deposit. However, there was no need for that anymore, and her education of Sapjil and Olmiak was finished, causing them to tremble with fear and shudder at the sight of her. Although she was busy when there was a problem, she didn't have a lot of duties as the store manager.
Roko was grateful for the free time at all. No, to be honest, it caused her quite a lot of stress. I thought I would see Appa more if I looked after the store, but I see him even less than before. While I'm stuck here, that fox Lariat will look better. Ew, I'm so irritated. Fortunately, she checked with the rehabilitation members and it didn't seem like Lariat could meet Ark as well. But that wasn't the only cause of Roko's stress.
When they met for the first time, Sid had bad credit, but he was already level 300.
In addition, Sapjil and Olmiak's level also rose thanks to them being sale assistants. It was possible because they were merchants. However, Roko was a minstrel. She received no experience no matter how much the business profited. Of course, Roko also played during that time. Sometimes she would go hunting with the former thieves or the Meow around the village. But there wasn't the same effect as when she was with the rehabilitation group, so she still hadn't reached level 200. I'd like to play in Citandel with the rehabilitation Appas too. But she couldn't leave Ark's store to Sapjil and Olmiak.
Yes, I'll just have to be patient and protect Appa's business. She used this thought to build her determination.
Eventually Roko started a new hobby in order to appease her boredom.
One of Roko's interests in reality that she could do in the game was handling multiple instruments. The store gathered quite a few Japtum.
Roko collected the musical instruments and set them aside in a special collection.
Violin, viola, trumpet, the second floor was filled with Roko's musical instruments. Thanks to her boredom, she played them as soon as possible and her skillfulness became quite high.
I don't have a harp yet, so it will go quite well. It isn't possible to use as an equipment, but won't a nice sound appear if I repair it? It is also beautiful, so it can be used as a decoration. For the moment, I'll have to spend time repairing it.
Roko had a happy expression on her face as she picked up the dust cloth.
Roko's specialty in reality and the game was housework.
Thanks to her cleaning up the store, her various household skills have risen to advanced level. When Roko rubbed it with the dust cloth, the harp slowly regained its original brilliance and shine.
Roko felt a sense of fulfillment every time more of the harp's features were revealed. My eyes weren't mistaken.
It looks so beautiful with the original color.
Now what kind of tone will the harp make? Okay, next are the strings.
I must quickly repair it in order to play the harp. Roko rode to the music store in Jackson and bought some strings. Once all the repairs were completed, Roko looked at the harp with an expectant face.
DDIDDURU rung DDI rung dang dash. Eh? What is that? Why did the harp sound like a brick was being ground up? Roko realized that she had forgotten one of the most important tasks in repairing an instrument.
The most important task of string instruments was to adjust and tune each individual string.
But I've never tuned a harp before.
In fact, Roko had never done any tuning in New World. Most stores sold musical instruments with the tune already adjusted.
Of course, Roko had done tuning before. But Roko mainly handled tuning acoustic guitars in reality.
On the other hand, the harp had 47 strings to tune.
Roko ended up visiting the instrument store in Jackson once again. However, the NPC looked at the harp and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the harp.
Furthermore, the life of that harp seems to be finished. Even if it is adjusted, it will be difficult to get the right tone from it.
How about you look in the store and find a new harp?
A famous artisan has made it so the tone is very beautiful.
And the functionality is also amazing. Come, look over here. Do you see the sharp metal in the corner? A monster can be damaged with this.
The shop owner recommended her a steel harp with extra attack power.
I'll come again.
Since then, Roko had looked through various textbooks to tune the harp. Fortunately, Roko was very interested in music, so she had good sound detection even if it wasn't perfect pitch. After a rewarding 10 days, she finally finished adjusting the harp.
That's it. Now I can hear the tone of the harp properly.
Roko played the strings with a tense expression.
Dirrrring, dirrrring.
The 47 strings produced a soft, clear sound.
This is it. This is the sound of a harp.
Ho ho ho, this sounds better than my previous harp thanks to all the effort I put into repairing it.
Shall I learn how to properly play a harp now? Where is it, that song I played before? Roko went to her box of sheet music. Diririring diririring diririririri. Suddenly there was a poltergeist phenomenon. Why did the strings of the harp sitting on the table start to play by itself? That wasn't the only amazing part. The image of the woman carved into the handle opened her mouth and started to sing alone. Roko hesitated as she looked at the harp. The room was filled with the sound of the harp and the singing. Somehow the harp seemed like it was playing a beautiful, broken melody. It was an unfamiliar melody that she heard for the first time, but Roko quickly became a prisoner to that melody. Ah, it is the first time I've heard such a beautiful melody. It makes me feel a heartrending pain in my chest, like I'm sitting alone in a beautiful, mysterious forest. That's right, this is real healing music. My frustrated mind seems to be cleansed. Roko sat in front of the harp and became lost in its sound. Then there was a loud ringing sound and a quest information window appeared. Temptation of the mysterious music. You've accidentally obtained an old harp. Although the harp was impossible to use, you who loves music repaired the harp and gave it a new life. The harp then played a mysterious song like it was trying to repay your efforts. The contents of the song are about the tragic life of a genius musician. When the song ended, the woman carved on the harp seems to be vaguely staring somewhere. It is the melody hill where the genius musician used to spend all his time. The harp seems eager to show its new owner to its previous owner who met a tragic end. Difficulty, B quest restriction, minstrel. A quest? Then this harp is the starting item for a quest? Roko read the information window with shocked eyes. If it is the melody hill then it isn't far away. Roko checked the map and accepted the quest without really thinking about it. She was curious about the quest that appeared after she repaired the harp and heard the incomplete melody. If she arrived at the destination with the harp then she might be able to hear the rest of the song. In addition, she could take the unicorn so it wouldn't take more than 1 hour to get there. Okay, unicorn. Hi hee hing. Hi hee hing. The unicorn snorted and quickly arrived at Melody Hill. It was a hill overlooking the village of Hirokin. When she explored the hill while riding the unicorn, she saw a simple tombstone surrounded by flowers. When Roko approached the tombstone, the harp shook and instantly showed a reaction. But that was all it did. What the? Do I have to play it directly? The harp's strings moved like that was the answer. Roko thought she would hear the rest of the song, so she was quite disappointed. But she came all the way here, so shouldn't she complete the quest? What kind of song do I need to play? Actually, there was no need to worry. Roko only knew how to play one song on the harp. It was the harp sheet music she received when she changed into a minstrel. Just like a magician learned magic through magic scrolls, a minstrel learned how to play the instrument from sheet music related to it. The magic depended on the skillfulness with that instrument and the percentage of completion when playing the song. Unlike a magician, a minstrel could create their own songs once the degree of skillfulness has risen enough. However, Roko's harp playing skill was still inferior. She was apprehensive, but the tune played to some degree when she concentrated. Roko played the harp seriously when something happened. Ugh, stop. I won't accept such abominable playing. The sculpture image on the harp seemed to raise its voice angrily. Roko became startled and stopped her performance while looking at the harp. It is not the harp. It's me. Hey, what the? Raise your head. Over here. When she raised her head with confusion, a long-haired, middle-aged person floated from the tombstone. Who are you? Me? I am Melody. The master of the harp. No, the former owner? Ha? But I thought you were dead? I'll explain it to you. Damn, I can't say it directly or through the harp. Ha, I've lived all of my life for music and now I can't even talk about the purpose of the harp. It's so regrettable, just imagining the way I died is so vexing. I want to cry. I'm going to cry. I'm so sad. Roko gaped at Melody as he blew his nose. It was a look which asked why it was regrettable. Frankly, Roko had no interest in the complaints of the ghost. There was a saying that said there were no light graves. And the person was already dead, so what was the point of hearing their complaints? But she had to ask or else the quest might not progress. What is the matter? It's so sad and regrettable that I don't want to explain, but I will. Melody shamelessly confessed his circumstances. He was born in a family which produced many famous musicians through the generations. But he had no great talent unlike his brothers. He suffered from harsh mistreatment throughout his life until he decided to climb up a mountain. While he remained on this mountain, he practiced playing an instrument until he obtained skills that would even amaze his brothers. So with the harp in my pocket, I climbed the mountain and spent 15 years here training. I made an effort to reach the state where no one could imitate my skills. Oh, maybe I really was a genius. And finally the day came. The first step into the world after transforming into a genius musician. So did you surprise your brothers? Melody flinched and sighed before murmuring. A cliff. Huh? A cliff? What? Damn, it was a cliff. The first step I took into the world was off a cliff. Roko's eyes flickered before she finally understood his words. Melody had spent 15 years training to produce a heavenly sound. While heading down the mountain, he fell off a cliff and died. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his story. It is so regrettable that I can't close my eyes even after I died. But if someone gives a satisfactory performance on my harp, then I might be able to relax and close my eyes. Melody murmured in a melancholy voice until he suddenly raised his voice. Ugh, but the person who appeared after a few decades holding my harp is this woman. I can't possibly accept this. Are you really a minstrel? How did you make the harp produce a sound like an ogre? Are you a magician, not a minstrel? What the? All I did was visit and play. Play? You call that playing? It's just noise. I woke up quickly thanks to that noise. Huh? I would have rather slept than be woken up by you. Why should I care about a stupid ghost who dived off a cliff and died? Roko exploded and started packing her bags. What? What did you say? What, diving? My pride can't accept a person who makes such noises with my harp. That harp is an heirloom of my family. If you don't know how to play it, then give the harp back. I don't want to. It was quite expensive repairing this. I have no intention of listening to your word. Roko stood up with a sulky face. Then Melody looked confused and hurriedly exclaimed. Wait a minute. Didn't you hear me? I can't fall asleep again without the harp. Only the expert performance of the harp will make my go to sleep. Why don't you sit down? Whether you fall asleep has nothing to do with me. Because I am a minstrel who can't play the harp that well. Anyway, the owner of this harp is me. It might seem unfair, but I won't let you take it from me. Do you understand? Okay. Then I'll do this. Melody was distressed for a while before he made a suggestion. To be honest, I'm not in the mood for this, but there's nothing else I can do. Starting from today, I will teach you how to play the harp. If a genius musician teaches you, then your body will get the hang of it in no time. How about it? This seems like a strange fate. You won't receive many opportunities to be taught by a great musician like me. It is a reward for repairing my harp. Bah, I have no interest in a teacher who will harass me because I am a woman. Let's go, unicorn. Roko snorted and disappeared like the wind on the unicorn. The Melody shouted with a desperate voice. What the? You're still a novice, so you're incredibly lucky to have a chance to be tutored by me. Hey, wait. Just hear me out. I wanted to say, please have a look. Okay. I won't call you woman anymore. So please come back. Come back. Gone? Are you really gone? Sob, what will I do now? Roko muttered while walking out of the woods. Melody wiped his tears while he stuttered. Didn't you leave? I couldn't do it. You woke up because of me. If you say my name properly, then I'll agree to be your student. I also want to hear the harp played well. If I'm your student, then won't I be able to learn the song the harp played? Of course. I composed that song. Oh, you are actually a good woman. Thank you, I'll teach you anything you want. So please put me to sleep quickly. That is my only wish. Isn't it simple? I understand. I'm going to try. Thus Roko became a student of a ghost and started to engage in fully fledged music studies. Dazzling lights which stunned the eyes and a noisy roaring sound which resounded through the ears. It seemed so different from the ordinary everyday life that it seemed like an alien space. In the night, it was a space where the colorful lights lured in humans off the streets. Those who stepped into these places would return back to their primal natures. However, the only people who could enter this place were the ones selected. It wasn't based on data but was restricted by the age or clothes of the person. The people who failed the horrible screening test would sob and wail about discrimination. The name of this modern-day pandemonium was the place, which was just called Club. Ha ha ha. Hey, 3 bottles of alcohol and some appetizers. Quickly. A loud voice was audible from the room overlooking the main stage.
Then the young woman flanking him sent him flirtatious looks.
Appa is so cool. I like it. But isn't that much slightly unreasonable? What? Is this a joke? Do you know who I am? A few bottles of liquor won't make any dent in my bank account. Order anything you like. Today I will pay for everything.
No, I'm in a good mood, so I'm ringing this golden bell after a long time. The one smirking with a red face was Lee Myungban, also known as Andal, who once sought to step on Ark in New World.
But that was just inside a game in the end.
In reality, Andal was the son of an upper-class family.
Andal waved his hand that was holding jewel-encrusted watches and the women made a fuss. Come, this golden bell will only ring once. It's great that Appa is ringing the golden bell.
Heh, I won't play with any losers.
Okay, you guys have made today merry, so I'll ring the golden bell. Ho, do you want to play the king game? Omo, shall we do that? Appa, aren't you being too blatant? Ah, every man is a wolf. Don't you know that yet?
Andal smirked and stroked a girl's face. Then the door to the room opened and a testy voice was heard.
You're quite fortunate. What the? Who dared come in, dot?
Andal checked the face of the young man and flinched.
Ah, Alan? You, how are you here? I know what type of places you go to.
The person who appeared was Alan, who Andal had known for 10 years. When Alan sat down, the girl's eyes quickly focused on him. Alan was dressed plainly. It was just jeans and a white t-shirt. But it seemed more luxurious than the shirts embellished with decorations that Andal was wearing.
In other words, Andal suddenly seemed like a commoner after Alan, who gave off a noble impression, appeared. Their levels were completely different. Wah, this Appa is cool. That's right, he's my ideal type. Andal became dissatisfied with the women's reactions to Alan.
Andal and Alan had known each other for 10 years, but these days their relationship was estranged.
That's because of Arkansas. It was because Andal was tricked by Ark that Alan had Sylvana taken away from him. Of course, Andal knew how much Alan had poured into Sylvana.
So he had decided to avoid Alan until he became less upset, but his thoughts changed after a while.
It's only a game. Why should I have to ignore a friend of 10 years? Alan, why did you come to see me?
Of course, the voice coming out of his mouth wasn't sentimental.
Alan looked at Andal before suddenly saying, You're not connecting to New World these days? What the? Are you still holding on to that thing? I don't care anymore.
I only took the test to enter Global Exos because I thought I should pretend to do some work.
But I don't want anything to do with that test anymore. Don't you feel the same way? So your interest in New World really disappeared? When Alan asked sharply, Andal held his tongue. At first Andal had played the game more aggressively than Alan. Like he said, Andal wasn't very interested in joining Global Exos. He stayed up all night to play the game was because it was fun. And the reason he hadn't connected to the game. Then Alan took out an MP movie player. Andal's face wrinkled as he watched the video.
The video shown on the MP player was something that had previously aired on TV.
The protagonist of the video was a black wolf who Andal recognized with one glance. Ah, that Ark bastard. Yes, it was indeed him. The reason Andal wasn't connecting to the game.
Every time he connected to the game, he remembered the humiliation he suffered from Ark and couldn't stand it. His organization was shattered by Ark and collapsed. Then Alan became angry at him, so he abandoned the game.
Alan immediately started to talk again. Are you really okay with this? What? That Arkansas. He destroyed everything we built. Now he had this success. Are you really going to act like this? You're able to forgive him? Was your personality that good-natured? I couldn't do it.
My chest burns at the thought of leaving that guy alone.
Damn, I'm also angry. But that's it. I heard about it. Didn't you suffer because of that person? Yes, do you know how broken I was because of that?
Yet you're just going to leave it as it is.
I know.
I also prefer to step on him.
Honestly, I've already seen that movie. Do you know how long I was furious?
But he is not the same Arkansas. His level and power has increased a lot. It will be difficult to take care of him.
No, you have to remember that it is a game. I have a way. Alan replied in a firm tone. I'm also not interested in the test.
But I can never ignore that guy.
I'll go after him no matter what. whether it is reality or the game. Alan's words were true. In all the time Alan had lived, he had never been so disregarded by another person. No, it wasn't exactly true to say he was disregarded. Once again, Alan was rich. In addition, he was smart. If someone disregarded him, Alan never hesitated to use all his weapons to step on them, and he never failed. The only blot on his undefeated record was Arkansas. When seen objectively, his failure to defeat Ark was the one shame of Alan's whole life. It was like a hole in his ego. It was a small hole, but his ego was so strong that even a small hole would annoy him. The only way to fill up that hole was to utterly destroy Ark in New World. Yes, that was where his intense hatred of Ark stemmed from. Andal clenched his fist firmly and nodded at Alan's words. The same goes for me. I'll do whatever it takes. I've never been so insulted by another person. But it's not as easy as it sounds. At least in the game. Yes, I have to admit that. He isn't as simple as I thought he was. That's why it's even more insufferable. Now New World isn't just a game that I am playing for fun. I'll risk everything to erase him from New World. So I require your help. What? My help? Yes, I've only been thinking about revenge against Ark, so I've been raising my power. I'm confident now after increasing my strength. But like you said, he's not the same opponent as before. Yes, it's not time yet. I have to wait a little bit more before I appear in front of him. So you should do some preparations. Why is my help necessary? You have to gather people. That kind of force is needed if we want to defeat Ark and his group. We don't need people like the ones in Dawnblade. Chaotic players are good. We need players who will obey our orders. But, I can't explain why, but I can't do that task. So I was hoping to leave it to you. I'm still only level 200. Will they listen to me? Andal asked with a grumpy expression. We have a weapon against them. Weapon. A weapon. Alan pulled something out and showed it to Andal. It was a passbook. The women who looked at the passbook screamed. Kya! How many zeros is that? I obtained this for the club a few months ago. What at New World? Shall we create a new club? Andal stared at Alan with a dumb expression. This amount isn't easy even for you, can I really use it? I don't care as long as we step on that guy. No, honestly I think this much is lacking for the scale of the organization that I desire. But if I receive the help of a friend then it is possible. How about it? Will you help me? Andal hesitated with a complicated expression. But after a moment, he grabbed Alan's hand and nodded. Okay, you and I will step on that bastard. If you have this much determination then I'll also try my best. Money isn't easy to raise but you've managed to prepare this much. It is like an investment. If we abandon our principles then we can step on him and occupy New World. Is that why you prepared the money? As expected, you've understood my real intentions. Heh, I did spend 3 years at a private school with you. Then you've decided? Yes, I'll believe in you and use the weapon you've prepared to gather amazing people. Okay, I'll trust you and leave it to you. But you should keep one thing in mind. Like we said earlier, he isn't an easy opponent to deal with. You must not move until I've finished preparing everything. How many times have I faced him? I know that guy better than anyone. Rest assured that I'll never make the same mistake. Ho, I can't wait a couple of months or even 1 year if it means I get my revenge. It's only once. It will only take one instance for everything to be ruined. Okay, I understand. I'll endure it. It's just a game. I'll wait until things are prepared. Andal drained the remaining alcohol and stood up. Now is the time. Okay, let's go New World. Appa, the Golden Bell? Noisy, I don't have that money anymore. You buy your own things. Andal screamed and exited the room. So after a closed room meeting with Alan, Andal once again returned to the stage of New World. Andal's strongest weapon was money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14 Chapter 8. ACT-8 Underground Crypt. Arknim, right. The eyeballs floating in the sky screamed. Ark reflexively turned and saw the huge axe heading towards him. Heek, jump. Ark used Wolf's feet to quickly move his body 10 meters. The axe blade lost its target and slammed several meters into the wall. If it hit his defense then he would have been split in half.
But he could barely breathe a sigh of relief before he heard a terrible sound.
Cholkadong, cholkadong. Sayasusiusiu. It was the mechanical sound of something operating.
Hundreds of holes opened in the nearby wall and a shower of arrows shot out.
Dark dance.
Ark continuously rotated his body and danced to avoid the arrows. No matter how much he used dark dance, he couldn't avoid the damage of hundreds of flying arrows.
Tongue. Around 10 arrows stuck in his shoulders, chest, and legs, and he lost a lot of health.
But his health being decreased wasn't the problem.
You've been hit by a blunt arrow, 40 damage.
The special push effect of the arrow is applied.
The arrow Ark was hit with had a blunt attribute. Thanks to his resilience stat, he only received 40 damage per shot.
However, he had no resistance against push, so he was pushed back in rapid succession.
Razak screamed as Ark was pushed back.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. The place Ark was heading to was a pitfall filled with sharp blades.
If Ark fell in, then he would end up like a porcupine.
The arrow trap and the other traps were all carefully calculated.
Rackard, dark dash. I'm going. Oh ha. Rackard's body flew across the space and forcefully slammed into Arkansas.
When hit by dark dash, Ark was instantly thrown several meters. Ark used Mind's Eye but saw that he wasn't out of the range of pitfalls yet.
Then Razak plunged into the arrow trap.
He blocked the arrows with his shield and jumped towards Arkansas. Ark was startled to see Razak and soon noticed his intentions.
Well done, Razak. Sword transformation. Razak changed into the saw blade after Ark shouted and was caught.
Ark changed him into the whip and wrapped it around a nearby pillar. Then Ark pulled himself towards the pillar using the whip. Fortunately, he managed to avoid the trap, but there weren't any safe places. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ark heard a mechanical sound and walls on either side started moving forwards. There's no place to avoid the trap on the left or the right.
If that's the case.
After quickly judging the situation, Ark acted like a ninja and jumped between both walls to propel him to the top. Fortunately, he managed to get away, but he was still being threatened by traps.
Damn, where is it? Where on earth is it?
I don't have much health left now. Ark moved his body and carefully looked around. Then he saw something glistening in the darkness. After avoiding the blades and concentrating his eyes, he saw a glass bead that was lodged inside a hole in the wall.
Ark frowned as he confirmed it. It is too far away. How am I going to get it when it is hidden in such a difficult place? The distance is too far. And it is so deeply lodged in the wall that my hand won't reach it. What should I do? If I hesitate, then the traps will just get worse.
Ark contemplated for a moment before raising his head and shouting.
Buxel, come here. Ha! W.I. Just come, this time it is an eyeball missile.
When the eyeball approached him, Ark turned and did an overhead kick.
Eek!
The eyeball screamed as it flew forward.
The goal was the hole in the wall.
When Buxel impacted with it, the glass bead shook and fell.
At the same time, the numerous blades, rocks and arrows flying towards Ark stopped.
The message window he was waiting for then appeared. You have operated the switch and turned off all the traps.
Ark sighed and sat down. Phew, I thought I would really die this time.
His whole body was drenched with sweat after running around without stopping for 10 minutes. Ark wiped off the sweat and murmured in an irate voice.
Damn, what kind of dungeon is this? Yesterday Ark had entered the underground crypt.
It wasn't necessary to explain again, but Ark had prepared thoroughly before entering the dungeon. He checked his equipment and ingredients and entered expected fierce battles. However, the underground crypt was different from what he imagined.
It was a secret dungeon located in the city of the dead.
Ark was expecting sleeping corpses to jump up and attack him. But the corpses in this place hadn't budged no matter where he moved to. Instead, Ark was attacked with a large numbers of traps, just like an Indiana Jones movie. He couldn't breathe without activating pitfalls and traps.
Ark wandered the border between life and death many times. In the beginning it was arrows and poison needles.
The further he went into the crypt, the more difficult the traps became. If he had been hit by the flying axe, then he would have lost 50% of his health.
But that was its charm.
If he had been stuck between a wall when it appeared, then it would have been instantaneous death. In other words, defense or attack was no help in this dungeon. It was thanks to his improvisation combined with his movements that he was still alive. I never could have come this far if I hadn't discovered the method to turn the traps off. Fortunately, there was a way to disable the traps. Whenever a trap was triggered, there was always a glass bead in the area which functioned as the switch.
Removing the glass bead would stop the operation of the traps. However, avoiding the relentless traps and finding the hidden bead wasn't that easy. It was thanks to Buxel's eyeballs that he managed to find the glass beads. Because Vampire's eye wasn't affected by darkness, it could move freely through small holes to find the bead. Well, this time he had another use for it. Ark Nim. The eyeball had become red after striking the glass bead and it flew angrily towards him. Ark pretended ignorance and said, "Ah, Buxel. Good work. I'm alive thanks to you. Now you're saying this? What were you thinking? This is my eyes, my eyes. Then you should have found the glass bead more quickly. You found it too late, so the traps became worse. Therefore it was inevitable. And isn't it wonderful? Eyeball missile. Don't you think it is an upgrade from the pig missile? Are you going to weaponize every part of your body? Buxel, the living weapon. How wonderful. Eh? That is a little cool. No, what was it?" The eyeball paused and murmured. The two eyes rubbed against each other and dust fell down. It was a really pitiful scene. "Anyway, the traps have been turned off, so shall we check the loot?" Ark murmured and got up. The crypt didn't have any monsters. However, there was a chance to collect items that could be called loot after the traps were switched off. Let's see, is there anything slightly useful this time? Ark approached the wall with an expectant look. Just like a medieval movie, a wall in the crypt was made like the honeycomb in a beehive. And a corpse that looked like a mummy was enshrined in the wall. Ark collected the items present on the body. Old sword. Weapon type, one-handed sword. Attack, 710. Durability, 17/200. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 250. The sword buried with ancient warriors in the underground crypt. In the past it possessed tremendous power, but that feature has already been lost. The iron has oxidized and it cannot be melted down in a furnace. Damn, another bad item? Ark sighed after he saw the information window. The crypt had a lot of weapons and defensive items buried. However, the performance of those items were so bad that it was no different from a pile of trash. Would he only be able to get the price of the scrap metal? Although it was an item that could still be used, he would only be able to get a few coppers for it. No, Ark couldn't ignore a dropped item even if he would get no money for it. Rackard looked at its appearance with an uncomfortable expression. "Master, no matter how you look at it." "Don't tell me, I know." He knew what Rackard was trying to say. He entered the underground crypt and suffered through the traps just for a few scrape items. Wasn't this just grave robbing? His face turned red at the thought of Buxel filming it. However, Ark wasn't going to give up any items. The world-famous archaeologist Indiana Jones was also famous for being a grave robber. Well, he had a wide viewpoint. Yes, what is so bad about recycling items that the dead won't use anyway? It is a time where there is a shortage of raw materials. Recycling will contribute to humans. That was how Ark mentally armed himself. But the income compared to the amount of effort is really enough to cause tears. I can't gain any levels because there are no monsters and all I can obtain is just a pile of junk? If it wasn't for my class change quest, then I would never bother with this dungeon. However, he wouldn't let his heart make hasty decisions. It was an extremely difficult dungeon. If he made just one mistake, then the traps scattered everywhere would kill him. In addition, this dungeon was the type where the traps would reset if he died and had to enter the dungeon again. If he had to break through the traps again from the beginning, then he would go mad. Anyway, I believe this is the last area based on what I recall from the map. Ark collected all the items and opened his map. The topographic map of the complicated underground crypt was already almost cleared. When he looked using his cartography skills, the map completion rate was 95%. There was only 5% left to be completed. And Ark already knew where the remaining 5% was hidden. In fact, Ark initially had no intention of exploring the crypt to 100%. He had planned to use the shortest route to his destination. After going the wrong way a few times, Ark's completion rate was 60% when he reached the destination. It was a huge door with a sentence written on it. It was obviously the final destination of the dungeon just by looking at it. But there was a problem he hadn't expected: the door was locked. How on earth am I going to open this? Ark was filled with anxiety. Suddenly the eyeball floating all over the place discovered something on the top of the opposite wall. "Arknem, there is something recorded here. If you would like to meet the owner of this place, then insert the tokens of courage and wisdom." Tokens of courage and wisdom? Ark looked carefully at the iron door. Although thick dust was piled up, he carefully examined the formation carved into the wall.
There were small holes forming a circle. Ark determined the size of the holes and immediately knew the meaning of the sentence.
That's right. The token of courage and wisdom. Damn, does this mean I have to completely go around the dungeon? The tokens of courage and wisdom didn't involve monsters.
That's right, it was to pass through all the traps in the dungeon. Only passing through the traps could he get the glass bead.
The key to opening the iron door was the beads.
Furthermore, there were 30 holes carved. In other words, he needed at least 30 beads. Ark only gathered the required number of beads after exploring 95% of the crypt.
Well, thanks to that he became enough of an expert to rival Indiana Jones. Now the final destination is close. Let's go.
Ark finished his maintenance and headed towards the iron door.
Then he laid the glass beads in one by one. Coo 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 coo.
The iron door started vibrating as soon as he finished putting the beads in, and the door slid to the side to reveal a hidden passage. It was a straight passage that headed downwards. Finally, I've reached the final stage of the profession quest.
Ark jumped in with an expectant expression. How far did he go?
He went all the way down until he suddenly heard a voice muttering.
Damn it! That brat, how much longer will it hold out? That voice?
Ark flinched and stopped moving before he used Eyes of the Cat. There was a wide space at the end of the passage and a dark shadow was wandering there. It looked like one of the dead, but it was covered head and toe with what seemed to be black paint. It was to the extent that he couldn't see through the black with Eyes of the Cat.
There's only the shell left. I'll kill it this time. When that is done, I'll become a complete existence.
The black person muttered as he walked around before he suddenly flinched and turned his head. He became surprised as he saw Ark and confronted him.
Yes, who are you?
The person looked at Ark with uneasy eyes until he suddenly shouted like he remembered something.
I see. You covet that as well.
Foolish bastards.
Your vain greed, I won't allow it.
Sharp fangs suddenly sprang from his mouth and blade-like claws from the hand. A red warning message flashed as the person attacked. The boss monster Karma, who has a corrupted soul, has appeared.
Boss monster? This crypt also has a boss monster? There were no monsters present, so he hadn't expected a boss. Ark was unprepared and hurriedly pulled out his sword to attack Karma.
It was a crude attack, so he hadn't expected it to work. But Karma fell down from the hit and also lost 3% of his health.
What the? This guy? Ark looked at Karma struggling on the ground with astonishment. Shouldn't the boss monster be incredibly strong?
That's right, there were no monsters here, so I had no idea of the level of difficulty in this dungeon. The difficulty of the traps is quite high, but that has nothing to do with the level of dungeon.
Isn't this dungeon more reasonable than I expected?
He confirmed that it was the right answer after checking Karma with Eyes of the Cat. Indeed, Ark was high level. He had reached level 339 after killing the zombies in the swamp. If he added the 50% dark attribute bonus, then he was level 508. On the other hand, Karma was only level 450. Even though he was a boss monster, Ark had already overwhelmed it in stats. It wasn't necessary for him to fight really seriously against it. Of course, bosses in New World possess special skills, so victory or defeat wasn't just determined by level.
But what's this? This uncomfortable feeling, Instead of feeling comfortable at the thought of an easy fight, he felt uneasy instead. If the boss was that weak, then wouldn't the loot be bad as well?
But Ark clamped down on the uncomfortable feeling. Anyway, he hadn't entered hoping for loot. Ark's purpose was his profession change quest.
I'll finish this quickly and complete my quest. Dark Blade.
Ark ran up to Karma and stabbed him with his sword. Then Karma screamed and waved his hand.
Hick, time acceleration.
The durability of Gwyzel's sword had fallen, has quickly fallen.
Durability -10.
The durability of Gwyzel's sword had fallen, has quickly fallen.
Durability -10.
The durability of Gwyzel's sword had fallen, has quickly fallen.
Durability -10.
A suspicious gas had emerged from Karma's hand.
At that moment, a message window appeared saying that Gwyzel's durability had fallen.
Hick, what did this?
Ark panicked and withdrew.
Before coming here, he had carefully looked at Gwyzel's information window and the durability had dropped from 200 to 80. Ark avoided Karma's ensuing attacks and used magic restoration continuously to repair Gwyzel's sword.
What on earth is happening? I didn't even touch the black person? What is this thing? Ark used skill penetration.
It was urgent to examine what Karma had done.
Karma's special skill, Time Tuner.
Thanks to his spirit body, which is close to nature, Karma uses techniques which deal with time.
This technique allows several decades to pass in seconds or revert to the past.
However, this technique does not work on existences that have life.
Time acceleration speed up the passage of time within a certain space.
When time is accelerated at maximum speed, all objects within the area, sword, armor, etc., will have their durability fall. Time rewind. The passage of time within a certain area is reverted to the past. When affected, all objects will return to its previous state. However, this skill only works up to the time when the object is created. When applied to equipment, the item will return to its or state.
What the? Time tuner? Techniques which controlled the flow of time. Although it didn't apply to Ark since he was alive, time rewind wasn't something that he could take lightly. Ark turned pale with fear after reading the information window.
Although it wasn't necessary to explain, real physical laws apply to equipment in New World. If he didn't use his sword over a certain amount of time, then the durability would decline. Of course, it only decreased by 1 every month, and repairing it would always return it to the original state. But if he left the equipment alone after a few years, then the durability would fall and the item would break.
Karma's skill acted like that.
When his sword entered the space, it was like time accelerated by 100 times. In the end, it appeared like Ark had neglected his sword for a few years. The durability was decreased at a tremendous rate.
If his response was a little bit late, then his sword would have been destroyed. It wasn't only his sword. Wouldn't the effect also apply to his armor if it hit his body? I have to fight against someone like this?
He would have preferred to lose 1,000 health. If he died, then he would just lost a few stats when resurrected. However, his items were unrecoverable if the durability reached 0. In addition, 70% of his equipment was rare or higher, so it would cost 1 billion won buying new equipment. If that happened, that Ark would become sick and collapse.
Close range fighting is dangerous. My pets are wearing equipment, so it is also risky for them. Razak and Rackard, quickly retreat. Ark panicked and used sprint to retreat. Ho, where did your confidence go? You cowardly bastard.
When Ark retreated, Karma instantly used taunts to provoke him. However, Ark wasn't the type to risk losing millions of won just because of a few taunts.
He's provoking me, so time tuner isn't a long-distance magic. While being chased by Karma, Ark started analyzing him.
The radius of Karma's skill was probably a few meters around him. If he didn't approach, then he wouldn't have to worry about his equipment breaking.
And Karma used skills like a magician, so his defense and health were extremely low. If I keep my distance while dealing strong damage, then I might be able to fix this. Raiden, give me a sword. Blade Storm. Ark took out a sword and made it explode. It split into countless fragments and attacked Karma. But something astonishing happened in the next moment. Time rewind.
After Karma used his magic, the fragments combined back into a sword and weakly fell to the ground.
Thanks to time rewinding, the sword had returned to its previous state before it exploded. It was an absurd defense. This also happened when he tried to shoot an arrow.
When Karma rewound time, the arrow lost its acceleration and fell to the ground. Karma then rushed towards him.
Ha. You greedy bastard, I'll strip you naked. Time acceleration. Damn, what is there? There's no way to fight.
Ark was like someone with his tail trapped. He was confident in a frontal confrontation.
But if he fought within close range, then time acceleration would be applied to his equipment. Even if he continuously used magic restoration, at least 1 or 2 of his equipment would be destroyed before he could repair them. That absolutely can't happen. The equipment I worked so hard to obtain.
He couldn't tolerate it, even if it meant he had to die.
Is there a way to block his skill?
Ark worried for a while before a thought flashed through his head.
Karma's skills were time acceleration and time rewind. In other words, they were magic with completely opposite properties. What would happen if time rewind was applied to an area which already had time acceleration? Wouldn't it be neutralized? Yes, that's it. That's the only way. Rackard, take it off.
Rackard's eyes widened at Ark's words. Master, since when is that your hobby? I'm a handsome boy, but, in this situation.
What nonsense are you saying? You're wearing rare equipment. You should take it off so it isn't destroyed. Is that so? But why? Heek, don't tell me you're making me fight against another tough person? Don't worry, I don't expect that from you.
Ark snorted and murmured.
Although Rackard could fight Karma once he took off his equipment, he wouldn't be able to defeat the boss on his own. No matter how weak, he was still a boss.
Karma wasn't so weak that Ark could defeat him without his equipment. So Ark wanted Rackard to use bloodsucking. It was in order to absorb a skill that would neutralize Karma's. Got it? I'll attract his attention while you suck out his skills. The skill I desire is time acceleration. Fill your 2 slots with time acceleration. There was a reason Ark wanted time acceleration. Karma didn't know that Rackard could absorb skills. If he knew that fact, then he wouldn't let Rackard suck his blood easily. Then this was the only chance to use bloodsucking. So he had to defeat Karma with only 2 skills. The skill that can deal the largest damage is Bladestorm. In addition, the attack damage is determined by the quality of the sword. My counterattack made him lose 3% health last time, so 2 hits with Bladestorm should be enough. Then he would be in a critical condition. With less than 10% health, Ark could rush forward and attack while continuously using magic restoration. A magic sword was the best bet for this. That guy stopped my attack with time rewind just now. Time acceleration means that a lot of time can pass within a few seconds. I have to kill him before durability reached 0. That's why Ark ordered the acquisition of time acceleration, which is the opposite of time rewind. Okay, I don't know if I could acquire it, but I'll try. Rackard sneaked out of the combat zone and took off his tuxedo before approaching Karma. Meanwhile, Ark shot arrows wildly and attracted Karma's eyes. Take this, you damn monster. These attacks are useless. Ah, ouch. Karma flinched and looked down at his foot. Rackard had quickly bit the ankle and sucked the blood before running away. Damn, the taste is dirty. This isn't blood, it tastes like rotten soup. Rackard has used blood-sucking on Karma. A new skill has been saved in the empty slot. Asterisk currently absorbed skill, time acceleration. You can accelerate time within a certain space. Okay, that's 1. Even though he complained, Rackard managed to collect 1 skill. Geez. This mosquito-like guy. Karma rushed up to Rackard angrily. However, Rackard avoided the attack like he really was a mosquito. When Ark shot an arrow, Karma instantly turned back to him. Karma still didn't know that Rackard was absorbing his skills. Rackard wasn't dealing any damage to his health, so he hadn't considered it necessary to pay attention to Rackard. Now Rackard. Time acceleration. Okay. Rackard sucked on Karma's neck like a mosquito at Ark's command. After a few repetitions, Rackard was once again able to absorb a skill. However, Ark sighed after checking Rackard's information window. It wasn't time acceleration that was absorbed but time rewind. Damn, you'll have to cancel it and suck again. You understood. But master, this is slightly strange. Rackard, who was running away from Karma, suddenly frowned. In a short while, Rackard suddenly screamed and rolled around on the ground. Ak. Master. It hurts. It feels like I'm being eaten. Rackard, wake up. Razak, protect Rackard. Tadak, clack 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 clack. Razak, who had retreated at Ark's command, ran towards Rackard. But after his scream was heard, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Your summon Rackard has manifested a new vampire ability. Rackard has awoken one of the abilities obtained when he became an Earl after defeating Caracal. With 2 skills of the same nature saved in the slot, Rackard has learned Skill Synthesis. Skill Synthesis has the ability to combine the 2 skills to make another one. When the 2 skills with different properties are synthesized, it will evolve 1 step higher. Skill Synthesis, 2 saved skills are combined into 1. Asterisk skill currently synthesized in the body. Absolute time is able to invalidate all time magic in the surroundings for 10 minutes. Skill Synthesis? Ark's mouth dropped as he read the information window. Wasn't it like eating meat and spice separately, but then mixing it for delicious food? Combining time acceleration and time rewind created absolute time. The 2 effects mixed and created a skill that destroyed time magic. If he had sucked time acceleration twice, then he never would have awakened the vampire's abilities. If absolute time was able to destroy time magic, then Karma wouldn't be a problem anymore. Good. This is it. Ugh, I didn't know it would feel that bad. Please use it quickly. Ouch. Rackard muttered as he still hadn't adapted to the nausea from awakening his ability. Yes, very soon. Ark immediately prepared a counterattack. Now it was possible to finish Karma off whenever he wanted. Before he had only thought about escaping, but now he had a brilliant idea. Wait. That fellow stops all flying attacks with time rewind. And time rewind returned the moment to hundreds of years ago. Then perhaps. Raiden, the old sword.
Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack, dot. As soon as Raiden gave him the sword, Ark threw it towards Karma. Bah, time rewind.
Karma judged that it was an attack and turned back time. Of course, the sword lost its energy and fell to the ground. But the sword which fell to the ground was different from before. The old sword he picked up in the crypt was literally an old sword. What would happen if it was hit with time rewind? As expected. Ark quickly reclaimed the old sword and looked at the information window. Ancient sword. Weapon type, one-handed sword.
Attack, 20 operator 22. Durability, 200/200. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 250.
The sword buried with ancient warriors in the underground crypt. The basic equipment of the infantry, it is a lightweight and reliably crafted sword. It is a sword within any decorations, making it easy to handle with a decent attack. This type of sword improves basic agility.
Option, agility +5.
Ark was in such a good mood he felt like screaming. Yes, hundreds of years ago the sword was in its perfect state. But it had been buried in the ground for hundreds of years and couldn't be used anymore. He had returned it when it was created for the first time. Ark intended to change all of the items he found in the crypt.
I found 30 items. I can change all of them into useful items. Ark hid his real intentions and muttered. Ugh, there is also a failure? Ha ha ha.
You fool, every attempt will be the same. But there's still a lot of weapons.
You can't stop everything. Take this.
You fool, didn't I say that was useless?
Time rewind. Time rewind.
Karma was a guy whose primary nature was protecting himself.
Then couldn't Ark use that to change all the junk items to something new?
Ark's only worry was that Karma would notice and start to use time acceleration. It would be fine with normal equipment, but if time acceleration was used on old items, then they would turn to dust. However, Karma was tricked by Ark's act and kept on using time rewind.
Ha ha ha, I'm sweeping in the money. Ark frantically threw the junk items. Take this, and this, eh? This is? Hook, already ran out of, hook, of items. Karma muttered as he gasped and Ark clicked his tongue. Yes, everything is gone. Unfortunately. Hoo. Hook, now it's your turn. Hook, the items you're wearing, hook, I'll turn it to dust. Hook, time acceleration. Karma made an elated expression and rushed forward. Then Ark laughed and muttered. Record. Oh, I've been waiting for this. Eek. Absolute time. Record seemed like he was vomiting up the skill. There was a roaring sound and all the time magic used by Karma was destroyed. Hook, what the, why?
Karma burst out with confusion. He hit Ark's armor with a disbelieving expression, but there was no change in the armor. Karma realized that something was wrong and stuttered as he looked at Arkansas.
Wait a minute. There is something wrong. I'm just a little tired. Ah, is that so? Ark smiled pleasantly at Karma and nodded. Next, Ark continuously used Dark Blade. Karma was no problem now that he didn't have his time magic.
With Razak and Record attacking as well, Karma fell into a critical condition within 2 minutes.
Hook, I can't die, not like this.
Karma stumbled and shouted when he had 5% health left.
Instantly a weird black air current started forming around Karma's body.
Most of the bosses had a special skill they used when in critical condition.
Karma's final knockdown skill seemed to be something other than time magic.
Ark had the thought too late and rushed forward with jump.
It's too late, Dark Blade. Qua.
Then Karma's body split in half and the black smoke went in all different directions.
Damn, did he finish the skill? Ark maintained a defensive stance.
But the unexpected message windows appeared in front of him.
Your level has risen. Your level has risen. What the? Wasn't Karma's final skill completed? I didn't feel an attack. Anyway, Karma died and his level rose. He felt dissatisfied, but Karma died, so he didn't pay it any attention.
He gained 5 levels after defeating Karma.
In addition, he managed to transform 30 junk items into fine items.
He was a strange person to the end, but it turned out okay. Ark carefully looked at the items that dropped onto the ground after Karma collapsed.
Short note regarding Record's synthesis skill. Nature equals time magic. Property equals accelerate or rewind.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 14 Chapter 9. ACT 9, Rise, Rise Second Profession. Note, I'm going to change the chain skill Dark Strike to Dark Torrent. I had trouble translating this skill, but there were two possible interpretations and I went with Dark Strike. However, that's not possible anymore because there is another skill called Dark Strike, so I'm going to change it to Dark Torrent. However, I have no editor anymore, so the changes will be slowly made. Phantom Sandglass, Special. The fallen soul Karma was able to use time magic because of this artifact. Although the origin of the hourglass is unknown, the sands running through it has the power to move time. When you use the Phantom Hourglass, the time magic will allow you to rewind time or forward it to the future. However, that effect does not apply to living things. The number of uses, 5. What is this? Ark stared at the hourglass. It was a boss monster. Of course he had hoped for equipment, but all he got was a consumable. The Phantom Hourglass. It was an artifact with the power to control time. Although he was initially in an unbearable situation because of it, he discovered a lot of loopholes in its power after fighting Karma. In addition, Ark's opponents were monsters. What use was there in ruining the armor or weapon of a monster? It was possible to use it to recycle junk items. But there are only 5 uses. What kind of compensation was repairing 5 junk items for defeating a boss monster? Ark sighed with a depressed expression. The boss was a little shabby. The compensation was also shabby. Well, the artifact still has a unique ability, so it might be useful. If I meet a strong boss, then I can destroy its armor or weapon. Yes, there is no need to be disappointed. I didn't enter looking for loot. Ark collected the Phantom Hourglass and then looked around. He had wandered around the entire crypt and even defeated the boss. The only thing left to do was look for clues about his profession change quest. While he was standing in front of the boss, Buxel's eye approached and said, "Arknim, it continues over on that side." His eyes confirmed that there was a small passage behind where he saw Karma for the first time. There was no reason to think about it. Ark entered the passage. He walked for approximately 50 meters. But why was a skeleton suddenly blocking the passage? There was still an enemy remaining after defeating the boss? Ark instantly prepared for battle after discovering the skeleton. But no matter how long he waited, the skeleton didn't make any weird movements. This is just a statue? The eyeball muttered as it flew around. Just like the eyeball said, the skeleton was just a statue. The statue had numerous bruises on its surface and was standing in a defensive stance with its shield raised in front of it. It stopped people coming in from the outside. No, the skeleton actually blocked the passage. Although the passage behind it was seen, it wasn't possible to get past the statue. This is? What should I do? Despite pushing or pulling, the statue would not budge. Although it didn't look like metal, a metallic sound rang out when he tried to hit it with the sword. Why is the statue in this place? Perhaps this is a clue for my profession quest? There was no reason for a statue to be placed here. Ark meticulously looked over the statue. However, the only things visible on the surface of the statue were the bruises. Is this statue really a clue towards my profession quest? Or is it just a statue that was trapped inside? I can't enter because of the statue. Ah, that's right. Buxel, go inside and confirm what is there. The statue blocked the narrow passage so well that even Rackard, who had changed into a bat, couldn't pass. However, there was enough space for one eyeball to get through. The eyeball became brave after Ark's command and entered the gap. No, it tried to enter. Suddenly red flames rapidly emerged from the eyes of the statue and attacked Ark and the eyeball. Hook, what the? This guy was alive? Ark was totally caught off guard and tumbled to the ground as he received a critical hit. At the same time, something similar to iron powder fell from the surface of the statue. After it had all fallen off, the perfect form of the skeleton was revealed. Although its body only consisted of bone, the skeleton emitted a strong force that was completely different from other undead. The skeleton glared at Ark with red eyes and approached. Clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak instantly stood in front of Ark and held up his shield. Kakakakak, sparks flew as iron met iron. But after a short moment, the skeleton pushed forward with his shield and created a shockwave that sent Razak flying. Razak! Damn, Rackard, quickly move him away. You understood. This way, you stupid bones. Rackard shouted towards the skeleton. The skeleton flinched and stopped running up to Razak. It looked at Razak and Rackard dumbly, then ran up to Ark and said, Clack clack, clack 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 clack. Clack 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 clack. Eh? What the? Master, wait a minute. Rackard shouted with a surprised expression. What the? He's trying to kill us. This guy is asking if Master is the truth seeker. If you are, then he isn't our enemy. He is the summon of Hero Mabon. What? Hero Mabon's summon? Ark stopped attacking and asked with confusion. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. He thinks we were rude for not recognizing a senior. Clack 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 clack. Clack clack? Clack 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 clack, tatadak. He, rude? We are honorable pets fighting for our master. There is no need for us to apologize. Rackard looked between the two skeletons with no interest and interpreted. Well, Rackard was the only one who understood the foreign language, so it was good that he was there while the two skeletons were talking. Anyway, Ark looked at the skeleton and remembered the hints for his profession change quest. The person who has forgotten the time and the true darkness will welcome you. The true darkness meant the underground crypt. Hero Mabons had slept for hundreds of years before Ark appeared in front of him, so he had forgotten time. All the hints for my quest have been solved. All that's left is to change professions. Then wouldn't the skeleton hold the key for my profession quest? Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. Razak and the skeleton who had been talking suddenly tilted their head to one side and asked. Clack clack clack? Clack 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 clack? He asked if you've met someone else before meeting him? Meet? Is he talking about karma? That's right, karma. He asked how did you do it, ... I defeated him. What? I didn't defeat him? Ark asked in a concerned face as the skeleton shook his head. After thinking for a while, the skeleton shook it off and continued talking. He asked if you have the qualifications to prove that you are the descendant of Hero Mabon. This thing? Ark pulled out the three marvels that had been combined into one disc. The skeleton stared at the disc as he seemed lost in his memories. The atmosphere became heavy as Rackard continued interpreting. It is a long story. But he will explain the reason why Hero Mabon called you here. The skeleton guided Ark into the passage he had blocked. How long did he follow the skeleton? After 50 meters, a small space the size of a living room appeared. In the corner there was a pile of old ingredients covered in dust and a small spring flowed into a well on one side. The traces showed that someone who wasn't an undead lived there. In the center of the room there was someone sitting down cross-legged. The dead person just sat down in that position like he was a mummy. Who had lived and died in this place? In addition, why had he died in a lotus position like a monk? While Ark looked doubtful, the skeleton slowly approached and kneeled before the dead person before speaking. Whatever he said caused Rackard to burst out screaming. Heek. Am master. What the? What is it? What did he say? This mummy is Hero Mabon. What? Hero Mabon? This mummy? Ark looked at the mummy with a stunned expression. It was a name he had been hearing since he started the game, Hero Mabon. One of the 7 heroes and the founder of Ark's profession, Dark Walker. But none of the beast clans or even his lover Adelaine knew where he had died. He had turned into a mummy in the underground crypt. Why on earth? It is impossible for Hero Mabon to have died locked in here. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Of course this is Hero Mabon. Rackard interpreted and the skeleton instantly sighed and sat down. Ark also sat down on the spot. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. I am Anguradin, the undead who protected Hero Mabon. Rackard sat down on Anguradin's shoulder and simultaneously translated his words. Anguradin struggled with his explanation before talking again. Clack clack, clack clack clack? Have you looked around the city above the underground crypt? Yes, I had to find the clues for my profession change quest. Tatadak, clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. Then it will be easy to explain. That is the reason why the dying Hero Mabon called the Truth Seeker here. Because of the city? Ark asked and Anguradin instantly looked upset. Anguradin's subsequent explanation was startling. The original name for the city of the dead was Oberium. Before the Dark Century occurred, it was a city in Sutandal ruled by a brave warrior. It was also the people of Oberium, who exchanged with the continent while the Nakujuk and Baron were still barbarians in the grassland. It was the reason why there were no records of them in the Baron clan's history. When the Dark Century was at its peak, the kingdom with the strongest forces was Oberium. Compared to the continent, Oberium was invaded but such dark power that it had already become a ruin. But why is it like this now? Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack.
It is because of the terrifying power of the Dark Lord who terrorized the world.
It will be easier to watch it than listening to me explain. Then Anguraden took out a memory crystal present in the room.
When Ark received the memory crystal, a panorama-like picture appeared.
This is...
The landscape that appeared was somewhat familiar.
Yes, it was looking down on Oberium, the city of the dead.
The landscape that appeared was from before Oberium had become a ruin. Just like Celebrad, the capital city of Schuttenberg, Oberium was a huge and gorgeous city.
And thousands of Oberium's soldiers wearing shiny armor in a square.
The time period was near the end of the Dark Century. The assembled soldiers had gathered to help the 7 heroes fight against the Dark Lord.
They geared up and confirmed their determination.
Shortly before they headed to the continent, a dark shadow suddenly crept over their heads. Fear spread over their faces as the warriors raised their heads.
Confusion also spread over Ark's face. That, the Reigenberg.
Yes, the huge skyray had appeared above the soldiers' heads.
It was the aerial fortress Reigenberg that the Red Man had seized and disappeared with previously.
The warriors mobilized their magic and arrows and waged a war against the Reigenberg. Then the Reigenberg's mouth opened and a black air current flowed out. The warriors, enveloped by the black air current, screamed and rolled on the ground.
And
the bodies of the warriors started changing slowly.
The dead? Doesn't that look like the dead? Then the dead wandering around Sutandal.
Yes, the identities of the dead wandering Sutandal were the previous residents of Oberium. Here the video was lost as the memory crystal was broken. Unlike the current crystals, the ancient spells on the memory crystal shattered it once it was played once.
Anguraden started talking again after the crystal broke.
Tadadadadak, clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. The magic you saw was the ultimate curse magic that the Dark Lord created near the end of the Dark Century. The Dark Lord aimed the results of his magical experiments towards Oberium, which was the most threatening forces at the time. If he had completed the ultimate destructive magic, then the world would have ceased to exist. Ark was reminded of words from the Wolrang Elder.
When the Dark Century was ending, the Dark Lord had sent his most powerful weapon, the Reigenberg, to Sutandal.
Ark had wondered why. When he heard those words, but now he knew the answer to those questions. It made no sense to send the most powerful weapon to attack the Baron clan when the Dark Lord was being threatened by the 7 heroes. But he understood after seeing the contents of the crystal. The Dark Lord had sent the Reigenberg to stop Oberium from sending reinforcements.
Oberium, who had ruled Sutandal, was completely destroyed and the residents turned into the dead. These dead people were different from the normal undead.
Clack 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 clack, clack clack clack.
Although Oberium's sacrifice was painful, the 7 heroes were able to defeat the Dark Lord thanks to the absence of the Reigenberg.
But that didn't mean the end of the Dark Century.
The 7 heroes, no, Hero Mabon knew that.
Anguraden looked at Hero Mabon with melancholy eyes, then continued. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. While everyone was drunk on the joy of victory, Hero Mabon was worried about the future.
One day the Dark Lord would be resurrected.
And if the Dark Lord is resurrected, then the world will be threatened by the ultimate curse magic again. The magic that the Dark Lord had completed during the end of the Dark Century had only been used once against Sutandal. The continent had never directly experienced the fear, so they were unfamiliar with the magic. But Hero Mabon knew that the Dark Lord would rise again and threaten the world with his magic. While the other heroes joyfully celebrated on the continent, Hero Mabon looked for the door to this dimension by himself and found it. He used the knowledge he gained from fighting against the forces of darkness to study the curse magic. He also did it for Oberium, who met a tragic fate right at the end. But Hero Mabon couldn't solve the secret of the magic. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. Hero Mabon had no choice but to use his final method. Anguraden clenched his fists and looked at Hero Mabon.
A skeleton, only bones remained, so Anguraden couldn't cry.
Clack clack clack, clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. It was to accept the curse magic into his body in order to find a technique to resist the magic. Ark finally knew the answer to all his questions after hearing Anguraden's words. Yes, he finally realized how Hero Mabon had died. He used his own life to figure out the secret to the magic. That was also the reason why he led Ark, who was the truth seeker here. He sacrificed his own life in order to convey the secret of the curse magic to the next generation.
That was probably the reason why he hadn't visited the Mermaid Queen Adelaine like he promised. Just as Ark was thinking this, Adelaine's necklace that was on his chest started trembling.
Ark grabbed the necklace and looked at Hero Mabon's remains.
What's this? Why does it want me to go there?
It was hundreds of years later, yet the necklace was still filled with devotion for him.
Why did he purposely cut himself off from the other heroes and his sweetheart? It was impossible for somebody sane to act like that. Ark honestly couldn't understand his behavior. No, he didn't want to understand. But he still managed to elicit true devotion from other people. Anguradan also displayed tremendous loyalty to Hero Mabon by staying by his side and defending him for hundreds of years. Hook, he is a hero. This guy is a real hero. I'm fiercely impressed. But the descendant of that hero. Tears dripped from the eyeball before he looked at Arkansas. Hero Mabon probably hadn't imagined that his descendant would be like this. However, Anguradan didn't know Ark's character and just spoke in an excited voice. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. I had been waiting for you. I verified the evidence of Hero Mabon's selection with my own eyes. Just like Hero Mabon predicted, the Truth Seeker has come and he can receive the secret of the curse magic. Anguradan stood up and approached Hero Mabon. Then he stared at him with sad eyes before reaching towards the jaw and crushing it. Then the mummy remains turned into dust and two precious stones fell out. One was a shining gem that burned while the other black gem emitted a special aura. Anguradan extended the first shining stone to Arkansas. Clack clack clack, clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. With this it is possible to receive some of the dark magic that Hero Mabon left behind. He left some of his experience and power along with the knowledge of the curse he studied. Truth Seeker, receive his legacy. Insert it into the three marvels and receive his power. Finally my second profession, ... Ark swallowed his saliva and received the gem. Although he had heard everything about the Dark Lord's resurrection, Ark cared more about his second stage profession. When Ark's trembling hands inserted the precious gem, a tremendous light was emitted from the three marvels disc and an information window appeared. Hero Mabon's soul stone has been combined with the three marvels. As the Truth Seeker, you had chased after the footprints of Hero Mabon and collected the three marvels. That journey wasn't just to obtain the three marvels. Hundreds of years ago, Hero Mabon realized the true power of the darkness, stars and moon. While traveling by himself, he looked at the shining stars and moon in the darkness and realized the meaning of the true night. He hadn't realized it, but it was already embedded deeply in his heart. Hero Mabon truly loved the darkness and left his knowledge in the soul stone, allowing a dark walker to change professions to a dark soul. Would you like to change your profession? Was that even an impossible choice? Change. 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 The light that was emitted by the disc was absorbed by Ark's body. Character name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 450. Fame 11,725, plus 500, level 344. Profession Dark Soul. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the World Tree, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sutandal's Hero. Health 5,405, plus 150, plus 1,000 Mana 5,445 less than plus 1,000. Spiritual Power 200 less than plus 200 Strength 672, plus 28, plus 40. Agility 832, plus 55, plus 50 Stamina 1032, plus 20, plus 40. Wisdom 118, plus 10, plus 40 Intelligence 1061 less than plus 50. Luck 112, plus 60, plus 40 Flexibility 146. Art of Communication 66 Affection 67, plus 10. Resilience 428. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Added Profession Effect. Asterisk your profession restrictions have been released and your profession-specific skills have been upgraded to a higher level. Asterisk you've acquired the special skill area declaration, Glory of the Night acquired. Asterisk your profession restrictions have loosened and you have successfully learnt the highest rank skill Divine Skill. Asterisk your profession-specific skills have been upgraded to a higher level. Asterisk the proficiency and rating of your previous skills have been upgraded. Dark Strike, upgraded version of Dark Blade. It has inherited the effects of Dark Blade by default. However, whenever you use Dark Strike, then the power of darkness will be accumulated in the sword. It is possible to accumulate the power from 2 to 5 times before inflicting a critical hit on the enemy. Number of accumulations x 50% of attack is added. Mana consumption, 200. Blade Tempest, upgraded version of Bladestorm. It has inherited the effects of Bladestorm by default. However, when a magic sword is used for Blade Tempest, then the effect will be even greater and there will be a helpful effect for allies. The explosion will depend on the special effects of the sword. Mana consumption, 800. Dark Scale, upgraded version of Dark Dance. Skill will be automatically used when degree of completion is 70%. Darkness will be assimilated in the body and will display an armor-like effect.
The dark armor will decrease your evasion by 20% but will increase your defense by 30%, and there is an increased 10% of reflecting the enemy's attack.
In addition, any dark magic will be invalidated if the damage is less than 100. Dark scale will increase your defense. Mana consumption, 500.
Moonlight illusion, upgraded version of Moonlight Shadow. The maximum health of the Moonlight Shadow clones will increase from 30% to 40%. In addition, you can move the clones using simple commands. The number of clones and commands will depend on the skill rating.
Current number of clones is 3 and the number of instructions is 3.
Asterisk attack everything, take every action to fight the enemy until their health disappears.
Asterisk take suitable action, a suitable defense and offense will be taken until their health disappears. Asterisk be careful of your lives, run away until their health disappears. You have learnt the high-ranking skill Glory of the Night. Glory of the Night area declaration, beginner, active.
Glory of the Night is a special area declaration skill which fences off a certain area that will give you special powers within that area. When inside an area declared by Glory of the Night, a dark soul can summon a stone imbued with the power of darkness. When present in a 100-meter radius, the power of darkness will increase your attack and defense by 50% and magic resistance by 20%. In addition, you will only be able to use the high-ranking skill Divine Skill with the area declared. However, the Dark Soul will only be able to use the area declaration at night or until the Dark Stone is destroyed. Duration lasts for 10 minutes.
Mana consumption, 2000. Spiritual power consumption, 400. Finally, my second profession. Ark looked at the information window with an impressed face.
While he was still reading the information, Anguraden handed him the black precious gem and spoke. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Hero Mabon, who had sacrificed his life, made preparations to pass on his knowledge.
Come on, take this.
Please accomplish Hero Mabon's last wish.
That is mine. Then a dark shadow abruptly flew from the passage towards the gem.
Ark was completely caught off guard while his summons looked on with confusion. But it seemed like Anguraden had already expected as he turned his body and hit the dark spirit with his shield.
Quack, how?
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Did you think I'd never know your interior motive? If you had been destroyed, then I would have died as well. My living existence is proof that you were alive. So it was like that.
Clack clack clack, tadadadak, tadak.
Yes, I just pretended that I didn't know anything. It was in order to convey Hero Mabon's knowledge to the Truthseeker. But everything is over and I have no business anymore. I had been waiting for this day. There is no use trying to escape. You and I are one body. My duty is over, so I have no lingering wish to remain in this world.
Anguraden swung his sword at the black spirit, which fell to the ground. Then the black aura flared and it escaped at an absurd speed outside.
Quack. No. Like this, I can't die. If it's like this, I won't die alone.
The seal has loosened, I'll drive this place to eternal ruin.
Clack.
Clack 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 clack.
Damn, did I miss? What's going on? Who is he?
Clack 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 clack.
He is Karma. Karma? But I already killed him.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack, clack clack. No, he did not die.
He just pretended to die. The fact that I'm alive is the evidence. Because that fellow and I were born from one body. Anguraden suddenly revealed a new secret. Karma was Anguraden's alter ego.
After Hero Mabon absorbed the curse magic, Anguraden had been watching over him for hundreds of years.
Although Anguraden was an undead, he was still affected by the influence of the curse magic.
Anguraden gradually started to covet the gem inserted into Hero Mabon's body. In order to escape the effect of the magic, Anguraden was forced to reassemble his body using the bones from the crypt. But the bones that Anguraden removed became another living existence. It was just a body with a dreadful desire for the precious gem.
Karma. Yes, Karma was just like his name.
In a previous life, he had fallen into sin and his body became corrupted. Karma was literally the desire that Anguraden had shed. Anyway, Anguraden turned himself into a statue at the entrance of the passage in order to block Karma.
Karma's main body had been destroyed, so the only thing keeping him here after hundreds of years was Anguraden.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Taduk. We have to hurry. He'll go on a desperate rampage after he failed to obtain the gem.
That fellow has accumulated his magic for hundreds of years. If he goes outside in this situation, then there is no telling what he will do.
Ugh.
Anguraden said in a desperate voice before he suddenly moaned and sat on the ground. His legs had weakened before it changed into powder and scattered.
What happened? Clack clack clack, clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. The guy is disappeared. He also knows it. So he is creating explosions in the city. You have to stop him.
Anguradin handed him the gem and said.
Clack clack, clack clack clack.
Although it is vexing, I'm stuck here.
I am near Hero Mabon.
Before it is too late, stop that fellow from going to the outside.
Ark still didn't fully understand what was going on, but he didn't question it closely. Ark received the precious gem.
Then the gem melted into a liquid and wound around his body. It changed into a tattoo with a geometrical design that wrapped around both arms until his shoulders. The power of the precious gem has been absorbed into your body. Hero Mabon truly loved this world and researched ways to oppose the darkness that threatened it until his very last breath. Unfortunately, that power is still unfinished. Furthermore, his successor to the Dark Soul profession is too immature to understand the necessary spiritual enlightenment.
Fortunately, Hero Mabon had foreseen this. His successor's indication of his enlightenment is in the form of a tattoo.
When you have obtained sufficient knowledge and experience in the Soul Stone, the tattoo will expand. When all the powers are opened, then you will gain the full ability to fight against the darkness. You have awakened the ability Eternal Soul. When you receive enlightenment related to the Dark Soul, the powers of the soul will be absorbed into the tattoo. The soul tattoo consists of 10 stages. If you absorb all of the soul magic, then you will acquire the knowledge that Hero Mabon exchanged his life for. The biggest goal of a dark soul is to absorb all this soul.
Eternal Soul? Then Eternal Soul is another power of a dark soul?
Ark's head became complicated as he read the information window. Ark had finally changed to his secondary profession after many twists and turns. But half of Hero Mabon's true strength lay in Eternal Soul. He had to find special enlightenment of clues and loosen 10 seals. Why did he feel like this was just the start? In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to the curse magic that the Dark Lord used, but that changed now that he had the tattoos.
Anyway, that means I can become stronger? Ark understood as much as he could and decided to move on.
There was no time to think about the skills and abilities he got from his secondary profession. There was no guarantee what karma would do outside. Clack 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 clack, clack clack clack.
Hurry!
You have to stop him before my body totally collapses.
Okay, let's go. Ark used sprint and ran outside. Just as he was about to be followed by Razak. Clack clack, clack clack. The Truth Seekers summon. Wait a minute. Razak stopped and turned around.
Anguradin looked at him before taking one bone from his ribs.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
This is the token of friendship I received from Hero Mabon when we made the contract for the first time.
I've kept it all my life.
Although I changed my body after it became corrupted, this part has stayed the same for hundreds of years. Hero Mabon gave his knowledge to your master, so I wanted to give this to you.
Anguradin passed him the rib bone inside.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack, tatadak.
I can see the anguish in your eyes. In the past you lost the person who you've sworn allegiance to, and now you have a new master. I know. I've also had the same doubt after I evolved as an undead. Razak shook slightly at Anguradin's words.
In fact, Razak had been anguished for a long time.
The only memory Razak had was of loyalty.
But when he was revived as an undead, the place he woke up was a dungeon. He had no doubts while he was a skull, but his intelligence increased after he evolved and he became confused about his identity. Anguradin, who had lived for hundreds of years, had seen through Razak's anguish.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. But you don't have to hesitate even if you don't know the past. You're not living in the past anymore.
You exist in the presence and have received a new name with a new master.
Your faith is the only truth. Go, serve your master. Anguradin finished talking and lay on the ground.
Every time he moved, a bone had disappeared and it was already difficult for him to hold on.
But Anguradin wasn't even paying attention to his broken body and kept moving.
He was heading towards the place where Hero Mabon's remains was scattered. Anguradin had lost both arms and legs before he reached his master's corpse and muttered in a hoarse voice.
Tadadadak, clack 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 clack. Oh, master, now I can go to your side.
I've waited for hundreds of years. I will hear the words you did well from you, this moment, this moment. Anguradin's eyes became cloudy as he slowly disappeared. His body turned into powder which piled on top of Hero Mabon's remains.
Razak silently looked at them and kneeled down.
Then he disassembled a rib bone and inserted the one received from Anguradin.
Razak has used his bone collector skill to reassemble the ribs. Loyalty plus 200.
Your summon Razak has collected a special bone and learnt a new skill.
Steel Loyalty, special racial skill, active the skeleton Anguradan's ultimate defense skill. When skill is used, the bones will change to steel and defense will increase by degree of loyalty, current loyalty, 894.
However, this skill can only be used when you are within 10 meters of your summon and it only used to protect the summon.
Cooldown time, 8 hours. Mana consumption, 300. Qua. What the? What is Karma doing? Ark looked around with a bemused expression after exiting the crypt. It was the city of the dead.
No, Oberium was embroiled in a storm.
The enormous storm emitted a black aura.
But there were no tremors in the earth. The storm only affected the dead present in Oberium.
Quahawk.
One of the dead screamed with pain and rolled across the ground as he was wrapped in a black aura. After a short time, the body of the dead swelled like balloon. A white gas also rose from the body of the dead.
It looked like the person was becoming a transparent gas.
Yes, it was the soul of the residents of Oberium that had been stuck in the flesh of the dead for hundreds of years. The soul appeared gray when it emerged from the body and soon became a part of the storm.
Are the souls being swallowed by the darkness to strengthen it? Aoak, help me.
The other dead were terrified and ran all over the place. They couldn't grasp the situation but instinctively sensed the danger.
What am I going to do? He couldn't just do nothing.
Karma was definitely the one who caused this curse. Although the identity of the sphere wasn't confirmed yet, Ark instinctively knew. The huge black sphere in the center of Oberium became increasingly bigger as it swallowed more souls.
Ark couldn't imagine the damage that would occur once it reached its limit.
It was his hunch. But he couldn't think of what he should do.
Do I have to attack that black sphere?
Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him.
Ta-da-da-dak.
He abruptly heard a sound from behind him.
It was Razak who had finally exited the crypt after being delayed by Anguradan.
But as soon as Razak came outside to Oberium, he screamed and rolled on the ground. Ark realized that the situation was more serious than he thought.
This.
He had carelessly forgotten about it. Razak was an undead living in Oberium.
If the dead was affected, then wouldn't Razak be affected as well?
And in the end the dead were swallowed by the black air current. What if Razak faced the same situation?
Damn, it can't be.
Curses emerged from Ark's mouth.
To be continued.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15 Chapter 1. ACT 1 Eternal Soul. Dukong. The heavy sound echoed and vibrated through the air.
It belonged to the black sphere hovered in front of the buildings in Oberium Square.
The black sphere contracted and expanded just like a heart.
The dark energy surrounding the sphere seemed to become more intense. The energy the sphere emitted wasn't just simple darkness. It was deeper than darkness. It was like the darkness was infused with wickedness and flames of madness. The inside twitched and unpleasant sounds could be heard from it.
What is that?
Ark stared at it with puzzled eyes.
Chwahak. A windstorm suddenly emerged from the black sphere and the dark aura went in every direction.
The dark aura flew around the ruins like a snake looking for food and closed around one of the dead.
Help me. I don't like this, no. Screams rang out all over the place. Did the dead still have memories of the cursed magic that happened hundreds of years ago?
The dead who lingered had shown no interest in anything now turned pale with fear at the dark aura. They rolled on the ground to escape but their resistance was meaningless.
Quack.
The dead who screamed were eventually captured.
The translucent gray gas emerged and scattered everywhere.
It was the souls of the dead. The souls were drawn into the black sphere like they were pulled by magnets. The black sphere opened like a huge, hungry animal and devoured the souls.
Souls, it's eating them?
A groan flowed from Ark's mouth.
It was unthinkable to even consider. Overwhelming fear.
The dead were in a complete state of panic at the horrifying scene. They screamed and ran all over the place, but the dead had no chance of escaping the dark aura. It was the end once they were caught. The dark aura sucked out the souls and then the souls were swallowed by the black sphere. Whenever that happened, the black sphere fluctuated and the dark aura became even stronger.
The same situation hundreds of years ago was being reproduced again in Oberium. Damn, what on earth? What am I going to do?
Ark couldn't grasp how to handle the sudden situation. At that time, something rose from the mouth that swallowed the soul. It was shaped like a huge human face.
Karma!
Ark screamed after seeing the face. To his surprise, it was the face of Karma, who he defeated in the crypt. Yes, Karma had formed after Hero Mabon's summons became corrupted by the curse magic and shed his form. In other words, Karma was using the magic which drove Oberium to extinction. It was the reason why the atmosphere was unusual.
I've grasped the situation. Ark murmured in a gloomy voice. Is this the boss' second transformation?
That's right. In RPG games, the heroes would go through obstacles to defeat the final boss only to have it go through a final, stronger transformation.
However, the boss monster was only level 450 and didn't have time magic anymore, yet he went through a secondary transformation?
Like this, I can't die, not like this. Ark looked at it with irritated eyes. While Karma chewed on the souls of the dead, he fixed his gaze on Arkansas.
You are. Chua Hawk.
Ark drew his sword.
This is the end, Dark Blade.
Ark reflexively swung his sword. But the sword just pierced through the darkness and it wound around Arkansas.
Eh? What the? The attack didn't hit?
Ark looked somewhat perplexed. Then the dark spirit passed through Ark, just like it previously did the sword.
What the hell? He used skill penetration a little too late.
Asterisk Karma's special skill, Soul Eater. When this magic is used, Karma will be able to seize the souls of the dead to satiate himself. When Karma absorbs the souls, he is able to absorb the chaos energy. If the chaos energy accumulates, then Karma will be able to use this energy for a special skill. However, Soul Eater can only be used to seize the souls of the dead and undead.
Ark, Rackard, and Buxels, I was wrapped in the dark aura, but they weren't dead, so they weren't affected. In Karma's current state, Ark's sword was unable to damage him. But Karma was also unable to damage Arkansas.
I got scared for no reason. However, it was still too easy to breathe a sigh of relief.
There is something unusual.
Although he couldn't be attacked by Karma, he was still uncomfortable by something. In particular, the chaos energy present in the information window weighed in his mind. Ark had taken away the gem that Karma had targeted for hundreds of years.
Wasn't there a reason he was trying to obtain the chaos energy from the dead souls?
If the chaos energy became full, then there was no guarantee what would happen. We should withdraw first to check out the situation.
Huh?
But there's still the dead people.
It can't be helped. My attacks don't connect.
Ark looked at Buxel's eyeball and scratched his head with irritation. Of course, Ark wanted to help the dead. They had been cursed and suffered forever while being forgotten by the world. Although they were NPCs in the game, he couldn't help feeling pity for them after hearing Anguraden's words. But the sphere was collecting energy for a questionable attack. The dangerous smell was more important than his compassion.
In addition, would the dead even obey if Ark gave an evacuation order? Although my mood is a little bad, I don't have a choice. However, Ark couldn't flee. Taduk, tadadadak.
Before he even moved a step, he heard Razak's voice from behind him. Based on the information about soul absorption, Ark and Rackard weren't affected by it. But there was something he hadn't considered. Razak was an undead who was also tied to Oberium. Yes, Razak had been wrapped in the dark aura as soon as he exited the crypt. Razak has been caught by soul absorption.
Once caught by soul absorption, the dead's life force is consumed continuously.
The health which disappeared was absorbed by Karma. Once the soul is trapped in Karma's body, then it can't be freed.
God damn it.
Ark cursed as he realized the situation too late. Originally, the undead had no concept of death. The term undead meant an existence that had already died. There were even undead users who could rejoice in killing but were unable to precisely express it. After getting out of combat, the undead was unable to enter that state again for a certain period of time.
That meant,
if a user killed a monster, then it would regenerate after a period of time.
That is the reason why monsters continued breeding.
However, the undead were created so they had no concept of reviving after a period of time. That's why the undead regenerated quicker than other monsters.
This is because the undead soul never leaves their body. But soul absorption went against that rule.
The dead who had their souls caught wouldn't be able to resurrect anymore. And that also applied to Razak. If Razak's soul was shut in Karma's body, then Ark wouldn't be able to summon him anymore.
Danger, it's really dangerous.
A red warning light flashed in Ark's head.
There's no way. How can I leave now?
Dark Blade. However, Karma didn't have a body at the moment and was just the pure embodiment of magic. Just like before, the physical attacks didn't connect.
Ark's attack could do no damage to the dark aura.
Meanwhile, Razak rolled on the ground as he received damage from the dark aura wrapped around him.
Taduk, tadadadak. Ugh, unbelievable. Ark's face darkened. Just like the other dead, Razak couldn't resist soul absorption. It will stop if I cancel the summoning, but... When the summoning was cancelled, Razak would be recalled to the underground jail in Oberium. The dark aura was spread all over, so he would still be caught while stranded. Then Ark wouldn't be able to do anything. No, he had to find a method, but Razak's health had decreased at an incredible pace and was already down to 30%. And 29%, 28%, 27%, it fell all the way to 22%. And no.
Then Ark jumped as Razak abruptly screamed and slammed his shield on the ground.
Then Ark lost 300 mana and an information window appeared. Your summon Razak has drained your mana to use steel loyalty. His body has become like steel and defense has increased by 894. Isn't this the skill Anguraden used in the crypt? Ark looked at Razak with amazement as Razak changed into a steel sculpture. Just like when Raiden learned stalking in the past, Ark wasn't present when he learned it and never saw the information window. Anyway, Razak stopped having his health drained after using steel loyalty. Since his body changed into steel and defense increased, soul absorption didn't have an effect anymore. The crisis has been stalled for the moment. However, he still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. Just like Anguraden, Razak couldn't move after turning to steel. And the dark aura was still attached to Razak's body. He only had 22% health left. As soon as steel loyalty ran out, his health would be drained and his soul absorbed completely. In the end, I have no choice but to defeat that guy if I want to rescue Razak. There must be a way to kill him. No, there should be. If I can't handle him, then Razak would be eaten. But all physical attacks are invalidated. Ha! Wait. Physical attacks were 100% invalidated? Then isn't it the same as when I used Slime's time? Then perhaps if I... When he used Slime's time, the attacks he wanted to avoid the most was magic. Then Ark came up with an idea. Okay, then shall I try this? Elemental Sword, Fire Attribute. Pepping. Karma has received fire damage. 50 damage. It works. As soon as the fire-wrapped sword was brought down, the dark aura was cut like tofu. Karma negated physical attacks by 100%. In other words, the only damage came from the magical property that was on the sword. Elemental Sword gave his sword an addition effect which corresponded to 10% of his basic attack. In other words, Ark could only exert 10% of his power. Therefore his damage was at most 30-50. But small damage is still damage. Since Karma couldn't attack Ark, he would eventually manage to defeat Karma. However, there was a big problem. Karma has recovered 100 health using soul absorption. Karma has recovered 100 health using soul absorption. Karma restored 100 health every time he swallowed a soul. With all the dead spread out in Oberium, his health was recovered faster than Ark could damage him. There were enough dead for several days, so wouldn't Elemental Sword be ineffective? But there is no way I can wait until the dead disappears. Of course, Karma wouldn't be able to recover his health anymore after he swallowed all the dead. But who knew what would happen once Karma swallowed the dead and the chaos energy was charged? He didn't know, but Ark was absolutely sure that it wouldn't improve the situation. There's only one option. Yes, I have to separate the dark aura from Razak's body and run away as fast as possible. Of course, the dark aura was stuck to Razak's body, so he would damage Razak as well. However, Razak was in a defensive state after using steel loyalty. He would hold survive until the dark aura was separated. So Ark changed his direction and attacked the dark aura that was stuck to Razak. Elemental Sword struck the dark aura and melted it. Although Razak received some damage, his defense had increased to 894, so he didn't even receive 10% damage. Ark gave an order to Rackard after clearing the dark aura. Rackard, distract Karma and turn his eyes in another direction. Okay. This way, you idiot. Rackard immediately attracted Karma's eyes to the other side of the street using taunt. That's it, now's the time. Release steel loyalty. Run. Razak ran as soon as the skill was released. No, he was going to run. Ark judged that Karma had completed changed into the black sphere. If Rackard drew his attention, then they could stealthily escape. But that was Ark's mistake. As soon as Razak turned off steel loyalty, the pupils that were pursuing Rackard turned and stared at the two escaping. Then the dark aura hanging around flocked towards Razak and covered him. Cuckoo, you stupid guy, you thought I would forget? Hook, what the? That guy was waiting for me to cancel the skill?
I won't miss even one person. I will absorb everything within Oberium. Every existence here will be destroyed. You'll never be able to sneak out. If I cannot have the gem, then we'll fall into darkness together.
The face once again emerged from the black sphere and made a noise.
But the sounds did not enter Ark's ears.
Taduk, tadadadak. Razak was wrapped in darkness and his health fell to 10%. He was going to become Karma's snack just like the other souls. That guy still has some rationality remaining. It was the mistake of a lifetime.
There was no ways to prevent Razak's soul from being absorbed. He was vulnerable to magic attacks.
If he was a magician, then his damage would be able to exceed Karma's recovery rate. However, the damage from his magic sword couldn't exceed the recovery rate. If only Lariat Nim was here.
Ark murmured as he bit his lip.
Karma's attribute was demonic. The Innocence Knight's holy attribute was its natural enemy. Just like when she assisted him against Tamora, Lariat's magic would be effective against Karma.
However, Karma wasn't going to wait politely while Ark left to fetch Lariat. If Razak is eaten, I might be able to fetch Lariat and liberate him before he is completely digested. But it would be an issue if that fellow swallows Razak's soul.
Even if I hid, I don't know what the chaos energy will do. What is an alternative method? Wait. Tamora?
Then an epiphany came to Ark's head.
That's right, didn't Tamora also use the dead as a recovery source? I managed to block his recovery. This was just like when he fought Tamora after Lariat changed to an Innocence Knight. When cornered, Tamora absorbed the dark fragments and transformed himself.
Then he fed on the dead to restore his health.
Monsters with the demonic attribute seem to have the ability to recover through souls. However, it was Ark that stopped Tamora's recovery, not the Innocence Knight. The method I used to block his recovery.
It felt like a lightning bolt had struck his skull. Ark raised his head and exclaimed. Please recover. Remember the memory of when you were honorable soldiers of Oberium which ruled Sutandal.
You have been dropped into a hopeless pit thanks to the magic.
You are the only people who can save yourselves.
Peep-pepping.
A strange sound suddenly resonated from Karma, who had swallowed the souls.
This is? Black blood suddenly flowed from Karma's body.
Although Karma's health after he changed to a black sphere was low, Ark was absolutely certain that the damage he received wasn't low. The movement which Karma used to pick up and swallow the dead became dull.
Ark's eye lit up at the sight. It's just like with Tamora. He can't recover health when the nursing effect is applied to the dead. I've finally found it. It is this fellow's weakness. Now I can defeat him alone. That's right.
This was the method he used to stop Tamora's recovery. When he used nursing, there was an additional effect of blessing.
Blessing has a holy attribute.
Since Karma absorbed the dead blessed with the holy effect, he received damage instead of recovery. Every time Karma absorbed a soul which had received nursing, he shook as he suffered a blow.
Finally Karma stopped soul absorption and glared at Arkansas.
Oh, you. After snatching my gem, now you dare do such a thing. Never, I'll never forgive you.
You won't forgive me? What did you say?
Until now there had been confusion on Ark's face. He had been thinking about escaping, but the situation had changed.
Once soul absorption was released, Razak was also freed.
Furthermore, Karma couldn't attack Ark directly, so he was now insignificant.
Why are you behaving so impertinently? It's my turn now. You intend to attack me. Attack you? Why would I do something as tiring as that? Your stomach is full of weapons. What? Karma flinched a little bit. Ark smiled and used nursing again.
Now, see what your willpower has accomplished. When your will opposes, the enormous evil won't be able to control your soul.
Your soul only belongs to you. Now it is your turn. Brave residents of Oberium, wake up and fight against the darkness. Peep-pepping. At the same time, there was a tremendous sound from inside Karma.
Yes, Karma couldn't swallow any more souls, but he already had some trapped inside him.
The souls of the dead hadn't disappeared yet. It was only trapped.
And Ark used nursing on the souls of the dead that were confined. In other words, all the souls within Karma had changed into a bomb. Thanks to the blessing effect of nursing, it was like Karma had swallowed a handful of grenades as there were the sound of explosions and holes appeared in his body. Just like a pierced balloon, the sphere deflated as the souls of the dead exited through the hole. It wasn't possible to keep trapping the exploding souls. It was the weaponization of nursing. At that moment, an intense light appeared around Ark's body.
The miracle nursing was successful.
Your sincerity in regards to the dead had surpassed the limits of space and species. In the past, the residents of the glorious Oberium was cursed with a spell and became the miserable undead. Thanks to the physical form, their souls had become sick and despairing. The most feared sickness in the world was despair. Those who would die honorable have forgotten as the despair degraded and corrupted their souls. In the end, they became the dead with no sense of commitment. Yes, the most fearful point of the curse that the Dark Lord created was the ability to take away hope and give despair. But you have given those despairing souls courage to overcome the despair. You have not abandoned the souls that everyone else has forgotten. You have extended a helping hand to them even when there was no hope left. Having a heart which doesn't give up is a true qualification of a caretaker. Thanks to this achievement, you have become a true paragon of a caretaker and have reached a higher level. Asterisk due to the success of miracle nursing, all stats increased by 1. Asterisk the affection stat increased by 10.
Asterisk fame increased by 50. Asterisk alignment to good increased by 50.
Asterisk the purification effect is applied to all the souls of the dead. Thanks to the success of miracle nursing, you've received the title of Oberium's caretaker. Your fame as a caretaker has increased, so you will receive praises from many patients.
Asterisk as a title bonus, all stats increase by 2. Asterisk fame increases by 50. Miracle nursing. Stat bonuses. It was an excellent choice to see it through to the end. When miracle nursing was used, all the souls were vomited out. With all the souls vomited out, karma was worthless now. The black sphere was unable to maintain its form and crumpled. Although I can't deal any more damage with nursing now that the souls are gone, there are also no ways to attack me. I can just relax and use elemental sword until it's over. Come, shall I finish this? Elemental sword, fire attribute. Ark smiled cruelly and used his magic sword. Coo. You stupid fellow. Then hundreds of tentacles suddenly extended from Karma and wrapped around Razak and the souls. However, Ark just snorted and laughed. Bah, do you want to commit suicide? The purification effect of miracle nursing also applied to Razak. Even if Karma swallowed the soul, it would just deal damage and he would have to vomit it out again. Swallowing the soul was like committing suicide. However, Karma didn't swallow the souls again. After Karma captured the soul, he suddenly grew to an extravagant size. Hook, how come? Haven't all the souls been vomited? Karma had a vague smile at Ark's confusion. Ho, you fool, still don't know, these souls are all affected by my magic. Despite them exiting, I had time to absorb the souls, but the magic fell off the souls once they were purified. Where do you think all that magic went? Don't tell me. That's right. Because of you, all the magic separated from the souls was absorbed by me. It was exactly what I wanted. I'll show you what my grudge for hundreds of years can do. Ark's face stiffened at the messages that appeared continuously. Karma's chaos energy has been 100% charged and the chain disappearance skill used. When chain disappearance is used, all the undead connected with Karma will disappear together. After the soul disappears, it will cause a chain explosion that will deal x 100 damage to all living things. Time until chain disappearance is used, 3 minutes. Chain disappearance. Ark then recalled the words that Karma shouted in the crypt. Karma had fallen into despair after Ark took away his precious gem. And this was the ruin that Karma wanted. Karma had gathered the chaos energy in order to completely ruin Oberium. His use of miracle nursing had actually helped Karma instead. He needed the chaos energy to be charged before he could use the curse magic. Karma had taken advantage of the energy from miracle nursing to charge the chaos energy. The price of his mistake was ruin. Ark Nim. The floating eyeball shouted in a desperate voice. In fact, Buxel had been watching the battle from the opposite side of the river. But chain disappearance was a skill which dealt x 100 damage by the number of souls to all living things within Oberium. There were hundreds of souls within Oberium. It was a nuclear bomb which would deal thousands of damage with one blow. Ark and even Buxel, who was on the outskirts, would be blown apart. Damn, do we have to leave? Ark ran forward and swung his sword. Sakak dash. Karma's body was struck and a black piece struck off. But although there was a black piece on the ground, the main body just grew back again. It was the same with his tentacles. No matter how many times the tentacles around Razak were cut down, they just grew back again. We're screwed. Should I have run away sooner? But it was already too late. Now that the skill was used, Ark and Buxel wouldn't be able to escape from Oberium within 3 minutes. Rackard, what are you staring blankly at? Stop him. But none of my attacks hit. Damn, who told you to stop cutting the tentacles? Continue cutting them until they can't combine anymore. You understood. Rackard picked up a stone and brought it down on the black chunks. However, the stone just passed through the blackness like Ark's sword. Karma looked at Ark and Rackard and shouted. Ha, it's impossible, now the only thing left is death, everything will die. In the end the stone was just thrown away. Rackard, who was looking around, suddenly noticed something strange in a corner and flew to Arkansas. Master, look at that. Can't you see I'm a bit busy? Hiya. It's not that. Look over there. Damn, what is it? What that is? Ark frowned as he turned around, but his expression soon changed to match Rackard's. Ark frantically swung his sword and sliced off chunks of blackness. But the black lumps soon rejoined with the main body once cut off. However, there were some chunks which couldn't rejoin. The place where Ark was hacking at Karma was in the center of Oberium, where the dead merchant engaged in business. When the black chunks that Ark cut off fell onto the merchant's stall, the black chunks were absorbed by the Japtum. What on earth is going on? The black lumps are pure magic, so why are they absorbed by the items? Ark stared at it with amazement for a while before he remembered something. Wait, the black lumps were originally a part of Karma. Karma had reassembled his body from the bones that Anguradan discarded in the underground crypt, which had absorbed the magic for a long time. Ah, I see. He realized that he had forgotten a simple fact. It was Anguradan's body in the underground crypt, but the discarded bones were just Japtum. Karma had used the magic collected in the Japtum to create himself. Karma sucked the surrounding magic from the underground crypt in order to become strong enough to threaten Anguradan. Anyway, the answer was simple when considering Karma's background. The amount of magic that could be absorbed depended on certain conditions. When it falls off Karma's body, it is just lumps of magic. Then, just like the magic poured into the bones in the crypt the first time, wouldn't the magic be poured into the Japtum? If all the magic was concentrated in one place, then another monster similar to Karma might develop. But if I distribute the cut pieces, okay, it is worth a try. He had to try something instead of doing nothing. Rackard, satellite mode. Display all the Japtum present in the area. Oh, understood. Rackard flew upwards at Ark's command. At the same time, a small mini-map appeared on the top right of Ark and marked the location of all the Japtum. Okay, riposte, Ark used riposte in the direction all the Japtum was gathered. Karma's body flew like pudding in every direction. Some of the lumps fell on the ground and rejoined the body, but other magic lumps fell on the Japtum and disappeared after being absorbed. The Japtum which absorbed the magic turned black. After the magic was absorbed, the nature of the item was changed. Anyway, it was still Japtum. No matter how much the Japtum changed, there was no reason to pay attention to it. It has an effect. The main body is shrinking. Ugh, this bastard, what are you? Stop it. You idiot, do you think I would stop? Riposte. Every time the skill was used, Karma's body scattered all over the square. Every time the surrounding Japtum turned black and the body became smaller. When the size became smaller, the tentacles broke one by one. The black chunk slowly decreased from 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, when it reached 10 centimeters, all the tentacles broke. Eventually even the main body was split into two and absorbed by the Japtum. Karma, who had changed to the size of a finger, cursed. Yes, you, dare, I can't forgive you. The chain disappearance skill has been completed. When the time limit ended, Karma's body split. And, bang. Karma exploded like a small pea. Chain disappearance was a soul destruction skill which caused souls to self-destruct together. However, Karma's body had changed to the size of a pea and there were no souls attached, so the explosion was small. In the end, his final move meant nothing. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Ark shouted with joy at the sight of the message window. He had rescued Razak and the dead and even gained 2 levels. The experience he got from the boss wasn't that bad. He even succeeded in miracle nursing and raised his stats. That wasn't the end of the bonus he received from killing Karma. Even though Ark wasn't expecting a lot of loot, he still searched through the remnants of Karma. Finally he noticed a shiny black stone near where Karma exploded. As soon as he grabbed it, the stone melted down and was sucked into his palm. At the same time, both sides of his wrists started aching. Ouch, what the? Ark flinched and looked down at his wrist. The area which throbbed was where his tattoo was engraved. It was the trademark of Eternal Soul. That part tingled like it was hit by a hammer and a light surrounded it. At that moment, the tattoo cracked and started expanding. Then an information window appeared in front of him. A seal of Eternal Soul has been released and you've acquired a new profession-specific skill. Demonic Response, Eternal Soul Stage 1, Beginner, Passive. Demonic Response is a necessary stage to learn if they want to reach the enlightenment needed for Eternal Soul. When fighting against a monster with the demonic attribute, you will deal additional 5% damage and resistance to the Magi attribute will increase by 10%. In addition, you will be able to detect hidden demonic energy within the bodies of monsters. Attacks against demonic attribute plus 5%, resistance to attributes plus 10%. Demonic Seal, Eternal Soul Stage 2, Beginner, Active. When the health of a monster with the demonic attribute falls to 3%, the soul of the monster can be released to be sealed. In addition, you will be able to seal the demonic attribute within certain items. The items sealed use demonic seal are either destroyed or given a random property. When the proficiency increases, the power will become stronger and the possibility of destruction will decrease. You can extract magic and seal it in an item. The effect is random. Spiritual power consumption, 50. Eternal Soul? Ark looked at the information window with confusion. In fact, he had been wondering how to acquire the special qualities of Eternal Soul. Then this is the enlightenment associated with a dark soul? The original information window was vague about how to acquire the special enlightenment. But now he had a sense of it. After a seal was released, he was able to understand most of the theory behind it. Eternal Soul was a skill created by Hero Mabon to battle the forces of darkness. The key to releasing that skill was related to those dark forces. In other words, he had to study various demonic attribute to obtain a clue to reach the next stage. Now I have Demonic Response and Demonic Seal. Thanks to Demonic Response, he could detect monsters with the demonic attribute. While traveling, Ark had encountered monsters with the demonic attribute several times. Tamora, who he met in the Abyss of Despair, and the ancient evil goat in Sylvana's dungeon was also of the demonic attribute. Judging from his experience, monsters with the demonic attribute was a lot stronger compared to the other attributes. When dealing with such a monster, additional damage would definitely be helpful. And he received 2 skills just from unsealing one seal. What would happen if he sealed the demonic attribute into an item? He understood the general principles after seeing karma being absorbed by the Japtum. But the nature of an item couldn't be changed so easily. If he sealed the demonic attribute into an item, then there was a possibility that it would be destroyed. What would the demonic attribute do to an item? There is also the possibility that it will be destroyed, then liberating the souls of a monster is a good thing. Eternal Soul. Then the stage 1 and 2 skills I received are tremendously useful. Can I get it easily? Ark clicked his tongue with a regrettable expression. Oh, I. The dead souls scattered around and stood up. Ark thoughtlessly flinched and stepped backwards. The souls of the dead which karma spat out were different from before. Although their form was still a vague gray, it became clearer after karma disappeared, but above all their eyes changed. Until now, their eyes had looked absent-minded like they had been taking drugs. Now the eyes were sparkling and looked around everywhere. This is... It's like I had a nightmare. Ah, yes, I remember. Yes, we were defeated. The Dark Lord. How long has it been since then? The souls muttered as they seemed like they were waking up after many years of sleep. After karma swallowed their souls and they were purified using miracle nursing, the souls had regained their past memory. Their expressions were confused as they wrestled with their memories after waking up. That huge lump of demonic magic, we were one step away from falling into an eternal darkness. But we heard someone shouting and listened. Our minds was closed with despair and someone opened it. The gazes of the souls fixed on Arkansas. Then he heard a voice from behind him. His Majesty the King has come. Everybody salute. Why, Your Majesty? The souls split to the left and right with surprise and gave deep bows. Ark was unsure of how to react. In the meantime, a procession walked between the dead people. It was the king and guards he saw in the throne room while searching for the pieces of the moon. Thanks to the miracle nursing, the previous vacant eyeball had cleared up. It's like I'm looking at ghosts when their eyes are cleared. But is something wrong? Ark was filled with anxiety. The Ghost King quickly approached Ark and grabbed his hand. You. It was you. Huh? What are you? Oh, there is no doubt. The voice who led us out of the darkness was you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15 Chapter 2. ACT 2 Find the Forbidden Ingredients. You are Oberium's savior. Praise the hero.
The soldier ghosts lined up in front of the barracks and raised their swords.
Then the crowds of resident ghosts gave shouts of joy. Arc-Nim, hooray! Hooray for Hero Mabon's descendant.
He only discovered it later, but the skin of the dead was nothing but a container for the soul.
When karma swallowed their souls, the residents of Oberium were released from their restraints. Thanks to the purification, the skin of the dead was shed. Ark looked into the eyes of the ghosts.
The eyes of the ghosts who escaped from the curse looked like a cartoon character. The sparkling eyes of the ghosts really didn't fit the situation. Anyway, all of this was thanks to Ark defeating karma. The king remembered Ark's voice from when he used miracle nursing. After everything was put in order and Buxel and Bekku came from the outskirts of town, they naturally got the hero treatment. Buxel looked at the sea of cheering ghosts and muttered.
He, do you see? You're a hero. Don't you have any shame? Huh? What is it? Didn't you come running to receive the heroic treatment? Why are you talking like that? Why shouldn't I have done that?
Buxel was dissatisfied with Ark's cold words and complained.
Arc-Nim managed to pass safely through the crypt because I supported you with my eyeball. In addition, who was the one videotaping while I accompanied you? Bekku naturally nodded along. Yes, you really would have been in trouble without my master's eyeball. Ugh, he didn't have anything to retort to that. He definitely knew that he would fail without the eyeball.
Ugh, as expected, you're the only one who understands.
Bekku.
Buxel and Bekku tearfully hugged each other.
They really liked to sit down and play.
While Buxel and Bekku were angry at him, Ark had no energy to waste on such trivial things.
I have to finish organizing things here. Now all that's left is.
Ark looked at the king with eyes that shone even more than the ghosts. It wasn't his intention, but Ark had finished karma and lifted Oberium's residents from the curse they suffered for hundreds of years.
Wasn't that a heroic deed?
So he should receive compensation according to his heroic deeds.
The Ghost King seemed aware of Ark's attention and approached. You did something really important. You're overpraising me. Ark deliberately answered.
Although he was their hero, there was no need to show off too much. At such a time, modest was more suitable.
It was natural that his image would rise favorable with the NPCs.
The Ghost King then continued with the words he expected.
No.
It is not too much praise. Your actions are deserving of that praise.
You don't have to go that far, but you still don't understand what you have done for us. You can't even imagine.
You can't imagine how painful our existence was for hundreds of years. We spent that whole time in endless despair. The king looked down from the balcony with a painful expression. He had sat on the throne for hundreds of years and looked over the ruins of Oberium. When Oberium was cursed by the Weigenberg, the king sat on his throne and cried tears of blood as he watched the end of his kingdom. The rage, despair, and guilt boiling in his heart caused the king to be caught by the dark aura, and he became that dishonorable existence. He stayed on the throne and saw the same image for hundreds of years, causing him countless pain. It was the really dreadful part of the curse magic. The king's haunted voice as he gave the explanation made even Ark solemn. Although the curse has been released, that pain is still fresh in my heart. No, my sense of guilt has deepened even more after remembering everything.
Then what I did? Ark's insecure expression made the king laugh and shake his head. You don't have to make that expression.
A king whose kingdom falls to ruin must naturally accept the pain.
If I can't withstand the pain, then my citizens won't be able to stomach it either.
Now the curse has been released.
The dark aura which bound us is gone. Although I want to give you some compensation for saving Oberium from the darkness, I don't have anything to give. Ark had sincerely felt anger at the darkness which invaded Oberium. In the end, he managed to defeat the darkness, but he couldn't even receive a single cent?
When he heard the story about the dark curse, he had felt sincere anger. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't return the treasure they lost. Then the king murmured something like he was thinking aloud. If there was treasure left, then I would be able to compensate you properly.
What the? Now you say that? Is that right?
Ark frowned and stared at the king.
It was obvious that the king couldn't afford to give even 1 penny. Ark had been full of expectation and suddenly deflated. Damn, saying such useless words, well, it's not possible.
Anyway, I didn't do it with the intention of saving them, I should just be satisfied with this good feeling.
Ark sighed and scratched his head.
Anyway, he wasn't going to receive any compensation for this situation. Although he would usually feel angry, looking at the ghosts he couldn't feel that emotion.
Ah, that's right. There is that method.
Ark had halfway given up, but his eyes once again widened at the king's words.
Oh, what the hell? This reaction? Should I expect something? There must be something even though the place is ruined. Ark looked at the king with eyes sparkling with expectation.
But he was surprised at the king's next words. In fact, Oberium had the custom of burying the dead warriors' equipment with them in the crypt. The location of the crypt was a secret and unaffected by the darkness, so it should be untouched. It's been hundreds of years, but it might still be worth a look. The ancestors will understand the handling of grave goods if it is for this purpose, so I'll release the seal on the crypt right now. Wait a minute. Ark shouted like a person running from fire.
The riches contained in the crypt? Hadn't Ark already robbed all of them? The crypt currently bore Ark's mark all over it.
Just like Buxel had drawn on the gravestone in the swamp, Ark had also tried the same thing in the crypt. And the only person who has recently visited Oberium was Arkansas. If the king found such traces in the crypt, then it would be tiring. If it was discovered, Ark's reputation as a hero would fall. In the worst scenario, there was the possibility that the Oberium ghosts would turn into enemies. Besides, the grave goods became new after being affected by Karma's time magic.
If they were taken away. No, it can't be.
When Ark suddenly exclaimed, the king instantly tilted his head to one side.
What's wrong? That is. Ark stuttered for a while. You seem to have misunderstood something. I misunderstood? What is it? It's true that I saved Oberium.
But I was only acting upon Hero Mabon's will and never wished for a reward.
Of course, I couldn't possibly decline if I was offered compensation.
But I'm not a shameless person who would take away someone's burial goods.
Please listen to my words. Yes, Arknim is absolutely not that type of person. Receiving the burial goods of people who have already passed away?
People who would steal things like that are trash.
Don't you agree, Arknim?
Buxel laughed and shot a sharp glance at Arkansas. Although his blood pressure rose, Ark awkwardly laughed and nodded.
That's right.
I never hoped for a reward for my assistance. Rackard, Buxel and Bekku all made expressions like they wanted to vomit at Ark's shameless words.
This place was Razak's hometown, so he just sighed from the corner. But the king couldn't understand and just nodded with admiration.
You really are Hero Mabon's descendant.
Yes, Hero Mabon was just like you.
The king murmured with an expression like he was recalling some memories. Although my memories are fragmented after I died, I still have some remaining. Before my kingdom ceased to exist, I took great pride in its military. It was good enough that people of the next generation would remember our honorable fight against the darkness. After the city became ruins, no one dared to visit here where the cursed magic overflowed.
Unlike my expectations, we have been forgotten by history. But only one person. There was one person who remembered us. Hero Mabon. He didn't forget about us. He dedicated his life finding a method to save us.
All his attempts ended in failure and he disappeared somewhere. Ark's face changed at the king's words. Hero Mabon had sacrificed his life to save the abandoned souls. Money was power was Ark's motto, but he felt a deep emotion that was new after listening to the king. It was pride that he inherited Hero Mabon's profession. I can't tell you in detail, but Hero Mabon was here until he died. The king nodded at Ark's words.
Yes, it is something like that.
It isn't necessary for you to say that. We already know that Hero Mabon tried everything to save us.
If the dark forces weren't opposed here, then we wouldn't even go down in history.
Our souls would have been corrupted from the regret and fallen into a rage. The reason our curse was released and we recovered our memories is because of Hero Mabon. He will remain a real hero in our memories. Therefore we can't feel regret that we fought against the darkness. And this is the descendant of the respected Hero Mabon. Buxel whispered as he looked at Ark with pitying eyes. After hearing such words, Ark also became a little embarrassed. Anyway, the king turned his head and looked at the soldiers lined up. The soldiers nodded with a look of pride. Then the king caught Ark's hand and said, "Yes, I finally remembered. I'll give you a reward fitting for Hero Mabon's descendant."
Ha? A reward?
The problem is. When Ark made a confused expression, the king shook his head. No, it's not a material compensation.
Hero Mabon gave everything to save us and you didn't hesitate to help us either. One day, you will fight against the darkness. We would like to achieve the honor that we couldn't accomplish in the past. Suddenly the king's hand that was holding onto Ark heated up. At the same time, there was a ringing sound and the information window appeared. Thanks to Pursuit of Truth, you have acquired a new lore skill. Lore skill learned, Secret Art, Ghost Knight Core. Asterisk 6000 fame is needed to acquire this skill. A lore skill. Ark's eyes popped out the information window. Pursuit of Truth was the addition effect of the title Sutandal's Hero that he received from Isabel last time. There were people who passed on secret techniques all over New World. He had forgotten about it after the title was received, but he never imagined he would receive it in a place like this. Originally, the royal family of Oberium made a contract with our ancestors to summon them. That is why the Dark Lord feared us. However, we're now ghosts, so the contract doesn't work anymore, as it is only between the living and the dead. Now that we are ghosts, we can help you using this method. Of course, you might lose some fame for making contracts with ghosts, but please accept our sincerity. If he learnt the skill, then it would cause problems to his fame. He had to pay using his fame to learn the skill. But that skill consumes 6,000 fame. Ark currently had 11,825 fame. It was more than half of the fame he had gathered so far. He was a little hesitant, but when would this opportunity come again? Furthermore, fame had no special meaning for Arkansas. If it was for learning new skills, then there was no reason to refuse. I can't completely grasp the skill just from the king's explanation, but it is easy to gather 6,000 fame. It is very likely that it is a strong skill. I don't really care about the eyes and ears of the world, so it is an honor to accept. You said you didn't accomplish any glory in the past, but that isn't true. Thanks to the sacrifice of honorable warriors, everybody is now living in peace. No matter what the world thinks, I consider you a true hero. How can I decline everybody's enthusiasm? It was beneficial. Ark's actions were sufficient to light a fire in the ghost's chest. Oh, thanks to you we've gained a new life. We'll commit our lives to Arknim. The crowd of ghost soldiers kneeled down and shouted. When the king released their hands, the back of Ark's hand had a shiny seal carved. It was a shield with swords crossed through it in AX shape. It was the crest engraved on the chest of the ghost soldiers. The crest shone for a short time before it disappeared and the information window appeared. You have learnt a new lore skill. Secret Arts, Ghost Knight Core, Special, Beginner, active a contract with the dead within Oberium. With this summoning contract, 30 Ghost Knights can be summoned. The ghost soldiers will attack random enemies for 5 seconds before disappearing. The Ghost Knights will deal physical damage and will be resurrected if they die. When the proficiency increases, the damage of the ghost soldiers will increase even more. However, summoning the Ghost Knights will consume spiritual power. Less than 30 Oberium Ghost Knights will be summoned for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours, spiritual power consumption, 300. Summoning Ghost Knights. It was a skill where the Ghost Knights would be able to attack enemies for 5 seconds. It was a sort of wide area summoning skill. Summoning the Knights costs 300 spiritual power, but my pets don't consume spiritual power anymore, so it doesn't matter. It is better that it consumes spiritual power instead of mana. In addition, the attack was different from other wide area skills. For example, Flash was a wide area skill which dealt a base damage of 100 to enemies. However, it might not deal 100 damage because the skill would miss. In the end, it was better to use Dark Blade to finish an enemy. However, Ghost Knight Cores is a skill which summoned the Ghost Knights. A troop of 30 knights would either attack one by one or concentrate the attacks on one target. In other words, it was different from other wide area skills because it could be used in a one-on-one situation or one against many. No, it was even more powerful in a one-on-one situation. Thank you, Ark exclaimed as he grasped the king's hand. He hadn't received any compensation, but his uncomfortable feeling had gone away. No, this skill was a reward beyond his expectations. We are pleased that you're happy with our feeble help. The king nodded his head with a pleased look. So Ark finished the arrangements with the king to his satisfaction. Just as Ark was saying farewell, some ghosts approached with an awkward face. Your Majesty, a problem has occurred. A problem? Yes, in fact. The soldiers gathered in the area and pointed. It was towards the dead merchants who had changed into ghosts. However, they all had fearful looks in their eyes. Then they gathered around Ark and the king and clamored away. Your Majesty, it is those items. Those items? When we were cursed, these are items that we managed to scrape together. But after Arknim fought with Karma and sealed his magic in there, the items are emitting an eerie aura and can't go near it. The merchants floated in front of Ark with a haunted expression. After sealing the demonic magic within the Japtum, he had completely forgotten about it. It was probably because the ghosts could feel it that they instinctively feared the items. Don't tell me they want me to pay for it? That was what Ark worried about. Then the king snapped angrily at the merchants. What about it? Are you asking him to take responsibility for it? The merchants flinched and quickly shook their head. Ah, no. Did we say such a thing? But the fearful items are everywhere that we're scared to walk around. Yes, please get rid of that horrible stuff. The sealed items are definitely very dangerous for us who are souls. It won't be hard to destroy, but that might release the magic. If that happens, then the curse magic might be resurrected as well. But we're souls tied to Oberium. The king heard the circumstances and murmured in a concerned voice. Ark then spoke with sparkling eyes. I'll take care of it. You? Yes, I'm not influenced by the sealed magic. If you give me the items, then I'll leave it in a safe place. Oh, that's right, you're the one who sealed the items, so it won't be a problem for you. How about it? Please. I beg you to take those horrible things away. Ho, the Japtum fell naturally into my hands. Ark inwardly laughed at the merchant's answer. The sealed items were fatal towards the ghosts. But to Ark, no, it wasn't dangerous even for ordinary users and NPCs. Of course, it did absorb the demonic magic, so who knew how it had changed? Would he be able to sell it as scrap iron anywhere? Well, if the stores wouldn't buy it, then he'll just throw it away. Anyway, I've learnt the Summon Night core skill, so I should raise my intimacy with them. Ark took the Japtum and increased his favorably impression. However, his mouth widened when he picked up an item. He never expected that such a treasure would be found among a pile of junk. Cursed Old Sword. Weapon type, one-handed sword. Damage, 710, plus 50. Durability, 8. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 250. The sword used by ancient warriors of Oberium. However, the sword has absorbed the demonic magic and changed its nature. The enchanted magic within the sword has enough energy to destroy an opponent. At the same time, the sword's durability has weakened because of the magic. In addition, the user will be affected by the curse and will receive constant damage until it is released. Asterisk cannot be repaired, reinforced, or enchanted. Asterisk due to the effects of the curse, the user will receive 50 damage every 10 seconds. Cursed Old Shield, Magic. Armor type, Steel Shield. Defense, 30, plus 250. Durability, 7. Weight, 30. User restriction, level 150 warrior. The shield is so old that it is difficult to expect anything from it. However, the shield has absorbed the demonic magic and changed its nature. When the unstable magic within the shield is attacked, the magic will be released and damage the attacker. At the same time, the shield's durability has weakened because of the magic. In addition, the user will be affected by the curse and will receive constant damage until it is destroyed. Asterisk cannot be repaired, reinforced, enchanted, or cannot be unequipped. Asterisk due to the effects of the curse, the user will receive 50 damage every 10 seconds. Heek, damage plus 50? Then wouldn't that be 5760 damage? Ark's eyes popped out like he was Buxel. Ark currently used a rare two-handed sword. Guizel's damage was 40-50. But the damage of an ordinary one-handed sword was even higher than that. Of course, it wasn't all good. The curse decreased the durability down to 8. In addition, repairing it was impossible. But was that all? It couldn't be unequipped and the user would receive 50 damage every 10 seconds. That was 300 health in 1 minute. In 10 minutes it was 3000. If a user only had 3000 health, then they would die after 10 minutes. It was literally a cursed sword. But it also depends on how you use it. It only had 8 durability, so swinging it a few times would destroy it. In other words, it would break before his health would run out. Of course, the damage received in the meantime wasn't small, but it would deal tremendous damage to the enemy. Then he could change the sword freely during a fight. If he was fighting multiple enemies, then he could use the sword for damage until it broke. No, it doesn't need to be that complicated. Ark could use Blade Storm to explode it. The more powerful the sword, the stronger the damage of Blade Storm would be. However, swords with a lot of damage were expensive, so he couldn't normally do that. But it was different if the sword wasn't able to be sold anywhere else. In addition, the damage was suitable for a rare sword. The cursed sword also had a demonic attribute. If he used such a sword with Blade Tempest, then the damage would be unimaginable. The cursed sword was worth 30 swords. It was similar to Ark loading 30 missiles at the same time. And the sword would break through the defense. This is a great item to throw away. It was unlikely that he would be able to buy a curse item like this at the store. The item couldn't be repaired and it damaged the user when equipped, so it would be impossible to sell to general users. But now a Japtum worth a few silvers was more useful than many items. It's a jackpot. Ark was in a condition where his eyeballs rolled back. Then something popped into Ark's head after packing the cursed item away. Wait? Doesn't the nature of the items change when magic is sealed in it? And Ark had the skill to seal demonic magic in items.
The Eternal Soul Stage 2 skill, Demonic Sealing.
Can I reproduce these items after I encounter a monster with the demonic attribute?
If he could make cursed weapons out of Japtum, then the effectiveness of Bladestorm would increase by 200%.
He could produce missiles using Japtum and monsters with the demonic attribute. Well, monsters with the demonic attribute aren't that common.
While Ark was mulling over Demonic Sealing's new uses, he was also packing the Japtum. He found every piece of Japtum in Oberium and approached the king.
I've collected all the cursed items. Thank you.
Now the curse is gone from Oberium.
Then I'll take this and go. Please stay healthy. Healthy, that isn't something a ghost often hears. Ah, is that so?
Ark scratched his head with an awkward expression and the king smiled.
Anyway, thank you again. Good luck on your journey. So Ark received the ghost's farewell and prepared to leave Oberium.
Suddenly Razak pulled at Ark's sleeve, causing him to stumble.
Clack clack, clack 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 clack. What the? What is it? This guy says that he wants to ask the king something. He wants to ask something? Ark looked doubtfully at Razak after Rackard's interpretation. Razak hesitated before murmuring something again. Razak wanted to ask something about his past. Once again, Razak didn't remember anything except for the fact that he was a knight. Although Oberium was purified after karma was destroyed, Razak hadn't recovered his memories like the other ghosts.
So he wanted to understand why he was resurrected as an undead in the underground jail. Although Anguraden had told him not to dwell on the past, he started to feel greedy after the other ghosts in Oberium recovered their memory. After Razak said that, Ark also became curious. That reminds me, perhaps you know something? However, the Ghost King shook his head. I don't know. Because many people were jailed at that time. Razak sighed at the king's answer. Then the king thought for a while and talked again. But there is one thing I know. Since ancient times, Oberium has always left a special marker on the body of someone who committed a violent crime. The mark isn't able to be erased even if the person dies and only bone is left. There are no such markings on your body, so you're not a violent criminal. It is most likely that you are a nobleman or knight who violated a martial law and was imprisoned. No, it's still not sure. What if the bones are changed? Clack clack? Clack 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 clack. Rackard looked at Razak with suspicious eyes and muttered. Then Razak ran towards Rackard and swung his sword. The king watched the two of them and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. Ark laughed and nodded. Please don't worry about it. No matter Razak's past, he is my summon now. At that moment, Razak stopped running after Rackard. Then he looked at Ark with wide and sparkling eyes. Then Buxel stroked Bekgu's head and imitated Arkansas. Bekgu, despite your past you are my dog now. Yes, master. Bekgu is happy. Sheesh, it's not funny. Rackard kicked a stone and curled his lip. Dash. Dark blade. The sharp, sparkling sword split the space. The blood of the mold zombie splattered and it stumbled and withdrew. At the same time, a black flame-like energy emerged from the sword and seemed to expand further. Not yet. Ark flew about the area and fired Dark Blade continuously. Every time it swung, the black aura gradually became larger until there was a spark. When the spark happened, the sword started ringing in his hand. Okay, now. Dark Strike. Ark threw his body and forcibly swung his sword. Qua! Qua quang! The black aura concentrated on the sword exploded and smashed into the mold zombie. The black aura was wrapped in an intense spark. The mold zombie lost 30% of its health with one blow and the zombie scattered in all directions. If the damage was higher than the monster's remaining health, then it was an overcritical attack. This is it, this is it. This exhilarating taste. Ark looked at the dispersed body of the mold zombie and laughed. The technique he used was the one he received when he switched profession, Dark Strike. Whenever he used Dark Strike, the dark aura would charge until it dealt an unbeatable strike. Currently Dark Blade was an advanced skill, so he could only charge it 4 times. 50% damage was added every time, so 4 charges was plus 200%. In addition, Dark Strike had a higher chance of a critical hit than Dark Blade. When hit directly, a level 300 mold zombie lost 30% health. But more than anything, Ark really liked the feel of the blow in his hand. This addictive feeling is no joke. The sword would vibrate whenever the dark aura was charged.
The feeling when the dark aura exploded was exhilarating.
It was also exciting whenever he dealt an overcritical hit on the monster.
Although Ark normally used Gwyzel's sword, it was interesting fighting with Darkstrike. That wasn't all. He gained 4 profession-specific skills after changing to his second profession.
It was Dark Strike, Dark Tempest, Dark Scale, and Moonlight Illusion. Because he received 4 profession-specific skills at once, Ark felt like it was fun to test all of them.
Master, behind you.
At that time, he heard Rackard's voice from the other side.
Qua!
When he turned around, he saw 5 mold zombies running towards him. At the moment, Razak stood in front of Ark and raised his shield.
Tada-da-dun. 3 mold zombies went flying when struck by the shield.
Well done, Razak. Clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Razak began to laugh? He nodded his head.
Thanks to his 2 summons Rackard and Razak, Ark was able to unleash 100% of his battle capabilities.
Rackard analyzed the area and dispersed the enemies properly. Meanwhile, Razak stayed behind Ark and prevented any surprise attacks.
This was Ark's original battle method.
He hadn't understood until there was a vacant place.
Ark was always with them, so he had forgotten how big a role his pets played. But after he was parted with them for 1 month after Satandal was raised, he realized how big of an existence they were. For the first time since he changed to Dark Walker, Ark felt true affection for his pets.
That change in feelings was instantly applied to the system. Razak is delighted with your wholehearted praise. Affection +2. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the stats can increase like that as well.
Previously he had no interest in affection, but now he knew that it could raise the skill proficiency.
In a way, that stat was more important than strength or stamina. Rackard pouted and complained after hearing Razak being praised. Me? Didn't I inform you quickly? You also did well. As expected from the number 2. Isn't that right? Right?
As expected from Master.
Rackard continued rattling on.
It was another good point of having 2 summons. If he called 2 at the same time, then there was a burning sense of competition.
That tendency had become even worse after their evolution.
Therefore their combat capabilities improved even more when there were 2 of them.
Bring it on, Razak's cousin. I am the number 2.
Rackard unleashed taunt on 30 mold zombies while Razak jumped all over the place and swung his shield. It wasn't necessary to say that their presence made the battle a lot easier.
I've caught around 140 so far? Ark calculated it in his head while fighting. The disinfectant was necessary when fighting the mold zombies.
Before arriving at Oberium, the disinfectant lasted for 1 hour and his best record was 100 zombies. Now that Razak was here to help, he killed an average of 160. That was a 60% improvement. After switching professions, he received bonus stats and new skills, and he had his summons to help as well. This made the battles a lot easier.
My combat capabilities are at 100% thanks to Dark Soul and my summons. Should I return to the campsite and put things in order? Rackard, drive the zombies this way. Okay. Rackard flew around and taunted the zombies.
After moving around, he managed to line up 30 mold zombies. Ark knew exactly what technique to use.
Well done, you've gathered them properly. Jump. When Ark activated Wolf's feet, the muscles in his thighs grew.
Ark leaned his upper body forward and shot off like a bullet. The power of Dark Blade was condensed in Ark's sword, which flew forward. It was the technique Adel which combined Jump and Dark Blade. Ark's sword penetrated through the mold zombies.
Chwa 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 chwa.
The sharp sword ripped through flesh and bone.
The 30 mold zombies bounced away in different directions. Flash.
Ark then continued with Flash. Previously he hadn't used Flash because he couldn't control where his body would go in the swamp when he moved like a flash of light. After cooking an immunity to poison dish, the toxic swamp wasn't a problem. After repeating Adel and Flash a few times, more than half of the mold zombies' health disappeared.
Okay, Rackard and Razak. Now it is a slugfest. Concentrate on one location. I've waited for this. Clack 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 clack, ta-da-da-dak. Razak and Rackard gathered around Arkansas. Despite steadily eating food, Razak and Rackard had only reached an average level of 280. They've learned combat skills from Ark, but their level was less than the mold zombies. However, it was different when Ark used a battle formation that had him in the middle. When it was 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, the battle could change by 5 or 10 degrees. Ark and his summons removed the mold zombies one by one. Qua hawk. Peep-pepping. Finally, the last mold zombie was shattered with Dark Strike and the long battle ended.
When he first started the battle, he had 60% experience and now it increased to 100%.
Your level has risen. Yes, I leveled up. Ark cheered and checked his character information window. Character name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 500. Fame 5825, plus 500, level 349. Profession Dark Soul. Title Cat Knight, Oberium's Caretaker, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sutandal's Hero. Health 6555, plus 225, Mana 6495, plus 25. Spiritual Power 400, Strength 725, plus 38. Agility 885, plus 110, Stamina 1105, plus 35. Wisdom 161, plus 15, Intelligence 1123, plus 5.
Luck 15, plus 60, Flexibility 158.
Art of Communication 66, Affection 89, plus 10. Resilience 436. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Defense plus 40. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 40%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Jump is available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Wisdom plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat.
Asterisk Resistance to Fear, Darkness, Blind, and Seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock Absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison Resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk Skill Points, 70. HRMM, it is as wonderful as I expected. Ark laughed as he looked at the information window. After changing to Dark Soul, his various stats had ascended. But after a short time, Ark sighed and shook his head. The problem is leveling up. It took a full day to gain half a level? Ark smacked his lips and looked at the information window with regret. After fighting Karma and leaving Oberium, Ark had risen from level 346 to 349. It was 3 levels. But it had already been 1 week since he had left Oberium. Even though Razak increased efficiency by 60%, he was constrained by the duration of the disinfectant and his leveling speed fell by half of its previous rate. The reason was due to his level. In New World, users receive 10% bonus experience per 5 levels when fighting monsters higher level than them. Of course, the opposite also applied and there was a penalty of 10% every 5 levels when the user is higher than the monsters. When there was a difference of 50 levels, they would receive no experience or items. It was a system to prevent high-leveled users from staying in lower-leveled areas. Currently Ark was level 349. It varied slightly but the mold zombies had an average level of 300. Ark would only get 10% experience at most from now on. Now it is only 10%. If my level increases again then I would get experience or items. When considering the situation, he couldn't allow himself to level up. It was the first time he was worried about being too high-leveled. I have to find the necessary ingredients before that happens. Ark muttered as he pulled out his dismantling knife. Yes, the reason Ark was using the disinfectant and fighting the mold zombies for 1 week was to obtain the skin of the dead and heart of the dead. It was better to obtain the ingredients in a place overflowing with zombies. Of course, there were a few areas on the continent where the undead was present. However, the level of the zombies Ark saw was even lower than the mold zombies. He wouldn't experience a penalty to his experience and not collect any ingredients or items. He had heard rumors of places where the undead was stronger than the mold zombies, but the distance was too far and they were too high-leveled. Facing just one or two would be too much for him. No matter how strong the undead, they can only give one ingredient of each type. With higher-leveled monsters, my extraction skills are only intermediate, so it would likely fail and take several months to finish collecting them. So Ark decided to hunt the mold zombies. However, it had been 1 week since he had changed professions and he only gained 3 levels, so he was feeling a bit frustrated. But there is no other way. I have to collect all the ingredients before I reach level 350. Ark sighed and moved the dismantling knife. But after dismantling 160 zombies, he only gained 30 ingredients. Thanks to his level difference, the probability of items dropping had decreased. Phew, I still need to collect 300 more, so I have to fight like this 10 more times? Furthermore, I can't stop my level from increasing. Ark confirmed the items in his bag inside. Then Razak and Rackard, who had been waiting in the campsite, muttered, "Master, when are we eating? I'm hungry enough to die." Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Hungry? Ah, that reminds me, dot. Ark checked the gauge floating on the top right and nodded. Thanks to the duration of the disinfectant, he was unable to take a break after the battle started. After using it twice and fighting for 2 hours, his satiety had fallen to 40%. Ark received a penalty when it dropped below 50%, but he was fighting a weak enemy, so he felt he didn't need to worry about it. Why isn't that guy coming? Yeah, Buxel. Ark shouted at the eyeball floating above the campsite. Then the eyeball fell to the floor and rose again before replying. Ouch, yes. Ha? You called me? What, were you sleeping when I was fighting? Ah, no. I'm working really hard to gather the ingredients. When Ark looked doubtful, the eyeball shouted angrily. The place Ark was hunting the zombies was on the outskirts of the swamp. There was a reason he intentionally fought the mold zombie there. There was a time limit for hunting, so he had no reason to go deep into the swamp. And another reason was procuring food. Of course, it was possible to find ingredients in the swamp. However, the swamp ingredients weren't that good or numerous. Including his summons, there were 5 people in Ark's group. It was difficult to feed 5 people just relying on the ingredients in the swamp. Now that Ark had Betku to easily find the ingredients, he left the supply of ingredients to Buxel. So Buxel would gather the ingredients while Ark was fighting. While Ark set up a campsite and hunted, Buxel looked for ingredients within the range of the safe area. In fact, previously he never imagined that Buxel would be able to gather ingredients in a place where 300 monsters were rampant. But now Betku, who was a Wolrang warrior, could play the role of a bodyguard. Well, the efficiency hasn't increased that much. Ark glared at the eyeball. Buxel seemed to always head to a place out of Ark's line of sight. I'm telling the truth. I've been working hard gathering food. Think about it, Arknim. There are 3 image windows floating in front of me. One eyeball is filming Arknim while the other one is filming me gathering ingredients. So can't Arknim look at the video to confirm it? The eyeball clamored tearfully. Well, he had no objections now that Buxel mentioned that. However, I have to buy the ingredients that Buxel gathers, so if he works too eagerly then I'll be in trouble. It's better for him to only gather the necessary amount. I understand. Where on earth are you now? I've run out of supplies. Already? I just dropped off 30 ingredients to you. Everyone has already eaten it. Every time we finish a battle then we end up using 160 ingredients. So far I've been supplementing the missing ingredients with my own. But now my remaining ingredients have already fallen. What do I do? The eyeball muttered as it moved left and right. I didn't know that Arknim was lacking ingredients, so I went to a place far away this time. It'll probably take an hour if I return it right now. Really? Did you obtain anything after going so far? I did. And you'll understand why. There are a lot of ingredients around here. Aha, I'm hungry. Hungry. I can't wait 1 hour. I'm hungry. Shut up, are you a child? Yeah, I am a child. Does Master think that I'm an adult? The bat fell to the ground and transformed into a boy vampire before speaking. Well, he didn't have anything to say to that. I understand. Just sit tight and wait. Buxel, I'll settle it this time, so hurry up and return. Ark grunted and started exploring the area. Ark had to feed his pets using his share of ingredients.
Sheesh, I've graduated from ingredient foraging thanks to Buxel. But as expected, it wasn't easy to gather ingredients in the swampland inhabited by the undead.
The ingredients that appeared regularly were blighted fruit or suspicious mushrooms. Of course, there were also plants that grew which counteracted poison. He could use the knowledge of poisons he got from Food Worshipper to remove the toxins, but it would take too long and it wouldn't increase his satiety that much. It also had a completely horrible taste. It was the reason Buxel had to go to a distant place to gather ingredients. Apart from that, it was surprisingly difficult to satisfy his pet's taste. It can't be helped. I can't wait for Buxel while I'm so hungry. So Ark was forced to pick the trivial ingredients. He was picking the blighted fruit when his eyes saw something. An overweight mushroom could be seen. That mushroom? There were mushrooms like that in the swamp? Although he hadn't checked the information yet, the appearance looked quite good. It looked like a matsutake mushroom the size of a fist that noblemen enjoyed. Oh ho! This really might be a matsutake mushroom. Ark ran to the swampland and gathered the mushroom. Then he checked the information window using ingredient identification with a strange expression. Monkfish mushroom. A valuable mushroom that only grows in a special area. Asterisk advanced additional information, the monkfish mushroom has unique ingredients which makes it difficult to digest. It's to the extent that more calories than what is present in the mushroom is required to digest the food. So a person will become hungrier the more they eat. In ancient times, the nobility deliberate ate the monkfish mushroom in order to eat more food. Eating this will make you hungrier? It was a truly ridiculous ingredient. Isn't celery considered the best diet food because eating it requires more calories than it gives? Ark truly had an abundant common sense. But there was no reason to diet in New World. It was pointless to decrease the satiety. He might have understood if it tasted good, but it didn't. Despite its appearance, it isn't a plausible mushroom. Ark was about to throw away the mushroom with a regretful expression when he suddenly flinched. Wait? The more you eat, the hungrier you become? There was an intense spark in Ark's brain cells. This might actually be a huge ingredient. Ark instantly took out a pot and threw the monkfish mushroom in. He put in drinking water and suitable spices and completed a dish. The survival cooking dish monkfish mushroom soup has been completed. The monkfish mushroom has been used to make a soup. However, the monkfish mushroom cannot be satisfactorily completed with your current cooking level. Furthermore, the special effect of the monkfish mushroom is to cause more hunger. Eating the soup might make you starve. Satiety 40%. As expected. It is an extravagant ingredient. Ark exclaimed as he confirmed the effect of the dish. It was a strange mushroom which increased hunger. It was like a poison for a starving person. However, it would show an extravagant effect if he used it properly. It didn't matter when hunting the low-level mold zombies, but it would be extremely important for survival in the late-level areas. He was able to increase his stats by eating several key foods. However, survival cooking had one weakness. When satiety reached 100%, it wasn't possible for him to eat anymore. Survival cooking dishes had some of the best effects, but it also increased satiety by a lot. He could only eat 5-6 dishes before eating the limit. But what if he could decrease satiety? If it was like that, then he might be able to reach the limit of 10 dishes. Of course, satiety would increase more depending on the effect. For example, the Great Buffalo Steak increased his strength plus 25, but it also increased satiety by 80%. It was good if he was starving, but bad if he wanted to raise stats. But it is possible to freely eat 10 dishes if I can decrease satiety. He could eat 10 Great Buffalo Steaks. The added stat would exceed 100. Ark considered the mushroom even more valuable than Japtum. I shouldn't worry about hunting the zombies anymore. This is an opportunity. Earlier the status window said that monkfish mushrooms only grew in special areas. In other words, the monkfish mushrooms grew somewhere in this environment. If he was lucky, then he might find a mushroom garden. Where is it? So far, it had been a fortnight since he had entered the swamp in Oberium. However, he had never seen the monkfish mushrooms in the meantime. So Ark carefully looked around the swamp for the monkfish mushrooms. The swamp on this side is cloudy. The swamp flowed downstream and upstream. The fact that the monkfish mushroom flowed downstream meant that there were some upstream. Ark hurriedly gathered the ingredients and returned to the camp. He created simple dishes to fill the stomach of his pets. Okay, follow me. I haven't even digested my food yet, so where do you want to go? Rackard extended his thick stomach and frowned. Noisy.
Buxel, you follow too. Where on earth are you going?
Ark replied with a wicked grin. To look for the forbidden ingredients. It was a food ingredient which caused hunger. It was an affair involving ingredients. In other words, it was the finest special ingredient which made it possible to show his full power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Hell Training. Suspicious Cave. A dark and suspicious cave in the swamps. The moss and mildew coats its outside, causing a bad smell, and eerie noises also can be heard from the cave. Countless voices of the dead can be heard in the swamp. There is the root of the corruption and evil souls. If possible, it is recommended that you pretend not to see the cave and pass on by. Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden Area Discovery Bonus, Skill Points, 10. There is a dungeon here. Ark gazed at the cave opening with a bemused look. Underneath the rotten wood and moss, there was a dark opening. The cave had surprisingly appeared when he followed the flow of the swamp. Anyway, it is certain that the monkfish mushrooms came from here. A viscous liquid flowed from the cave. The monkfish mushrooms probably grew in the cave because of the viscous liquid. In other words, the monkfish mushrooms were growing in large quantities somewhere in the cave. It's been a while since I've entered a dungeon. Ark looked at the cave and laughed. Then the eyeball sat inside Ark's collar and muttered. Arknim, isn't the atmosphere unusual? You idiot, that makes it better. There was no user who would pay attention to the various warnings present in the information window. A dungeon was the staple of RPG games. Monsters hunted in dungeons gave better experience and items. In addition, the higher reward meant higher compensation. Who would avoid that just because of a creepy atmosphere? Of course, Ark wasn't going to carelessly run in. Now what kind of monsters will I see in this dungeon? Ark used eyes of the cat at the entrance to look inside the cave. His pupils turned green and he could see the inside of the cave. Just like the entrance, the interior was filled with rotted wood and moss. And he could occasionally see rotten dead bodies. Mold zombies, level 400 mold zombies. Ark shouted with joy after confirming the monsters that lived in the dungeon. He had just been having trouble with the level of the mold zombies within the swamp. But now he found zombies that were 100 levels higher. All of a sudden he had encountered monsters 100 levels higher, so he didn't have a problem anymore. After calculating the dark attribute bonus, Ark was level 523. So he was in fact 123 levels higher. But his actual level was 349 and he was fighting a level 400 monster, so he would receive 100% experience and a bonus 10% for every 5 levels that the monster was higher than him. Even if I level up, I won't have to worry about items and materials not dropping. Ark was fortunate about that. There are 20 mold zombies at the entrance. They won't be a problem even if they're level 400. Ark had a lot of experience fighting mold zombies and he was already tired of it. So there was no need to think of a plan using stealth. The zombies were empty-headed, so it was impossible for them to lay traps and they would just run forward haphazardly. I don't need to see anything else. There aren't that many, so I'll finish it quickly. He, come on mold zombies. Clack clack, clack 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 clack. Ark, Razak and Rackard held their weapons and entered the cave. But a message window he never imagined appeared as soon as he entered. You have entered an area with a special property. In New World, there are occasionally areas with unique properties. This is influenced by the environment, such as a snowfield. Once inside this cave, mana is steadily drained. Within the sphere of influence, 50 mana is lost every second. What the? My mana is drained? Ark's mouth dropped at the information window. 50 mana every second. Then he would lose 3,000 mana in 1 minute? Currently Ark had 6,495 mana. Even if he did nothing, his mana would be depleted in 2 minutes. Damn, what will I do without my mana? Special effects when entering a cave wasn't uncommon. However, this effect was considered one of the worst. If his mana was drained so quickly, then didn't it mean he wouldn't be able to use skills? Master, what do we do? Rackard hesitated while flying towards the zombies and asked. Don't worry about it. I just won't use skills. Certainly not being able to use mana was a considerable penalty. However, Ark didn't take it too seriously. If he was a magician, then being unable to use mana was definitely deadly. However, Dark Soul was closer to a warrior than a magician. He also had his passive skills which didn't require mana, so he wasn't too worried. Bah, if it's going to be drained anyway, then I might as well use it all. Flash. Ark ran at full speed and used flash. His sword sliced through the 20 mold zombies and decreased their health. Next, Razak and Rackard also attacked, decreasing the health until 2 or 3 zombies collapsed. Okay, let's do it like that. Flash. Ark steadily used flash with excitement until the 4th time he tried to use it. You are unable to use the skill because you don't have enough mana. Sheesh, my mana is already depleted? It can't be helped. Flash consumed 500 mana with every use, and he also lost 50 mana every second, so his 6,000 mana had already reached the bottom. Although his mana had run out completely, he wasn't willing to stop. So far, he had killed thousands of zombies in the swamp. Even without his skills, there was no reason to worry about 20 zombies. No, if he could hit it, then he would easily defeat them. But Ark miscalculated. Qua. Because he randomly fired flash, Ark had stopped right in the middle of a horde of zombies. Ark had defeated 2 or 3 zombies, but there were 20 of them. In other words, he had to block approximately 40 attacks. No matter how quickly Ark swung his sword, he couldn't block that many arms. To Tutaton, he felt a serious pain in his shoulder and lost some health. Damn, it is hard to avoid these guys in the cave. Rackard, attract as many of them as possible. I understand. Hey, you messy corpses. Your opponent is me. Rackard yelled and quickly flew the opposite way. However, only one mold zombie chased after Rackard. Whoops. Ark started to realize the situation was more serious than he thought. Yes, until now Rackard had been able to lure 10-20 zombies thanks to the taunt skill. Although taunt only consumed 30 mana, it was still a skill. When his pet used an active skill, it drained Ark's mana. Thanks to Ark lacking mana, Rackard's taunt skill was also disabled. Oh my god, then I need to deal with those guys one by one? All the strategies he thought of were blocked, so he instantly became gloomy. This was a narrow cave, so he had no room to avoid the attacks of 20 mold zombies. It was fortunate that Razak's shield stroke was a passive skill, but he still wouldn't be able to handle 20 zombies. If he blocked the front, then he would be attacked from behind. If he blocked the right, then he would be attacked from the left. Since he was under consecutive attacks, it was different to catch the timing to counterattack. It was one of the difficult parts when fighting 1 against 20. The laws of physics still applied to New World. That also applied to this battle. When Ark was hit by the opponent's attack, his body turned rigid for a bit. It only lasted for 1 second, but Ark was unable to swing his sword during that time. In addition, his posture was also unsteady, so he was unable to draw out 100% of his power. So he was unable to counterattack properly while surrounded. Unlike reality, New World had a variety of skills for this situation. Magicians had the warp skill while thieves had crossing skill. Ark's main evasion skill was Dark Dance. But he didn't have any mana. Pepping, 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 pepping. A red light flashed in front of Arkansas. It was the first time he was being hit so one-sidedly. Dark Dance. Flash. In a situation where Ark couldn't hit back, his health quickly decreased. He even forgot the fact that his skills were sealed. He became even more irritated at the severe beating he received from the mold zombies. After being hit, a yellow message window floated in front of him. You have received a serious blow and have become dizzy. Your range of vision has been reduced by 80% for 30 seconds. The probability of receiving a critical hit has greatly increased. He became dizzy after being hit a certain number of times in a row. It was the first time he had been in that state since he started. When things were going well, one thing became twisted, then it stayed twisted. After becoming dizzy, Ark's vision blurred in front of him. With his blurred eyesight, he was unable to distinguish between the mold zombies' attacks. Ark couldn't even grasp the directions and just wandered around while receiving critical hits. M-Master, to the right. Taduk, to Dadadak. Rackard and Razak ran towards him as Ark's health nosedived. But that was just their feeling. His summons were only able to fight against high-level monsters because of Arkansas. Now Ark was being beaten and his summons were no match against the level 400 mold zombies. Hick, it can't be, Rackard screamed as he was hit by a mold zombie. Razak was also surrounded by the zombies while he used his shield to block all attacks. Ah, no. I can't handle this situation. I have to somehow escape. Riposte, riposte, riposte. Ark was almost in a critical condition, so he swung his sword wildly. Although riposte was a chain skill, he could still manually counterattack. Even when he concentrated, the skill sometimes failed. While in his dizzy state, it was impossible to succeed in his skills. There must be another way.
Ark's lips became dry as his health continued decreasing. Then something popped into Ark's head. That's right, I have that.
Ghost Knight Core.
Yes, the desperate plan he came up with was summoning the Ghost Knights of Oberium. It was an active skill, but it consumed spiritual power instead of mana. The space abruptly started shaking after Ark used the skill. He looked at the gaping space and saw heavily armed ghosts from Oberium. The Oberium Knights have come when you called. The knights looked around and shouted as they saw the mold zombies. Over there, defeat the threatening enemies. For the glory of Oberium.
Oa!
The 30 ghost soldiers rushed like a storm at the mold zombies. Just like a huge wave had swept over a sandcastle on the beach, the ghosts wielding shields, swords and maces poured over the zombies. Unfortunately, it was still a beginner skill despite the visual effects, so the zombies weren't hurt that much.
The ghost soldiers were also impervious to any attacks.
The mold zombies were pushed by the pressure of the ghost soldiers and collapsed like dominoes.
The ghost soldiers gained even more momentum as they rushed the mold zombies. However, those evil zombies. Byron.
The chief knight shouted with anger after hearing an alarm ring.
Drat, our bodies are tied to Oberium, so we can't help anymore.
Then the bodies of the ghost soldiers disappeared like they were a lie. The 5-second duration time of Ghost Knight Core had ended. Although it had consumed 300 of his spiritual power, Ark managed to escape the siege of the mold zombies thanks to the ghost soldiers. It was his last chance to escape from the cave.
Let's escape the cave for the moment.
Ark did his best to turn around and threw his body. However, he felt a devastating impact to his face and saw stars.
Ouch, my head.
Ark was still dizzy, so his pupils were unclear. He couldn't see where he was going and ran into a wall. It was one of his most embarrassing moments ever, escaping the mold zombies only to run into a wall.
Rackard, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take care of the directions? Sheesh, why are you so nervous? You didn't give me any time to talk. Shut up, quickly inform me of the directions. Okay, follow me. Rackard complained after pulling Ark's hair.
It was like Ark was blind, so he had to follow Rackard's directions.
Rackard pulled Ark's hair and dragged him while Razak blocked the zombies with his shield and followed. Are we there yet? Not yet.
Ark panted while he listened to Rackard's answer.
I've walked approximately 100 meters, but when did I enter that deeply?
Ark thought it was slightly strange, but he had no way to check. After a while, his eyesight gradually brightened. Ark's face hardened at the same time. When he surveyed the area, he had already left the cave. The cave was near St. Beetlejuice and the mold zombies had retreated back to the cave after he exited. Yet Rackard was still pulling his hair and was turning round and round on the same spot.
Are we there yet? There is still a long way to go. Heek, it's dangerous. Quickly.
When Ark asked in a low voice, Rackard just pulled his hair harder. The only dangerous thing is your head. Ark grabbed Rackard and shouted. Then Rackard panicked and stuttered.
Master can see now? Do you want to die?
Please don't look at it like that.
I was just kidding. A joke? Then you want to play?
Ark replied with a wicked grin. He wanted to relieve a little stress.
See, I told you there was something unusual.
The eyeball murmured as he studied Ark's face. Then Ark stealthily turned his head and pointed to one side.
Your idea of a joke is hitting me?
You've returned safely. The eyeball carefully looked at it and answered. Ark indicated to the corner where Rackard was sitting with swollen eyes. Since the situation had deteriorated so suddenly, his pets had considered mutiny. Anyway, Ark managed to relieve his stress with Rackard, but he was still miserable.
Even if my skills can't be used. Who would have thought that he would be so one-sidedly beaten up?
His confidence, which had swelled after changing professions and hunting 160 zombies in an hour, suddenly burst. However, being mauled by zombies wasn't the only reason for Ark's miserable mood.
I didn't think it was possible. I've become dull.
During the battle, Ark realized he had some serious problems. In fact, this wasn't the first time Ark had fought many enemies in a narrow space. In the past, he also experienced the same thing when sweeping up the thieves.
In addition, the enemies had similar levels after applying the dark attribute bonus, unlike now. But it hadn't been one-sided that time. The reason is clear. I've been unconsciously relying on my skills too much.
Yes, Ark immediately realized the problem. In the beginning, Ark had placed more emphasis on his combat ability than his skills and stats. Just like a fighter observed the enemy's combat pattern during a tournament, he had meticulously looked for methods to defeat them. He didn't have any worthy skills, so he hadn't used his skills carelessly. However, Ark currently had various attack, defense, evasion, and wide area skills.
Thanks to his steady effort, he managed to gain over 6,000 mana.
His health was also on par with his mana, so could fire skills blindly. Ark's fighting technique had evolved from a battle of perception to one which used skills blindly.
It was because hunting was more fun and quicker when he used skills. He couldn't even remember the last time he had used kicks. This is the reason that I've been beaten up.
Ark had certainly become strong after changing to his second profession and learning various skills. However, because of that, his pure combat abilities had regressed. Once his skills were disabled, he was unable to fight properly.
Oh my god. I'm no different from the trivial warriors I've beaten.
In the old days, Ark had thought Andal was pathetic for only relying on his defense and skills. Unlike online games in the 2000s, a character in a virtual reality game was more than their level or skills. Understanding a battle was as important in battles as utilizing skills. He was able to display his might in a one-on-one match with Shambhala and Justice Man because of that. Ark knew better than anyone about overlooking something important. It was a failure for which he had no excuse.
I thought I was training properly, but I wasn't.
The first reason was that Ark had been fighting weaker enemies after receiving the 50% Dark Attribute bonus. The second reason was that he relied on skills rather than ability in emergency situations. Overconfidence was also the reason why he blindly entered the cave. In the beginning, he wouldn't have behaved so ignorantly.
If I fight against Shambhala, then isn't there a 100% chance that he would beat me?
Although it was a dismal thought, Ark tried to maintain a positive mindset.
Yes, I don't need to think so badly. It is lucky.
I've realized my mistake before it is too late to go back. Even though skill application is important, maintaining my combat ability is also essential.
I've clearly realized it this time. Okay. Now, we've rested enough, so let's get started. What? We're entering again?
Ark stood up and Rackard frowned at his words.
Of course. Have I ever abandoned a dungeon just because of tough enemies? No, but don't worry. I have no intention of entering so ignorantly this time.
After recovering his mana, Ark's group once again returned to the cave. Ark sent a command to Rackard. Rackard, pull a few of them to the entrance.
Aha, you intend to take care of them little by little? Such a thing, why does your expression seem a little bothered? I'm going. Rackard quickly flew into the cave after Ark glared at him.
He unleashed his bitterness from Ark's abuse on the mold zombies and lured 3 of them. Monsters gathered in one place were usually had a link between them. Link was an established system where certain monsters moved together.
However, the mold zombies were undead and weren't caught by Link. It was something Ark was glad about. Qua! Master, they're coming. Rackard flew out of the cave entrance with 3 zombies following him. Okay, I'll start now. For the moment, I won't use my pets or skills. Rackard, Razak, you don't have to move. Don't help me even if it becomes dangerous. Eh? But why? Well, it's not that hard. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Ark received the promise from his pets and ran up to the mold zombies. When Ark ran in front of them, the mold zombies changed their target. Wind blew as the sharp nails sliced down.
Ark crossed his legs and used a taekwondo move to block the sharp nails.
Then the other 2 zombies swung their arms as well. Although one of them was blocked by his sword, the other nail grazed his shoulder.
Ugh, my reaction time has become slow as well.
In the old days, I would have had no trouble avoiding that attack. I only used Dark Dance for a while and have become sluggish. I have to concentrate or I'll be hit again. At the same time that Ark suffered damage, he turned his body and avoided the next attack. In this situation, it would be easier to connect parry and counterattack for the chain skill riposte. Then he would follow it by continuous dark blades until the dark aura built up and he used Dark Strike. A picture was painted in Ark's head at the moment. He had become accustomed to battling using skills. But if I do that, then it won't be training. Ark flinched and repressed the desire to use his skills. If he excluded all his skills and only used sword-hand combat, then it would be training. Riposte is a skill, so I can't use it not matter how much I want to. Ark leaned his upper body forward to avoid the nails. Then he stretched his leg and kicked the mold zombie. The mold zombie lost its center of gravity and stumbled. Then Ark threw his body upward and kicked the mold zombie's jaw. Quack! The mold zombie rolled over several meters just like a movie. How about that? This is Korea's Taekwondo. Ark muttered with pride. Of course, most people were heavy so they wouldn't fly several meters from a kick. But even if the laws of physics exist, this was still a game. His attacks depended on his stats and he had 725 strength. The stats also applied to the mold zombies, but it was like they were kicked by a bull. Such calculations were essential for combat in New World. Although Ark didn't go to the gym anymore, he never missed his dawn exercise. If it was simply Taekwondo skills, then he was confident. But that was in reality. In New World, his battle style was adapted to fit the game, i.e. New World Taekwondo style. I have to concentrate and maintain my posture. Ark put more focus on his training than on defeating the mold zombies. He avoided the zombies' attack and did a spin kick. The spin kick was followed by his sword attacking the stomach. When he was surrounded, he stepped back and started kicking. A variety of Taekwondo techniques emerged. At first he was a little worried, but eventually his body warmed up and he could deal with the 3 mold zombies. Even though he didn't use other skills, he did use the basic sword-hand combat because it was effective. The mold zombies were medium-sized monsters, so there was a 5% chance that advanced sword-hand combat would cause an abnormal state. If he continuously used kicks, then there was a high chance of causing that state. Take this. Kukwang, Kwaya. The last mold zombie was caught was a wrestling backdrop and the battle ended. Ark hadn't used any skills to handle 3 mold zombies and Buxel muttered after watching Spellbound. Awesome. That's fantastic. You're not just a dirty person. What? Dirty person, dot. No, rough, no, hot, yes, you have the hottest personality. That's not true. This little thing is not cool at all. Rackard rubbed his swollen eyes and complained. Buxel only recently knew Ark, so he had never seen Ark use Taekwondo or wrestling techniques. However, Rackard had seen those techniques since the beginning, so he wasn't impressed. Ark had no intention of finishing it like this. Rackard, this time lure 5 of them. Isn't that more unreasonable? Shut up, just bring them as soon as possible. Ark trained with the mold zombies while slowly increasing the numbers. After doing this for a day, Ark was able to deal with 10 mold zombies without using any skills. Of course, it wasn't like his combat abilities suddenly grew after one day. He was just reviving his previous battle style using Taekwondo. It didn't take that long since he hadn't been neglecting his exercise. If Ark hadn't been using his skills so much and concentrated on his actual fighting ability, then he could have dealt with 20 mold zombies. That feeling seems to have returned. Ark gave a satisfied smile as he looked at them. Now it's time for you guys. What? You guys will also be training. Rackard, you used to be able to lure monsters without using the taunt skill. But what happened to that? Razak is no different. Raza didn't make any big mistakes, you didn't do very well either. This is evidence that you have become undisciplined. Now we're going to return to my original methods. I'm going to revive the old training methods for a while. I don't want to experience the past again. Isn't our current strategies enough? Do you want your other eye to become swollen as well? Damn, I knew it would be like this. I knew it. Rackard murmured with a desperate voice. Then Ark looked at Buxel and Bekgu in the corner and said. You two as well, dot. Ha? Why do we have to train as well? Until now it didn't matter, but if you go to higher level regions, then Bekgu as he is now won't be enough as your bodyguard. Bekgu needs some training to level up and become stronger. And Buxel as well. Didn't you have some trouble with filming the video? You have to learn what to do if your eyeball is attacked. Take it out. Wait a minute. Hick. Ark took out Buxel's eyeball and turned it round and round. Ark threw it and kicked it. What do you feel? What are you doing? Ouch. Buxel staggered and sat down as he felt nausea. But Ark just declared sharply. Bah, how can you take videos in this state? If you're going to shoot a video while scouting the area and foraging ingredients, then you need to handle this much. That is. I won't allow anyone to decline. Ark raised his fist and threatened them. Sack. Raiden also looked at Ark with surprised eyes. Dad, what should I do? He seemed to ask. Not you, you've been doing well. Agu, you cutie. Boo, this is discrimination. Shut up, training is starting. So Ark and his group began 3 days of hellish training. Rackard C-plan, lure 3 of the zombies without using taunt. Yes. Yeah, you beep guys. Bring it on, come on.
Razak glared at them and unleashed a barrage of curses. Although the zombies didn't really understand, they instinctively felt anger at the curses and followed him. Ark looked at Razak and Beku and nodded. Razak, block 2 of the mold zombies with your shield. Beku, you will approach and attack the zombies while Razak is stopping them with his shield. Go! Clack clack clack. Yes, Captain. Razak and Beku moved to their positions at Ark's command.
Although they had failed several times at the beginning, now the execution of the strategy reached 80% after the training. This was the outcome of the hellish training for 3 days.
Now Ark didn't have to follow their movements every time anymore.
His summons now listened to him again after the discipline. And Beku, who participated in the hell training, had gained 4 levels. He was not the only one who changed. While Razak and Beku finished the 2 blocked mold zombies, Ark lured the remaining one towards Buxel's eyeball. Buxel, bring me a memory crystal.
Yes. Buxel quickly pulled out the memory crystals from the eyeballs.
Then he played the dramatic footage from the crystal. Buxel hadn't been resting in the meantime and had been tirelessly working to make the image of the battle seem filled with urgency. After the training to withstand violence, he had managed to take the scene of Razak's fight from dozens of angles.
Okay, it's a pass. Thank you.
Buxel sighed with relief and replied. Ark gathered Buxel and his summon again before speaking. Now the training is finished.
First, I think it's admirable that you volunteered for the training. What happened to your expressions? Well, are you dissatisfied? Of course not. Anyway, now it's time to show the results of your training against the zombies in the cave. Razak, Rackard, from now on we'll be capturing the dungeon. And Buxel and Beku will collect the food necessary for it. If you pinch me, dungeon's success going forward will need more military capacity.
You succeeded in the training, so there is no need to worry while collecting ingredients. While collecting the ingredients, you'll also take the videos and Beku will take care of any zombies that escape.
Can you do it?
Yes, we can do it. All of his bruised companions shouted simultaneously. He didn't know how long it would last, but they were currently showing the results of the discipline. Anyway, Beku and Buxel left to gather ingredients while Ark took Razak and Rackard to begin the dungeon exploration. Animosity filled his summon's eyes as they looked at the cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15 Chapter 4. ACT for the Phantom Hourglass. Qua! The nails of the mold zombies aimed at his neck. The deeply rotted nails gave off a bad stench. Ark reflexively dodged the mold zombie's attack. He avoided the nail, turned his body and kicked. The mold zombies ran into the wall and stumbled. After combining sword mastery with kicks, his movement skills had increased by leaps and bounds. The mold zombie that was hit stiffened and became stunned. Even if skills that contained mana were blocked, he had used Eyes of the Cat beforehand to find the weakness of the mold zombies to cause the stun state. Quack 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 quack. He swung his sword like a rapid fire gun and pierced through the mold zombies. Black blood dripped from the holes in the zombie as it stumbled. Master, the next fellows are coming. Then he heard Rackard's voice from behind him. He turned his head and saw 5 mold zombies running. Razak! When Ark raised his voice, Razak, who had been taking care of other zombies, came running. He raised his shield and pushed 2 mold zombies. Meanwhile, Ark ran up to the remaining 3 and used sidekicks. The mold zombies who had been kicked flew back several meters and slammed into the wall. However, the zombies just opened their mouths after landing and ran after him again. The saliva. The mold zombies in the dungeon weren't that high level. The difference with the swamp zombies was that the cave ones had poisonous saliva. The mold zombies spat their saliva and Ark rotated on the axis of his left foot and did a 360-degree spin kick. The jaws of the zombies snapped shut as the saliva gushed out from the side. That wasn't all. The neck of the mold zombies rotated after being kicked. The zombies couldn't grasp the direction because their heads were on backwards and wandered around, crashing into walls. It's a lot easier now that my body is moving comfortably. Ark laughed as he looked at the mold zombies wandering around with their heads backwards. It was incomparable to Ark's movement a few days ago. The conversion of sword and kicks increased his reaction rate. He could feel the difference in his body after his physical ability rose. But the outcome of the training wasn't simply his performance. Over the past few days, Ark had sealed his skills and only trained in his physical abilities. It was all because he wanted to defeat the dungeon. However, his training ended up different from his original intent and brought an unexpected result. I never even considered it. The issues of only relying on skill-based battles. Skill-based combat was straightforward and convenient.
It was unnecessary to explain. If he used his skills, then he could dispose of the mold zombies in less than a minute. However, using generals would only take 3 minutes or 2 as he dealt a lot of critical hits. The battles were longer, so of course he lost more health and it took a lot more time to restore it. That's why Ark had mainly been using skill-based combat. However, he had forgotten one thing while focusing on the speed of using skills. Ark's primary attack skill was sword-hand combat. Since he mainly used skills, his sword-hand combat was unable to increase in proficiency. And Ark's sword-hand combat was advanced. If he didn't reach any special enlightenment in the related skill, then it was impossible to increase beyond advanced. But that changed after he started to use sword-hand combat in battle again. Although he initially faced 3-4, he was eventually able to face 6-7 opponents. If he faced more than 10, his life was really in the balance. But even if he was in a critical condition, Ark never used any skills. Even if he died, he wouldn't use skills. If he was in a crisis, then he would quickly escape. This was the training he decided on. Practicing martial arts was 100 times better than skills. This weren't techniques that could be easily learnt. In the midst of a crisis, he used martial arts techniques. Japan's legendary swordsman, Miyamoto Musashi, was the originator of modern kendo that was based on a 3-stage level. Modern kendo had 9 stages of qualification, but they wouldn't be a match against Musashi. The reason was clear. Modern students practiced in a safe environment and was no match against someone who polished their skills risking their lives. The explanation was slightly redundant. Once Ark made a decision, he decided to carry it through. If he wasn't positive about it, then nothing would be done. That was Ark's philosophy. Even if Ark was facing a huge mountain, he stuck to his resolution of only using his sword in kicks. After fighting at the evil Silrian, his sword-hand combat had been stuck at 500, but it finally broke through. The proficiency of sword-hand combat has risen after a lot of experience. Sword-hand combat, Master, passive 503/1000. You have become a master in sword-hand combat. You have completely understood the special qualities of the sword and you are able to draw out its performance by 100%. You have received additional damage when using a sword or knuckle, and your evasion and critical hit has risen considerably. In addition, there is a 20% chance of fully understanding the attributes of the sword. Overall combat ability increases by 50%. The effect of sword-hand combat means that wearing a shield will become a baggage. When using kicks, the probability of causing a random state to a small monster is 10%, a medium-sized monster 8% and a large monster 5%. When a difficult technique succeeds, the probability of causing an abnormal state will also increase. Asterisk Master additional effect, Deferred Strike, there is a 20% to deal double damage with one strike. The second damage will only have 50% of your base damage. Sword-hand combat has reached the master stage. Ark's mouth opened as he confirmed the information. Overall combat ability increased by 50%. It wasn't simply that his damage had increased. It meant that all his combat capabilities, including defense, attack speed and reaction rate, had increased. Ever since then, Ark felt like it was easier to move his body. In addition, his probability of causing abnormal states had increased. But he was able to feel the effects of sword-hand combat increasing thanks to Deferred Strike. Understanding the characteristics of the sword gave him a chance of dealing double damage. It didn't seem that wonderful when reading the information window. It dealt 2 attacks, but the second one only did 50% of his base damage. It was better to use Dark Blade. However, using it was completely different from the explanation. It had a 20% probability. That was 1 in 5 strikes. But that was only simple probability. Just because there was a 1/6 chance of landing a 6 on a die didn't mean the 6 would appear. The 6 could come out, but it also might not come out. There was also a 30% or 40% chance of throwing a 6. The odds might contribute more than 30%, 40%. That also applied to Deferred Strike. Now, Ark ran up to the zombies who had their necks twisted and swung his sword. There was 2 ringing sounds as the zombies were struck twice and their health drained out. Although there was only a 20% chance, the odds of Deferred Strike occurring increased by leaps and bounds in this situation. If his first attack was a critical hit which dealt 150% damage, then the second strike would deal 75% damage. That was 225% damage with one strike. If their necks are twisted, then it is easy to deal a critical hit. Ark rapidly stabbed the mold zombies and they tore apart like sandpaper. The zombies were successively cut by the critical hits and Deferred Strike. The mold zombies became like a rag and collapsed. Meanwhile, Razak and Rackard, who had survived the hell training, disposed of one of the zombies and approached the other one.
Now, hit it hard with the shield. Clack 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 clack. Rackard and Razak worked together to attack the zombie.
This was also the outcome of his hell training. Ark's pets also didn't use skills, and now they were able to battle against level 400 zombies. Their abilities were equivalent to level 280, but it was possible to defeat the zombies if it was 2 against 1. In this situation, Ark's pets could hold their own, so he was quite satisfied.
If they can handle it, then it is better not to interfere. Ark relaxed and watched the battle between his pets and the zombie. Ah, we won, dot. Rackard cheered as they finally defeated the mold zombie after 4 minutes. You still have a long way to go. You have to be able to defeat one in 2 minutes. Sheesh, would it hurt for you to give a compliment? I'll give you a compliment when you finish it in 2 minutes.
Ark smiled at Rackard, who grunted. Anyway, it was different from his initial worries, and he steadily ventured into the cave. There were many mold zombies, so his progress wasn't fast, but Ark's purpose wasn't to clear the dungeon. Yes, his first goal was to collect the necessary ingredients for his necromancer's essence. I have almost all the materials. In addition, the mold zombies in the cave was level 400. He received 200% experience every time a zombie was defeated, so his level increased quickly. After a few days, he gained 8 levels and reached 357. It was 4 times the speed of his hunting in the swamp. However, the regeneration of the mold zombies in the cave was slower than the swamp, so it was slightly regretful. But clearing the dungeon would become even more difficult if the regeneration speed of the mold zombies was fast. Even though he could deal with 10 mold zombies without using skills, he still had to use the disinfectant. Because of the duration of the disinfectant, he had to repeatedly invade the cave and then retreat. If the regeneration speed of the zombies was quick, then it would take 3 or 4 times his current speed. This will soon come to an end. Ark muttered after scanning the map. He used his cartographer's skill to reveal that the map was 95% cleared. He could use the disinfectant one more time, so if he was quick, then he could clear the dungeon. Okay, let's go. Ark had recovered his health using food and stood up. After taking care of the mold zombies in the area, he once again entered the cave. The effects of the disinfectant would end in 20 minutes. Ark followed the single passage until he reached a dead end. What the? Ark stared with bewildered eyes at the dead end. He came all the way here only to encounter a dead end? Well, he originally came here to search for the monkfish mushrooms. However, he still hadn't found any of the mushrooms. Even though he searched the wall, he couldn't find a hidden device. Instead, he discovered a pool of deep black water in a corner. Wait, if the monkfish mushroom grows in this cave, then wouldn't the water make it flow into the swamp? And there was black water on the floor throughout the cave. The place that water was coming from was the pool. That stagnant water should connect to where the water is being supplied from. The puddle might be connected to other places. You guys follow me. Ark plunged into the pool of water without hesitation. Nothing was visible in front of him once he entered the black water. Ark used his hand to check around the pool. After a short time, he felt where the current of water was flowing. It meant the current of water was coming from somewhere. Over here. Ark pulled out a stone and the current of water reversed. Ark took a deep breath before diving back down and following the waterway that had been formed. I have to reach the top. The place where the tunnel emerges will be clear. Pwah! He swam upwards and breached the surface of the water. Ark took a deep breath and looked around. The place where Ark came up was a sidewall in a pool where an underground waterfall was flowing into. The water from the pool seemed to be flowing into the swamp via the cave. There's no doubt. The monkfish mushrooms is somewhere here. Ark exited the water and checked the underground space. He had no mana to use Eyes of the Cat, so he couldn't see the environment clearly. However, his eyes gradually adapted to the cave and he was able to grasp the approximate shape. Is this place like a mine? All the walls of the underground was formed from a type of black room. After rubbing his hand against it, a black soot that seemed like coal streaked his hand. While crossing the cave, he often saw a coal-like rock. The water that ran through the cave seemed to be black because of the coal dust that had fallen. Then Rackard, who was flying ahead, shouted, "Master, mushroom, mushroom!" Ah, is it the monkfish mushrooms? Ark shouted with joy and rushed in Rackard's direction. Was that the mushrooms near the lump of coal? It was the monkfish mushrooms that Ark was looking for. The monkfish mushrooms were present in the gaps between the coal. Ah, it is a jackpot. Ark raised his arm and instantly picked the mushroom. He didn't rest and picked the mushrooms, but they showed no signs of decreasing. The monkfish mushrooms had a tremendous effect when used properly. Even if he called Buxel and Betku, then it wasn't possible to collect all the mushrooms. If it's like this, then it can be used. As long as there was enough mushrooms, then he would have a constant supply of it. This meant he could catch high-level monsters faster. Ark scraped the mushroom one by one as he dreamed of a pleasant hunt. The mushrooms gradually piled in his bag. This fellow dared to dirty my refuge. A deafening roar shook the space and a red warning message appeared. The boss monster Immortal Lich Carrot has appeared. Eek? Boss monster? Ark flinched and turned his head. Something wrapped in a black aura walked into the dark space. Carrot wasn't a skeleton or a zombie, but he looked like an undead monster when some bones exposed. He was covered with a hooded cloak and was holding a long stick. The outfit was just like a magician. In traditional fantasy, a lich was a magician who became corrupted in their search for immortality. Before Carrot was an undead, he had been a magician. Boss monster. Thank you. A satisfied smile spread on Ark's face as he hurriedly got up and took an attack posture. Boss monster equals big rewards was the formula in Ark's head. I found a large supply of mushrooms and now there's even a boss monster. He was grateful to the dungeon. Of course, he didn't like all of the situation. Due to the special effect of the cave, Ark couldn't use mana. As well as his attack skills, he didn't have enough mana to use Eyes of the Cat to determine Carrot's level and weaknesses. But the opponent looks like a magician. He had fought Jewel and the evil Silrian in Sutandal until he was bored. Therefore Ark was well aware of a magician's weakness. A magician had low defense and slow reaction rates. Instead, the attack power of their magic was incredibly strong, but it took time to complete the spell, which was also a weakness. If the magician wasn't given any time to complete the spell, then they were a weak opponent. In his current state, he might be a match for a magician. Of course, he can still use warp. Luckily, the underground area wasn't wide. Even if Carrot used warp, there were only a few places he could go. Ark had confidence that he could kick the boss before he completed any strong spells. I also have my summons as well. If he arranged his pets in the directions Carrot could warp to, then he could interrupt the spell casting. I have magic resistance, so I can ignore low-ranking magic and move forward for close combat. Ark completed a rough strategy plan. Death for intruders. Carrot stretched his hand and cast a spell, and black magic arrows flowed out like a rain shower. That's a huge number. I can't avoid everything. If that's the case, Ark hit his face and neck with both arms and went running forward. If he took that posture, then the damage wouldn't decrease. However, if he covered the head and neck, then he decreased the chances of a critical hit. Ark's health quickly went down as he was hit by the magic arrows. However, the damage wasn't that much compared to how many times he was hit. His magic resistance had increased thanks to the mongoose immortality pills. Rackard, Razak, spread out to both corners. Ark approached Carrot and shouted. Ark arrived and prepared just in case Carrot used warp. As expected, Carrot instantly chanted the spell for warp as Ark ran up. Warp was a teleporting skill, but it was impossible to designate the location. He appeared in the right-hand corner and prepared to use the magic arrow skill again. But Razak was there with his shield and used it to stop the spell. Good job, now take your time and attack with your shield. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack, . Razak subsequently used his shield to prevent Carrot from using warp. Nevertheless, it was impossible for Razak to take care of a boss by himself. You impertinent skeleton. Carrot swung his cane and Razak flew back a few meters. Carrot then started chanting a spell. However, Ark had already rushed towards Carrot before the spell was completed. Peep-pepping. Snap. His sword penetrated the body. He continued with a flashy spin kick. Carrot stumbled as he was hit on the temple and retreated. Ark didn't miss the opportunity and kicked out in rapid succession. A magician had to chant in order to use magic, so stun was more useful than other abnormal states. As he expected, Carrot was unsteady and couldn't remember the chants. Ugh, why you? Carrot used the gap in his attacks to once again disappear with warp. Everybody be alert. Razak and Rackard glanced around carefully at Ark's command. After a while, Carrot's form was once again seen. But this time, he was lucky and moved to a back corner. Ark and his summons were waiting in the opposite direction. Sheesh, Rackard, stop him. You understood. Rackard flew towards Carrot. However, this time Carrot was slightly faster. Take this, you dirty intruders. Dark arrows. Ayo-ak.
Black magic arrows flew from the hands of Carrot. Rackard screamed as he was hit by the magic arrow and fell.
Meanwhile, Ark once again ran through the arrows but was too late to prevent Carrot from using warp again.
If Ark couldn't stop warp, then he wouldn't be able to deal with Carrot. It was even worse since he couldn't use skills. However, Ark wasn't alone. Ha! I'll let you regret attacking me from hell. Magic. Daying Kong. Ouch.
Carrot stumbled as a shield hit him on the side of the head. This time Razak had appeared in front of Carrot. The battle was Carrot was like a lottery.
If he appeared near Ark or his summons, then Ark would dominate. Conversely, if Carrot appeared somewhere else, then he would dominate.
No matter how quickly Ark ran, Carrot would be able to use magic then escape with warp.
That continued for 20 minutes. Hook hook hook, Raiden used stalking to determine his tracks. Ark muttered while being short of breath.
If the magician escaped using warp, then Raiden can figure out the location using stalking. It was the skill which caused Jewel despair.
But as expected, Ark couldn't use stalking. He didn't have enough money. Eventually someone had to collapse.
Ark and his summons were exhausted after running and flying around for 20 minutes. In addition, he received damage running after Carrot and only had 30% health remaining. In addition, their magic resistance was low, so Rackard and Razak were in a critical condition.
But Carrot's health is also low.
Ark looked for Carrot again as he disappeared using warp. He willingly submitted to being hit by a few shots of magic when approaching Carrot for the chance to land a few kicks and cause an abnormal status. Even if he was a boss monster, Carrot was a magician, so Ark dealt a lot of damage to him. Carrot had broken bones here and there that were hanging out of his flesh. Although he couldn't see the monster's status using Eyes of the Cat, he was able to approximately guess the remaining health. Ark guessed that Carrot had 20% health at the most.
If this continues, then I can win.
Ark was convinced of that.
Then Carrot once again appeared on the opposite side.
The distance was approximately 50 meters.
Damn, guess I need to get hit again.
Ark used his arms to protect his vital areas and ran towards Carrot.
It took approximately 4 seconds for Carrot to chant the spell for dark arrows.
When calculating the speed Ark could run 30 meters, the spell would definitely be completed. But this time the spell wasn't completed by the time he arrived. Ark lowered his arm with a doubtful look.
The power of resurrection.
Carrot finished chanting a long spell and opened his eyes wide before shouting. Then the broken bones were reformed and the tattered pieces of skin stuck together again.
Carrot's body was being recovered at an absurd rate. What the?
Ark stopped with surprise as Carrot smiled coldly and muttered.
Kuku, what's with that expression? Did you think you could kill me? I am an immortal lich.
It is impossible for you to knock down this body. Take this, dark arrows. The magic arrows repeatedly hit Ark's body. After being hit by dozens of magic arrows, Ark lost his balance and fell to the ground. He received a critical hit and he lost 8% health, but that wasn't the problem. They had fought for 20 minutes and had finally managed to get Carrot in a critical condition. In exchange for that, Ark had lost 70% of his health and his pets were in a critical condition. The outcome of that was Carrot's broken bones and torn flesh.
But now all that was recovered? What happened to the torn flesh and broken bones?
When he checked Carrot's state, he saw that the recovery magic was being gradually applied and wasn't an immediate effect. However, the recovery speed was fast and could be compared to that of a normal priest. It was likely that 50% had already been recovered. If he continued using warp and recovery magic, then how long would Ark last? Damn, being unable to determine the enemy's situation is bad. Is there a countermeasure to that magic? I need to either not give him time for the recovery magic or my attack power needs to exceed his recovery rate. That was impossible if Ark wasn't able to use any skills. In addition, he only had 20% health left and with no mana he had no chance of winning. If Carrot could recovery, then there was no way to survive. Ark shook his head forcefully.
No, I can't die like this, Ark clenched his teeth tightly and swung his sword.
Ho, don't you know that's useless?
However, Carrot instantly used warp. Ark vainly hit the wall.
His blade scratched against the wall like a flint and a spark flew up. His sword had hit a lump of coal, so it was a natural result.
But after that, something unthinkable occurred. The spark touched Ark's sleeve and burst into flames.
Heek, what the?
Ark hurriedly withdrew and the flames faded away. Ark carefully looked at the arm where the flames occurred and understood the situation.
While attacking Carrot, he had got the coal dust on his arm. When the spark struck the powder, combustion happened and a fire occurred.
Damn, that was surprising. Ark cried out with irritation and turned his body. Had he breathed in too much coal dust while fighting Carrot?
Then an idea came to his head when thinking about the spark causing flames.
Wait? Coal dust? Maybe.
No, it is possible if it's in this space.
Razak, Rackard, the coal.
Ark suddenly raised his head and shouted.
Rackard, who had been searching for Carrot's location, muttered with a strange expression. Eh? What are you talking about?
Has all the coal dust affected your head?
That's right. Then your head really is full of coal dust? You fool, that's not it. Fill this place with coal dust. What? Master. Are you sane?
Won't we choke on coal dust if this place is filled with it?
Did you really go crazy?
It doesn't matter to Razak who doesn't breath, but I have the soft vampire lungs. I don't want to die because of this.
Shut up and just do as I say. Razak too.
Ark shouted while frantically hitting the wall with his sword. After hitting it with his sword, Ark kicked the coal dust pile on the floor and scattered it into the air.
Razak also hit the wall with his shield and sprinkled the coal dust.
I'm going to die soon anyway, so it doesn't matter how it happens, but... Rackard sighed and flapped his wings, causing a wind that scattered the dust.
What the? Carrot looked at the exposed coal dust with confusion.
He tried to see through the darkness and the coal dust, but it wasn't that easy to find Arkansas.
You cheeky bastard, you think you can get away from me like this?
Carrot yelled and blindly shot his magic arrows.
Cough, not at all. Cough, it's just starting now. Ark's form became visible within the coal dust.
Although his mouth and nose was covered with his mantle, coal dust entered his lungs every time he breathed. In addition, it felt like there was gravel within his eyes every time he blinked.
However, there was a vague smile of satisfaction on Ark's face. Rackard, Razak, jump into the pool.
Ark shouted while running towards the pool, dragging his sword against the ground behind him.
Kararararang.
When the sword blade encountered the ground, sparks flew up. The sparks flew upwards and spread at an incredible pace.
Now, Ark ran and plunged into the pool underneath the waterfall. Flash. Qua 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 quang.
There was a sudden bright glare and at the same time there was a loud roaring sound.
Then a massive hot storm swept through the underground area. Qua 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 quang, the rocks couldn't tolerate the heat and started falling.
It was to the extent that the vibration even shook the water in the pool.
Pwah, it's a success.
After a while, Ark emerged from the water and shouted.
Pwah, what? What was that just now? Rackard looked around with wide eyes. In just a few seconds, the underground area had become a mess.
The coal dust which filled the space just then wasn't visible anymore. The rocks on the ceiling couldn't endure the blast and fell to the ground, scattering in all directions, and there were still some flames burning. The view was like the results of a bombing.
Master, what type of magic did you use? It's not magic. Just science. No, isn't it just basic physics and mineralogy? That's it.
Ark replied with a wicked grin.
That's right.
Some people might have already noticed, but Ark had come up with a method to explode the coal dust. He would explain the dust explosion in advance. The very small particles floating through the air was in the range of the sparks and exploded. It was a typical example of a coal dust explosion. It never happened in these days, but explosions at coal mines in the 70s wasn't that rare.
He had remembered learning about coal explosions during school. As expected, people learned from seeing things. But I didn't think it would work like this. I didn't know it would be that extreme. Ho, then that fellow's bones would be, heek.
Rackard was laughing when he turned around and screamed. Ark's face turned to follow Rackard's gaze and hardened.
Woohoo, teethed bastard, you arrogant human.
Carrot stood in the center of a small fire and swayed. The body had become tattered after the explosion, but it was still holding on.
You unbelievable. He survived that explosion?
Ark muttered with incredulous eyes.
But Ark had overlooked one thing.
Carrot was a magician monster, so he had incredibly high flame resistance. Then Ark's ears heard Carrot's voice chanting a spell.
This is the recovery magic he used before. Ah, no.
Ark jumped out of the pool with an aghast face. If that guy used his recovery magic, then his recovery rate would be faster than Ark could damage Carrot. Eventually the situation would be like the coal explosion never happened.
No, it would be worse.
Carrot wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't fall for the same trick again.
Summon Ghost Knight Core.
The space warped and the Ghost Knight Core appeared. But before the Ghost Knights could charge, Carrot laughed and muttered.
It's too late. The power of resurrection.
At the same time, Carrot's body started recovering at a quick speed.
Kill the evil.
The Ghost Knights rushed towards Carrot at Ark's order. The 30 knights attacked with their swords and spears.
Carrot's body was torn every time he was attacked.
However, the power of recovery was already restoring the flesh and bones. Although there were 30 knights, it was a low-level skill, so the attack damage was also low. Of course, 30 people were attacking, so the damage was larger than the recovery rate.
But they couldn't defeat Carrot within 5 seconds. Sheesh, if only there was a bit more time.
The Ghost Knights stared at Carrot and disappeared.
That was what Ark wanted to say. Hoo. Is that all? Do you have anything remaining?
Carrot laughed after the Ghost Knights disappeared and looked at Arkansas.
In fact, Carrot wasn't in as good a situation as he pretended.
After being pushed by the Ghost Knights, Carrot was broken like tofu. After the attack from the Ghost Knight Corps, Carrot only had 1 to 2% health left. But the power of resurrection was still being applied. While Ark was staring blankly, Carrot's health was still being recovered at an incredible speed.
Incorrect. It's over.
My general attack can't keep up with his recovery speed.
Ark sat down with a thud and sighed desperately. Suddenly a black form flickered on Carrot's chest.
At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas.
Carrot's health has fallen below 3% and you can extract the demonic aura. What? Demonic? Then that guy has a demonic monster? Ark suddenly raised his head.
After his health had fallen below 3% thanks to the Ghost Knight's attacks, the demonic seal skill was activated.
If demonic seal succeeded, then the remaining health of the monster would be ignored and it would die. However, the power of resurrection meant that demonic seal wasn't automatically activated when it fell below 3%. Then Ark stood up and shouted, "Demonic seal! Chwajijijijijik!"
Instantly a bright light emerged from Ark's hand and penetrated the chest. Then the black aura which had been flickering on his chest flickered and emerged.
The light was dragging it out. Then karma started to harden into a jellified state. Ark, you! What did you do?
You have succeeded in extracting the demonic aura.
Please select the target to be sealed into. That's it, Raiden. Ancient sword. Sack. Raiden spat out the ancient sword from the underground crypt.
Next the light moved to the ancient sword and it was absorbed into the sword.
Demonic seal was successful.
Thanks to the demonic seal, the attribute of the item has changed.
Quahawk.
At that moment, Carrot screamed and was torn apart. After a short while, the rotten flesh changed and a vague form rose from Carrot's body. It was Carrot's soul which had been trapped in the body after he changed into a lich. He seemed to suffer from a pained head for a while before it slowly raised.
With white hair and beard, he seemed like one of the Oberium ghosts. Were you a magician of Oberium?
That's right. The ghost magician who had been confined to Carrot's body sighed and answered. Just like the ghosts of Oberium, Ark's intimacy with Carrot was at 100% after freeing him.
So Ark could receive answers to as many questions from the ghost magician.
As Ark expected, this was originally a coal mine. But one day, something strange spread from this coal mine. The miners working in this place lost all their willpower and the incident spread. The lord of this region sent people to investigate the incident before falling under the curse. This area belonged to the lord of Oberium and a magician was dispatched for the investigation. After descending down here, I released it was the legendary Mana Hall.
Mana Hall?
Yes, the Mana Hall is a place which can manipulate the source of mana and there are 2 types of Mana Halls. One Mana Hall releases infinite mana while the other Mana Hall absorbs the surrounding mana. The Mana Hall which exists deep in this place is the second type. In some rare cases, the power of the Mana Hall is emitted to the outside but this Mana Hall has dwelled under the earth for a long time. The magician instantly told the lord of the investigation results. At that time, the forces of Oberium was preparing for war against the forces of darkness. After the lord heard this news, he ordered the magician to find a way to utilize the power of the Mana Hall. If they could control how mana is sucked out, then it could be used against the forces of darkness.
The magician who received the order instantly closed the mine and began to study it. Did you find a way?
Ark asked with curious eyes, but the magician shook his head. With my knowledge, it wasn't possible to find a way to handle the great forces of nature. Even when the miners dug the soil, it lost its power the moment it exited outside. There seemed to be some restrictions on this power. But then I found something unexpected. I discovered a stone that could absorb the magic even though it looked the same as other stones. After investigating the stone that could absorb the magic of the earth, I discovered that it was a heartstone.
Hearthstone. Ark's eyes flashed. He had obtained a socket item from the Magic Institute.
Ark had found a heartstone in the territory of the Vampire Lord, but he couldn't find any more. He was seeking more heartstones, so it was natural for Ark's eyes to light up at the information. But before Ark could dig for more information, the magician sighed and shook his head.
But
the moment the magician touched the heartstone, the curse magic was activated in Oberium. The strength of the curse magic was enormous. The abundant earth was changed into a swamp with a rotten smell. All the living beings caught in the curse became the dead wandering the earth.
Ark suddenly had an idea while listening and asked. Then all the undead within the swamp were also residents of Oberium? Then shouldn't demonic seal have been triggered when he killed the mold zombies if they were Oberium residents? But the magician quickly answered Ark's question. That's different. The undead in this region emerged afterwards from the impact of the curse. Anyway, the magician in this place encountered the curse magic, but he didn't become a dead person like the other residents. Was it stopped because the mana hall absorbed some of the mana? Or maybe it was because he was in the mine? The curse magic which affected the magician was incomplete. However, the form which resulted was more horrifying than the full curse. He was neither dead nor alive. The magician had to endure the pain of his decaying body while still living. Even suicide didn't stop the Dark Lord's curse magic. Thanks to my rotting body, I started searching for ways to defeat the curse magic. Finally, I came up with a way to use the power of the mana hall within the Heartstone. The Heartstone found in the mana hall. The mana hall managed to somewhat stop the curse because it absorbed some of the mana, so couldn't the power of the Heartstone be used to absorb some of the curse encroaching on his body? But unlike his expectations, the magic of the Heartstone was unable to be controlled after it collided with the curse magic, and in the end the magician was turned into a lich. Therefore Karad became immune to the power of the mana hall because he absorbed the same type of magic from the Heartstone. Now I can finally be liberated from my pain, the magician said, and then pointed somewhere. Suddenly a cloudy light slowly engulfed the magician's body. The magician spoke at a voice filled with deep emotion as his body gradually faded. My time has already passed. Thank you God for this, the magician said before he completely disappeared. Unlike the residents of Oberium, the reason the magician's demonic magic wasn't that strong. It was weak because the curse magic had collided with the Heartstone. So unlike the residents of Oberium, the magician entered heaven not long after the demonic magic was extracted. Since the magician's demonic aura was weakened, the Japtum which it was sealed into didn't change as much as the items in Oberium. But there was still a reward for releasing the magician separately. After the magician disappeared, he received a lot of experience. You have received 30% additional experience for using demonic seal. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Whenever demonic seal was successfully used, he would receive an extra 30% experience. Thanks to that, Ark gained 7 levels in one breath. Is this okay? Ark laughed as he went to the corpse of Karad. Mantle with strange power, rare. Armor type, mantle. Durability, 25/60. Defense, 25. Weight, 20. User restriction, level 250 and more. A high-class mantle used by high-ranking magicians of Oberium. This cloak is made from the fur of the legendary Rakurisa and has the effect of boosting the wearer's mental power and vitality. However, this cloak has also absorbed the strange power of the Lich and has an added special effect of recovering vitality. Karad was unable to receive the Heartstone's endless ability to absorb mana. It was able to obtain its immortal ability from this cloak. Option: Health plus 200, Mana plus 200. Special option: Power of Resurrection. When 2000 mana is consumed, 1000 of the wearer's health will be restored. In New World, there were rare stones which could absorb the magic around it, and these were the Heartstones. The nature of the stone would change depending on where it is buried. This stone had absorbed the mana hall's ability to drain mana. When it encountered the power of the curse magic, the reaction was explosive and the Heartstone lost its strength and became a common stone. Oh, a rare mantle. Ark's eyes shone. But when he read the information window, the item wasn't that great. Although it gave 200 extra mana and health, the special option was a little too low. Consuming 2000 mana just to restore 1000 health? It was possible for Karad who had infinite mana, but how could he use it? The Heartstone is also regretful. Ark looked regretfully at the Heartstone which lost its power. The Heartstone had the same ability to absorb mana as the mana hall. Thanks to the Heartstone, Karad had gained the ability of infinite mana. While the effect was shown in the monster, there was no guarantee that a user would get the same effect.
While Carrot had used the mantle with strange power for his enormous recovery ability, the effect on the item dropped lower. But even if the performance hadn't dropped, the ability to absorb mana was extremely rare. While New World had mana recovery potions, those potions were 10 times more expensive than health recovery potions. On the other hand, the amount required for his skills would increase when the skill leveled up, so he would always lack mana. Any user would drool at the idea of a Hearthstone which absorbed mana. If my mana was able to replenish quickly, then I can show the true power of this cloak. It was regretful. A magician who absorbed the power of the mana hall could create a Hearthstone. Even if the special effects of the mana hall stops at the mine, the power still remains. In other words, if the Hearthstone is buried again, then wouldn't it absorb the power of the mana hall? But when he worked as the vampire's slave, he discovered that it took hundreds of years for the Hearthstone to absorb the magic around it. Even if it was buried again, it would only become a Hearthstone after hundreds of years. No one would bury a stone and expect to survive the hundreds of years it took to become a Hearthstone. Well, it can't be helped. Ark turned away from the body with dissatisfaction. Then something came to Ark's head all of a sudden and he murmured. Wait? Is a few hundred years truly necessary? Time. Ark had an item related to time. After defeating Karma, Ark had received the mysterious artifact Phantom Hourglass, which allowed him to control time. It could be used to turn scrap iron into original items, but the number of uses was limited, so it was too valuable to use in that manner. Can't I bury the Hearthstone and then use time acceleration on it? Wouldn't that create a Hearthstone? In any case, Ark dug a hole and buried the Hearthstone. Then he raised the Phantom Hourglass over it and a message window appeared. You have used the Phantom Hourglass. You can turn it back 100 years or accelerate time forward 500 years at most. Time acceleration. Then the sand at the top started to fall at a tremendous speed. Once the sand finished falling down on the other side, another message window appeared. The special effects of the dungeon has disappeared. Although 50 mana is still absorbed every second, the penalty has disappeared. The special effect is gone. The terrain had returned to normal, so that meant the Hearthstone was properly absorbing the magic. Ark pulled out the Hearthstone with a face filled with expectation. Mana Steelstone, unique Hearthstone. This Hearthstone has absorbed the magic of the mana hall for hundreds of years. Although the power which maintains the balance of mana stretches over thousands of meters, it does not affect the outside. But in some rare cases, it influences the earth and the property of the earth will change. This Hearthstone has absorbed the power of the mana hall and gains similar properties. Of course, the Hearthstone can be used as a high-level magic ingredient, or it can be inserted into a socket item. When used as a socket, weapon exclusive, when an enemy attacks, there is a 10% chance of absorbing 15% of the enemy's mana. The Hearthstone gave him a 10% chance of absorbing mana when used in a socket item. He had hit the jackpot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 5. ACT 5, The Knowing Eyeball. Kung Kung, Kung Kung. Master, I found one here. Betka's nose, which was pressed to the ground, twitched like a dog and he shouted. I understand, wait a minute. Buxel ran over and looked through the bush, instantly finding a vegetable that looked like a carrot. But when he grabbed the stem and tried to pull it out, the root broke. Ingredient foraging has failed. The ingredient has been damaged and it has lost its value as a cooking material. Damn, this one as well. Buxel became angry and threw the broken carrot away. Then he wiped away the sap which had dripped onto his body. This is making me angry. Betku, let's rest for a bit. But we haven't filled the quota for today yet. I don't know, it's too hot. Even if I find the ingredients, I can't successfully harvest them. But if you don't fill the quota... Betko started trembling with fear as he imagined what would happen. Buxel also winced and muttered. I'll just rest for 5 minutes. Yes. Betku approached the shade of a tree and kneeled down. Buxel sat down near him, took out the ingredients from his bag and sighed as he counted them. In fact, foraging the ingredients was surprisingly tough work. Didn't he have to go to the field directly to collect the ingredients? It was a mistake to think there would be a large amount of herbs and fruits lying around. Most of them were hidden in bushes and were difficult to spot. In the swamp, the number of ingredients was half of the number normally found in other places. But the hardest part after finding it was actually gathering the ingredients. The problem of finding the ingredients is solved thanks to Betka's sense of smell. That wasn't the only problem. In reality, it was still possible to eat the food even if it was a little damaged while digging it out. But there was no such system in New World.
If he damaged it even a little bit when gathering, then the ingredient couldn't be used anymore. In addition, it was summer, so it was very hot. For Buxel, foraging ingredients was no different from hard labor. Even though I'm selling the ingredients, I still feel like I'm being exploited.
Until now, he had managed to gather approximately 30 ingredients in one day, which Ark was satisfied with. Then, after setting a campsite and concentrating on hunting, 50 ingredients started being consumed a day and the satisfaction decreased.
Buxel's ingredients quota also increased and he received more work.
But that changed after Ark found the suspicious cave. The amount of dishes eaten could increase thanks to the monkfish mushrooms, so Ark requested 100 ingredients a day.
100 ingredients a day? No matter how much the ingredients are sold for, that is still exploitation. It means I have to work and not rest all day long. He could get an average of 3 to 5 gold for 100 ingredients. It wasn't a bad income for one day's worth of gathering ingredients. But he honestly didn't care about money after working hours in the sun.
But the biggest problem for Buxel was that he had no other options.
It became even worse after going through the hell training a few days ago.
After being with Ark for a while, he knew his personality. It was only good if he wasn't caught. That was the survival strategy he developed after traveling with Arkansas.
Phew, now how will I collect the remaining ingredients? If I don't gather enough, then I'll be hit. Damn, I'm like Cinderella.
He was abused by his stepmother, Ark, and his new older sister, the Summons, and thinking about the heavy labor he was currently facing caused tears in his eyes.
Then what would Bekku be?
I now know why people like raising pets.
Buxel looked at Bekku with fond eyes and Bekku shook his tail. I can't imagine a new world without Bekku anymore. Yes, I have to work hard so that Ark won't bother Bekku. And I can earn money to provide Bekku with food. Ayu, this is my fate.
After providing Bekku with food, Ark had roughly 70 silver left as profit from selling the ingredients. In order to provide Bekku with meat, he had to make over 1 gold a day. So he had to make money. Anyway, thinking that it was for Bekku not Ark became a source of comfort for him.
Therefore Buxel stood up and said,
"More monsters appear when it is dark and it'll become more difficult, so we should find them now."
"Yes, master. Shall we head towards that forest this time? Let's see, eh? Ha? Eh? What's wrong? No, that. Damn, it was caught. Caught? It was caught.
It appears to be caught somewhere.
Please don't move. Is it the one attached to Ark Nim? No, that's the right eyeball. The one that is caught is the left eyeball."
Buxel murmured with an irritated voice. While Buxel was picking ingredients, he also had to film the video. Buxel always left his right eyeball with Arkansas. So he never had both eyes because the other one was needed for scouting.
Currently Bekku was level 310. He was stronger than the monsters around here.
So even as a merchant, Buxel could gather ingredients away from Arkansas.
But he wasn't confident against monsters without Arkansas. Razak and Rackard were summoned, so they were resurrected after they died, but Bekku was an NPC. If he died, then that was it. So it was always necessary to check if there were any monsters with his eyeball before moving. However, it wasn't that easy.
While his 2 eyeballs were set free, the magic projector was attached to his head and he always had to confirm 3 images at the same time while moving.
So he didn't have to be in the same area to film the video. Anyway, an ordinary person like Buxel was controlling it.
A person couldn't look at 3 screens at the same time. If he was careless even for a bit, then his eyeball would sometimes hit something. He became better after going through hell training with Ark, but even he had a limit.
Damn, I'll have to take back that eyeball.
Buxel complained as he ran to the forest. It was a dense forest where the bushes were overgrown.
It wasn't a problem to look for the eyeball.
When the eyeball was set free, there was always a separate window showing the direction of the eyeball.
Ah, there it is. My eyeball.
After following the arrow, he poked through the bush and was able to find the eyeball that was stuck. Buxel pulled out the eyeball from the bush and rubbed it with his sleeve. It was when he tried to send it away again. Suddenly he heard a sound from the side.
"Are you certain? I made the necessary preparations. I'm worried. It's been 2 days. Are those voices?"
He had been here for 10 days, but it was the first time he heard voices.
This was an undeveloped land, so there weren't many users. He couldn't relax because it might be a monster who talked like a person.
No, he still had to be careful regardless of whether it was a monster or user.
If I meet a chaotic user here, then it will be chaos. Buxel winced and his expression became tense.
He hadn't seen it until now, but there was a gap in the bush where he could hear the voices. The bush seemed like it was hiding a cave.
Buxel confirmed it and became worried.
It was best to avoid monsters and users. But he had to collect ingredients around here for a while, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't run into them.
Don't they have a partner as well? If I hide here, then they can't find me.
Buxel pushed his eyeball carefully through the bush. He controlled the eyeball and steered it into a wide open space.
Aren't they users?
Around 15 users were gathered in the empty space. Buxel moved his eye and sneaked along the wall, managing to listen to their conversation. Then one man surveyed the area and muttered,
"It's good that you managed to find a place like this.
It is better to be careful.
It is better than working in the light."
That is correct. Then a smile spread on the face of a man with an X-shaped cross on his cheek called Sunfish. Then a handsome user who had been watching from the side clicked his tongue and muttered, "Why would you choose that face when you started the game?
Is that how it is? It makes me look tough.
Who would want a pretty face like yours?
Is the Namdimun gate handsome? Ha, even a dog passing by would laugh at you."
"What did you say?"
Namdimun glared angrily at the scarred Sunfish.
Then a knight crossed his arms and said,
"Shut up, please calm yourselves down. I'm sorry, Jepata Hyung Nim."
With one single sentence from the knight, the two men withdrew with their tails between their legs. The man called Jepata looked down at the hobbit sitting behind the scarred man. The group in the cave was divided into two sides, and Jepatu and the hobbit seemed to be the respective leaders. That is like the price of a luxury vehicle.
What happened to all the money you earned?
If your merchant ships continues hitting Sutandal, then that amount can be easily recovered.
In addition, the law hasn't really conflicted with the pirates yet. I just want to move my organization here. The guys under me also talk like that. If a bandit group comes here, then the living expenses for my subordinates will decrease. Just enforce some discipline on them. Dangerous.
Buxel became tense as he watched through the eyeball.
He couldn't completely understand everything the men said.
But he understood clearly that they were chaotic users. Although he couldn't confirm it with the penetration scroll, it was obvious from their conversation that they were chaotic. And chaotic users were the most dangerous thing to an isolated merchant.
This is serious.
Chaotic users are wandering around this place. It was clear that those guys weren't low level. He should return to the campsite where he left the ingredients. It was lucky that he discovered them first. Luckily they hadn't seen Buxel, so he could still escape. Buxel observed their movements with the eyeball and withdrew slowly. It was when he was carefully retreating. His heel seemed to catch on something and there was a loud sound.
"Master, it's dangerous."
"Ugh."
Bekgu grabbed Buxel, then moaned and collapsed.
He looked back with surprise and saw that a shining blue arrow was embedded in Bekgu's thigh.
"TR trap?" "Bekgu. What was that sound?" "Outside. Someone tripped one of the traps outside."
The voices of the group in the cave were clearly heard.
This is serious. Cold sweat dripped down Buxel's back.
A merchant had been discovered by 15 users. If even one chaotic user was mixed among the users, then Buxel's fate was decided. If they were pirates, then the robbery and plunder scrolls were a basic part of their equipment. And there were 15 people. He would instantaneously become a beggar the moment he was caught.
"Bekgu, run!" Buxel got on Bekgu's back and shouted. However, Bekgu had an arrow in his thigh and couldn't run properly.
The group inside the cave exited with their swords drawn.
"No, this can't happen."
In this desperate situation, Buxel suddenly came up with an idea.
"That's right, there is a way to bind their feet. Stupid bastards, we're the Sutandal's autonomous group. You're all surrounded."
A loud voice was suddenly heard behind the group. The group who had ran up to Buxel flinched and started to protect their bodies. But there was nothing behind the group. Yes, the voice that was shouting just before was his eyeball. Buxel had hidden it behind the group and then used the communication feature while Bekgu quickly ran through the forest.
What the? There's nothing here?
That bastard. He used some strange technique. The group belatedly realized that they had been tricked and ran after Buxel. One of the archers used Eagle Eye on Buxel and shouted,
That is a magic projector. A magic projector is attached to his head."
A look of confusion spread on Jepatu and Garrett's face.
"What? Then he was recording everything about our meeting? When did he start recording? Surely not from the beginning? Damn, I don't know. Anyway, just take away the magic projector. Horse, grab the horses. Garrett ran into the cave and pulled out their horses. Garrett got on the horse and glared at Geppetto. I thought this place was safe? What are you going to do about this problem? Don't worry about it. I'll do whatever it takes to retrieve it. Hey, tell the situation to the other kids and intercept him. The rest of you chase after him with me. Archers will take the lead. I understand. Track. The archers used tracking and chased after Buxel. The 15 people raised a cloud of dust as they chased him. Damn. A frustrated sigh flowed from Isurum's mouth. He had a few trivial problems coming here. He died because of Ark, but Isurum had managed to infiltrate the organization of wanted criminals. Up until then, Isurum thought his task had succeeded. However, it had been a month and Isurum still hadn't found anything. It was natural when thinking about it. They were wanted criminals in reality and in New World. If they were caught, then they would spend between 1 to 10 years in jail. They also doubted their parents and siblings, so it was natural not to trust Isurum. I'm just lucky to be allowed in this group. If he hadn't met Garam in prison, then it wasn't possible for him to be here. When he initially joined, the boss Geppetto hadn't liked it. Luckily, Garam had an unexpectedly high position in the organization. Although he wasn't the second in command, he was among the top 5 out of 70 people in the organization. Thanks to Garam's active defense, he was able to join the group. However, Garam was also very careful. My phone number? That's a bit. Why? Sometimes I might come in late, so I'll have to get in contact with you. That is a bit difficult. Actually, I was in a small situation. Situation? I'll gradually tell you. Garam always used that excuse whenever he tried to pry for information. Talks between Garam and the other organization members was also the same. If they ever talked about something important, then Isurum was always locked out and they never called each other by their real names. But I can't question them too closely. Thanks to their many years as criminals, they were used to distrusting people. If Isurum acted even a little bit strange, then he would be sniffed out and crushed. Well, it still turned out okay. If any information about Isurum being a part of the police leaked, then his method of finding information in New World would be gone forever. I still haven't found anything, but when Isurum first entered the virtual reality world, the Special Crimes Countermeasures chief said that the criminals were tired of an isolated life. But after Isurum examined it, he realized it wasn't the whole story. It might have begun like that, but now it wasn't. There's no doubt about it. These guys are taking advantage of the virtual space called New World to do business. His awareness of games had changed by 180 degrees after playing New World. And the most startling thing about New World was the cyber money. It was gold recognition. When Isurum first started the game, he didn't think too much about using the 2,000 gold he had. There were people who just enjoyed the game. It was also worthless for those who didn't understand the game. It wasn't the wrong idea, of course. For people who didn't play New World, gold had no value. The thing that Isurum didn't know was the real market price of gold. The game money has equal value to cash. 1 gold was worth 10,000 won. When it was this degree, then it already wasn't a simple game. In addition, New World was a game that millions of people enjoyed. Gold was a necessity. In other words, gold in New World could be changed into cash at any time or vice versa. There were many stock investment professionals who would buy or sell gold with future profit in mind. The game money moved within 1 year totaled several thousand billion won. So money in New World could also affect the economy in reality. This is the blind spot of the National Police Agency investigation. Several hundred billion won was moved in 1 year thanks to the online game. The scary point was that the enormous funds moved were all anonymous. Thanks to the user personal information privacy policy that was implemented a few years ago, it was impossible to investigate the personal information. There was no way of knowing about any transactions that took place within the game. In other words, things like illegal money transactions and money laundering were all possible. Illegal money laundering for gangsters or concealment of wealth or illegal gambling of politicians. There are a number of ways to take advantage of it. Just like the Swiss banks concealed personal information, it was able to conceal billions of money. But the National Police Agency, NPA, were still unaware of the gravity of this situation. Of course, the cyber investigations team made an effort, but those measures still couldn't completely account for the virtual reality world. If criminals used the various methods of laundering illegal money in the vast virtual reality world, then the NPA would have no way of tracking all that money. Damn, the criminals are ahead of them, but the police don't want to admit it.
Anyway, my guess is that Geppetto and the criminals are making contact with other organizations.
If I can figure out how they are contacting the other organizations, then I might be able to figure out a way to catch them. There was no way to hide 70 people meeting in secret.
In addition, Isurum was still a merchant despite his superhuman fighting skills, and the criminals were warriors. There was no probability of success even if he only fought against one person.
Hey, why does your face look so down? If you're bored, then do you want to play a game of poker?
Isurum sighed as he sat down beside Garum.
Garum had a pile of gold in front of him. The poker game involved dozens of gold.
When compared to the exchange rate of 1 gold equals 10,000,001, that was already illegal gambling.
I'm itchy to put on the silver handcuffs. No, that's okay.
It happened when Isurum was shaking his head. He heard the sound of a horse and someone came into the campsite panting.
Hey, it's a serious problem. Huh? What? This meeting where we were finalizing the deal was recorded by someone with a magic projector and then he fled.
Really? The members of the organization threw down the cards and stood up. Geppetto Hyung and Garrett Hyung are chasing after him, so hurry.
Damn, this is troublesome. Let's go.
The members started flocking and making preparations to chase.
Magic projector? Is that an item that can store a video? Then this was an opportunity.
It must be something important if those guys are making all the fuss, and if I'm lucky then I might be able to intercept the magic projector. Isurum joined the rest of the criminals.
Damn, I didn't think that far. Ark scratched his head with an irritated expression. The exploration of the suspicious cave was successful.
He gained more experience than expected and also a rare mantle.
But the biggest profit was the Hearthstone.
Every time he attacked an enemy, there was a chance to absorb mana using the Mana Steel Stone. Although he had more than 6,000 mana, the skills he received after changing professions ate a lot of mana. In such a situation, a Hearthstone that could recover mana was a windfall. There were mana potions, but they were many times more expensive than the health recovery potions. Although the probability was low, with the Vampire Stone and Mana Steel Stone, then he could absorb health and mana at the same time. That alone was enough to make the Promised Sword better than Gweisel's sword.
Ark wanted to confirm the effectiveness of the Hearthstones right away.
But he had figured out a method to create Hearthstones using the Phantom Hourglass. If he went to an area with the desired special effect, then he could produce a Hearthstone. He wanted to try it when he had all 4 Hearthstones equipped.
It's good, it's all good, but,
Ark looked at the monkfish mushrooms that had become charcoal and sighed. In his desperate situation, Ark had used the coal dust explosion to finish off Karad. However, there was something Ark hadn't considered. There were a huge number of monkfish mushrooms in the coal mine. But those mushrooms had been caught in the explosion and completely became charcoal. Although he hopefully dug a few out, the effect of the monkfish mushrooms had disappeared like expected. In the end, I've only managed to obtain 60 mushrooms.
Damn, if I knew this would happen then I wouldn't have caused the explosion.
But it was too late for regret.
Still, wasn't he quite lucky?
Although Ark's dream of obtained a jackpot with the mushrooms was stopped, he had finished the other preparations thanks to the suspicious cave. He had managed to gather all the skin of the dead and heart of the dead from the dungeon.
Hoo, I can finally make the A-class immortality pill,
It was the reason that Ark had doubled Buxel's required quota of ingredients. Once he started making the immortality pill, he could not use the pot until it was completed. It took him 48 hours to create the B-class Slime's immortality pill, so the A-class pill would probably take longer. So he wanted to store as much food as possible before starting the creation period. Fortunately, I already have enough food for 2 days. Once I make food out of the ingredients that Buxel collected this time, then I can start the immortality pill. So Ark's face filled with expectation as he waited for Buxel. This bastard, why is he so late? Hey, what are you doing? Ark hit the eyeball attached to the back of his head and shouted. Then he heard a voice coming from the eye.
Ugh, Arknim, please save me. Bah, I knew you would commit a crime that would make me hit you. If you don't come back within 3 minutes then.
It's not that, chaotic users.
I am being pursued by them,
Chaotic?
Where are you?
Ark stood up and shouted.
I've almost reached the campsite but, ugh. There are archers among them, ouch. Anyway, I'm desperate. Please do something. I'm still fine but Beku. Master, over there.
Then Rackard pointed to one side and yelled. When he turned around, a huge cloud of dust was approaching at a rapid pace. Buxel was riding Bekku in the lead while 15 users riding horses were chasing after him. When he checked using Eyes of the Cat, both Buxel and Bekku had less than 20% health left.
What's going on? Such a large number.
Ark made a confused face. Then Buxel rushed towards Ark at an absurd speed and shouted,
Save me. What that guy? Sheesh, he had colleagues? Never mind, I only see one fellow. Kill them all. Heroic strike. No unnecessary questions were asked.
The thieves rode forward on their horses and swung their swords.
This, you keep running and withdraw to the back.
The group had already caught up, so Ark had no choice. Even if he got on Redunma and ran away, it was difficult to escape from horses. The group also had archers, so it was suicide to turn around and run when they were this close. In the end, Ark grasped the situation and drew his sword.
There's no possibility of this situation ending gently. Razak, Rackard, get ready. Ark used sprint to head towards Buxel's direction along with his summons. The swords came from every direction. Ark raised his arm and shouted, Razak, transform. Tadadadak, tadadadak. The bones started clanging and Razak transformed into the saw blade.
At the same time, Ark grabbed one of the warrior's sword and pulled him to the ground. Then the saw blade changed into a whip and pulled the horse, causing it to be stunned from the impact. The important thing in a fight was to attack one person while dodging the other attacks. Alternatively, he could attack and use any gaps to drink potions or use recovery magic.
You're the first one. Qua 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 quang.
Ark blocked the sword, which unleashing a barrage of kicks on the warrior.
Oh, that guy, stop him. Warriors turn around, archers intercept him.
When Ark unexpectedly caused one of the warriors to fall into a critical condition, the thieves became tense. They took a battle position and attacked Arkansas. The warriors lifted their shields and charged.
Sheesh, I only had a bit more before defeating him.
Ark rolled on the ground to avoid the warriors' attacks. But before he could regain his posture, the arrows flew down like an evening shower.
The arrow caused damage and an abnormal status.
The arrows pierced through his chest, shoulders, and thighs and glowed red.
You have received a critical hit from the arrows. 250 damage. 240 damage. With the arrow lodged, your movement will be slowed for 30 seconds. Damn, Rackard. Oh, dark dash. After Ark was hit by the arrows, Rackard rushed to the archers. However, the archers were protected by magicians who used fireball and Rackard retreated as his wing caught fire. Meanwhile, Ark pivoted on his foot to avoid more arrows and blocked the incoming attacks of the warriors. In addition, the warrior that Ark had driven into a critical condition was healed. As expected, is it too difficult to fight against 15 people? Ark clenched his teeth as he lost a lot of health in a short time. They were between level 250 to 300. After hunting the mold zombies in the cave and collecting the materials, Ark reached level 366. When his dark attribute bonus was added, it came to level 549. That was more than 200 levels difference. However, there were 15 opponents. While he could defeat 20 monsters, the 15 users had a variety of skills. In addition, they were a band of thieves, so PvP was their specialty. Their combat standard couldn't be compared to that of monsters. Of course, he had defeated numerous users in Sutandal, but even then it was 1 against 2-3. He also had a lot of supporters to reduce the enemy. However, the only person fighting now was Arkansas. Buxel and Bekku had their health depleted, so they couldn't help. No, Buxel and Bekku would just be a hindrance even if they did fight. No, Rackard also can't help. In the bandit group, there were archers and magicians. If it was monsters, then taunt could be used to scatter them, but taunt didn't work on users. If Rackard approached again, then the long-range attacks would hit him. Damn, why did Buxel bring these guys? He had no business with that group. If he had 20-30 people with him, then defeating those 15 was possible. But the 15 people had a combination of professions, so it was unreasonable to expect Ark to beat them. I have to try and take advantage of the terrain features. Ark dodged the arrows without any breaks and swung his sword when there was a chance. Ark knew that the swamp was around here. The poisonous swamp and rotting trees made it a densely packed place. Those guys wouldn't be able to ride their horses there. The problem is escaping their encirclement. The thieves had surrounded Ark and Buxel and took turns attacking them. Whenever Ark made a move to penetrate the siege, the thieves just moved back and maintained the encirclement. They were good at fighting in a group. But there is a way. Rackard, Blood Lane. At that moment, Rackard's eyes turned red and a huge amount of blood gushed out of his mouth, hitting the archers and magicians.
It flowed up and covered a range of 10 meters like a rain shower. The descent of the cursed blood caused a large number of abnormal states. But the thieves had surrounded a large area, so half of them weren't affected.
But that is enough. What is this? My body is moving on its own. Confusion. Damn, it is curse magic. Curse cure. The
8 thieves that had been affected by the blood wandered around in a confused and dazed state. The priest swiftly chanted a spell and released the curse, but the formation had already become disordered.
Ohu, blood, go home and eat. Rackard summon released. Buxel, Bekku, run.
Ark sent Rackard, who was vomiting blood, back and ran forward. Although 2 warriors hurriedly tried to stop him, there was no possibility of stopping Ark with the battle formation collapsed.
Adel. Ark combined jump and dark blade, flying forward like an arrow and slamming into the warriors.
The warriors received a devastating impact and fell to the ground.
Meanwhile, Buxel and Bekku had broken through the encirclement and entered the swamp. Bekku had only been with them for a month but had already adapted.
He used jump to reach the swamp and lost the thieves.
Damn, that guy got away. What is this? It's a swamp. The thieves became confused as they came across the swamp.
They were different from Bekku, who could use jump and couldn't move properly for fear of falling into the swamp.
Okay.
Buxel, you escaped through the swamp for the moment.
Ha! What about Arknim? I have something left to do.
Ark turned his body and grinned. While the thieves got off their horses and regrouped, Ark wandered around and attracted the mold zombies.
I won't let it go. That guy has been caught by the zombies. Catch that guy. The pig was hiding behind him before. Damn, if only there wasn't this swamp. Arrows. Turn him into a hedgehog with arrows.
The thieves gathered and instantly shot a barrage of arrows. However, Ark was immersed in using Dark Dance and reducing the health of the mold zombies.
When Ark concentrated on his footwork, a message window appeared. Dark Dance has reached 70% completion and Dark Scale is activated.
The dark armor will decrease your evasion by 20% but will increase your defense by 30%, and there is an increased 10% of reflecting the enemy's attack.
In addition, any dark magic will be invalidated if the damage is less than 100.
When the percentage of completion for Dark Dance became higher than 70%, Dark Scale was automatically triggered.
It consumed 500 mana, but the effect was worth it.
The 200-300 damage fell down to 120-180. His defense had increased by 30%, but the actual damage reduction was 40%. It was because an additional damage was applied when the enemy's damage was less than his defense. In addition, several arrows were reflected back to the archers. Thanks to that, the attack speed of the archers fell. As expected, the second profession skill is different. While Ark had decreased 4 mold zombies down to a critical condition, the thieves were running towards him after navigating the swamp. Oh, they've come just as I've finished the preparations. Riposte. Ark hit the mold zombies that had less than 2% health left with riposte. Then the mold zombies flew towards the bandit group and exploded, releasing a white powder. It was the mold spore scattering that the mold zombies used when they died. The warriors who were affected by the spores for the first time wore a stupid expression. Where did he go? When did you get here? Take this. The warriors looked around restlessly and started to hit each other. They were affected by the hallucinations of the white spores and saw their colleagues as Arkansas. Is this another curse magic? Curse cure. The priests chanted a spell, but the magic couldn't break the spore's effect. What are you doing? Wake up, you stupid people. After hearing their colleague's voice, the warriors stopped attacking and stepped back. Nevertheless, they were under the effect of hallucinations and couldn't distinguish between Ark and his colleagues. The warriors couldn't attack each other and started to confirm their colleagues' voices. But that was just the beginning. The white mold has the weakest effect? Aren't they lucky? But how long will their luck last? Now, let's continue. Riposte, riposte, riposte. Ark gathered the mold zombies and shouted before blowing them away. It was a mold zombie bomb. The mold zombies' bodies reached a critical point before exploding and scattering various spores. The white spores caused hallucinations while the green mold caused numbness. Then the worst mold spores appeared. It was the red spores which turned those affected into zombies. 3 or 4 thieves were affected and their bodies started rapidly decaying. Damn, what the hell is this? Retreat, retreat. The thieves couldn't withstand the mold zombie bombs and hurriedly withdrew.
Then Ark's eyes brightened and he attacked someone who was trying to run away. It was the reason why Ark bothered to fight the thieves. If he used the mold zombies, then he could wipe out the group. But there was a reason he wanted to confront those guys. Chaotic. It was because there were users with red names among the group. It was a bandit group, so it would be strange if none of them were chaotic. But although they were a bandit group, some of them weren't chaotic and only had a gray name. Only chaotic users could inflict the last blow safely. So it was common for chaotic users to be mixed in the group while the person in charge of PK would deal the last blow. If a bandit group had 100 people, then only 10 of them would be chaotic. However, this group of thieves were a bit strange. The higher level a chaotic user was, the more severe the penalty. So it was common for the chaotic players to have the lowest level in the group. But in this bandit group, the leader Jepatu was a chaotic user. I'm very thankful. It wasn't necessary to say it again, but there was a 10% chance of equipment dropping when hunting chaotic players. In other words, chaotic users were like a walking loot for him. These were the highest leveled pikers he had come across. Even if the least valuable item dropped, he would still be able to get at least a magic or rare item. Ark caught one person with the saw blade where the others became confused. Heek, J. Jepatu Hyung Nim. Jepatu, I'm sorry, but you'll have to die. What the? This bastard. Jepatu's face turned red and he swung his sword. But away from his colleagues, Jepatu was just level 300. He was moderately strong when fighting with his group but had no chance in a one-on-one fight. In addition, he was still affected by the numbness caused by the green mold. Ark continuously used his sword in kicks. Within 1 minute, Jepatu had his face shoved into the swamp. There was a ringing sound and his helmet fell down. Ho, I got one item. Ark laughed and picked up the item. Then he heard cries from outside the swamp. Over there. Hook, what the? How many are there? Ark turned around and his face hardened. A huge number of users were raising a dusty cloud as they came from the other side. Yes, they were the subordinates of Jepatu who Ark had defeated. There were dozens of them. Are these the subordinates in his party? They have dozens of people, so wouldn't some of them be pikers? Anyway, it'll be annoying if they come to the swamp. I can't get any more items. Raiden, transform to Redunma. Sack. Raiden transformed into the huge lizard and Ark jumped on. On flat ground, Raiden could run at the same rate as a horse. But this place was different. The swamp was poisonous. It would be difficult to ride a horse properly. But Raiden was a snake, so he wasn't affected by the swamp. Ark was willing to face the thieves in the swamp because he knew he could escape any time. Let's go, Raiden. Pa. Raiden moved his short legs and ran across the swamp. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15 Chapter 6. ACT-6 Marine Chase. Phew, they are persistent bastards. Sand fell from his head as he shook it. The thieves who he met in the swamp were so persistent that it was scary. Usually chaotic users would only chase for a maximum of 1 hour, but these guys stuck to him like leeches. The 70 people separated and searched, so it wasn't easy to escape them. In addition, their chasing abilities are just as good as Justice Man and the Rehabilitation Brothers. He also didn't know how 70 of them managed to be gathered. It had been 1 year since New World opened and most people had formed groups by now. Many guilds were made from the beginning and a lot of users stayed with the people they met in the early days. These days, the recent trend in New World was to form groups or clubs instead of guilds. In the case of such groups or clubs, they didn't have the organizational skills of a guild. If this was a survival game, then there would clearly be a military club. This gathering showed a strong organizational ability. The military club was those that would enjoy playing mock combat survival games in the mountains. In addition, their physical bodies were comparable with their level and combat abilities. With these characteristics, the thieves ran after Ark tightly. That's because it is Arknim. Buxel also dropped down onto the sand and whined. If you just ran away, then they wouldn't have followed you. But you killed their leader and grabbed an item, so now they want to pursue you no matter what. Weren't you the ones who brought them? Anyway, it was a bit annoying, but there was an unexpected benefit. Durakan's combat helmet, rare. Armor type, shell helmet. Defense, 80. Durability, 90/90ths. Weight, 60. User restriction, level 200. The combat helmet of Durakan, the leader of a mercenary group.
In the past, Burikand was a mercenary who defeated a legendary monster and made a helmet from its shell.
Thanks to its attribute, it tolerates magic.
If it suffers damage, then the durability will gradually recover over time.
Option: magic resistance plus 10%, strength plus 20, stamina plus 10. Special option: even if durability is damaged, it will automatically recover. This was the helmet that Geppetto had dropped. In fact, Ark didn't have huge expectations when he picked up the helmet.
A chaotic player had a 100% chance of dropping an item when they died.
So it was common sense that chaotic users would wear trivial equipment.
But the reason that Ark had taken the risk to kill Geppetto was because he expected the leader of the bandit group to wear a magic item.
Yet he dropped a rare item. Rare items were incredibly good but scarce items.
It was enough compensation for risking his life. Thanks to Raiden and Betku carrying them, they managed to arrive at Haemon Fortress before the group caught him.
Hoo, now I can say goodbye to those guys.
Of course, most of them were normal users except for Geppetto.
There were no restrictions on entering the city, but they couldn't follow him to Haemon Fortress. Although they couldn't attack inside the city, the 70 people could watch the entrance and wait for an opportunity.
But I have no more business in Sutandal.
That's right.
Ark had finished all his business in Sutandal. He had found all his pets and also changed to his second profession.
He might as well leave Sutandal and return to the continent. Then the 70 thieves in the vicinity couldn't act. Come, let's cross to the continent before those guys bother us. Are we returning to Schudenberg Kingdom?
No, this time the destination is the Magic Kingdom of Bristania.
Ark laughed at Buxel's question and replied. Ark chose Bristania as his next destination because of the quest item he received.
It was the Lord of Darkness Valdera's insignia which gave him the Find the Fire Draconian's home quest. He had completed 3-4 quests during that time and this was the only one remaining. The quest is restricted to level 120, so the reward might not be that great. Yet he didn't like the idea of giving up a quest reward.
A low-level quest given from a quest starting item might give him a special item.
Who knew what kind of compensation he would get or if it would lead him to a new quest?
Anyway, I've explored almost all of Schudenberg and Sutandal now.
Even without a quest, it would be good to explore a new area. Although I can accept quests from the same area, Bristania would give more difficult quests to users from different kingdoms.
Ark already felt anticipation at the thought of a new kingdom and quests.
Then Buxel asked with a worried look.
Don't tell me we're going to ride the dolphins? Why? Why? Sutandal is 4 hours away from Schudenberg, but it will take 7 hours to reach Bristania. Riding a dolphin for that long would throw out my lower back.
Arknim can ride the dolphins.
And I will ride the ferry with Betku. Who will take the dolphin?
I'll ride the regular ferry.
Huh? Why? Buxel's eyes widened at Ark's reply.
The ferry to Bristania was more expensive than the Schudenberg one and cost 18 gold. However, Ark, who feared wasting even 1 gold, was expectedly riding the ferry.
But Ark couldn't help it this time.
The sea route between Sutandal and Bristania was quite rough. The last time he visited the vampire estates, he received motion sickness.
What would happen if he rode the dolphin on waves that were several meters high?
In addition, Ark had never been to Bristania. Without geographic information about Bristania, it was likely that he would wander off to some ridiculous place.
Well, that isn't the only reason. Anyway, we're going on the ferry.
There's still some time before the ferry will arrive, so I'm going to make some preparations.
You have some time, so go visit a few places.
Yes.
Let's go, Betku. Buxel headed to the shopping district with Betku.
Buxel's bag was basically bursting with Japtum.
He hadn't visited Haemon Fortress since they headed for Oberium from the vampire territory.
So it was packed with the decorations he took from Rackard's castle, the cursed items from Oberium, the various miscellaneous items he received from hunting the mold zombies, and the various food ingredients. Except for the curse items and food ingredients, he needed to sell the other items in order to clear some bag space. While Buxel was conducting business, Ark headed to Haemon Fortress.
It had been 1.5 months since he visited Haemon.
The fortress had changed unimaginably and was still changing. Ark aimed for the trading post he completed shortly before leaving. But in contrast to the remarkable development of the fortress, the atmosphere was a little messy.
The pirates have been attacking merchant ships, so the atmosphere is a bit rough.
A merchant fleet was attacked last time and there were a large number of casualties. Basutyu spoke in a concerned voice. These days the pirates were the topic of conversation between most NPCs in Sutandal. When considering Sutandal's previous rate of development, it should have grown more. But because the cargo ships had been attacked, there was a shortage of construction materials, so work had slowed. It's not easy to find a lawless port.
Are there a lot of users coming and going?
In fact, Ark hadn't thought that the lawless port problem was that serious. If general users as well as the Hermes Guild and Nakujuk were using it, then information must be leaking somewhere.
Wouldn't someone with a loose mouth write it on a notice board or something? I thought like that as well.
But the guys managing the lawless port, they're probably from Hermes, but they are very strict about the users who can enter the illegal port.
If they suspect the person can't maintain confidentiality, then they wouldn't be allowed in.
Well, only chaotic users are allowed in there, so the chaotic players are being careful. Those Hermes members are very determined. Yes, so we decided to go after them ourselves. The problem had become so serious that Isabel had invested a huge amount of money to build a battleship. If Sutandal possessed a combat ship, then the pirates won't be able to run wild. So the leaders of the autonomous group, Justice Man, the rehabilitation members and Lariat were busy training the Baron clan in sea battles.
Basutyu said that even now they were training offshore. By the way, if you go to the continent, then when will you come back? Well, I'm not sure yet. But it won't take long. I'll be waiting.
After exiting the information center, Ark had wanted to visit the training camp but shook his head.
Justice Manajushi and the rehabilitation brothers are busy, so they won't have time to meet me.
In addition, it is a little troublesome meeting Lariat Nim after what happened before. If they created a battleship just for the pirate problem, then there is no reason for me to go.
So Ark went searching for Isabel. If he offended her, then he wouldn't receive any more compensation.
He also wanted to hear news about Shambhala. Currently Shambhala was on a mission to rally the residents of Eastern Nation.
If Shambhala completed the Eastern Nation rallying mission, then Shambhala would receive the Saint Assassin's second profession. But why does it feel like his task is easier than mine?
Plus, Isabel's face flushed every time she met Shambhala, which meant that Shambhala's work was painless.
It is a good thing, but I don't know if I should celebrate. Ark frankly still couldn't understand how Shambhala could feel a romantic love for a NPC.
It didn't matter how real the NPC seemed. Furthermore, New World wasn't a girl entertainment simulation game.
Why would NPCs in the game flirt? He didn't know what she wanted. Well, it's not my life to be concerned about.
Ark didn't have the energy to care about things unrelated to him.
He even avoided Rocco and Lariat since he didn't know how to deal with the problem.
Anyway, he finished his business in Haman when the eyeball attached to him shouted,
"Arknim, hurry!
The ship has arrived." When he hurriedly ran to the docks, the ferry to Bristania was making preparations to depart. It was ahead of schedule, so Ark barely made it in time thanks to the eyeball.
Wow, look at that!
The gazes were focused on Ark's group after they boarded the ship. Although some users recognized Ark, the users' eyes were focused on Bekku.
Look at that glossy hair. Isn't the size also considerable? Is his owner a merchant?
Where did he get a pet like that? While users could select the Wolf Clan when creating their characters, Bekku was a Woolrang and looked quite different. The silver fur made Bekku look quite beautiful compared to other dogs. The owner of the dog attracted the envy of other users. Bekku pricked his ears and listened to the words of the surrounding users as he ascended the boat behind Bekku. Bekku gathered strength into his neck and tilted it with a proud look.
If the Woolrang clan could see this, then they would cry.
The Woolrang who lived and died with honor would have been offended to be considered a pet, but Bekku was already a pet dog.
Well, this turned out well.
Anyway, the captain made a speech after Ark boarded the ship.
Thank you for using this ferry. This is the regular ferry between Sutandal and Bristania.
It might take a lot of time compared to traveling to other kingdoms, but just relax and we'll make this as comfortable as your own home.
We are now departing.
All sailors to their locations.
The sails opened and the ferry started moving. I'm finally leaving Sutandal. I'll see you again, Sutandal.
Ark gazed at the gradually receding Sutandal with a look filled with deep emotion.
There's no doubt about it. He got on the ship just then.
There was a person spying on Ark from the corner of a building near the port. His hood was pushed back and revealed Sunfish, who had the X scar on his cheek. Sunfish was a member of Jepatu's organization. After tracking Ark's movements, they learned that his last destination had been Haman Fortress.
So Jepatu made Sunfish sneak into Haman beforehand in order to follow Arkansas.
They took the Bristania ferry.
Ho, did you think it was possible to escape from us just by taking the ferry?
You stupid fool.
We won't let you escape from Sutandal.
Sunfish pushed down his hood and took out the feather of whispering. At that same time, someone else at the port was also acting similarly to Sunfish.
I've found him. He's on Sutandal as expected. But now that guy is screwed.
A vague smile spread on the man's mouth.
The ferry parted the water and flowed forward.
It was already summer, so the cool foam of the water felt refreshing. Once the ferry set sail, the users immediately took out their fishing rods.
It is regretful, but... Ark clicked his tongue as he looked at the people fishing.
When he headed towards Sutandal from Schuttenberg, he had made a profit cooking and selling dishes to the people fishing. He would have liked to engage in that business again.
But Ark shook his head.
When heading to Sutandal, it had been mainly warriors on the ferry. But there was a higher ratio of merchants when returning to the continent.
The warriors headed towards Sutandal to hunt, but the merchants' purpose was trade.
They bought things from the continent to Sutandal to sell and then would sell goods purchased from Sutandal on the continent. So there was a ratio of 70% merchants when leaving. And a lot of merchants had learned to cook. While the effects and taste of Ark's survival cooking was superior, merchants were apprehensive to eat food they couldn't make.
So it was unreasonable to expect them to pay him a fee to cook.
Besides, I have no time to earn some petty cash.
Ark laughed and entered the cabin.
Then he pulled out the pot and arranged his ingredients. There were 200 bunches of 20 ingredients. It was the skin of the dead and the heart of the dead.
That's right. This was why Ark bothered to use the ferry.
It takes 7 hours to reach Bristania, so it is impossible to play earnestly.
The sea route took a minimum of 7 hours. That was different from the previous 4 hours.
Other users would leave their unit on while conducting other business.
Thus most users would engage in other business while leaving the unit on. So he thought about making the necromancer's immortality pill.
The immortality pill takes a lot of time to create. It doesn't matter after reaching the maturation process, but the mixing and crystallization process requires watching. Anyway, I can't do anything on the ferry, so I might as well start the process. By the time we reach Bristania, it will be in the maturation stage and I'll leave if in the vault at the Magic Institute. There was also a desire to finish it as quickly as possible because he had been waiting for so long.
I can finally make the rank A immortality pill. Ark swallowed his saliva and put the ingredients into the pot.
When the necromancer's essence was dropped in, it instantly melted and changed to a dark glue-like liquid. Next, the skin and heart of the dead was added, the dark liquid turned to a black soot and a message window appeared.
You have gathered all the necessary ingredients to create Necromancer's immortality pill. Now it is time to start the process of creating the immortality pill. Immortality pill mixing equals crystallization equals maturation. Once it goes through these 3 stages, then it is complete.
Estimated required time is 96 hours. You have entered the stage 1 mixing process. The ingredients in the necromancer's immortality pill have magical qualities that are contrary to each other. If there is a slightest mistake in mixing, then all the efforts so far would be wasted. Special attention is required to ensure that all ingredients are mixed correctly until the process is finished. Once the brilliance of the liquid becomes a little muddy, you have to shake the pot and mix the ingredients together. The abilities of the immortality pill can vary by how well it is mixed. Equals time remaining in mixing process, 3 hours. 96 hours. Ark's mouth dropped after reading the information window. Didn't that mean it would take 4 days? But I just have to finish the mixing and crystallization process and the rest is just waiting. It only took 8 hours to create the slime's immortality pill. Although the rank pill takes longer, I started now, then I can finish the crystallization process by the time we arrived. As expected, it is good that I took the ferry. After looking at the information window, he realized he wouldn't waste any time. Compared to the time it took to collect the ingredients, 4 days wasn't a problem. When considering the bonus an A-class immortality pill would give, who cared about a little boredom? Now let's get started. Ark stretched his joints and grabbed the pot. I have to ensure the best degree of completion. Nothing can go wrong. Ark shook the pot at an absurd speed. Quack 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 quang, quack 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 quang. Suddenly there was an audible roaring from far away and the hull tilted to one side. Ugh, what the? I almost ruined it. Ark looked at the pot with a stricken face. Not all the immortality pills were the same. The added bonus depended on the degree of completion in each process. That's why he hunted 20,000 mold zombies and found enough ingredients to create 2 necromancer's immortality pills. If it spilled over the side, then the percentage of completion would fall. What is going on? Didn't they promise to make this as peaceful as my house? Ark murmured with irritation. Dang tang tang. When the sound was heard, Buxel opened his door and shouted. Arknim, it is serious. I know. They almost made my spill it.
No, that's not it. It's the pirates, pirates. Dash. Qua 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 quang. Qua 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 quang.
After running onto the deck, the roaring sound was instantly heard again. At the place where the roaring sound was heard was a ship with a black hull and skeleton flag rapidly approaching.
Emergency, emergency. A pirate ship is approaching closely. When the pirate ship appeared, the sailors ran around the deck making noises. Oh my god. Why are the pirates attacking a passenger ship?
The captain muttered with a pale, stricken face. Typically, the pirates only targeted merchants. There was no point engaging a passenger ship in sea battle when there wouldn't be much profit. There was the method of attacking the users directly, but it wouldn't be easy and a variety of scrolls would have to be used. In addition, Sutandal couldn't produce that many supplies for trade yet, so the merchants aboard the ferry often had empty bags. On the other hand, the merchants' fleets had a lot of economic power and rich merchants. It was to the extent that they couldn't hold it in their bags and had to leave it in a warehouse. If they sank a merchant fleet, then 20 to 50% of the warehouse items would float in the sea. So the pirates were more likely to attack the merchant fleets arriving at Sutandal.
Damn, pirates? No way. Ark shook the pot and frowned. He really had no luck. He was saying it again, but there was only a 1-2% chance of pirates attacking a ferry. So why was he among the 1-2%? In addition, if he died, then he would lose all the ingredients he gathered with difficulty. My degree of completion can't fail because of pirates or I'll go crazy. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. Once again projectiles flew from the pirate ship.
However, it still wasn't enough to reach the ship and the bombs exploded in the water.
Port to maximum height.
We're screwed once we're in the range of the ships. The ferry rotated heavily at the captain's command. However, this was a peaceful ship created for carrying passengers, so the pirate ship was superior in speed and turning capability. The pirate ship moved in a slanted line and fired warning shots again, making the ferry shake.
Hick, pot, my pot. Ark clenched the rail firmly and shook the pot.
Then he suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Qua ha ha ha. It's better to stop the flimsy resistance. Eh? This voice is.
Ark flinched as he saw the person yelling from the pirate ship. He surprisingly knew the face of the captain of the pirate ship. It was the boss of the bandit group that Ark had killed in the swamp, Geppetto. Geppetto had a subordinate magician use voice amplification magic and shouted. If you surrender, then I won't sink your ship. We only want one person. If you cooperate and surrender, then we'll only look for that person. What the? They really chased me to here? Ark was surprised and hid himself behind the railing. Then Buxel glared angrily at Ark and declared sharply. Look, they chased us all the way here because you took their helmet. The person we want is a dwarf merchant who looks like a pig.
Eek? Me? How come?
Buxel screamed and hid behind the railing as Geppetto continued. Ark was also puzzled.
Ark thought the bandit group was chasing them because he killed Geppetto and snatched his rare helmet. But he hadn't done anything and Geppetto was looking for Buxel? Why? Did you do something to those guys? I don't know. I just kept running away. Buxel replied with a perplexed expression. However, this was not the time to be thinking about that.
The passengers who were panicked by the warning shots became disturbed by Geppetto's words.
What the? They're chasing after someone? Then they'll leave us alone if they find the person they're looking for?
The passengers muttered with a hopeful expression.
Shit, if this continues, then won't the passengers drag us to them? Ark hid under the rail and continued shaking the pot while shouting. Don't be fooled.
That is the modus operandi of these guys.
What? Fooled? Do you think they would shoot a ferry just to get one person? Once they board the ship, they'll just rob everyone's bags.
Obviously they had a lot of robbery scrolls.
I see. That's right, that person is right. That pirate is a weak bastard.
By the end of Ark's words, the passengers were glaring at Geppetto. Then the captain grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted.
Do you think I will surrender to pirates who are trash of the sea?
Even if your words are true, this ship is owned by the king of Bristania. There is no way I will pass a passenger of the king's to pirates.
I will uphold the honor of Bristania and resist until the end. Bah, I can't communicate with them. It can't be helped. Approach them.
When Geppetto laughed and raised his hands, the sails of the pirate ship instantly unrolled. Then the pirate ship accelerated and approached the ferry.
Port side. Starboard, dot. The captain shouted, but it wasn't easy to ferry to escape the quick hull of the pirate ship. After a short time, the pirate ship finally managed to line up beside the ferry. The strongest weapon of the pirates was the cannons. And cannons were mounted on the side of the pirate ship. That was why the pirate ship moved in a slanted line and approached from the side. That was the best attack range of a pirate ship. Once lined up side by side, the cannons could fire dozens of artillery. If an ordinary ferry was attacked by dozens of cannons fired from close range, then it would sink. Stop them. Prevent them from bombarding us. The captain shouted frantically. Then archers and magicians on board the ferry attacked the pirate ship. But the range of the bombardment was from dozens of meters away. Most of the arrows and magic fell into the ocean, and the attacks that reached barely damaged the hull. Ha ha ha, you fools. Do you think attacks that shabby would damage this battlefield? Damn, port side. Port side. We have to escape from their range. Not a chance. You think that slow ship can escape us? No matter what direction the ferry moved to, the pirates quickly overtook them. Meanwhile, the dozens of cannons on the side of the pirate ship were loaded. Damn, what do I do? Ark tightened his lips and felt like his insides were burning. If the artillery hit the ferry, then it would suffer extravagant damage and sink. But the problem was not the damage. If Ark died now, then his immortality pill creation would be cancelled. All the ingredients in the pot would be lost. But Ark couldn't think of a method. There is a method to escape. Fortunately, it is just one pirate ship. Before the bombardment starts, I have to jump into the ocean with Geppetto knowing. Even if the ferry didn't sink, most users wouldn't have a way to survive if they fell into the ocean. However, Ark had the flute of the Mer people and could call the dolphins. If he called the dolphins before escaping into the ocean, then he could escape Geppetto. But he was also taking a risk. Right now Ark was concentrating his energies in shaking the pot. Riding the dolphin and completing the immortality pill at the same time will be difficult. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. One of the soldiers on the mast shouted with a shocked voice. Captain Nim. What? Pirate ship. Are you joking? Why are you talking about a pirate ship that we've already seen? No, that's not it. A different pirate ship has appeared from the left. And there are 3 of them. It is a pirate fleet. They're approaching at a rapid pace. What? The captain ran to the left deck with huge eyes. Just like the sailor said, 3 pirate ships were approaching. While everyone was distracted by the pirates on the right, a pirate fleet had appeared on the other side. The 3 pirate ships were on a completely bigger scale than Geppetto's pirate ship. This is a ferry. A ferry. Why are 4 pirate ships attacking us? The captain muttered with a devastated look. Then a voice that was using amplification magic was heard from the pirate fleet. Ho ho ho, we've caught him. Listen up, don't bother with the weak fellows. We only want Ark, who is riding that boat. We'll only leave after we take him out. Ark focused his gaze as soon as his name was mentioned. The person yelling on the flagship of the pirate fleet was a woman wearing silver chain armor and a big burly man wearing leather armor. Even though he turned over every corner of his brain, Ark couldn't remember those faces. Buxel looked at Ark and asked. This time they're definitely looking for Arknim. What did you do? Damn, I don't know. I don't know those faces. People you don't know are chasing after you and threatening you with a pirate fleet? How should I know what those guys are thinking? Ark and Buxel were busy arguing. Then the woman wearing the magician's clothes hit the man on the back of the head and said, You idiot, do you think he will come up obediently? Just sink them for the moment. What? But we're positive he is present. Even if he sinks, he'll just revive at Haman Fortress. Then we can just wait there. Ah, that's right. That means sense. Pirate fleet. Head to that boring ferry. The 3 pirate ships overtook the left side of the ferry. Thanks to that, the ordinary ferry was sandwiched between pirate ships. What is this? Doesn't this mean I can't escape on the Dolphin? The pirate ships were lined up on the right and left side. Although Geppetto's reason was unknown, he definitely wouldn't leave it alone if he saw Ark getting away on the Dolphins. If Ark was too obvious when running away, then the cannons of all 4 ships would point to him. Riding a dolphin while shaking his pot and avoiding cannons was impossible. What can I do? I'm trapped like a prey about to be eaten. Just the thought of it was enough to make him sag. I can't die like this. But both sides are blocked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of a way to escape the pirates. Then he heard the captain's completely panicked voice. Ugh, no. This is the end. Should I have accepted their request? Maybe they really are just aiming for the dwarf merchant and that Ark fellow. What? He can't have that thought.
Captain, that's not possible at all.
Just like Captain said, doesn't the King of Bristania have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all the passengers?
While Ark was frowning, a sailor spoke with an unaccepting expression. The sailor was a person who with a righteous character. The captain sighed and nodded at the sailor's words.
You're right. I was so scared that I forgot about my obligation.
A true seaman is someone who handles himself in a moment of crisis.
I have to follow that motto. Yes, Captain. We'll act like that as well.
The captain and sailors had completely forgotten about their previous thoughts.
Ark was saved thanks to that. Lucky those guys stopped. That danger has disappeared.
Ark was thinking when someone suddenly shouted.
Hey, look at that. Another ship has appeared. What? A pirate ship again? No. That flag is Sutandal.
It is Sutandal's combat ship.
Sutandal's combat ship?
Ark raised his head and looked over the railing. 2 combat ships were approaching at a fast speed from behind. The symbol of the eastern nation which was already representing Sutandal was drawn on the flag fluttering at the topmast.
Ha, they're pirates. We've finally caught up to them.
A heroic voice was heard from Sutandal's combat ship. These days, using amplification magic during naval battles seemed to be the trend.
Isn't this voice Justice Man Ajushi?
That's right. The people on the combat ship weren't just Justice Man. Standing next to him were the rehabilitation group and Lariat.
A look of relief appeared on Ark's face. But it turned gloomy again after a few seconds. Sutandal's combat ship. It was completed? However, it is too late. The pirate ships have already surrounded the ferry.
It will be sunk before the combat ship can help.
Is there some way to delay the time until the ship arrives?
Ark pulled his hair and looked at the pirate ships on both sides.
Jeppetu's pirate ship was 50 meters away and preparing for bombardment.
There were as many as 30 cannon muzzles protruding from the doors.
Just one round of firing would be enough to sink the ferry.
But the even more menacing thing was the pirate fleet approaching on the other side. The 3 ships contained a total of 90 cannons aimed at the ferry. If the cannons were fired simultaneously, then the ferry would disintegrate into powder. There would be no way for Ark to survive in the midst of the explosions.
Then I have no choice but to suffer? No, wait.
The pirate fleet only arrived a short while ago, but Jeppetu had already prepared his bombardment a while back, so why hadn't he attacked yet?
Perhaps, that's it. There might be a way to survive. Ark suddenly remembered something and headed towards the bridge. It was an honor to sail with you. Hook, Captain.
The captain and crew were embracing each other with teary eyes when Ark arrived. They were surrounded by 4 pirate ships, so it was natural to give up hope. However, Ark had no intention of sinking into the sea with them.
Captain, there is a way to penetrate the siege.
What? The captain hurriedly wiped his tears and turned around. Ark told the captain his thoughts. The captain's face changed often while listening, but he eventually nodded.
Yes. There is that method. Maybe. No, there is no other way. I understand.
Gather all magicians from the sailors and passengers to one place. They'll be given orders depending on the reaction of the pirates.
I understand.
While the captain gathered the magicians and explained the plan, Ark climbed to the roof of the bridge. Still shaking the pot with one hand, Ark amplified his voice using intimidation and shouted. Hey you bastards! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Beastmaster. Ho, who knew my dream of being a pirate would come true? Jeppetu looked at the pirate ship with a satisfied look. Jeppetu had invested a huge amount of money into remodeling a combat ship into a pirate ship.
He named the pirate ship Pinocchio, and it had 30 of the latest state-of-the-art cannons attached. In addition, it contained comfortable cabins that could hold up to 200 Nakujuk that he hired at the lawless port. It had a special coating which increased defense against long-range attacks and luxury sails which increased speed by 30%.
The remodeling cost 8,000 gold.
It was an investment for the organization to advance in New World. It was laughable that a ferry would try to escape the state-of-the-art combat ship. Jeppetu already had experience as a pirate, so he controlled the pirate ship well and caught up with the ferry.
It happened the moment he was about to sink the boat. An unidentified pirate ship appeared on the other side. What's with them? Don't they understand the ethics of business? Geppetto looked at the eye-catching pirate fleet with irritation. Hey, Sunfish! Send a signal. Sunfish received the order and climbed up the mast, waving a flag. This ship is already ours. Please leave. They were commonly used signals between lawless pirates. Even the lawless pirates had their own rules. The purpose of the Hermes Alliance when creating the illegal port was to retake Sutandal. They were all lawless pirates, so there was no point attacking each other. The number one rule was that pirates who attacked a target first had the priority. However, the pirate fleet on the other side had ignored that rule. Shut up, this ship is ours. Retreat or receive a beating. Those bastards. They know who I am, yet they still dare. Geppetto frowned at the answer he received. Geppetto, who was he? Although he was in hiding because he was a wanted criminal, he was the middle boss of an organization with 300 members. He wanted to run over there immediately and beat them to death. But this was a game and there were 3 ships. While they didn't have the latest up-to-date model like Pinocchio, the hull itself was bigger and they had 3 times as many cannons. If they attacked, then there was a 100 in 100 chance of Geppetto losing. That was the reason why Geppetto hadn't attacked even though his cannons were armed. In addition, the combat ship of Sutandal had just appeared. However, there was no probability of Geppetto withdrawing. There is no way I will leave the ferry to those guys. If the pirates take the ferry, then retrieving the magic projector from the pig will be even more difficult. It is the same if the pig flees onto Sutandal's combat ship. So Geppetto just stood there and didn't do a thing. Then a voice that had been amplified was heard. Hey, you bastards! He is the one who killed me in the swamp. Let's see. That person over there, did you come chasing me because I killed you in the swamp? What? Did you chase me this entire distance just to whine? And you're pulling such a shabby pirate ship around? You're really playing shabbily. Are you a loser in real life? No, instead of a pirate or thief, aren't you just a neighborhood thug who extorts money? What? A loser? A thug? Sparks flew from Geppetto's eyes as he glared. But then Ark turned his back and addressed the other side. And where did you guys come from? Why are you shouting while pulling 3 small boats? I'm sick of all the losers coming here. No matter what you do, I won't blink an eye. Go ahead and use your trivial cannons. You loser. Geppetto made a furious noise at Ark's last words. On the opposite side, there was also the sound of someone losing control. That cheeky bastard dared insult the organization. I don't need to see anything else. Shoot. Turn him into powder. Wait a minute. Then someone rushed over and hurriedly shouted. The person who came running towards Geppetto was Isurum. Are you with that guy in the pig? Isurum had been listening to the speeches from the deck and jumped out with surprise. Isurum had been with the members of the organization when they arrived at the swamp after Ark fled. He never imagined that the pig who recorded Geppetto's dealings in Ark were related. He only confirmed that the user who helped the pig and defeated Geppetto was Ark after Ark appeared on the bridge. I don't know what happened, but if Ark is with the pig, then finding the memory crystal won't work. But it'll be difficult if Ark and the pig die here. I have to help them escape somehow. He hurriedly spoke to prevent Geppetto from giving the command. Isn't our purpose to snatch something from them? If they sink, then they'll just die. Maybe we should watch the situation a bit more. It does not matter. Didn't you hear what those guys on the other side were saying just then? If those fellows die, then they will resurrect at Haman Fortress. We can just wait at the resurrection place. As soon as those fellows arrive, we use the scrolls to strip them naked. If we use the scrolls on the pig, then we can snatch the magic projector. But the pirates on the opposite side. We caught the ferry first. They went against the rules of the lawless port. In addition, the Sutandal combat ship is heading towards that side. We have to smash the ferry before that ship arrives. But. Shut up. Attack, attack. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. Pinocchio's cannon shot out 30 firebombs at once. That wasn't all. The pirates on the other side had also fallen for Ark's provocation and aimed 90 shells. That was a total of 120 cannons being fired. It was only a matter of time before the ferry became destroyed. Continue to unleash it until that impertinent fellow is turned to powder. Damn, this is serious. Isurum inwardly screamed and followed the shells with his eyes. Now! Then Ark's voice was heard loud and clearly. At that moment, an amazing thing happened.
10 magicians were gathered on the deck and used magic. One side used fire magic while the opposite side used ice magic. The two types of magic flew into the sky and collided, causing an intense explosion. Fire and ice, when two attributes with opposite natures collided, then a massive gust of wind occurred. The gust was so strong that the crew on the deck was pushed back. At the same time, the intense gust hit the mast and accelerated the ferry forward several meters like a turbo car.
What is going on?
Geppetto stumbled with tears in his eyes.
Who would have imagined that the sailboat would be able to accelerate quickly using the power of the wind? However, Geppetto wasn't looking at the ferry.
In the empty space where the ferry previously was, black circular objects were flying forward.
Yes, it was the 90 shells shot by the pirates on the opposite side. Evade! Evade them! Peep-pepping, pep-a-pang.
Before Geppetto could finish talking, Pinocchio had been directly hit by 90 shells.
Hyungnim, all the masts are broken. The rudder isn't working. There are dozens of holes in the deck and water is leaking. You unbelievable. My Pinocchio, the boat that I poured 8,000 gold into renovating.
Geppetto's eyes widened as the reports from his men came pouring in. It was understandable if it was a ferry. But a battleship was incapable of falling that easily. It was common to be hit by shells in a general naval battle, that's why Geppetto's ship and the pirate fleet thought it was okay to stay near each other. They also weren't anxious because of the cannons. But with the ferry gone, Pinocchio and the pirate fleet were bombarding each other at close range. When receiving a bombardment of this degree from such close range, it was dangerous even for an expensive combat ship.
In addition, there were 3 ships in the fleet, so Pinocchio's bombardment didn't do as much damage.
However, Pinocchio received the concentrated attack of 3 ships and shattered.
Pinocchio fell into an unrecoverable state, which was enough to make Geppetto paralyzed. Ugh, they dared do this to my Pinocchio. Shoot. Show those other pirates. However, there were already only 10 cannons remaining on Pinocchio.
The pirate fleet was also baffled by the unexpected situation. Meanwhile, Pinocchio was again bombarded as the 90 shells automatically fired. The Pinocchio, which had 8,000 gold invested in it, sank into the sea along with Geppetto.
Aak, no, my Pinocchio.
Well, at least Geppetto didn't get his hands on the memory crystal.
Isurum looked at Ark as Geppetto's cry rang out. Am I going to die because of that guy again? I am like a bowl of rice to Ark in New World. Isurum's eyes stung.
It wasn't just because seawater had entered his eyes.
Awesome, a genius. You're a genius.
The captain shouted towards Arkansas. It wasn't necessary to say, but Ark was the one who devised the plan to move the ship using the collision of fire and ice magic.
Ark couldn't use actual wind magic because when wind magic was used, it became as sharp as a knife. If the magic was used directly, then the sails would be cut up.
So the only method was to indirectly create wind from the collision of ice and fire magic.
We can't be relieved yet.
The black pirate ship had sunk, but the pirate fleet received no special damage. We have to avoid that pirate fleet until Sutandal's combat ship arrives.
That's right. Now what do we do?
Fortunately, most of the crew on the pirate fleet are Nakujuk. The Nakujuk don't have any magicians, so they can't use that method to avoid the shells. Ark said when a message suddenly appeared in front of him. Justice Man has used the feather of whispering to request a whisper. Justice Man had confirmed that Ark was on the bridge and sent him a whisper.
When Ark accepted the request, Justice Man's voice was instantly heard. Ark, is this Ark? Justice Man Ajushi. Why are you on that ship?
It will take too long to explain the circumstances. Anyway, I've avoided the danger for the moment, but the situation isn't good.
I see.
But your idea was accomplished very well. Well, this much is needed if I want to live.
Even in such circumstances, Ark didn't forget to shake the pot.
But it will help the ferry hold on until we can reach it to rescue you. I'll lead the combat ship in the 3 o'clock direction, so you move there too. You're slightly ahead of them, so if you stay to the right, then you should be able to join us without major damage.
Just like Justice Man said, thanks to the acceleration, the ferry was slightly ahead of the pirate fleet.
Justice Man's plan was to bypass the pirate fleet and join up with the combat ship, which also had cannons. However, they were traveling at a 3 to 5 degree angle while the other ship had 30 cannons. While it was intimidating to the ferry, it wasn't impossible if they could accelerate using magic. Once you join us, we'll cover the ferry as it sails back to Sutandal. Then we will follow soon after.
Huh? Why?
The pirate fleet received a little bit of damage.
I think 2 battleships should be able to face them. And Sutandal can also call for support from the troops in nearby waters. Surely you can take care of those pirates?
No, our purpose isn't to clean up the pirates.
What is your purpose then?
We want to use this chance to determine the location of the lawless port which they use as a home base. Justice Man explained the situation. While Justice Man had been running around looking for the location of the lawless port, he had discovered a clue to the location.
The lawless port couldn't be entered using a land route.
In other words, it was a marine fortress with a boat required to enter. Isabel had committed huge funds to the battle fleet for this reason. But the pirates were aware of this and cleverly hid the location, which meant Justice Man hadn't found it yet. While in the middle of ocean surveillance, they had captured the movement of the pirate fleet.
Our fleet is on standby in the nearby vicinity.
If they fight here and then leave, the pirate fleet will have to return to the lawless port for repairs. Then we'll follow using a high-speed boat and can find the location of the lawless port.
So you have to run away first. I understand what you're saying. Ark disconnected the communication and instantly ordered the captain. To the right.
Circle to the right to bypass the pirate fleet and join the combat ship.
But if we circle to the right, then we'll be within the range of the pirate fleet.
That is the quickest method to join the combat ship.
If we accelerate using magic, then we won't receive a lot of damage.
And once the distance is narrowed, then we'll be supported by the combat ship.
Support? Then you communicated with the combat ship just then?
Yes. Ark nodded while the captain stared at him blankly.
With your foresight just now, are you also the captain of a combat ship? Who are you?
Just a passenger.
Ark rocked the pot and replied.
Anyway, the ferry circled in the direction that Ark indicated and entered the range of the pirate fleet.
Not yet. The magicians have to conserve their mana.
We need the magicians to raise the gust of wind to move the ship twice, so we need to coincide the timing with the shells to minimize the damage.
Ark paid attention to the movements of the pirate fleet and said.
Then a huge explosion occurred on the pirate ship in the lead.
It was an explosion of fire and ice magic. The pirate ship flew forward like an arrow towards the ferry. What the? Isn't that the magic we used?
But that ship's crew was almost all Nakujuk. Heek, don't tell me that woman alone. Ark's mouth dropped open as he confirmed the pirate ship rushing towards him. He saw that the female magician from a while ago had fire and ice magic rushing from both hands towards the sky where it exploded. She had accomplished by herself what it took 10 magicians on the ferry to do. In addition, the gust that occurred was more powerful than the one created by 10 magicians.
Who the hell is that woman? Why did they rush forward? Rushing in that way, Heek.
Perhaps, accelerate, Captain, accelerate the ship. Ark was astonished and suddenly shouted. But before the magicians could chant a spell, the pirate ship had already ran into the side of the ferry.
Qua 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 quang.
The ferry shook and the passengers and Ark on the deck slid to one side.
Ack, pot. I lived.
Ark stared at the black liquid in the pot with a pale white face. When the whole boat shook, Ark rocked the pot and barely caught it using dark dance. All he cared about was the A-rank necromancer's immortality pill. But what is with these reckless guys? Ark stared with astonishment at the pirate ship stuck in the side of the ferry.
The pirate ship had crashed into the side, so it also wasn't okay.
The players aboard were also disordered. Even if they lived, the pirate ship would require huge repairs. Yet the ship had collided without any hesitation.
This wasn't the act of someone with their sanity intact. Who are the warrior and magician from earlier? Why would they do such a thing? Kill everybody.
Then the pirates shrieked and boarded the ship. The ferry became a mess as the pirates boarded. The Nakujuk pirates who boarded were a bit stronger than before and were between level 250 to 300. Of course, the passengers aboard the ferry also reached that level.
However, 70% of the passengers were merchants.
While the warriors and magicians held on, the merchants couldn't resist and collapsed.
Anyway, isn't this situation unusual? Take this.
2 pirates were rushing towards Arkansas. He quickly avoided their attacks and took out Lancel's sword. He had to shake the pot with one hand, he couldn't use the 2-handed Gwisel's sword. He was anxious as he had to fight while shaking the pot on a rocky boat. However, Ark maintained his balance using extraordinary movement and cut the Nakujuk. After the taekwondo training against the mold zombies, his overall sense of balance had improved beyond ordinary people.
The Nakujuk aren't the biggest problem. Ark used riposte on the Nakujuk and looked at the distant sea. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. Sutandle's combat ship was engaging the other two pirate ships. It was a complicated fleet battle where the bombardment never stopped. He could clearly see that Justice Man was being slightly pushed back by the two pirate ships. However, this was within Justice Man's calculation of the situation. While it looked like Justice Man's ship was receiving most of the attacks, he used his maneuverability to target the rear of the pirate ships. When the pirate fleet returned to the lawless port, they would be more easily tracked. Anyway, the intention of the attack was to aim for the weak point. But it was still a 2-against-2 naval battle, so they couldn't afford to come help the ferry. As a result, even if they managed to disconnect the pirate ship from the ferry, then the ferry wouldn't be able to escape it. I can't expect help from Justice Man Ajushi, thought. Unfortunately, there was no way to save the passengers of the ferry. But that result might even be better for Arkansas. The two pirate ships have been caught by the combat ship. And the other pirate ship has collided with the ferry. I can run away without a pirate ship stopping me. The reason Ark hadn't called the dolphins was because he couldn't escape without being fired on. But now all the pirate ships that would have stopped him were caught. He needed to escape while the pirates were distracted by the sailors and passengers. Ark quickly determined his course of action and shouted, "Buxel, where are you?" "Oh, over here." Buxel's voice was audible from above him. How did he get up there? Buxel was unexpectedly clinging onto the top mast. Anyway, he managed to escape by climbing up. "You idiot, what are you doing there?" "But the pirates, heek." Die. Buxel screamed as two pirates climbed up. Then Bekku jumped up the mast and bit the Nakujuk's neck, tearing the flesh and dropping them. I don't need to worry about Buxel while Bekku was there. "Buxel, Bekku, plunge into the sea when I give the signal," Ark said and quickly took out the flute of the Mere People. Just as he was trying to blow it, a tremendous energy surged in front of him. Ark felt a cold feeling and instinctively moved his body. Qua 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 quang. A huge bayonet smashed into the deck, causing it to explode. The destructive power was like a bomb had gone off. The fragments of wood flew into the air and fell like a shower about the burly physique of the man standing there. It was the player who had said Ark's name. From afar, he had looked like a larger than normal person, but it was a lot different seeing him up close. This man's muscular body was twice the size of ordinary people, and the leather armor he wore made him seem like a beast. He was like a brute. "I finally met you, Arkansas. The brute laughed and looked at Arkansas. "You avoided my attack just then, so don't you have moderately good reflexes?" "Who are you?" "Me? Oh, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Bread." Yes, the big, burly warrior was Bread. Together with the magician, he was a user who had a grudge against Arkansas. After visiting Sylvana and receiving Raiden's full support, they had returned to Sutandle. With Raiden's support, he offered them some pirate ships from the lawless port and intelligence from his spies in Haemon Fortress. One of the two men spying on Ark at the harbor was from Hermes' intelligence network. The news reached Bread and Redian, who were waiting at the lawless port. The two of them rallied the pirate fleet and chased after the ferry. "I am not interested in your name. Why the hell are you chasing after me? You don't know me, but I've been looking for you for a while." "Looking for me?" The explanation is a little complicated. Bread scratched his head and laughed. "Why don't you just let me relieve my stress on your body and die?" "Are you joking? So you're not going to die?" "Frankly, I like that it's not boring." "You're the one who raised Sutandle?" "Just like Raiden said, your original look isn't a black wolf." "Raiden? What? Are you from the Hermes Guild?" "No." "Well, we did receive a bit of help from Hermes to look for you, but they are unrelated to our reason to kill you. Anyway, do you have the same capabilities as the wolf who raised Sutandle? It'll be boring if you die too easily." Bread smiled and asked with a strange expression, "By the way, I've been interested for a while, but why are you shaking that pot?" "It's not your concern." "I can shake the pot or even catch the pot while dancing." "I don't know why you're doing it, but wouldn't it be better to put it down? Or you'll regret it." "Shall we see? If I will regret it. You might be the one leaving with regrets." Ark continued shaking the pot while smiling. Then Bread laughed and said, "You're full of self-confidence. Why don't you show me your skills?" Bread shot forward like a knife and swung his bayonet. Ark moved his body reflexively and the bayonet struck the ground. Just like before, the deck exploded. It was enormous damage. This guy. He had a sense of how dangerous the attack was just by being in the proximity. Ark stayed away from Bread and checked his information using Eyes of the Cat. Bread's profession was a beast master. It was a class he never heard of before. Well, he assumed that there were hundreds of professions in New World. It was Bread's level that made Ark amazed. Hook, what the? Level 402? Although he was immersed in the game while lacking sleep, Ark was only level 366. But he was already over level 400? Was that guy even sleeping while playing the game? He hesitated after discovering Bread was over level 400, but it wasn't enough to make him despair. In fact, Ark was more worried about the pirates boarding the ferry than Bread. If the pirates controlled the ferry, then it would be difficult for him to escape. I have to defeat him quickly and get out of here. Raiden, turn on the dark lamp. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden quickly vomited out some magic ingredients and lit the lamp. The lamp vibrated and the surrounding area turned dark. At the same time, the 50% dark attribute bonus was applied and Ark reached level 548. Even if that person was level 400, it was possible with Ark's dark attribute bonus. Okay, if you want to fight so badly. Dark Blade. Ark ran to Bread and used Dark Blade. Bread hurriedly raised his bayonet and defended himself. However, Bread's face was still relaxed as he laughed. Your level seems to be quite close to mine, no? Did your stats grow after using the lamp? It seems like you receive a dark attribute bonus? I did think that your battle scene was a bit different in the day and night when watching the video. Bread had abundant experience and figured out the dark lamp and his attribute fairly quickly. Although it is a bit disappointing, you seem moderately proficient. But the skills and items you use are fairly interesting. This is a game. Okay, if you appear like this, then I'll accept it without reservations. Beast Spirit Possession. Strength of the Bear Rise. Is it a bear-like power? Is he a space sheriff? Ark laughed at the ridiculous gesture. Then the form of a huge bear appeared around Bread and he almost cried. As soon as the shape was absorbed in Bread's body, he really was covered in brown fur like a bear. What the? Transformation? Bread jumped forward with a huge momentum and swung his bayonet. Ark instinctively ducked at the last moment. The air parted from the bayonet's tremendous momentum. And a mast was cut with one blow. This is... Hey, it's just starting. It will be difficult if you're already surprised. Bread smiled and swung the bayonet again. Dark Dance. Ark used complicated footwork to avoid the bayonet. It cut the mast with one blow. A strength which transcended imagination. However, there was a limit to how much stat points received when leveling up. If he had that much power, then his other stats would be low. A warrior who increased strength and stamina would have low agility, so Ark thought to use Dark Dance to draw him into a high-speed battle. However, Bread already knew what Ark was thinking. This time it is a speed battle? It's no good. Beast Spirit Possession, Power of the Cheetah Rise. This time the form of a cheetah appeared around Bread. Just like when Ark used Jump, the cheetah was absorbed into Bread and his thighs became 2 times thicker. Then he rushed forward at an absurd speed and brandished the bayonet. Qua Kwang. Ugh. The violent impact pushed Ark back 10 meters. Dark Dance had reached 70% completion, so his defense automatically increased by 30% thanks to Dark Scale, but he still lost 800 health. If Dark Scale wasn't triggered, then it would have been 1000 health. However, Ark had no time to scream at the damage. Damn, this is really dangerous. I almost ruined it. In this situation, it is okay to shake the pot for the mixing process, but I will fail if it reaches the crystallization process. Ark sighed with relief as he caught the pot and shook it. After shaking it so many times, the slight muddy color had gone away and it was becoming glossy. But what is with this monster-like guy? What on earth is that strange skill? Ark avoided the following attack with sprint and used skill penetration. Bread's profession skill, Beast Spirit Possession. Beast Spirit Possession is the profession-specific skill of the special class Beast Master. When Spirit Possession is used, it is possible to contract the soul of animals to elevate certain stats. A Beast Master can contract a maximum of 3 souls at the same time. Asterisk current Beast Spirit Possessions. Bear the bear's soul can amplify power by 50%. Cheetah. When choosing the soul of a cheetah, it is possible to increase agility and reaction rate by 50%. Spirit Possession? What kind of cheat skill is this? In addition, it is possible to contract up to 3 spirits? Then couldn't this guy become even stronger? In fact, Ark had no right to say that. In Brett's case, he could only increase 3 stats at the same time, but the limit was only by 50%.
But in Ark's case, his dark attribute bonus would increase all stats by 50%.
Ark also had some cheat-like qualities.
However, Ark had never encountered a user who received similar stat bonuses as him.
It was similar to Alan's overlapping 3 buffs and Shambhala's dark attribute bonus. Wait? Does he also have a hidden profession?
But now wasn't the time for such thoughts.
Brett was far higher leveled than Ark and his skill was no joke.
Even if he used all his power to fight, there was no guarantee of success. On the other hand, Ark had to shake the pot while fighting. In addition, he was using the level 50 Lancel's sword instead of his primary two-handed Gwyzel's sword.
But that wasn't all. All the pirates were running wild in the vicinity.
If I don't defeat him immediately, then it will be difficult. If I defeat this guy, then the situation will be resolved. It is best to press him back and somehow escape.
But I have to increase my stats before I push him back. Is it time to use that? Glory of the Night.
Ark was forced into a corner and pulled out his trump card. It was the area declaration skill of his second profession.
Glory of the Night required 2000 mana.
It was an enormous skill which even consumed 400 spiritual power. Once he used it, he had to give up summoning his pets. In return, his defense and damage increased by 50% while his magic resistance increased by 20% for 10 minutes. Although he hadn't realized it at the time, Shiva's proclamation, which the red man previously used, was also an area declaration skill. He had thought it was a ridiculous skill at the time, but he learned that anyone could learn it after changing to a second profession.
And just like Shiva's proclamation, Glory of the Night showed an enormous effect.
When Glory of the Night was used, the dark space widened.
It was a summoning of the spirits of the night.
At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas.
Glory of the Night has been used.
When within a 100-meter radius, your attack and defense will increase by 50% and magic resistance by 20%.
The extra 50% was added to his dark attribute bonus and his damage ascended. A 100% bonus was added to his basic attack. Now, let's see if you can keep laughing.
Ark brandished his sword and ran towards Bread. Bread retreated with a slightly surprised expression and murmured,
"Eh? This guy has also changed to his second profession? What? This guy too? Then."
Ark flinched as Bread slammed his bayonet vertically into the ground and shouted,
"Land of the Beast."
Then a colored totem rose in front of Bread. A light continuously spread in front of the totem and turned the ground into a blue grass.
It was an area declaration skill.
But the more surprisingly thing occurred when the blue grass collided with the dark space. When contact was made, the totem sparked and broke at the same time. The area declaration skill has encountered another one and disappeared.
Ark exclaimed with astonishment and Bread just laughed. What the? How much time has passed since you've changed professions? This is how to stop the area declaration skill. Area declaration? As expected, you. What is it so startling? Did you think you were the only person with a second profession? He thought he was the only one.
Now he had invested 2000 mana and 400 spiritual power only to have the area declaration skill vainly disappear. It was a really good skill, which was why it had a weakness. In the end, was it impossible to use that skill when fighting against users with a second profession? Damn, then I can't use area declaration against the red man. He felt furious thinking about that. Well, it would have an effect when fighting monsters.
Now I'll demonstrate my power properly. Beast Spirit Possession, Power of the Hawk Rise.
Bread really was a space sheriff. After being empowered with the spirit of the bear and cheetah, his agility, strength and reaction rate had increased. Now the spirit of the hawk increased his critical hit probability and he rushed at Arkansas. On the other hand, Ark's area proclamation skill had failed and he couldn't summon his pets.
You're still not putting down the pot? Are you trying to imply something?
Ark was still shaking the pot even in this situation, so Bread murmured in a nasty voice.
Damn, I would do it if I could, but I can't throw away the pot.
If you don't exert your skills, then I don't have any more business with you.
Ark barely avoided the critical hit and retreated.
Then the eyeball attack to the back of his head screamed,
"Ark Nim! Behind! Ark listened to the eyeball and hurriedly turned away.
An immense fireball was heading towards him.
It was flying from the female magician wearing white chain mail called Redian. That's right, didn't this guy also have a magician? Didn't she just move the pirate ship by herself, so how does she have enough mana? I'm screwed.
Even if I somehow defeat Bread, there is no way I can escape that magician. No, I can't even stop Bread's attack while avoiding the fire magic."
Ark groaned. However, Bread's bayonet changed course and impacted with the fireball. What's with this guy? What are you doing?
Bread cut the fireball in half and shouted towards Redian.
Then Redian frowned and shouted back. What am I doing? Isn't that obvious? I was going to fry that guy. Stop. What? You don't understand? I am dealing with this guy.
Although it is funny that he is shaking the pot, this guy's skills are real.
Don't make me laugh, I also have a grudge against that guy. Redian snorted and chanted a spell again.
Then Bread looked serious and muttered in a low voice.
I will really get angry. Redian flinched and looked at Bread.
After a short time, the ball of magic deflated and Redian muttered.
Sheesh, you stupid bear. Okay, but make sure you definitely deal with him. And then I'm next. You understand? Yes, I understand. You're as charming as always. Redian blushed and turned her head. Bread looked at her with a charmed expression before she turned around again. I'm sorry. Anyway, now no one will disrupt the fight. Don't worry about the pirates either. She'll stop any pirate that tries to interfere with a warrior's battle. So why don't you put down the put and fight seriously? Ark stared blankly at Bread.
He didn't know what type of grudge they had, but Bread was different from the people he encountered so far. He admitted to Ark's skill and wanted to fight warrior against warrior to the death. He even declined his colleague's help.
For there to be such a person. An idiot, he is an idiot. Yes, Bread really was stupid. Then Ark could use this. A warrior's battle.
I have no intention of talking foolishly like that guy.
Don't make me laugh. Didn't he also crash into the ship to chase him?
Who knows how the situation will change?
In addition, don't I also have to compete with that magician when Redian finishes? Then the pirates? In the end, nothing will change even if I win. Are you crazy? Why would I do such a thing? In addition, shaking the pot? Damn, I'm risking my life to shake this pot.
However, Ark murmured with a deliberately impressed look.
You're a real warrior. No, well, you don't have to go that far.
Bread scratched his head with an awkward expression. No, I've never met a true warrior in New World.
Okay, if you're that resolute, then I will oblige and fight you warrior to warrior. But I'll apologize first. I'm ashamed to be fighting a warrior like you while holding the pot. I understand. Now I'll face you with all my power. Oh, really? Definitely. But can you give me a few minutes? A man against man match.
I need time to prepare and to pack the pot again, and this place is also in the middle of the ocean. So let's turn our backs and walk 10 steps like in a Western movie before attacking.
Really? Well, if that's the case.
Bread nodded and turned his back to Ark with no hesitation. Then he took a deep breath and his shoulders moved up and down.
Bread really was admirable. He had decided on a man against man fight. Then he coolly turned his back to the enemy. This guy is sincere. That's what he thought.
However, Ark had a wicked smile on his face as he turned around.
An idiot, he really is stupid.
In fact, Ark had blown the flute of the Mare people as soon as he turned around. After Bread walked a few steps, he turned back around and exploded a sword.
Blade Tempest. It was the Blade Tempest which activated with a dark property. The fragments with a black aura around it swirled around Bread. What the? Cancel power of the hawk. Beast Spirit Possession, defense of the turtle. Bread flinched and used Beast Spirit Possession, with his skin changing into the shell of a turtle. It was a Beast Spirit Possession which increased defense.
Although the turtle skin was able to prevent some of Blade Tempest's attack, it was limited. Some of the shrapnel managed to penetrate Bread and caused enormous damage. After the storm subsided, Bread jumped and shouted.
Why you? What are you doing? Ha, did you think I would fight an ignorant bastard like you? Goodbye.
Ark's voice came from below the ship. Bread hurriedly ran to the railing and saw a large number of dolphins gathered. Ark was riding one of the dolphins and shouted to the deck.
Now! All passengers jump down and ride any of the dolphins. What's with the dolphins?
The person who commanded the ferry a while ago.
He called them. Oh, it's an opportunity, run.
The users and sailors who had been cornered by the pirates jumped into the sea. When the sailors and passengers grabbed them, the dolphins caused a tremendous splash and scattered. Ark had urgently called a herd of dolphins for this reason.
This isn't my style.
In fact, Ark had originally planned to get away by himself. However, the pirate fleet had appeared, so now he reluctantly needed the passengers' help.
If so many people escaped, then they wouldn't be able to find one person.
Just like the event Quest in Jackson, where Justice Man let other users were using NPCs in the siege, Ark was willing to use players or NPCs to achieve his goal. If one person escapes alone, then it isn't possible, but there is a way if everyone escapes together.
And it will also benefit me if everyone escapes too. You cowardly bastard. Bah, you should have listened to me, you idiot. Hellfire.
Redian cursed and aimed the magic towards the back of Ark, who was escaping.
The tremendously powerful magic tore through Ark's back and he died straight away. But the next moment,
Ark, who was hit by magic, scattered like smoke.
No way, illusion? Over there. He fled to the other side.
Bread discovered Ark, who was escaping among the passengers.
Cancel Shield of the Turtle. Beast Spirit Possession, Power of the Dolphin Rise.
Bread used the spirit of the dolphin and quickly caught up with Ark before attacking. However, this Ark also scattered like smoke and disappeared.
What the? Another illusion? If that's the case. There is. He's escaping there.
Redian shouted after discovering Ark, who was gradually getting further away from the ship. Then she chanted a spell before cancelling it. Incorrect, he had already escaped my range.
This, unbelievable. I've never seen such a cowardly person.
He dared insult the principles of a duel. I can't forgive him.
I can never forgive him, Redian. I'll chase after him. Jump down.
Redian held onto Bread and they chased after him at enormous speed.
Hoo, those stupid bastards. The original Ark looked up from the sea bottom and laughed. That's right.
The Arks who had disappeared like smoke was the moonlight illusion. While Redian and Bread attacked too and chased after the final one, Ark had hid on the ocean floor. This is the benefit of sharing the escape with other users. Ark had called the dolphins for other users to help himself. It was in order to hide his illusions among the other users. If there were only 3 illusions of Ark floating in the huge ocean, then they would see through it. So Ark called dozens of dolphins and mixed the illusions among the survivors.
Bread and Redian's reaction was delayed because of that.
In the meantime, Ark had bitten the mermaid scale and waited on the ocean floor.
Hoo, it's good that the liquid in the pot isn't affected by water. By the water, I had completely forgotten about Buxel.
Ark clicked his tongue and murmured. He had been so preoccupied that he had no time to worry about Buxel.
Fortunately, Buxel and Bekku were also riding the dolphins, but Ark couldn't track them.
In order to deceive Bread, Ark had ordered the dolphins to scatter and head to Bristania. Therefore, Ark had no way of figuring out which way the dolphins went. Although Ark tried to talk to the eyeball attached to him, the distance between the main body was too far for communication. Well, I'll just contact Buxel later and arrange a meeting place.
Ark carefully looked at the outside situation from underwater. Just as planned, Justice Man had pretended to retreat.
The battle ended like that, so the other ships towed the pirate ship attached to the ferry.
Although Ark couldn't confirm it, he expected that the rehabilitation group was following the pirates.
The situation has been sorted.
So, shall I go?
Ark called the dolphins and rowed across the sea. Even with all that, Ark's left hand was still shaking the pot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15 Chapter 8. ACT-8 National Police Agency Quest. The auction is in progress. Wind Spirits Boots, 6,200,001. The auction is in progress.
Burakan's Combat Helmet, 6,700,001.
Hyunwoo couldn't hide his disappointment after reading the messages on his computer.
When he picked up Burakan's Combat Helmet, the price had gone beyond what he expected. Although Burakan's Combat Helmet was a level 200 rare equipment, the option wasn't that good. Although rare items have special skills attacked to them, the defense wasn't that special. From a warrior's perspective, they would rather have magic items with addition defense. It was because it was a rare item that the item reached 6.7 million won after 4 days.
Hyunwoo was disappointed by the Wind Spirits Boots. In fact, Hyunwoo had hesitated over whether to change to Wolf's Feet.
His mind had wanted to continue using the Wind Spirits Boots. While Wolf's Feet had a little more defense and the jump skill wasn't bad, Ark thought that slide had more usefulness. The problem was that Wolf's Feet was a part of the Animal King set. If he gave up Wolf's Feet, then not only would his defense decrease but the set item effect would decrease.
No matter how much I like it, I can't use that equipment.
Unfortunately, he had no choice but to abandon the Wind Spirit's boots.
It isn't necessary to carry around shoes I can't use.
In the end, Hyunwoo decided to sell the Wind Spirit's boots. But when the auction was in progress, the value fell below Ark's expectation. Although he changed equipment, his hesitance made him hold on to it for 1 month. But when he placed it on the auction site at the same time as Burakan's combat helmet, the auction price was less than the helmet by 500,000 won. In addition, only 7 people had bid during 3 days. The number of bids doesn't mean that there is less interest. If many people who were interested waited until the end of the auction, then the price would rise less. At this rate, the highest bid will be 8 million won. A sigh flowed from Hyunwoo's mouth.
If an item was put on the auction site, the highest bid could be approximately guessed after 2 days.
While selling the castle to Raiden, he had received the Wind Spirit's boots instead of 2,000 gold. While calculating the price, he realized that it wouldn't match Ark's standards. He thought the value would reach at least 1,500 gold.
But only 8 million won? That was only half of his expected price?
Of course, there was a reason for it.
It's because I saw Duke use the Wind Spirit's boots in the Evil Silrian that I wanted it.
If I had just read the information and not seen Duke use it, then I never would have accepted it instead of the 2,000 gold.
That was the problem.
The special option slide was what boosted the value of the Wind Spirit's boots. When slide was used, someone could deal with a number of monsters at the same time. But the power of that item couldn't be realized just by reading the explanation.
Special option, you can use the skill slide.
When using slide, the player can move to their desired location without moving their body.
The body does not move, which means attack speed, attack power and defense does not receive a penalty.
However, the movement speed is the same and no more than 30 meters can be exceeded.
Mana consumption, 10. That's the problem.
If they knew how essential slide was, then the thieves and archers would swarm like ants.
That such an item will be sold for 8 million won. Ugh, my stomach.
That was the explanation of the skill attached to the Wind Spirit's boots. Just by seeing this information, there weren't many people who could imagine the way that Ark and Duke utilized it for battle. Therefore people couldn't understand the value of the Wind Spirit's boots. Hyunwoo grabbed his stomach and broke into a cold sweat. Hyunwoo would risk his life for 1,000 won. But the thought of receiving only 7-8 million won for the item caused a pain in his stomach. He felt it wasn't right. He really broke into a cold sweat at the thought.
Oh, I really can't stand it. For an item worth 15 million won to be sold for 8 million won. But I can't cancel the auction while it is still progressing. Ouch. My stomach hurts. I really may die of bitterness.
Hyunwoo looked at the Wind Spirit's boots with tears in his eyes.
Something. Is there another way? Even if I can increase it to 10 million won. Hyunwoo clutched his stomach and thought desperately. Should he borrow the ID of the rehabilitation members and try to increase the market price? But that was a naive thought, as it would only work if someone desperately wanted to buy the item. If the item wasn't popular, then the ID of a rehabilitation member would probably win the bid. In the end, the important thing was to capture the attention of the people and let them know the value of the boots. But how?
A thought suddenly sparked in Hyunwoo's head.
Wait, why didn't I think of that before? Didn't I want the Wind Spirit's boots because I saw Duke using it?
Then I should show a scene of how I use it to other people.
Hyunwoo finally had an idea and frantically hit at the keyboard and moved the mouse. I've found it. Hyunwoo had located the video titled Netherworld Expedition of a Wicked Wolf on the internet. Hyunwoo downloaded the video and used an easy program to edit it.
After editing the video down to 5 minutes, he attached the file to the auction page of the Wind Spirit's boots.
Shall I have a look at it? Hyunwoo smiled and clicked on the attached file.
Then the edited activities of Ark appeared on the screen. The video showed the scene where Ark, who had changed into a black wolf, was fighting against the Nakujuk.
Die, intruder.
A few Nakujuk ran up to Ark and swung their swords. Then Ark abruptly slid like the ground had turned to ice and counterattacked. Although another Nakujuk clan ran up to him from the side, Ark once again slid on the ground and avoided the attacks. He was evading using slide.
It wasn't only that.
Ark moved using slide and also used flying kicks. When slide was combined with spin kicks, the same techniques like that in a Street Fighter game could be used.
Well, that looks good enough for now.
It was the footage collected from the Netherworld Expedition of a Wicked Wolf where slide played an active role. Even though Hyunwoo was the protagonist of the video, he still found it fascinating to watch. So Hyunwoo edited 5 minutes of footage and added subtitles. The movement technique that the Black Wolf used in this video is the option skill attached to Wind Spirit's boots. It is the ideal chance to wear the same footwear as the protagonist.
Don't miss this chance.
In fact, the popularity of that video had far surpassed Hyunwoo's imagination. Before it aired on the video had gained the most hits in the shortest amount of time, but he barely felt his celebrity status.
Before long, the station was bombarded with inquiries about the Black Wolf.
They even called him asking if he could attend as a guest. Since Hyunwoo didn't want his face to be known for several reasons, he declined, but the Black Wolf quickly became a celebrity in New World.
Was there a reason for him not to use his fame? The utilization method is shown, so I hope it improves a little more. Hyunwoo switched off the computer and changed into training clothes. Although he couldn't go to the NPA gym anymore, Hyunwoo never missed his dawn exercise. When exercising, not only strength but also his concentration and improvisation would improve. Concentration and improvisation was quite useful in New World. Although it wasn't felt that much during normal situations, it increased his reaction rate in moments of crisis. For example, he was able to avoid Bread's attack a while ago because those senses had developed. After realizing that he had been neglecting his exercise, Ark trained for a while against the mold zombies. In the future, he couldn't neglect his body. When the level increased, the character would become stronger. But just because the character was strong didn't mean the game would become easy. In his level increased, then he had to hunt in increasingly dangerous places. From there, unimaginable monsters with tremendous power existed. Rather, the game became more difficult as the level increased. Also, if level increases, then I will encounter stronger users. Just like the Red Man, Bread, or Redian who I encountered a while ago. Although I couldn't show my capabilities properly thanks to shaking the pot and using a one-handed sword, I'm not confident I could win even when fighting properly. Especially if Redian ended up helping. Instead of levels or skills, I should increase my basic training. It was important in a regular battlefield. Even when an old warrior was living a daily life, they never forgot to train in their mind. That also applied to the game. In his daily life, Hyunwoo was always playing the game in his head. Although my body is moving around in New World, my actual body is just sitting inside the game unit. I can't miss my daily exercise, which will maintain my physical state. If my body becomes sick, then that will also affect the game. It wasn't just the physical parts. People who shut themselves up at home like Hyunwoo was bound to become lazy. A lazy gamer would just become a nuisance in the game. That's why Hyunwoo took every opportunity to jog and practice taekwondo so that he could loosen his body. After around 1 hour and a half, Hyunwoo finished training and turned on the computer after returning home. He couldn't resist wondering how the auction had progressed. Was I wrong?
Hyunwoo stared at the screen with a confused expression for a while.
This is really a jackpot. I never imagined that the slide skill could be used like that.
When I saw the video last time, I was wondering how such movements could be made. But it was the option skill of the shoes.
Amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
It's worth it just to wear the shoes of the famous Black Wolf.
I'm taking it. Anyone else should leave. Why should we do that? Don't I have money as well? By the way, if that person put these shoes on sale, doesn't that mean he found better ones? I'm so envious. If only I could get my hands on such shoes.
Over the past 4 days, he only had 20 hits on his Wind Spirits boots. There were only 7 auction participants. Now, after only 1 hour and a half, the auction inquiries had reached 1,300 people. And the auction participants had increased to 84 people.
There were also 400 comments attached to the auction.
No matter how much he rolled the mouse wheel, it never seemed to end.
Just like that, the auction site blew up. 13 million won? It increased by 6.8 million won after 1.5 hours. Hyunwoo's mouth dropped. The advertising strategy to showcase his equipment was a great success. Thanks to the fame of Black Wolf, there was an explosion of interest in the Wind Spirits boots. There is still 3 days left in the auction period. At this rate,
he couldn't imagine how much the price would climb. Of course, no matter how greedy he was, the amount of money that could be invested in one item was limited. Although interest had been amplified in the item, Hyunwoo guessed that he would receive no more than 15 million won for it. And Hyunwoo wasn't simply surprised that the price had gone up. Although some people were interested in the performance of the shoes, others were simply interested because the famous Black Wolf had worn them. Of course, Hyunwoo realized that the Black Wolf was famous. But he never expected that the price would go so high just because Black Wolf had worn them. Anyway, my idea is still effective. Hyunwoo's eyes emitted a dazzling light as he looked at the selling price. The strategy to use the video to sell items was a success. Thanks to his brilliant sales strategy, it had become a big hit. If such advertisement was added to the items sold from now on, then it would be possible to increase the highest bid.
Thanks to this, Hyunwoo now came up with a new advertising strategy. If I sell an item, then I can receive a fair price. Hyunwoo looked at the game unit with an excited expression.
Just as he was about to enter, he heard his mother's voice from outside.
Hyunwoo, someone is on the phone for you. Ha? Phone? Who is it this early?
When Hyunwoo extended his hand, his mother handed him the telephone with a worried look. He said it was the police.
Police?
When he listened to the telephone, a clear voice could be heard.
It's me. Ha? Who? Wait. Is this Teacher Nim? Are you okay?
Lee Myung-ryong asked with a smirk. Hyunwoo rubbed at his aching joints and sore feet.
Do I look okay? Ho, I told you. You shouldn't neglect your normal training. But I didn't neglect it? I've been exercising until today. Well, it seems to me that you have been neglecting it. You need to devote yourself. You say that after you beat me so thoroughly. Hyunwoo complained as he stared at Lee Myung-ryong.
After Hyunwoo and Lee Myung-ryong finished sparring at the gym, they had arrived at a nearby cafe. In reality, it was more being attacked than a spar. Although it had been so long since he had met Lee Myung-ryong, he had mercilessly beat up Hyunwoo. But even though he complained, the feeling wasn't that bad. No, it actually felt refreshing. After sparring with Lee Myung-ryong, it felt like all his muscles had loosened. In addition, it was enjoyable to meet up with Lee Myung-ryong after such a long time. Anyway, Lee Myung-ryong made an apologetic gesture, asked Hyunwoo.
Has anything happened in the meantime? Yes, I got your text. A new house. Sorry I couldn't make it. It had been almost 3 months since Hyunwoo met up with Lee Myung-ryong.
Although he hadn't been to the gym since, they had met once outside. When he moved house, Lee Myung-ryong had sent a congratulatory message.
It's okay. But has something happened? Have you finished being busy? I've got some urgent business with you. With me? Where do I start explaining? Lee Myung-ryong used ambiguous language and scratched his head.
After a moment, Lee Myung-ryong began to talk with an embarrassed expression.
In fact,
a few months ago, I also started playing New World.
New World? Teacher Nim? Really?
When Hyunwoo's eyes opened, Lee Myung-ryong coughed and muttered an excuse.
It's not like that.
I didn't start it for a hobby but because of an investigation.
An investigation?
Lee Myung-ryong sighed at Hyunwoo's question and explained the situation. Through various circumstances, he was assigned to the Special Crimes Countermeasures Division and reluctantly started New World. Currently, he had managed to infiltrate the criminal organization and was investigating. Of course, the reason why he didn't explain why he was assigned to the division was because it related to Hyunwoo. But he was lucky. Since a lot of time had passed since the incident, Hyunwoo had no doubts about why Lee Myung-ryong started playing New World.
I never imagined that there are wanted criminals in the game. I also didn't think about it until after I received the mission. So why didn't you tell me that you were starting New World? It is because I needed to look for the criminal organization and infiltrate it.
It was vital that I maintain secrecy.
This was true. The police agency was chasing criminals inside New World.
If that information leaked out, then the criminals would become wary and information collection would become difficult.
But the real reason was that Lee Myung-ryong didn't want Hyunwoo to know the reason why he was demoted.
In addition, the captain of the first SWAT team was embarrassed by his actions when he first entered New World.
I understand. Hyunwoo nodded, then looked doubtful. But then why are you telling me this now? Like I said, I need something from you. Aren't you playing the game with a dwarf merchant that looks like a pig? A pig-like dwarf merchant? Are you talking about Buxel? Buxel? Is his name Buxel? Yes.
The pig that is accompanying me is called Buxel.
Do you know his contact details? That reminds me, I still don't know his contact details. Hyunwoo mumbled with a puzzled expression.
Buxel had already been accompanying him for several months. But it was also possible to talk to him in New World, so he never felt a need to exchange phone numbers.
Is there a way to contact him? Yes. I'm always traveling with him.
Although there was a problem yesterday, so we separated for a bit. While Ark had been trying to escape Red and Redian, Buxel couldn't grasp the situation and the dolphins took him away to an unknown place. While Ark had commanded the dolphins to take them to Bristania, Ark was unsure of the exact location.
Separated. If I contact him no mail, then we can instantly meet up again. But why do you want Buxel? Don't tell me Buxel is a wanted criminal? No, that's not it. Lee Myung-ryong shook his head and explained.
The story is a bit long to explain, but not so long ago, I managed to infiltrate the criminal organization. But those guys are very distrustful, so I haven't found that much information yet. Not so long ago, they were doing something suspicious in Sutandal, and that scene was recorded by Buxel.
A suspicious scene was filmed? There's no doubt, but I still don't know what was filmed.
Anyway, those guys are running around wildly, so I feel like some important information was taken.
So those guys are after Buxel?
Then a thought came to Hyunwoo's head.
Wait.
Those guys were after Buxel.
Perhaps the men following from Sutandal. Yes, they are the wanted criminals. The police guarantee that they have committed terrible acts. Hyunwoo lost his energy at Lee Myung-ryong's answer.
If they were from the criminal organization Lee Myung-ryong was investigating, somehow, he thought it was strange that Jepetu was looking for Buxel instead of Arkansas. But he had such a background.
So the video Buxel took could be used as evidence for the police investigation? Then Lee Myung-ryong asked with a watchful look. Did you hear anything about it from Buxel?
No, Buxel didn't know why they were chasing him.
Well, it was taken with the magic projector, so he might not know what was filmed. It is imperative that I check it as soon as possible. Anyway, you're definitely going to meet with that guy?
Yes, I'll send a text as soon as I meet him.
It shouldn't take longer than a few days. In fact, Hyunwoo had a bigger reason to find Buxel.
His items were within Buxel's bags, and he also needed to shoot the videos. Of course, there was a contract, so Buxel couldn't sell any of the items without Ark's permission.
After Hyunwoo answered confidently, Lee Myung-ryong's face relaxed. However, he still couldn't be relieved. It is good that you can get in contact with Buxel. But I still can rest assured. Even if Buxel didn't film anything important, the criminals would do anything to get rid of it.
Although the attack on the ferry failed, those fellows have already been smuggled into Bristania.
Because you took the boat towards Bristania. That's right. Then where are you right now?
There were various circumstances, so I didn't arrive at the Bristania harbor. I'm somewhere on the southeast coast of Bristania, but I haven't found a village yet, so I don't know my exact location.
Buxel doesn't seem to be too far from where I am. That is good. Lee Myung-ryong nodded and said.
Those guys thought that you would be near Bristania harbor.
If you go to the harbor, then they will find you.
But if you're away from the harbor, then you don't need to worry about those guys chasing you for a while. Meanwhile, please contact Buxel as soon as possible and receive the video from him. I'll use some excuses to lure them to other areas. If we stay in contact, then those guys should never be able to find you.
I understand. Then,
Hyunwoo looked slightly concerned at the end of those words. It was work associated with wanted criminals.
Although they couldn't kill anyone in the game, those guys had committed crimes in reality.
However, Lee Myung-ryong was the captain of the number 1 SWAT team, so it was natural to cooperate in the investigation.
But if something went wrong, it doesn't matter if I'm along. However, now Hyunwoo was living with his mother.
If there was a problem, then Hyunwoo's mother might be affected by it.
Hyunwoo's thoughts were then interrupted.
Don't worry, as soon as I receive the video evidence, I'll make sure to deflect their attention away from you and Buxel. Furthermore, they are wanted criminals, so they can't run around freely. Still, if those guys so much as even bruise you,
I will give up the police investigation and stop them.
Lee Myung-ryong saw through Hyunwoo's anxiety with one glance. Working for the National Police Agency, he had seen many victims with the same fear of retaliation on their faces that Hyunwoo had.
Yes. Hyunwoo nodded without asking any further questions.
He didn't believe in the police's words.
However, it was possible to believe Lee Myung-ryong. After seeing Hyunwoo smile, Lee Myung-ryong nodded and got up. Then I have to go now.
Because I have to meet those guys at 9 o'clock and search around the harbor.
What is your ID, by the way? I forgot to ask when we met on the boat. We've met before?
Whoops.
Lee Myung-ryong was surprised and closed his mouth.
But it had already been leaked.
I've only taken the boat 2 times, so if we met on there.
That's right, the guy I met on the ferry who was with the one who kicked me.
Then you're that merchant I met on the deck? That's me.
Lee Myung-ryong grinned awkwardly and scratched his head. Then Hyunwoo scanned Lee Myung-ryong up and down and muttered.
The spar today was somewhat different. Perhaps? What are you saying? Is the spar today your form of revenge for that time? Hyunwoo realized it as soon as he heard Lee Myung-ryong was the merchant.
At the time, the merchant had attacked Hyunwoo and died from his welcome company. In addition, most of the criminals on the pirate ship attacking the ferry died thanks to Hyunwoo. It was natural to get revenge through a spar. Lee Myung-ryong retorted impudently once his scheme was revealed. Revenge? Didn't you kill me first? That's because Teacher Nim unnecessarily hid your identity. Moreover, I wasn't the one who killed you. Wasn't it the Baron clan who killed you? Lee Myung-ryong scratched his head and said roughly. Do you want to eat parfait? I want to eat the special A set. That's mean. The monthly salary for the police is not that much. I'm deeply hurt by Teacher Nim's distrust in me. So the grudge between teacher and student was settled with one special set meal. They exited the cafe and it was like an information window appeared when Hyunwoo separated from Lee Myung-ryong. Secure the video showing the secret of the criminal organization. Reward, 3 servings of the parfait special set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Magic Kingdom Bristania. The Step 3 maturation process is in progress. This is the final step in creating the necromancer's immortality pill. The only thing left is to let it mature long enough to draw out 100% of the effects from each ingredient. Make sure to seal the pot up completely, avoid any direct sunlight and keep it in a cool, dry place. Handle with care. There is no guarantee of what will happen if you shake it or it receives an impact. Equals maturation process, time remaining, 81 hours and 37 minutes. Phew, I'm glad there wasn't any problems. Ark sighed with relief as he confirmed the information window. It's useless to be too greedy. I really thought I was going to save time. His plan to take the ferry to save time on creating the immortality pill had backfired. Of course, if the ferry had arrived at the harbor as planned, then there would be no problems. However, they received a surprise attack from the pirates along the way. But that wasn't all. Bread had appeared with an unknown grudge. He really felt like he received a huge misfortune whenever he wanted to create an immortality pill. Despite the numerous difficulties, Ark had firmly defended the pot. Throughout the pirate ship's attacks, Bread's confrontation, and riding the dolphins, he had firmly shaken the pot and passed through stage 1 safely. And he had to stage at a beach on Bristania until the second stage crystallization process finished. After the second stage was finished, the process of maturation immediately began. The time required for the maturation process was 81 hours. So Ark would have to bury the pot under the sand. The maturation process is the most important and it needs 81 hours, so I need to bury this pot here for 81 hours. But I don't know what will happen if it is detected by other users or monsters. Master, I found it. At that time, Rackard came flying from the forest near the beach. Ark had been watching the area and slightly shook the pot when he flinched. At the same time, a warning message flashed before his eyes. Shaking the pot during the maturation process is dangerous. If the degree of completion falls, then the final rating of the immortality pill will decrease. What the, you? You scared me so the degree of completion went down. Ark shouted angrily as sweat dripped down his face. He couldn't know the rating of the finished product until the immortality pill was completed. Since he had to worry about the degree of completion falling throughout all those stressful situations, Ark's nerves were tense. Then Rackard acted like a child who had been scolded and said, Me? You're the one shouting for no reason. Just be careful. You know how hard it was to gather the ingredients. I understand. Have you discovered a village? Yes, if we travel for around an hour through the forest. Well done. You take the lead. It will be a big problem if we encounter a monster now. Ark gently held the pot with his hand. During the maturation process, there was a worry that the degree of completion would fall if moved too much. So it would be a serious problem if they encountered monsters while traveling to the village. Therefore Ark had Rackard switch to satellite mode. Fortunately, the monsters around here weren't that high level, so they didn't attack first. But even level 10 wolves were a threat to Ark now. Rackard said 1 hour, but he had to go back and forth to avoid the surrounding monsters, which took them an extra 30 minutes. I was lucky that I encountered the pirates during the mixing process. It was the maturation process. Just thinking about it made him afraid. Anyway, a village appeared 1.5 hours after traveling through the village. The place Rackard found was closer to a city than a village. Is this a city in Bristania? It was only after discovering a city that Ark felt like he was in a different kingdom.
Currently Ark had arrived in the kingdom of Bristania. It was located to the north of Schuttenberg Kingdom. Although it was geographically located to the north of Schuttenberg, Bristania had a lot of mountains unlike the plains in Schuttenberg. In addition, most of it consisted of rough rocks. Well, the scenery was nice, but he wouldn't want to live there. Thanks to the barren land, Bristania had naturally developed magic science to live. That was the reason it was called the Magic Kingdom. Of course, most users who started here chose to become a magician instead of a warrior. The magic science made it easy to raise a magician. Anyway, that made the historical background of Bristania much more mystical than other kingdoms. The main buildings possessed a lot of magical aura and the appearance had a geometric design. Most of the town shops also dealt with magic tools. Even the weapon stores sold magic spellbooks and scrolls. The guards at the entrance of the village was also a magician. That's it, now you can return to your castle, but... Once Ark confirmed the village, he sent Rykard back to his vampire territory. In a city with low intimacy, occasionally the residents would be hostile to his summons. This is the first time I'm visiting a foreign country, so I have to be careful. Ark entered the city holding the pot. Swalla swalla, swalla swalla. Suddenly he heard words that were impossible to understand. What does that mean? Ark turned his head at the sound. The voice was coming from the entrance of the city, where a stone gargoyle was giving off a strange light. That place was normally the quartermaster in Schuttenberg Kingdom. In Bristania, the gargoyle probably played the logistical role. In any case, the voice was coming from users gathered around the gargoyle. It was one user. Ark stared at the user with a confused expression. Swalla swalla, swalla swalla, swalla swalla? Swalla swalla, swalla swalla. It wasn't just one user. All of them made strange sounds. What are they saying? Swalla swalla? Is that a popular saying? But he had no time to care about that right now. Ark approached one of the guards at the entrance and asked. Excuse me. What is this city's name? Swalla swalla? Swalla swalla? Then the guards were also speaking an alien language like the users? What the? Isn't it strange that an NPC is talking like this? What is going on? Ark didn't know how to deal with it and hesitated. The guard tilted his head and seemed to understand something, then pointed inside the city. The place the guard was indicated was the Magic Institute at the city center. What the? He's telling me to go there? When Ark gestured to the Magic Institute, the guard nodded. Ark scratched his head and headed to the Magic Institute tower. The city was closely filled with geometric shape. While Schuttenberg Kingdom felt like a medieval city, this truly felt like a fantasy world. The buildings were strange and there were various light and magic effects from the magicians living there. However, even the odd letters on the sign were distorted and he couldn't read them. In addition, the NPCs wandering the city also talked in the strange language. Is this a curse? Maybe I'm stuck in a curse. Or are the people stuck? Ark walked around the city with a confused look. Then Ark bumped into a boy who ran out from an alley. Ark had been walking timidly while holding the pot, so he quickly retreated. Hook, what the? Pot, my pot. Ark quickly checked his pot. Luckily, the physique of the boy was like a dwarf, so the impact was too small. Phew, that was lucky. Who is he? Ark felt like he lost 10 years of his life and glared at the boy. But Ark swallowed his curses as he saw the appearance of the boy. Swalla swalla, swalla swalla. The boy lowered his head and clamored in a somewhat upset voice. He couldn't understand, but the boy seemed to be apologizing. The problem was the boy didn't look normal. Unlike the dressed-up people around him, the boy was wearing tattered clothes. And the clothes revealed that the body was undersized. The boy bowed his head and hurriedly picked up the items that had fallen to the ground. It was some cheap scrolls. Is that smell coming from the boy? Ark blushed with an embarrassed expression after seeing the boy's appearance. The boy had made the mistake by running out suddenly. However, he felt guilty after determining that the boy had a difficult life. Are you okay? Ark became embarrassed and helped pick up the items before speaking. The boy looked up with a startled expression and held out a tattered book with shining eyes. Swalla swalla? Swalla swalla. Swalla swalla. What the? What does that mean? Ark couldn't understand the words and tilted his head to one side. After watching for a bit, Ark guessed what the boy was trying to say. Is he asking me to buy this book? Ark looked at the book the boy was holding in his hand. It was a tattered book with an unknown use. Well, I feel slightly sorry, so maybe I should buy it?
Ark, seeing the hard life the boy was living, he asked for the price of the book. Then the boy smiled and showed both hands twice.
20? Then 20 silver? If it is that much.
Although normally Ark wouldn't even waste 1 copper, he was willing to spend that much for a child.
Hadn't Ark also been an underprivileged boy? It is clear the book is useless. Ark smiled and drew out 20 silver.
Then the boy made a disapproving expression and shook his head.
Then it was 20 copper, not 20 silver?
It is slightly strange that such a tattered book would be worth 20 silver.
Ark thought he misunderstood the price and extended 20 copper. The boy sighed, and was that a gold coin he pulled from his pocket? What the? Gold? Huck, he's saying it is 20 gold? Ark looked at the boy with astonishment. A tattered book for 20 gold? Wasn't it shameful? No matter how much sympathy Ark felt for the boy, he couldn't buy an unknown book for 20 gold. No, does this boy knows that I feel sorry for him? That book for 20 gold? Is this a joke? Then he tried to look pitiful so that he can swindle me? I don't need this.
Ark raised his voice angrily and shook his head. Then the boy's shoulders dropped as his face lost its brightness.
With a lowered head, he disappeared into the alley. Sheesh, what the? That was too unreasonable.
Although he felt uncomfortable for some reason, Ark just shook his head. No, that guy must have prepared that appearance. He thought to use my kindness to sell that book for 20 gold.
I should head to the Magic Institute.
Ark pushed down his uncomfortable feeling and entered the Magic Institute tower. Then someone from the Magic Institute approached and smiled.
Swalla swalla. Swalla swalla?
As expected, it was impossible to understand.
That, you see, dot.
When Ark stuttered, the magician instantly laughed and said,
Ah, you must be an adventurer from the Schudenberg Kingdom. Eh? You can talk?
Of course.
How ridiculous would it be if I couldn't use a language spell? But just before.
The magician seemed to know the approximate situation as he laughed and said, Ha, this must be your first time traveling abroad.
That's right. Foreigners who travel abroad for the first time often become confused. Because there was no opportunity to hear a foreign language at home. Foreign language? Yes, the words I spoke just then is in the language of Bristania.
Ark looked doubtful at the magician's words. Of course, this was the first time Ark had traveled to another kingdom. However, he often met NPCs and users from Bristania in Sylvana and Schudenberg. At that time he had no problem communicating.
But I met people from Bristania in Schudenberg and understood them, dot. They obviously learned the Schudenberg language when traveling from Bristania to Schudenberg.
The magician smiled and explained.
Each of the 3 kingdoms in the continent had an original language. So before traveling to another kingdom, they needed to acquire the relevant foreign language first.
Users and NPCs who came to Schudenberg Kingdom had either learnt the language or had been forwarded to an interpreter. However, Ark had failed to learn the language, so all he heard was unintelligible language. In fact, that system wasn't only found in New World. For example, in old games such as WoW or Ion, different tribes were unable to understand each other. Only New World had the system to learn other languages. Incidentally, a lot of foreigners also connected to New World. The reason users didn't feel inconvenience in communicating was because all languages were translated depending on what area they came from. In other words, it didn't matter if they were Japanese or American, as all languages were filtered.
And foreigners don't know the letters.
Since there is no inconvenience communicating in Schudenberg, they never felt the need to learn a foreign language. I don't know how, but sometimes they may inadvertently learn a language. In particular, merchants are fluent in all 3 languages even if they hadn't learned it.
Oh, that reminds me, could it be? Ark remembered seeing a language tab on his character information window and he opened it. Language information window. Asterisk country. Schudenberg, 100% understanding. Asterisk species. Beast clan, 100% understanding. Elf, 100% understanding. Dwarf, 100% understanding. Hobbit, 100% understanding. Orc, 100% understanding. Asterisk other. Ancient language, 100% understanding. Soul, 100% understanding. Demonic, 100% understanding.
Asterisk the country language is applied to all NPCs in the relevant area.
Asterisk communication with all NPCs of the relevant element has 100% understanding applied.
Also, mental communication has nothing to do with language. Asterisk the understanding of the relevant monster languages related to the country. Special monster languages can be learned separately.
Asterisk the language is automatically acquired when entering the relevant area.
This information window displays the languages I can understand. Originally, this system was automatically applied when encountering NPCs at the border checkpoint or through the harbor. However, it wasn't possible to learn such knowledge because he took the dolphins.
But I didn't have any trouble in Sutandal. I heard that too. Sutandal uses the Schudenberg language. That's because it is geographically closer to Schudenberg than other kingdoms. So what should I do? Don't worry. We are selling dictionaries with the language of each country.
The magician showed him a stack of books with a friendly smile.
Ark's mouth opened absent-mindedly as he was guided to the stacks.
There were a huge amount of books sorted onto the stacks.
It was hundreds of copies of the foreign language dictionaries. Dictionaries of the three kingdoms as well as ancient languages.
They even had dictionaries of the language of each monster race. The magician took out a book wrapped in a blue light.
There are many types of Bristania language dictionaries, but this is the best one.
This is a dictionary the Magic Institute created using mental magic. Once this dictionary is used, the mental magic will act and it will be like you have learnt the Bristania language for dozens of years.
Isn't that wonderful?
It was, but the price was also amazing. He didn't know what type of magic was used, but one copy cost 120 gold. Of course, in reality it cost 1,200,000 won to master a foreign language through a school.
However, now he had to spend 120 gold to learn a foreign language that would have no use in Schudenberg? Ark inwardly complained and asked, "Is there a dictionary that is a bit cheaper?" Cheaper? The magician, who was like an eager salesman, made a grumpy face. Then he looked through the book stacks and pulled out an old book. "How about this dictionary?"
"It is a beginner's course, so it will take some time to master the Bristania language."
"Well, if you study hard, then communication won't be a big problem," the magician said without any sincerity, but Ark let out a huge sigh of relief.
It was a common dictionary which cost 20 gold. He honestly thought that 20 gold was also a waste.
But if he was going to be in Bristania, then he had to learn the language. If he couldn't communicate with NPCs, then he couldn't play the game properly. "I'll take this one. That will be 20 gold. Please give a discount." "Ha?"
The magician made an absurd face at Ark's words. However, he jumped with surprise when Ark took out the Magic Institute member certificate.
"This is a Magic Institute member certification? In addition, your name is Ark? Then you are Arknim? Ha? You know me?"
"Of course.
There isn't anyone in the Magic Institute who doesn't know who Arknim is. Thanks to the research that Arknim brought back, the Magic Institute has launched a series of new products." "New products? You don't know? You haven't heard the uproar these days?" The magician murmured and pointed to a flyer stuck to the wall. The Magic Institute's new products guide. Weapon reinforcing agent.
Have you become dejected because your weapon has weakened?
Are you unable to unleash your capabilities because you don't have a good weapon?
There is no need to worry anymore. After a long research, the Magic Institute has launched an ambitious magic wall can make your weapon stronger using a special weapon reinforcing agent. Asterisk, please contact the staff if there are questions about price and performance.
Letter movement service. Is walking a far distance difficult? Although your body is sick, do you want to visit a distant friend? Do you want to go somewhere else but can't deal with the monsters?
There is no need to worry anymore. Using the commercialized letter movement, you can move between the magic towers.
Asterisk, still only limited to some metropolitan areas. After completing the quests related to Megaro, Shannon had used Megaro's research to develop these products.
The areas the Magic Institute had concentrated on in Megaro's research was the weapon reinforcement agent and the letter movement. In addition, it was filled with new information. However, Ark shook his head after he asked for the price. The cheapest price to use the letter movement was 50 gold. Meanwhile, the weapon reinforcement agent cost more than 100 gold depending on the type and efficiency of the weapon. Since merchants used the letter movement a lot, it still made a profit, but most people preferred to leave reinforcement to an expert blacksmith. While Ark was thinking that, a light appeared on the highest level of the tower and a user appeared on the floor.
Quack, swalla swalla, swalla swalla, swalla swalla, eek.
The user cursed with a pale face and vomited. Although Ark couldn't understand the words, he had used letter movement before and could understand the circumstances. Letter movement really did cause an awful feeling. The user was probably in the same state that Ark had been in.
Although letter movement had been commercialized, they still couldn't guarantee a comfortable method of travel. Well, there is still some margin for improvement.
The magician scratched his head with an awkward face.
Do you have any other business? I'd like to use a personal warehouse and the transfer mailbox. Anything else? What is the name of this city? Seal. A city located in the southwest of Bristania. Thank you very much. Thanks to his Magic Institute certification, he was able to rent a warehouse in the Magic Tower for free. Ark entered the personal warehouse and stored the pot carefully.
That was the biggest reason Ark wanted to find a village.
Since the degree of completion would fall if the pot shook a little bit, wasn't it better not to carry it around? Phew, now I'm relieved.
Ark wrote a letter to Buxel telling him to come to Seal.
Buxel was a merchant, so of course he possessed a mobile mailbox.
The mobile mailbox was different from the general mailbox and wasn't restrained to one place.
Once Buxel arrived at a village in Bristania, he would be able to check the letter at a Magic Institute.
However, there were also the wanted criminals within this area. He didn't want the cowardly Buxel to become scared, so Ark couldn't let him know about the wanted criminals. Now, all my work has finished.
Ark exited the Magic Institute after using the mailbox.
When wandering outside, it still wasn't possible to understand the users and NPCs.
Should I use this now?
Ark took out the dictionary he purchased from the magician. Just as he was about to use it, he suddenly stopped.
Wait. This dictionary. Ark looked at the dictionary and belatedly realized his mistake.
It was the tattered book that the boy in the alley had been selling.
After looking at the letters on the book, wasn't it the same dictionary? Then the boy was also selling this dictionary?
In the end, the 20 gold wasn't an absurd price but was actually the market price. So the boy wasn't a swindler. Ark got an idea and quickly ran back into the Magic Institute.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, but can I return the dictionary? You are a full member of the Magic Institute, wouldn't not knowing the language be difficult? Please grant my request. After getting the refund, Ark went running to the alley. There he is.
After searching a few alleys, he managed to find the boy from a short time ago. The boy had set up a stall in an alley and was yelling in unknown words.
Excuse me.
The boy flinched when Ark approached and shrunk back. He seemed to think that Ark was visiting with some hostile intentions. Ark scratched his head and muttered with an embarrassed expression.
No, it's not. I seem to have misunderstood you a while ago and came to apologize. Instead of just speaking, I was wondering if I could buy your dictionary? Swalla swalla? Swalla swalla?
The boy tilted his head to one side. Once again, it was really frustrating not being able to communicate. After holding the 20 gold and pointing to the dictionary, the boy seemed to understand the situation and laughed. Although it was a little different, Ark also remembered a time when he had been wrongfully suspected. When he previously had a part-time job at a store, Ark had been suspected of stealing several thousand won. Fortunately, it was revealed that the president had just calculated wrongly and the suspicions had been removed. But he was still hurt by that time. He felt ashamed that he acted like the president and accused the boy of being a swindler. So he received a 15% refund for the dictionary thanks to the Magic Institute qualification and bought the dictionary from the boy. Luckily, the boy didn't mind that he had been treated as a swindler in Ark's head. Since Ark deliberating sought him out to buy the dictionary, the boy just laughed gratefully and bowed to Arkansas. He looked pretty cute. Isn't this guy surprisingly cute? Ark smiled and looked at the other things on the stall. Although he had no need for them right then, Ark bought a few useful scrolls. Even though Ark often extorted Sid and Buxel, he mainly did it to his opponents. After remembering his previous situation, Ark could afford to make a small gesture. Was this the first time he thought of another person's circumstances? But thanks to the rental house being bought and the items on the auction site being sold at a higher than expected price, Ark had a surplus of money to be spent. I have a margin with which to spend some money. Ark named a price which was about 10% more than the boy's offer. The scrolls weren't that expensive, so he could afford a few of them. But the boy shook his head and named the fixed price. Ark was a bit embarrassed, but he liked the boy's honest attitude. Swalla swalla, swalla swalla. Well, please live well. He stroked the boy's head, who smiled before Ark left the alley. After he only bought the items because he felt bad about the misunderstanding, he felt quite good afterwards. Now that the uncomfortable feeling is gone, shall I learn the language? Ark used the dictionary and the information window appeared. A new language has been learnt using the Bristania language dictionary. Bristania, 30% understanding. You have gained knowledge about the Bristania language.
However, you will be unable to understand all the words until your understanding is 100%. The only way to learn a foreign language quickly is to engage in a lot of conversation. Conversing with users or NPCs from the corresponding country will increase understanding.
Thanks to the language being incorporated, he could understand some noises.
It's cheap. Swalla swalla, cheap.
Various cheap swalla swalla magic swalla swalla.
New swalla swalla goods receive swalla swalla at our store. However, it seemed like a tape had been mixed with an alien language. My intimacy is low and communication is also inconvenient. But Ark could determine the main details of what the NPC was saying. As expected, it was a cheap item.
Still, this is better than the other option. No matter the inconvenience, he would rather learn the language than waste 120 gold. In addition, at the beginning he couldn't communicate at all, but now it was able to approximately understand the words. Now I have to wait for the completion of the immortality pill here and for Buxel to get in contact. In the meantime, he should talk to some NPCs and become used to the Bristania language.
What shall I do? The monsters around here are too low-leveled.
Ark murmured as he walked around the town listening to NPCs.
Listen closely, Swalla Swalla. You are a traveler with a lot of experience. Swalla Swalla. My worries, Swalla Swalla. Will you accept?
I'm going crazy, Swalla Swalla, how can it be done, Swalla Swalla, can somebody help me?
Do you maybe, Swalla Swalla, need a job? They were NPCs who all gave quests. When Ark came into the city without learning the language, he was unable to trigger quests.
Before coming into the city, he checked that the monsters were around level 150 to 200. So the city had a lot of level 100 to 150 users. It was comparable to the outskirts of Nagarin in Schuttenberg Kingdom. While the level 366 Ark was wandering around such a place, he heard a variety of quests. Since this was the first time he came to Bristania, the quests came flowing from all directions. However, Ark rejected all the quests.
Since he was level 366, if he did any quests below level 200 then he wouldn't receive any experience.
Of course, sometimes quests were given in low-level villages. But the quests they gave was mainly moving baggage. There was also the repetitive quests of hunting monsters.
Therefore none of the NPCs running up to him gave plausible quests.
But I have to stay here for 3 days so I can't do nothing. I'll go outside and gather ingredients while checking if there are any monsters that will give experience.
Ark was just thinking about leaving the city.
Then a shabby building near the shopping center caught his eye. The reason Ark was interested in the building was because of the signed martial arts training center.
Martial arts training? Then martial arts is taught there?
This was the first time Ark had seen a martial arts dojo here, so he turned around and walked there. In Schuttenberg, there was a place where hired mercenaries could learn warrior skills. But it wasn't like this place, which had a sign saying the training ground. In addition, this was the Magic Kingdom, so it was a place more interested in magic than sword mastery.
Welcome!
A hobbit ran and greeted him when Ark entered.
Is this a place where martial arts is taught? That's right.
Swalla Swalla, everyone here, Swalla Swalla, can become a great warrior, Swalla Swalla.
And not just warriors, Swalla Swalla, even magicians can train. Magicians? What kind of techniques are you teaching? Howuhu, Swalla Swalla, you'd be surprised when you see it.
Swalla Swalla. The hobbit smiles with satisfaction.
When he entered an auditorium, a statue of a big, burly hobbit could be seen. This is the founder of our dojo, Ramja.
Swalla Swalla, I'm his descendant, Swalla Swalla, we train in the methods of our founder, Swalla Swalla. In order to do that, Swalla Swalla, we have state-of-the-art equipment. The hobbit indicated to a wooden doll in the training area and said, This wooden doll, Swalla Swalla, uses magic, Swalla Swalla, moves automatically, Swalla Swalla. When practicing against the wooden doll, Swalla Swalla, your combat ability will rise naturally. Ark still couldn't understand all of the language, so it was difficult to understand the words. Although the language understanding was low, he was able to interpret the general principles of the training method against the wooden doll. When the wooden training doll was turned on, it would move and start a battle against the player. Players would score points if they avoided the doll's offensive and managed to attack it. The player was considered to have mastered the relevant training if they got over 300 points in the time limit. When mastering the training, a bonus of +1 points will be applied to stats and the player will be qualified for the next stage. The wooden doll had 10 stages of difficulty.
However, if a mastered stage was challenged again, then the bonus wouldn't be applied. Stats can be increased for free?
Ark felt refreshed as he grasped almost all of the training system. The wooden doll had a total of 10 stages of difficult.
If he mastered all stages, then wouldn't he get 10 extra stats? 10 extra stats was like gaining 1 level. Currently Ark was level 366.
At this level, rising 1 level within 7-15 hours wasn't a small amount.
Then all warriors who start in Bristania receives this bonus? Okay, I can't miss this opportunity to gain stats.
I have to break through the 10 stages quickly.
How do I use this?
Here, swalla swalla, put a coin in, swalla swalla. The hobbit pointed to a coin slot near the wooden doll.
The training wasn't free.
People who challenge the wooden doll, swalla swalla, invest 100 gold, swalla swalla.
Ark then realized the training dojo wasn't as superficial as he thought.
With a price of 10 silver for 1 stat, that was like the value of a gum. However, if the stage failed, then 10 more silver was required. So if someone failed 10 times, that would be 10 gold, and 100 times was 100 gold wasted. With the degree of difficulty, it would be easy for people to lose 100 gold to the hobbit. But Ark had survived so far using martial arts. This is a good opportunity to examine my skills.
Ark stood before the wooden doll and inserted the coin. Cn, there was the light sound of music and the wooden doll started to move.
You have mastered the 9th stage on the wooden doll.
Stamina increases by 1.
You have mastered the 10th stage on the wooden doll.
Strength increases by 1.
You have completely mastered sparring against the wooden doll.
Training dojo mastery bonus, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, stamina plus 5. Pang.
After the 10 stages were mastered, a cannon salute instantly appeared from the head of the wooden doll.
Awesome, swalla swalla. When Ark perfectly conquered the wooden doll, the hobbit's mouth dropped with amazement.
In such a short time, swalla swalla, the people who cleared, swalla swalla, didn't, swalla swalla, numerous warriors abandoned the ordeal halfway, swalla swalla, only a few have mastered it, swalla swalla.
Certainly it was more difficulty than I thought.
While Ark was resting, he stared at the wooden doll. The first 5 stages were so easy that it was slightly regrettable. Just by avoiding the fist of the wooden doll, which flew in a straight line and counterattacking, he was easily able to reach 300 points. But the situation completely changed once he reached stage 6. The wooden doll spouted 6 arms and they all attacked at the same time. Since Ark had rushed it, he failed stages 6 to 8 4 times. If I hadn't practiced against the mold zombies, then I wouldn't have been able to master the 10 stages. I learned Taekwondo, so it would be a lot more difficult for general users.
A person who wasted 100 gold would understand when to stop.
Anyway, he challenged again after failing 4 times and Ark managed to break through the 10th stage. He had invested 1 gold and 40 silver, and gained 4 stamina, 3 agility, and 3 stamina.
In addition, the mastery bonus gave him a plus 5 to strength, agility, and stamina. It only took 30 minutes. It was just like picking up stats freely. I really can't ignore low-level towns. This is Bristania, not Schuttenberg. Who knows what else will be different here? I have to carefully check through every village I visit from now on. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. In the end, swalla swalla, you will be the last, swalla swalla, graduate. What do you mean? Ark asked, and the hobbit pointed to the training area with a sneer. As you can see. Swalla swalla, in the past we used to get a lot of visitors.
Swalla swalla, but now the number of people training, swalla swalla, the customers are few, swalla swalla, and have no guts.
As expected, a dojo shouldn't be built in the Magic Kingdom, swalla swalla, I'm almost bankrupt, swalla swalla.
The hobbit sighed as he looked at the statue. Well, it isn't possible anymore, swalla swalla, I haven't found a talented enough successor to the founder's secret technique, swalla swalla, it's really regrettable, swalla swalla, that's right, swalla swalla, perhaps you, swalla swalla, would you like to try?
The hobbit suddenly pointed towards the shape of a palm underneath the hobbit statue. Ark placed his hand on the palm without any thoughts.
All of a sudden, there was a mechanical sound and the statue started revolving.
The hobbit shouted with an amazed voice.
Unbelievable, swalla swalla, really, swalla swalla, the seal is melting, swalla swalla.
The seal? Ark asked the hobbit, who was making excited noises.
In fact, the founder of this dojo, swalla swalla, legend, swalla swalla, master of kung fu martial arts, swalla swalla. If only at that time, swalla swalla. The devil, swalla swalla. That person, swalla swalla, and him, swalla swalla, sealed the secret technique, swalla swalla. Only a person with the appropriate qualification and power will be able to learn the sealed secret technique, swalla swalla. He was unfamiliar with the language, so Ark couldn't completely understand the excited noises. However, he was able to understand the most important words among the broken speech. Ark cut and pasted the words together to understand the contents. The person whom the statue was based off and who built this dojo was the legendary master of kung fu techniques. It was to the extent that he could even defeat the devil. And he had placed his techniques on a scroll and sealed it here. Only a person with the appropriate qualifications and skills to learn the secret technique could unseal it. Then why could Ark unseal it? The answer was simple. When Ark touched the scroll, an information window instantly appeared. Thanks to Pursuit of Truth, you have acquired a new lore skill. Lore skill learned, in trusted volumes. Asterisk 7000 fame is necessary to learn this skill. A hidden secret technique. Ark's eyes widened. Yes, the founder of this dojo was a person who conveyed hidden lore. Oh, my eyes, swalla swalla. Go ahead and grab the scroll, swalla swalla. Just as Ark tried to grab the scroll, sparks occurred and his hand bounced off. You don't have the necessary fame to learn this skill. Huck, it needs 7000 fame. Ark stifled a scream as he saw the information window. He had used 6000 fame to learn the Ghost Knight core skill in Oberium. But now he needed 7000? If 7000 fame was needed, then how wonderful would the skill be? If he is the legendary master of Kung Fu, then it must be an amazing skill. After seeing that he needed 7000 fame for it, Ark desired the skill even more. He could also guess the skill from the name in trusted volumes. In RPG games, sometimes a surprisingly large treasure like a heirloom can be found in a beginner's village. This might be a jackpot. However, Ark currently only had 5840 fame. After learning the Ghost Knight's core skill, he needed a further 1160 fame to learn the skill. Ah, swalla swalla, that's right, the founder, swalla swalla, the person who can learn this secret technique, swalla swalla, people who seek the truth, swalla swalla, also needs a suitable amount of fame, swalla swalla. The hobbit spoke with a disappointed expression when he couldn't grab the scroll. Then he grasped Ark's hand and said, Still, swalla swalla, you are the one who unsealed it, swalla swalla, for the first time, swalla swalla, it is probably the god's intention, swalla swalla, when you return with the appropriate fame then it will be waiting for you, swalla swalla, please learn the founder's secret techniques through any means, swalla swalla. I understand. Ark shook the hobbit's hand and replied. He had accidentally discovered a secret technique in a place like this. Who would give up because of a lack of fame? I will gain fame as quickly as possible and return for the secret technique. Ark instantly ran out of the dojo. Now the question is how I should raise my fame. There were many ways to raise fame in New World. There were usually 3 common methods. It was solving quests, receiving a title, or doing some big services for a city. Though in Ark's case, he received a lot of fame from miracle nursing. But it isn't easy to use miracle nursing or receive a title, and this was the first time he visited the village, so it wouldn't be easy to render some services for the city. The only way left was to complete quests. And this city had a large number of NPCs eager to commission quests. Of course, he wouldn't receive any money or experience, but the most important thing now was fame. Ark rushed to the village square where the NPCs were giving quests. A short time ago you, swalla swalla, declined? No, I did it because it was my first trip here. I was also unfamiliar with the language, so I couldn't understand your difficult situation. But now if you have a difficult situation, then please tell me. If that's the case, swalla swalla. Can you find my luggage? You said it was a luggage? I originally, swalla swalla, am a carrier, swalla swalla, but while traveling to another village I was attacked by kobolds, swalla swalla, and ran off with my luggage, swalla swalla. Kobolds carried the luggage and returned to their hideout, swalla swalla. I need it by tomorrow, swalla swalla. The miscellaneous items with the luggage, swalla swalla. It is dangerous, but can you find it? When the old man's words finished, a quest information window appeared. Since his understanding of Bristania was 30%, the old man's words were mixed with swalla swalla and he couldn't understand it properly, but luckily the quest window showed the proper information. The old man in Seal is a porter who has encountered a problem. The old man has asked you to find the luggage lost to the kobolds. According to the old man, the stolen goods are piled up with a variety of other items. Infiltrate the kobolds' hideout and bring back 10 luggages. Difficulty level, D. I will go straight away. Ark accepted the quest and ran outside like the wind. From Arkansas. I have arrived at Seal. I have some urgent business with you, so come as soon as possible when you receive this. Shay. Buxel blew his nose on the letter and threw it away. Urgent business? Bossing me around as always. Aren't you going? Bekku asked after seeing Buxel's attitude. Buxel just laughed and replied. I'm going. Ark might be bullying me, but I also have to go that way. But now, right now. Although he says it is urgent business, I finally got away from him for a little bit, so I'm going to enjoy this holiday. Buxel murmured as he looked out the window where there was a festive atmosphere.
In fact, Buxel had meant to join Ark immediately when he was first contacted.
However, Buxel had found a village called Basaga 2 days north from where Ark was in Seal. And that village was in a festival period. I've come to this village during a festival, so there is no way I can go running when Ark called. After so much struggles, finding this village from the coast is like a sign from God.
But if Ark finds out later? I'll just tell Ark I didn't see the letter. Buxel laughed and replied after Bekku muttered in an uneasy voice. Hoo.
After traveling with Ark, I realized how important I am. I'm going to use this chance to make my future travels more comfortable. So just trust me.
Yes, master. So let's go. The first target is cotton candy. Oh ha. Oh, this is great.
Buxel dragged Bekku to a stall on the opposite side while drooling. At that time, around 30 people entered through the north gate of Basaga.
Really?
Yes, I searched the internet and accidentally came across the video. The video showed the festivities in Basaga village and there was a pig-like fellow among the residents. The person speaking was Isurum. Isurum knew that Ark was near the southwest coast. So the wanted criminals who had been searching the coast along the harbor split into two groups and moved along the northwest and southwest. If they moved to the southwest, then Ark might be caught. The urgent Isurum suddenly remembered a flyer advertising the festival at the harbor and lured the wanted criminals to Basaga village.
Garam nodded at Isurum's words and said, "It is really lucky that you found it.
If we find that guy now, then Jepita Hyung will trust you 100%. Now, let's go search."
Yes. Isurum awkwardly grinned and nodded. Meanwhile, a man and woman entered through the south gate of Basaga village. Oh, really? I like a bustling place like this, but...
Furthermore, we need to find that Ark guy.
There is no time to be playing around.
Shut up, we have to pretend to enjoy the festival no matter how busy it is.
A great amount of people will be coming from the surrounding cities for the Basaga festival.
If he arrived near this coast, then he is likely to come here.
If you say so. Hoo, isn't it? Right? Then let's go eat some barbecue. As expected, do you really just want to play?
It's legwork. The person approaching the barbecue was a charming female magician wearing white chain armor.
Her name was Redian.
The man accompanying her and scratching his head was the big, burly bread. They had pursued Ark all the way to Bristania's coast and arrived at Basaga village.
To be continued.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.